Bearing inherent attributes and abilities, he traverses diverse realms, gaining insight into the enigmatic allure of unique, foreign worlds. Chapter 1. Genesis. A thunderous roar reverberated within Luo Jing's mind. The clamor intensified, shaking his very core. He stirred. A flicker of movement. A sharp impact resonated as his head collided forcefully with a rigid surface. Luo Jing emitted a muffled groan. Slowly, his eyes fluttered open, his vision obscured, perceiving a dim, gray expanse. A figure flitted before him, seemingly occupied with closing windows and tidying possessions. To the figure's left, a window was vaguely discernible. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the room with an ethereal glow. Ugh. Luo Jing moaned, attempting to raise his hand to soothe the throbbing at the back of his head. However, his body remained unresponsive, each limb feeling detached and numb, like mere wooden appendages. Have I perished? A haze of confusion clouded his thoughts. He vaguely recalled the events leading to his demise. Accidentally touching a live electrical socket with wet hands while showering. He vividly remembered the burst of blue sparks between his hand and the outlet, followed by the acrid stench of burning, and then oblivion. His mind felt like a muddled mess, memories indistinct and fragmented. Luo Jing strained to focus, attempting to discern his surroundings. Bang. Another violent jolt sent his head crashing against the headboard, causing a renewed surge of pain. Luo Jing succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Time passed, perhaps a day, perhaps several. Gradually, sensation returned to his body, and consciousness began to emerge from the depths of slumber. A soft click echoed, signaling the closing of a door. Has mother departed? A youthful voice inquired. Luo Jing found himself seated in a quaint bedroom, facing a rectangular desk. His hand clutched a black fountain pen, meticulously transcribing lines of script onto a sheet of paper. Bright sunlight streamed through the window to his right, illuminating the room. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the rooftops of the neighboring buildings. Suddenly, like a dam bursting, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Ugh, he involuntarily groaned, clutching his forehead as a deluge of unfamiliar memories assaulted his mind. Garen? I am Garen. I have been transported. Ignoring the throbbing in his head, he rapidly sifted through the memories flooding his brain. This world bore resemblance to the European Industrial Revolution. Automobiles and aircraft existed, as did firearms and cannons. However, the development of weapons of mass destruction had not yet occurred. His identity was that of Garen, a boy from an ordinary family. 16 years of age, his parents were both employees at a rubber manufacturing company. He also had a younger sister named Yinger. The surrounding environment mirrored that of industrial revolutionary Europe. Yet, the appearances of his family members and himself indicated that this was not Earth. Both he and his sister possessed naturally black-purple hair and wynard eyes. Their hair color was inherited from their father, while their eye color came from their mother. Such traits were unheard of on Earth. Moreover, the historical knowledge Garen had acquired identified the most powerful nations as the Uru Federation, the Weisman Empire, and the Tulip Republic, rather than China, the United States, or Russia. Otherwise, the overall structure was similar to that of Earth, with hundreds of countries of varying sizes and diverse systems. Aside from the differences in place names and environment, the world was strikingly similar to Earth. Here, individuals underwent compulsory education from elementary school to university. He himself was enrolled at St. Oriole Academy, the third-ranked institution in the province. It was a high school, and he had only been a student for a year. Now, during a school holiday, he had succumbed to a high fever, resulting in the demise of the original Garen and providing Luo Jing with an unexpected opportunity. Luo Jing's attention remained immersed in Garen's residual memories. Unfortunately, neither sibling seemed to possess academic prowess, consistently performing below average in their studies. Furthermore, most of the students at the academy were affluent or aristocratic in comparison. The siblings' circumstances were significantly inferior, leading to feelings of inferiority that adversely affected their personalities. Garen became withdrawn and eccentric, while Yinger grew taciturn. You're off to school soon. Refrain from engaging in boisterous activities and focus on your studies to secure a place in a good university, their father, Lombard, said while consuming a salad. And Yinger, too, Stop burying yourself in novels and concentrate on your studies. Luo Jing silently consumed his cake, occasionally taking a sip of milk. He glanced at his sister's attire, noticing a black, silver-tinged emblem on her chest. A garland encircling a line of lettering IT denoted her uniform as a female student at St. Oriole Academy. He examined his own attire. A tailored white shirt with black silver trim at the cuffs and collar, paired with slim-fitting black trousers and black leather shoes. The ensemble appeared stylish and sophisticated. The siblings' appearances were unremarkable, enhanced only by their black-purple hair and wynard eyes. His sister's features were ordinary, with scattered freckles and blemishes. Garen's hair was disheveled, his eyes dull, and his sockets sunken, giving him an unhealthy appearance. After finishing breakfast, Luo Jing managed to assimilate most of Garen's memories. The siblings assisted with clearing the table before retiring to their respective rooms to prepare their school belongings. "Brother, have you seen my history book?" Yinger called from a room. He busied himself with gathering his own books: history, geography, etiquette, mathematics, and an array of other subjects. The curriculum was more extensive than that of a high school on Earth, with courses such as swordsmanship and archery. After stuffing the books into his black bag, Garen exhaled softly and approached the window. He pushed it open, and a rush of damp, cool air greeted him. Below, between two residential buildings, lay a paved square. On the left, a group of people were queuing before a burly man holding a banner. The crowd was gradually growing larger, though their destination was unclear. The banner bore the words "Collins must win." Directly below, a woman pushed a gray-yellow wooden cart from the entrance of his building. It was laden with the ingredients and equipment for selling snacks. Suddenly, a white bird flew past Garen's vision, circling before disappearing from sight. He awoke with a start, realizing that he had truly arrived in another world. He stood on the fourth floor of his home, overlooking an environment entirely unlike China. The inhabitants were adorned with blonde, silver, or red hair, and their eyes were of various hues. Their complexions ranged from dark to fair. Furthermore, they communicated in a language similar to English. Having acquired Garen's memories, Luo Jing was able to comprehend their speech and writing. A stable vocation was the greatest aspiration the siblings' parents held for them. Based on the knowledge I've gleaned, this world is likely in the midst of the Industrial Revolution, possessing firearms but lacking decisive strategic weaponry. The global structure is similar to that of the pre-nuclear era, he mused. It bears no resemblance to the worlds of magic, martial arts, or cultivation I imagined. There is not even a hint of the supernatural. Upon contemplating this, he found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed with his life. Initially, upon realizing he had traversed to another realm, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Yet upon deeper reflection, he discovered that this world was merely a primitive technological civilization. Very well, I shall take it one step at a time, he mused, raising his slender arm, akin to a bamboo stalk, and allowing a resigned smile to escape his lips. With his backpack in tow, the siblings made their way to the threshold of their home. Ensuring the door was securely closed, Galen, holding a bag of household refuse, led the way down the stairwell. As he descended, he took the opportunity to observe the other residents and the state of this era. The stairwell was somewhat dim, with only 2 households on each floor. To the left of each door hung a brass mailbox, inscribed with names, bearing the marks of time. The siblings remained silent until they reached the stairwell exit, where Galen disposed of the refuse in the trash bin. He cast a glance at his younger sister, Yinger, who stood half a head shorter than him. She was the daughter of their father's previous marriage, while he was the offspring of his mother and her late husband. Thus, despite their shared hair and eye color, they were not blood relatives. Their fraternal bond was rather ordinary, slightly surpassing that of mere acquaintances. As was customary, they boarded the bus designated for the academy, where a scattering of students was already seated. Chapter 2. Garen and his sister settled into their seats towards the back, casting a glance at the students occupying the front rows, all clad in the uniforms of St. Ing Academy. The girls, like his sister, wore crisp white short-sleeve tops paired with ultra-short skirts and black tights, while the boys were dressed in fitted, stylish white shirts, black trousers, and polished shoes, presenting a uniformity that was both striking and orderly. These students were clustered in various groups, their laughter echoing as they engaged in lively conversations. Not long after the vehicle set off, it came to another halt, allowing more students from 2 additional academies to board. This pattern of stops continued several times, and soon, Two handsome young men boarded the bus, laughing and chatting. One was tall and slender, while the other was robustly built, each exuding a unique air of confidence that immediately drew the attention of several girls on the bus. Garen, seated beside his sister, noticed that Air's gaze was unconsciously drawn to the two newcomers. Comparing himself to them, he sighed in resignation, casting a fleeting glance their way before diverting his eyes. In a vehicle filled with ordinary boys like himself, he felt like a mere backdrop in the presence of such outstanding individuals. Turning his profile towards the window, Garen observed the scenery passing by. The clean, gray-white streets were lined with black lampposts, and the buildings flanking the road were predominantly unremarkable white concrete structures, interspersed with a few quaint white stone houses that hinted at a European architectural style. Occasionally, cars sped by from the side. "Oh, I see," Garen replied, his tone as casual as ever. "By the way, how many ranks did you rise in your last exam? Did Dad buy you a bunny bear? And what of it?" Air snapped her head away, ignoring him. "If your grades improve, Mom will buy you a gift too." Garen smiled gently, choosing to remain silent. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed 5 faint crimson figures gradually materializing beneath his line of sight. They represented 4 different attributes, denoted by peculiar symbols he did not recognize, yet he understood their meanings intuitively. His smile faded in an instant, and a jolt of surprise coursed through him as he quickly scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no one had noticed his anomaly. The chatter continued unabated, and the usual anecdotes about school life persisted. Meanwhile, his sister took out a history book and began to recite passages quietly. He focused intently on the 5 symbols below, his lips moving slightly as he mentally articulated their meanings. Strength 0. 31. Agility 0. 22. Constitution 0. 27. Intelligence 0. 32. Potential 25. At that moment, as he mentally pronounced the meanings of the 5 symbols, a brief surge of residual memories flooded into his mind. This potential, once fully realized, could directly enhance the preceding 4 attributes. Garen stared in bewilderment at the final figure, the 25 potential, feeling it was almost too surreal to comprehend. Was this not akin to playing a game, allowing one to alter their attributes in the real world at will? He understood well that in this era of technological stagnation, where warfare still relied on a blend of cold and hot weapons, if this extraordinary ability could indeed augment his attributes, then his future would surely be beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. However, it could not possibly be an illusion. Galen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps I have simply gone mad in my longing for superpowers. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a halt. "We have arrived." Everyone disembarked. The driver, a man adorned with a bushy beard, turned around and shouted loudly. The students aboard the bus began to alight one after another. Air nudged Galen as a reminder, then grabbed her backpack and stepped off the bus first. At the edge of a vast, circular expanse of verdant grass, several black buses were parked steadily, from which students of St. Academy were continuously emerging, clad in uniforms of white tops and black bottoms. Among them, the last to disembark from one of the buses was a frail boy with a sickly complexion, purple hair, and red eyes, appearing utterly listless. It resembled schools back on Earth quite closely. Following the throng of students, Galen made his way toward the buildings on the lawn. He was enrolled in the 1st District sophomore class. Navigating through his memories, Galen swiftly joined the flow of students entering the left side of the expansive campus. He paused in front of a trapezoidal building, then ascended the stone steps with purpose. On the 2nd floor, the brass plaque designating the sophomore class hung prominently on the 2nd classroom door. Galen entered alongside 2 boys, then effortlessly settled into a seat by the window at the back, stuffing his backpack under the desk. He then devoted his attention to studying the 5 attribute symbols below his line of sight. After all, he had only been in the class for a semester, and with his introverted nature, he had yet to make any friends. The 3rd lesson was about etiquette, during which Galen continuously tested the connection between his physical state and attributes. Suddenly, he sensed a flicker in the potential percentage of his vision, as if it had quivered momentarily. Startled, he quickly glanced around but found nothing amiss, then lifted his gaze toward the podium. The etiquette teacher was an elegant man with a neatly trimmed mustache and glasses, maintaining a poised demeanor that exuded an air of natural grace. "Now, let us distribute these jewels, pass them around, and observe closely. Nobility is not merely defined by material wealth, but fundamentally by the richness of one's inner self. Qualities such as self-discipline, elegance, dignity, responsibility, and courage, coupled with a refined appearance and demeanor, collectively characterize true nobility." Simply possessing abundant wealth without substance renders one no more than a nouveau riche. Gallon sat at the back, observing as the boxes were passed forward for inspection. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he noticed a gradual change in the faint red attributes beneath his vision. The final potential attribute began to rise slowly, incrementing from 25 to 26, akin to the swift leap of a second hand on a clock. With wide eyes, Gallon watched as his classmates passed the boxes around. Most merely glanced at the contents, clearly accustomed to such jewels, finding them unremarkable. Only a handful of students appeared genuinely excited upon receiving a box, predominantly those from less affluent backgrounds. After a lengthy wait of over 10 minutes, the mahogany box finally reached the student in front of Gallon, a slightly overweight boy with glasses. The boy casually rummaged through the box before turning it around and handing it to Gallon. "Here." "Thank you," Gallon replied, carefully accepting the box. The moment he grasped it, a peculiar tingling sensation coursed through his body as a refreshing aura began to flow steadily from his fingertips into him, reminiscent of the cool air from a refrigerator. Quickly setting down the box, Gallon reached inside and uncovered a blackish-red pearl. "This is it," he murmured, gently pinching the pearl. The invigorating chill intensified. In the attribute bar below his vision, the potential percentage surged dramatically as if under the influence of a potent elixir, soaring from 26 to 50 in a matter of seconds, then to 80, and finally reaching 100. At that very moment, Gallon sensed the blackish-red pearl in his hand dim slightly, as if it had aged significantly. The student who had passed the box was a girl with a red ponytail. She frowned and cast a fleeting glance at him before taking the box back without a second thought, passing it to a boy in front of her. Gallon recognized this girl, named Afe, who, like him, came from a modest background. However, unlike Gallon, Afe excelled academically, demonstrating great self-discipline, her personality somewhat rigid. The only similarity between them was their limited circle of friends in class. Paying her little mind, Gallon remained focused on the potential percentage displayed beneath his vision. A nebulous and enigmatic energy swirled within his gaze, a phenomenon that manifested only when one's potential reached its zenith. He harbored an instinctive feeling that if he concentrated intently on the other 4 attributes for a mere 3 seconds, this ethereal current would surge towards one of those traits. It appeared that I am not merely delusional, but indeed possess this extraordinary ability. At that moment, Gallon felt a surge of exhilaration after decades of existence. He was unexpectedly confronted with the realization of a childhood dream of wielding special powers. Even his typically composed nature found it challenging to contain his excitement. Thus, upon which attribute should this energy be bestowed? Gallon's gaze flitted restlessly among the 4 attributes: strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence, until the end of class. He remained indecisive regarding the allocation of this newfound power. He had thoroughly convinced himself of the authenticity of this innate gift. Suddenly, the crisp chime of the dismissal bell echoed through the room. The etiquette instructor stowed away her belongings and strode out of the classroom, instantly transforming the atmosphere from serene silence to raucous chatter. Gallon jolted upright from his desk, exhaling a sigh of relief. Abruptly, a pang of hunger gripped his stomach, compelling him to clutch it with his hand. An unprecedented sensation of hunger surged from his abdomen. Leaning forward, he glanced around to ensure no one was paying him any heed, then rummaged through his pocket, extracting several pale blue banknotes, each inscribed with modest denominations of 1 and 5. After counting them carefully, his brow furrowed slightly. With a mere 15 yuan in pocket money, he realized this sum would scarcely suffice for a week. Moreover, despite having consumed breakfast earlier, the sudden onset of hunger when his potential peaked suggested that this ability was not solely drawn from gemstones but was intricately linked to his own digestive essence. A sharp tap on his shoulder jolted him from his thoughts. "Gallon, shall we return to our usual spot for lunch?" A youthful male voice resonated from behind him. By the window, the speaker was Corrido, one of the few classmates with whom Gallon shared a degree of familiarity. "Yesterday, we dined on jasmine tea delicacies. I wonder what is on the menu today?" Another boy leaned in and murmured, "If they have that special dark purple jam again, I would like to order that." "All right. I'll fetch the goat milk. Pass me the money, 5 each." Corrido extended his palm, open and expectant. It was customary for the students to enjoy warm goat milk before lunch, a tradition embraced by nearly all. The moment Corrido extended his hand, a throng of eager classmates surged forward, depositing a flurry of 5 yuan notes into his grasp. "I want. Mine. And I." A multitude of voices clamored, emerging from their previous obscurity at the prospect of someone willing to procure the milk. Corrido fumbled to collect and tally the bills. "That's 12 servings. Gallon, aren't you having any milk?" I could pick up something else for you as well. No, thank you. You know I am not fond of goat milk. Galen hastily declined, feigning an air of indifference, though in truth, his pockets were devoid of funds. Even if he had a preference, he could only profess disinterest. He needed to reserve that scant amount for other necessities. Previously, Galen had consistently employed this excuse to evade, and he simply followed suit. Unexpectedly, Kalito genuinely assumed that he had an aversion to it. No worries, you should buy a box and give it a try. It tastes quite delightful. Besides, I'll bring it for you anyway, so what is there to fear? No need. I truly dislike it, Galen repeatedly declined. Just give it a taste, it's fine. I really don't enjoy drinking. You all can have it. Well then. Kalito shrugged in resignation and swiftly exited the classroom. He shook his head in exasperation. And as he did so, his peripheral vision caught sight of the girl, Effie, on his right. She happened to be mimicking his posture, appearing to study diligently. Yet her little stomach was unnaturally sucked in, attempting to prevent any sounds from escaping. Effie seemed to have noticed his gaze as well, glancing over in his direction. Their eyes met, both flushing with embarrassment, as if they comprehended their shared predicament. An instant connection of mutual understanding blossomed between them. After consuming goat's milk, Galen joined a group of boys, laughing and chatting as they descended the stairs towards the central cafeteria. The cafeteria, situated at the heart of the academy, was encircled by countless student dormitories, resembling a solid black cube with entrances and exits on all sides. A throng of students bustled in and out, and upon stepping outside, the sweet aroma of bread and cakes wafted through the air, accompanied by the clamor of students. Together with the boys, Galen enjoyed a complimentary meal, finally managing to quell the gnawing hunger within. Exiting alongside the flow of students, Galen tilted his head to gaze at the sun-drenched sky, feeling the radiant warmth upon his face. Indeed, this prestigious institution, ranked among the top 100 in the Federation, boasted the finest cuisine in the city of Huaishan. St. Nightingale Academy surely excelled in this regard. The afternoon classes were brief, concluding at 3 o'clock, providing an opportune moment to test whether my abilities bore any fruit. As the afternoon sun cast its tangerine rays across Huaishan, it bathed the uneven skyline in a vibrant crimson hue, with several spires and domes reflecting a mirror-like sheen. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying warm currents through the air. To the north of the city, on the left side of the renowned St. Nightingale Academy, stood a spacious courtyard adorned with a mix of gray and redwood. The modest structures at the forefront were flanked by 2 expansive playgrounds in the rear. In one corner of the yellow playground, shaded by trees, a group of youths clad in yellow uniforms engaged in vigorous practice against wooden posts, the rhythmic sound of their strikes resonating continuously. A young man in white, hands clasped behind his back, wandered among the boys, occasionally correcting their improper techniques. Near the edge of the shade, one particular yellow-clad youth with violet hair and wine-red eyes was none other than Galen, who had come directly from St. Nightingale Academy. This locale was a modest martial arts school, dedicated to imparting fundamental combat skills. He and 2 classmates had impulsively enrolled in this dojo, motivated solely by the sight of the robust apprentices, hoping to enhance their physical fitness through training. At this moment, Galen gently tapped the wooden post in front of him with a rhythmic motion. The post, level with his height, was a deep yellow, its surface enveloped in a layer of yellow rubber, ensuring that each strike caused no discomfort to his hands. After a brief period of practice, he paused to catch his breath. In his memory, Galen was of average talent, yet he had diligently honed his skills, mastering the fundamental combat techniques taught at the Baiyun Martial Arts School. However, his physical aptitude was severely lacking, in a world devoid of inner strength and supernatural powers. Physical shortcomings rendered all efforts futile. Leaning against the sturdy cylindrical post, Galen took a moment to organize his thoughts. At Baiyun Martial Arts School, the headmaster was seldom seen. Instruction was primarily delivered by disciples of the headmaster, whose foundational skills were exceptionally solid. Galen's gaze fell upon a young man clad in white, approaching him, Loya. Alongside him was a girl named Shamanra. Although Galen had become quite proficient in the basic combat techniques, his poor physique meant he remained overlooked. With a plan forming in his mind, he resumed his training, guided by the instinctual memory of his body. Within moments, a young girl with black hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in white, approached briskly from the distance. She exchanged a few hushed words with Loya, who then made his way towards the exit of the training ground, where someone appeared to be waiting for him. The ponytailed girl, clad in white, was Shamanra, who was substituting for Loya as an instructor. The students were mostly familiar with her, and no one expressed any confusion. Galen cast a quick glance at Shamanra. Her long legs were her most striking feature, She was tall and slender, with an alluring visage and fair skin. As she demonstrated the correct movements, her vigorous actions drew the attention of several male students, who occasionally stole glances at her, some even exerting themselves more vigorously against the wooden posts. One male student, deliberately making a mistake, attracted Shamanra's notice, resulting in a playful reprimand accompanied by a light tap on his head. Indeed, being taught by Shamanra was a most pleasant experience. Two male students whispered to each other. Galen felt exasperated. He had painstakingly saved money to practice martial arts, not to admire beautiful women. Suddenly, Shamanra's voice rang out. "All right, let us pair up for one-on-one practice, and then rank the results. As usual, the 5 with the lowest ranks will be responsible for cleaning the training ground." Galen's movements gradually ceased, his hand resting on the soft rubber of the post. In the training hall, they engaged in ranking exercises daily. Galen had consistently found himself among the last, often relegated to the task of cleaning, with only occasional victories. Among the 20 students, he was considered the weakest. Upon hearing that they would begin ranking practice, Galen's gaze immediately settled on a silver-haired girl. He had lost to her in their last encounter, and she was again likely to be in the cleaning ranks. The girl, however, remained oblivious to his stare, engrossed in conversation with her companion, occasionally breaking into light laughter. She was acutely aware that no matter how much one practiced basic combat techniques, the maximum enhancement achievable was merely a 1.5-fold increase in explosive power. The training effects were exceedingly limited, and the practice itself posed significant challenges. Only those with a genuine passion for martial arts and a resolute spirit could truly dedicate themselves to rigorous training. The majority of martial arts schools employed such methods to identify promising talents for further cultivation. Galen continued to review the fundamental combat techniques, engaging his body in warm-up exercises while focusing his attention on the 5 attribute symbols beneath his field of vision. "I can effectively utilize basic combat techniques to enhance my physical condition, supplemented by attribute increases to accelerate my growth. With this dual approach, I believe no one could surpass my progress. However, I remain uncertain about the magnitude of the attribute point bonuses." He cautiously examined each symbol in his view. Strength 0. 31. Agility 0. 22. Constitution 0. 27. Intelligence 0. 32. Potential 100. His attention flowed through the 5 options, yet no memories were activated, leading Galen to pause in disappointment. "All right, prepare to begin sparring," Shamanra's voice called out. For parents and families, these pursuits were akin to music and dance, regarded merely as aspects of quality education, enabling children to become well-rounded individuals. Like all the other students, Galen paired off according to their rankings. Before him stood the same girl from last time. She had an average appearance, a slender waist, but was somewhat flat-chested, with short silver hair tinged with a hint of red in the sunset's glow. Number 15, Delilah. Number 16, Galen. They faced each other, exchanging names and rankings. "Begin," Shamanra shouted. Instantly, Galen and Delilah disregarded everyone else, concentrating solely on each other's movements. The basic combat techniques did not teach any fighting maneuvers. Rather, they provided a simple framework for physical training and explosive power techniques. In Galen's memory, there were no elaborate routines. The so-called sparring merely consisted of 2 individuals relying on their past fighting experiences to confront one another, with the explosive power techniques amplifying their strength significantly. In fact, this was the intent of the martial arts school, to foster strength-based confrontations among students. With this thought in mind, Galen ceased to hesitate and lunged forward, delivering a punch towards Delilah's left shoulder. He had not yet allocated any attribute points, aiming to gauge the true extent of his physical capabilities. However, as his fist was mid-air, Delilah deftly sidestepped to her right, then collided her shoulder forcefully against Galen. Both of their speeds were modest, and Galen quickly reacted, bracing himself to shoulder-check her back. Previously, Galen had wrestled with Delilah for quite some time, ultimately succumbing to her prowess as a girl. A soft sound seemed to resonate in his mind as Galen felt his muscles suddenly surge, momentarily experiencing a sensation of heightened strength. Upon checking his strength attribute, he noted the figure had risen from 0.31 to 0.41. Such a mere increment of 0.1 resulted in such a pronounced physical sensation. Galen was slightly taken aback. Gazing once more at the panting Delilah across from him, Galen charged forward without uttering a word. This time, as his feet propelled against the ground, he felt a distinct surge in his speed. The raw strength he exerted transformed into explosive power, amplifying his velocity in an unexpectedly sudden manner. With a resounding thud, Delilah spun halfway around before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Her face was a portrait of astonishment, gasping for breath. Her eyes locked onto Galen with a mixture of disbelief and admiration. You actually, Huff, possess such strength. Shamanra, too, noted Galen's sudden display of prowess. Though his foundation was lacking, he was among the 5 individuals she had observed. After jotting down his number, she offered him a faint smile and a nod. You should take a moment to rest. Certainly, Shamanra. Galen wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and moved aside to sit on the ground, awaiting the others who had lost to finalize their rankings. Nearly half of the participants were in the same predicament. As he watched the remaining students practice in the shade of the trees, he began to keenly sense the transformation within his own strength. Lifting his frail arm, he was startled to discover a faint outline of muscle, a stark contrast to his previous emaciated state. The mere increase in strength had yielded such a significant transformation, he estimated his power had augmented by at least 1/3, positioning him comfortably within the 15th rank among the students, though surpassing that would likely remain out of reach. Nonetheless, this improvement far surpassed his former capabilities. If such a remarkable enhancement was possible in strength alone, what about the other attributes? Agility, constitution, intelligence. If those facets also experienced similar advancements? Excitement surged within Galen as he contemplated the potential. It seemed imperative to investigate the source of this newfound potential. If his strength, constitution, and speed could be continuously enhanced, he would undoubtedly meet the criteria for admission into the martial arts academy, thereby securing a commendable source of income. The increase in strength did not significantly alter Galen's school life. He merely consumed slightly more food than before. Academically, he had become utterly disengaged, directing all his focus towards the study of attribute symbols. To further gather potential percentages, he began to pay attention to the jewelry worn by the girls, often venturing to the city's jewelry stores after school under the pretense of selecting pieces to purchase. After scouring the various jewelry stores throughout the city, Galen stumbled upon a secondhand jewelry resale shop where he discovered items that could enhance his potential, a sapphire and a minuscule red diamond from a pair of earrings. Just the mere contact with these 2 treasures elevated his potential percentage to 89. Regrettably, he had not encountered any more such extraordinary jewelry thereafter. Galen also discerned a pattern. Only antique jewelry seemed to possess the capacity to be absorbed for potential enhancement. Galen, are you going to the Bibo Lake this weekend? On the rooftop, several male and female students stood together, leaning against the railing as they casually chatted, their voices mingling in the crisp morning air. The pale sunlight of dawn cast a cool glow, lacking warmth against their skin. Galen leaned against the railing among the boys, accompanied by Khaled and 2 recently acquainted fellows, Faye and Jack, while the girls present included Eofi and 2 of Faye's friends. The 7 of them had only grown familiar with one another that week. Where's Bibo Lake? Galen inquired, casting a glance at Khaled. It's near the paper mill on the outskirts of the city. I visited it once before. And the swans there are abundant, not to mention a variety of other birds. Khaled gestured towards the girls chatting animatedly behind them, a sly grin creeping onto his face. The key point is that it's quite secluded. Jack interjected suddenly. He appeared to be rather mature, with short red hair and a dark complexion, exuding an air of sincerity. However, he rather enjoyed using his appearance to deceive young girls emotionally. Makes it easier to approach, Galen added. And the 2 shared a chuckle. Khaled shot a knowing look at Faye. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. It's not just us girls going. Faye's previous female friends will be joining as well. Galen shook his head, having met some of Faye's other female acquaintances. Faye came from a good family, and the girls he associated with were undeniably attractive, but during their last outing, those girls were engrossed in their own conversations and fun, completely dismissing the impoverished students on their side. They held no interest in them whatsoever. Even if Faye tried to mediate, nothing changed. If it's going to be like last time, then it's best I skip it, he remarked casually. Besides, I don't have spare cash. I'd rather not join the fray. You all go enjoy yourselves. Recently, he had developed a bit of muscle, and his appearance had shifted from a frail figure to one that was rather handsome. No worries, I'll cover your share. It's not that much money, Khaled said nonchalantly, patting Galen on the shoulder. It's much more fun when everyone goes together. What is the point of going solo? If we don't stick together, we'll gradually drift apart. You don't intend to isolate yourself from us, do you? Another round of covering. Galen sighed, recalling how Khaled had helped him out last time. Why dwell on that? Let us just agree on this. We'll meet at the school gate tomorrow at 9 in the morning, and we'll head out together. How does that sound? Khaled decisively set a time. Fine, I have no objections. The other 2 echoed their agreement. Galen, despite his reluctance, found it hard to resist Khaled's enthusiasm, which hinted at a potential end to their friendship if he declined, so he reluctantly acquiesced. After setting the time, they discussed it with the girls. But each of them had prior commitments and declined. Eifai, with her red ponytail, stood atop the building, her right hand pressing against her black-purple miniskirt. The wind was particularly strong at her position, causing the hem of her skirt to flutter upwards. Eifai, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, pressed down on her skirt, anxious about a potential wardrobe malfunction. Although she wore tights, the thought of her skirt flipping up was something any girl would find intolerable. Upon hearing the invitation to buy Bow Lake, Effie instinctively glanced at Gallon. Ever since the incident with the goat's milk, an unexpected kinship had formed between them. "Are you going too, Gallon?" she inquired unconsciously. "I have no choice," Gallon replied with a wry smile. "Fine has promised me that if I attend, I can see the jewelry collection at his home. You know my interests. She is practicing in the archery department, claiming she is preparing for some competition. Although her studies are lacking, she excels in other areas," Gallon explained. He felt compelled to attend, knowing that Fine's family possessed an ancient piece of jewelry that was unattainable elsewhere, dating back to a time long past, reminiscent of the black pearl he had absorbed previously. To further enhance his attributes, he had no option but to agree. The last boost in strength had allowed him to secure the 14th position at the Bayun Martial Arts School, and after delving deeper into the potential of absorbable jewels, Gallon began to sense that this world might not be as straightforward as he had once believed. Chapter 5: Excursion at the Serene by Bow Lake. Azure waters glistened under the sun, framed by verdant hills and adorned with scattered white birds gliding gracefully across the surface. A gentle breeze swept through, sending ripples dancing across the pale blue lake, causing the reflections of the undulating mountains to blur ever so slightly. A group of boys meandered along the yellow, gravelly shore and soon discovered a prime spot to settle down, extracting tools and materials from their bags. Gallon cast a glance towards the girls, where Finiston and her companions stood in the shade of a tree. The radiant beauty, clad in a pristine, cinched white dress that billowed gently in the breeze, bore a striking resemblance to a princess from an opera. Her long, golden hair cascaded elegantly to one side, while her porcelain skin shimmered with a soft luminescence, and her eyes, a cool blue, held a hint of regal pride akin to the purest sapphire. Turning his gaze back to his own group, Gallon observed himself, Calido, Finn, and Jack, all of whom were rather unrefined in their attire. Their mismatched outfits in hues of earthy yellow, gray, white, and black, lacking the finesse of coordination, rendered them akin to a ragtag band. In contrast to the girls, their appearance suddenly felt starkly inferior. Finiston was a friend of Finn's cousin, invited to join them for a leisurely outing. "She exudes such elegance," Calido remarked while crouching to assemble the fire pit. "Indeed, I've never encountered anyone with such a commanding presence at school," Jack whispered, adding, "Having a girlfriend like that would be unbeatable. She's merely a friend of my cousin. I don't know her well." "Just take it easy," Finn interjected. "I didn't anticipate my cousin would bring her along. I thought she'd come with her friends." He shrugged nonchalantly. Gallon chuckled and joined Calido on the ground, starting to arrange the untidy firewood. Compared to the immaculate Finiston, they seemed to inhabit entirely different realms, grappling with the messy stones and branches. "Care for a game of cards?" Calido suggested, inching closer. The cards he referred to were the childhood favorites of ordinary folk, crafted from folded paper into rectangular shapes, each bearing varying quantities of dots, akin to a simple deck of playing cards. Gallon, along with Jack and Finn, perked up at the sight of Calido producing a somewhat worn set of yellow cards. "What's at stake?" "Loser cooks the meat and fish, one piece at a time." They formed a circle on the ground, scattering cards atop a white stone, engrossed in their game before long. Finiston, standing in the shade, observed the boys immersed in their playful antics amidst the muddy stones. Though her gem-like eyes held no trace of disdain, an unspoken distance placed her on a higher pedestal, as if she existed in a different sphere altogether from the students of this small town, originally passing through the city. Her presence here was merely a result of a friend's invitation for a brief respite. A girl with short red hair approached, joining her as they watched the boys at play. "That fiend is my cousin, albeit a distant one. The students here particularly enjoy gathering around a grand bonfire in the evenings for barbecues. Are you interested? I could ask them to include you shortly." "No, thank you. It sounds rather unclean." Phineas frowned slightly. "I merely came to unwind. I would prefer to be alone for a while." Gallon engaged in a game of cards with them, noticing how their gazes inadvertently drifted towards the girls, which struck him as amusing. With a discreet and light touch, he palmed an extra card while playing and overlapped it with another. Casting a glance at the other three, he was astonished that no one noticed. This repetition continued until... Suddenly, he flicked his cards. My apologies, but I have one. Ah. The others were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting confusion and surprise. Galen smiled, leisurely organizing his cards. Observing his friend's speechless expressions, he was inexplicably reminded of his former self. Before he had traversed to this realm, Galen would invariably be overwhelmed in any dispute with his sister, completely bested by her fierce blows. His sister, Inger, possessed formidable archery and martial skills. Far from the fragile appearance she projected, delivering punches that landed with force. From the moment their parents wed, he had been at the mercy of his younger sister, who began bullying him at the age of 2, when he was merely 3, and playing cards or engaging in other activities. The previous Galen was devoid of confidence and lacked adaptability, resulting in constant failures and a dwindling sense of self-assurance. A significant impetus for him to engage in physical training and combat practice stemmed from his inability to prevail against his sister. Reflecting on his memories, he recalled a moment in middle school, prior to high school, when he had been reduced to tears by her. A smile twitched at the corners of his mouth at the recollection. Being wept over by his own sister at such an age was indeed a profound embarrassment, especially when he had to hide away in his room to cry. It was no wonder their sibling bond felt so tenuous. Galen suddenly found himself regretting his transition into this body. With a resounding thud, a black feathered arrow shot forth from the bowstring, striking the edge of the red bullseye on the distant target. Clad in a pristine archery uniform, Inger slowly lowered her longbow, exhaling softly. Her performance was still somewhat inconsistent. You've done well. That distance is impressive, remarked a blue-haired girl standing nearby. If you can maintain this level of proficiency, I shall entrust you with the position of vice president of the archery club. The student roles at St. Ing Academy differ from those at ordinary schools. Senior positions bestow authority to partake in school governance, granting certain privileges concerning significant matters. They are more than mere student leaders. The blue-haired girl nodded. Moreover, aside from that, I have addressed the incident from last time when you struck someone. It's best to avoid such occurrences in the future. At the very least, refrain from inflicting severe injuries, as it complicates matters considerably. I am immensely grateful, Minister. I shall exercise restraint. Inger bowed her head in acknowledgement, aware that the archery club's president held high expectations for her and consistently assisted in managing various trivial matters. She is the type of person who yields to gentleness rather than force, which has instilled in her a profound sense of guilt towards the minister. Had it not been for the altercation, she would have long ascended to the position of vice minister of the archery club. However, the last incident was also due to. Ingo continued her practice alone, but after just a few minutes, a girl with short brown hair rushed in and whispered a few words to her. Inger's expression instantly shifted. No matter how incompetent, he is still my brother. Who dares to lay a finger on him is showing me disrespect. Let us go. She set down her longbow and, clad in her archery attire, stormed out of the dojo in a fit of rage. A few spirited girls followed suit, creating a scene reminiscent of a gang leader's entourage. A girl with blue hair observed from a distance, shaking her head in exasperation. How many times has it been? Is she overly attached to her brother? Each time such an incident occurs, her temper flares. Xiaoling, keep an eye out to prevent any mishaps. Inger is our club's most promising candidate for the upcoming competition. We cannot afford for her to inflict serious harm and jeopardize her eligibility. A petite girl with red hair nodded silently and hurried out the door. The remaining members, accustomed to such occurrences, resumed their practice as if nothing had happened, with only a few shaking their heads and chuckling. In front of family elders, she presents herself as obedient and understanding, yet in the presence of unfamiliar individuals, she embodies a visage of violence and terror. Ingo's temperament has become well known among the veterans of the club. The sky was a clear, pale blue, with wisps of clouds delicately draping the horizon. Galen sat upon a white stone, slowly rotating a skewer of grilled meat, the enticing aroma of spicy, crispy delicacies wafting from the flames. The golden-brown surface of the meat was dotted with tiny, sizzling oil bubbles. He placed the skewer on the grill and glanced at the others, who were preoccupied, hurriedly sprinkling seasonings on their own skewers, oblivious to his presence. Rising, he walked to the edge of the lake, crouched down, and cupped his hands to splash cool water on his face, washing away the smoky residue. The icy water invigorated him, sharpening his senses. Turning his gaze, he noticed that several girls had wandered far off, gathered on a riverbank, unfurling a clean white cloth upon which they arranged various food items. He let out a sigh. It has already been so many days since his transmigration. He glanced at his attributes below. Agility and physique had each increased by 0.01, a testament to his recent physical training. His potential remained at 89. Only 11 more to go. It all hinges on whether Fane's gemstone proves effective. If not, he would have to seek alternative means. Gems with potential are exceedingly rare. The black pearl presented by the etiquette instructor that day had an unknown origin, astonishingly absorbing a full percentage of potential in one go. Following the river downstream on the right lay the suburban paper mill. My uncle works there. Shall we go for a visit? Calito pointed towards the river on the right. What is there to see at a paper mill? Fane was about to respond when, suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from afar. It appears that the young women have encountered something terrifying as their voices drift from afar. A few individuals quickly rose to their feet and gazed into the distance. Where 3 girls were situated, 2 had already collapsed to the ground, retreating in fear, while another had hastily distanced herself, too frightened to approach the 2. Finiston was among those who had fallen. Something has gone awry. We must investigate. Gallon was the first to react, prompting several boys to abandon their barbecue and rush over. On the dusky yellow riverbank, amidst the scattered stones, a small snake of dark purple hue raised its head high, incessantly flicking its crimson tongue and emitting a hissing sound. The 2 girls lay on the ground, trembling in terror, as one of them bore a deep crimson bite on her calf. Chapter 6. Establishing subjects. The creature in question was the Panagia snake, a highly venomous amphibian. Quickly, administer the antidote. Gallon immediately recognized the snake. Recalling that he had not traversed through this world in vain, he had retained a significant amount of knowledge about it. Having encountered this species in his rural childhood, he identified it without hesitation. As he spoke, Gallon kicked a pebble. With a sharp sound, the stone struck near the black snake, startling it into a swift retreat into the water, disappearing quickly beneath the surface, leaving only faint ripples behind. How do we administer the antidote? Inna, Faye's cousin and the only girl who had not been bitten, asked, her voice trembling with distress. First, wash the wound, and then find some willow leaves to chew and apply, Gallon instructed firmly. At that moment, both boys and girls appeared somewhat at a loss. But Gallon's calm demeanor as an adult stood out clearly. He directed the boys to fetch willow leaves while the girls tended to the wounded, cleaning the bite and extracting some of the venom. Soon, the task was completed. The bitten girl looked as though she might cry but held back her tears. Finiston rose from the ground, smoothing her disheveled hair and dress, her gaze fixed on Gallon, who was orchestrating the efforts with composure, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. I shall remember your assistance for my friend, she said calmly, carefully supporting her companion. It was merely a small matter, Gallon shrugged nonchalantly, his decades of psychological maturity preventing him from dwelling on such trivialities. However, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, I have a fondness for ancient jewelry. If you possess any, I would be delighted to admire it. His gaze subtly lingered on the delicate skin of Finiston's neck, where a blue-black cord was worn. At that moment, as he approached, he noticed the potential percentage in his vision fluctuating once more, this time leaping 2 increments, from 89 to 92. He was certain that Finiston possessed a piece of potential jewelry, likely of a far superior quality than a black pearl. Jewelry? Finiston inquired, her brow slightly furrowing. Faye, standing nearby, approached with a wry smile and explained, Gallon has a penchant for ancient jewelry. He originally had no intention of coming here. It was only because I mentioned the possibility of showing him a family heirloom that he agreed to join us. Do you aspire to become a jewelry appraiser? Finiston asked, contemplating, before turning her hands over and unfastening the black cord from her neck. Everyone then beheld the object suspended from the cord, a diamond-shaped, pale blue crystal, roughly the size of a fingernail, encasing a small silver ring within. This is an antiquity I stumbled upon long ago. This should pique your interest, no? Finiston offered the crystal to Gallon. Taking the crystal into his hands, Gallon examined it closely. While it might not possess significant monetary value, its age was apparent. It is quite beautiful, he remarked, and as soon as it was in his grasp, a surge of warmth erupted from the crystal, coursing through his fingers. The potential in his vision soared upwards like a rocket. 92%, 98%, 103%, 132%, 177%, 181%. The potential percentage finally came to a halt at the figure of 181. Gallon gazed at the crystal in his hand, sensing as if something within it was slowly dissipating, while its form remained unchanged. Suppressing the joy swelling within him, he cautiously extended the crystal forward. It is quite an exquisite crystal. If possible, might I inquire about the story behind this gem? Finiston paused upon receiving it, taken aback by his question. You know of it? What do you mean? Is there a significant history associated with it? At that moment, the red-haired girl who had been bitten by the snake, having finally managed to tend to her wounds, approached with curiosity, eager to learn more about their conversation. Indeed, there is a bit of lore, Finiston nodded. It is called the Ring of Misfortune, and it is said that its bearer will encounter various calamities, ultimately succumbing to an untimely death. However, I do not believe this trinket possesses the power to bring about such demise. My interest in this matter led me to acquire it personally, yet I suspect that this world is rife with replicas. Thus, it is possible that mine is not genuine. Galen acknowledged her words, recognizing that the crystal was indeed steeped in a widely circulated tale, much like the two jewels from which he had previously absorbed potential, each accompanied by their own narratives, whether good or ill. This further solidified his hypothesis. Only jewels with a background story could absorb potential. Your audacity is remarkable. What if it were true? The previous bearers met untimely ends. How can you be sure? The two girls, now recovered, surrounded Finiston, eager to hear more about the crystal's tale. Galen, having absorbed potential, sauntered to the water and Apos' edge, feigning the act of washing his hands and face. He had tested his strength previously and noted considerable changes. Thus, he pondered which attribute to enhance this time. His gaze drifted over the 4 attributes once more. Constitution was indeed my weak point. However, strength, agility, and constitution could all be easily honed through practice. Yet, the intricacies of intelligence remained elusive. After a moment of contemplation, he focused intently on strength, intelligence, and constitution. Generally speaking, a mediocre allocation of points yields little achievement. Only through specialization can one truly amplify their strengths. Having previously invested in strength, he contemplated the same path once more. If only it were possible to allocate points separately. This thought suddenly emerged in his mind. In an instant, the swirling energy within his mind divided into 3 distinct streams, each penetrating the attributes of strength, constitution, and intelligence. Galen felt a jolt coursing through him, a peculiar tingling sensation racing from his head downwards. Within mere seconds, his body returned to normal. He sensed an increase in his physical power, a newfound weightiness, while his mind sharpened with clarity. Concepts that had previously eluded him in his studies suddenly coalesced, with a portion of them falling into place effortlessly. After a brief period of adjustment, Galen once again gazed upon the various attributes displayed before him. Strength, 0, 44. Agility, 0, 23. Constitution, 0, 31. Intelligence, 0, 36. Potential, 81. His strength had increased by 0, 0.3, constitution by 0, 0.3, and intelligence by 0, 0.4. To his astonishment, the distribution of points was almost uniform. Galen was momentarily taken aback. What purpose did the intelligence serve? He began to meticulously examine the condition of his body. Sainting Academy epitomized the archetypal noble institution, renowned for its specialized cultivation of prodigies. As long as a student excelled in one subject, it was acceptable for the others to be mediocre. Exceptional students could directly advance to the university established by Sainting. However, Galen's intentions did not align with attending Sainting University, as that path was reserved for the truly privileged offspring of power. Most students focused on enhancing their overall performance to gain admission to prestigious institutions, which necessitated a commendable proficiency across all subjects. As night fell, within the confines of a high-rise residence in a humble neighborhood south of Hwai City, Galen, with his purple hair and crimson eyes, sat at his desk, illuminated by the gentle glow of a warm yellow lamp, engrossed in the book before him. The delicate pages glided beneath his fingertips, smooth and soft to the touch. The tome he was perusing was a treatise on social history. Ding, ding, ding. The muffled chimes of a distant clock tower resonated through the air. Galen turned his profile to glance outside. The opposite building lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Was it already midnight? Just as the significance of his intelligence began to materialize, a sudden sound emanated from his sister's room next door, the abrupt click of a light switch being turned off. Galen rose, reclining upon his bed with his hands cradling his head. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, a sudden flash appeared above his 5 attributes, revealing an additional line of symbols. Galen was momentarily stunned. What on earth? It could manifest like this. He abruptly sat up, staring in disbelief at the newly emerged symbols. A A faint red symbol distinctly materialized in his field of vision. Skill acquisition, social history, beginner. Condition met. Intelligence greater than 0. 34. Galen, with a look of astonishment, scrutinized the line of symbols repeatedly for over 10 minutes before confirming the authenticity of this phenomenon that had indeed appeared in his visual field. Much like the other attributes, it was a minuscule symbol that could easily be overlooked if one wasn't paying attention. Moreover, when he did not actively focus on it, these red symbols would automatically fade into a semi-invisible state, having no impact on his vision whatsoever. I have merely read through this subject thoroughly for a single day, and now it feels akin to photographic memory. It appears this is the advantage of enhancing intelligence. It seems that different subjects with varying levels of difficulty impose distinct requirements on intelligence, and the varying degrees of mastery correspondingly influence these requirements as well. Subsequently, Galen was devoid of any semblance of sleepiness. He turned over and began to retrieve the textbooks for all his subjects, methodically laying them out one by one to experiment. Half an hour later, it turns out that the prerequisite for establishing the project is to read the entire book thoroughly. Previously, Galen had managed to grasp only one subject in an entire year, which was the elementary level of national studies. Galen exhaled in utter disbelief as he gazed at the symbols that filled his vision. The primary subjects were as follows: mathematics, not yet begun; national studies, elementary; social history, elementary; foreign language, not yet begun; physics, not yet begun. Mathematics, national studies, history, foreign language, and physics are essential courses mandated by all academies, without exception, as the national examination assesses solely these 5 subjects. In prior national studies assessments, Galen's scores fluctuated between 60 and 70 out of a possible 100, indicating a foundational comprehension. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, it was likely that his history score also fell within this range. Such grades would undoubtedly place him among the bottom 10 in his class. According to the historical performance of prestigious universities, a rank within the top 100 was essential to secure admission. In a cohort of over 1,000 students, achieving a spot within the top 100 was not insurmountable. Galen recalled how his parents toiled endlessly to afford tuition and accommodation for him and his sister, often working overtime with scarcely a day off on weekends. They had pinned all their hopes on the 2 siblings. A score within the top 100 would typically require an average of 70 to 80, provided the examination questions did not deviate from the norm. Thus, if Galen could attain an average of intermediate level or above in his primary subjects, he could secure a place in a prestigious school. However, while he advanced, so would others. If the questions were straightforward, it would ultimately depend on who was the most meticulous. Galen pondered these issues thoughtfully. If only Fe and Amp, Opos, In and Amp, Opos, S ancestral black crystal could absorb potential, he was just a step away from further enhancement. Suddenly, he recalled the events at Bibo Lake, feeling a tinge of regret in his heart. Chapter 7. The copper cross medal. Having organized his thoughts, Galen ceased to ponder further. He shed his garments, extinguished the kerosene lamp, and nestled into bed, gently covering himself with the blanket, gradually succumbing to tranquility, drifting into the realm of dreams in the enveloping darkness. Ding! Ding! The morning bells chimed, one after another. The pale light cascaded onto the white bedding, and Galen, lying supine, slowly opened his eyes. With a dazed glance towards the outside, he inhaled deeply and gradually pulled back the covers to sit up. In the softly tinted room, the red wooden floorboards exhibited peeling in certain areas, revealing the pale yellow wood beneath. A silver-framed oil painting of a wheat field hung askew on the wall. The right window was ajar, allowing a chill breeze to sweep in, producing a faint whistling sound. Thump, thump. The faint sound of his sister Inga's footsteps echoed from the living room, crisp against the floorboards. Galen rubbed his temples, shaking off the remnants of slumber as he descended from the bed. Clad in grayish-white pajamas, the long sleeves and pants hung loosely about him. He tugged at the fabric, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. Once unconcerned, he now found it peculiar to still be wearing his mother and Opos as pajamas to bed. Approaching the window, he gently closed it. Outside, to the right, lay a street within the neighborhood, where passers-by donned thick overcoats. One even adorned a bowler hat and scarf. To the left, in the vacant lot behind the building, several cars were parked, more than usual. They were predominantly black or white, their headlights resembling the bulging eyes of antique goldfish. Such vehicles appeared appealing, yet a mere drive of several dozen miles would necessitate a halt for cooling. Galen shook his head in bemusement. sniffing the air as the rich aroma of fried eggs mingled with hot milk wafted towards him. Leaving the window, he approached the bedroom door, gently twisting the knob to reveal a spacious crimson living room. To the right, the yellow-white curtains billowed with the force of the wind. To the left, the kitchen was visible at the end, where Inger, clad in a fitted black dress with a delicate white lace hem, carefully flipped the eggs in a frying pan with a black spatula. Her legs were encased in the thickest black tights, obscuring her skin tone, while her dark purple hair cascaded loosely behind her. Her wine-red eyes remained intently focused on the eggs. Awake? Go wash up, then you can join me for breakfast. I bought fresh white bread, along with fried eggs and hot milk, Inger remarked, glancing at Galen. With a rush, water streamed from the faucet. Galen took his red towel, dampened it, wrung it out, and pressed it against his face. Do you know where you're headed? At the rectangular mahogany table. The siblings sat facing one another. Before them, silver metal plates held a triangular piece of light yellow bread, each adorned with faint letters. Galen picked up a knife and fork, securing the bread with one hand, slicing off a piece to pop into his mouth. It was somewhat hard, a bit dry, with a faint sweetness and a powdery texture. Inger took a sip of milk. Today is Saturday. Do you have any plans? Soon. I will venture to the old street of Pennington in the southern part of the city, where a newly opened antique shop awaits my exploration. Galen, with his head bowed, savors a fried egg. Pennington is quite distant. From our Blue Tree Street, one must traverse the city center and then walk for over half an hour, taking a diagonal route. What is your purpose at the antique shop? Ing and Appos, inquired, her curiosity piqued. If there is nothing of great significance, I would prefer to meander through the fruit market and also take a glance at the nearby pet street. Would you accompany me and assist in carrying some items? Upon finishing her sentence, she cast a glance at Galen, a flicker of anticipation shimmering in her eyes. I wish to purchase some of my favorite white pears, she added hastily. White pears? Galen responded, slightly taken aback, for he too had once cherished white pears above all else. Never mind. I have matters to attend to at the antique shop. Very well. Inger nodded, refraining from further discussion, and returned her focus to her meal. As Inger sat at the table, observing Galen as he prepared to leave, a sense of despondency washed over her. She absently poked at the bread pieces on her plate. Galen emerged from the room clad in a thick black coat and dark blue trousers, a black and white checkered scarf draped around his neck. He appeared less frail than before, exuding a subtle charm reminiscent of a delicate youth. Yet, his eyes bore an unusual depth, akin to two dark red gemstones, connected to an unfathomable abyss. A stark contrast to his former self. The transformation in his gaze imbued Galen with a newfound gravitas. He approached the entrance, donned his black leather boots, and with a decisive click, opened the door, stepping out. Galen recalled the neighbor, a bespectacled middle-aged man named Boris, who lived alone with a 7- or 8-year-old boy. Both were taciturn, never exchanging greetings, save for the brief introduction made when Galen's family first moved in. This lack of courtesy left a lasting impression on Galen's family. He grasped the cold metal door, gently pressing it shut, and rubbed his hands together. Feeling warmth return to his palms, he descended the staircase. Upon reaching the bottom, he turned left along the gray-white tiled floor and entered the dark asphalt road illuminated by black streetlights. Exiting the residential area, he found himself on a street flanked by ochre buildings, with black railings protecting the sparsely populated sidewalks. An antique car puffed white smoke as it glided past, closely followed by a yellow cart laden with fruit, the driver occasionally calling out while cracking his whip. Galen walked along the sidewalk enclosed by black railings, observing the ochre buildings around him. The structures, approximately 7 stories high, featured square windows, some ajar and others securely shut, reinforced with wire mesh. The building edges were rounded, lacking sharp angles. Continuing along the sidewalk for about 20 minutes, the street became busier with both vehicles and pedestrians. A brass plaque along the way bore the inscription of Garden Street. Upon entering an intersection and turning left once more, the buildings lining the streets transformed into grand edifices adorned with intricate gray and white patterns. Towering columns and exquisite reliefs embellished the facades. Flanking the sidewalk, black street lamps were topped with decorative white orbs. On the chilly pavement, a woman donned in a thick dress with silver trim was walking her dog. Seated on a decorative black metal bench were 2 elderly gentlemen, leaning on their canes and engaged in quiet conversation. Garen tightened his scarf and glanced upward to the left. On the 5th floor of the gray-white building resided his uncle's home. Their admission to St. Icing Academy was largely facilitated by his uncle's connections. This uncle, Having risen from humble beginnings, had established a formidable business empire, ranking among the wealthiest in Huaishan City. Remarkably, he had always treated Garen with kindness. Though his attitude toward Ing and Appos was rather indifferent, perhaps due to traditional notions of gender preference or familial ties. A brass square plaque stood at the edge of the sidewalk, inscribed with the name Bennington. At the end of the street, a curved corner revealed a quaint shop with a rounded archway. The door stood ajar, emanating a soft yellow glow from within. An elderly gentleman, bespectacled, sat before an antiquated yellow bookshelf, intently examining a small object with a magnifying glass. Garen's gaze drifted to the upper right, where a triangular black plaque hung on the gray-white wall, inscribed with the words Dolphin Antique Shop. He strode purposefully towards the entrance, glancing around as he entered. To his surprise, the dimly lit antique shop was devoid of customers, bathed in deep red hues. The shop was filled with tables, over a dozen in total, each adorned with thick crimson fabric, displaying an array of peculiar curiosities. As Garen stepped upon the dark yellow wooden floor, his footsteps echoed softly. Upon entering, he noticed a figure to his right, startling him momentarily. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a white bust of a curly-haired child, its shoulders and head sculpted, supported by a rectangular stone column below. "What can I assist you with?" The elderly man, whose skin bore a grayish hue, marked by age spots and wrinkles, inquired softly as he set down his magnifying glass upon noticing Garen's entrance. Chapter 8. Special attribute points. The old man had sparse, wispy white hair. "Take a look for yourself," he said. "On the left side of my shop are items just brought in from the countryside, while on the right are some antiquities of considerable age." After speaking, he resumed his examination of a small object in his hands. Garen glanced over and noticed that the old man was wearing white gloves, delicately holding a pale gold pocket watch. Its back cover opened as he seemed to be inspecting the inner workings. On the far left wall hung a rectangular oil painting depicting a siege under a white castle, where numerous silver-armored warriors surged forward, brandishing red flags. Catapults relentlessly hurled massive stones, while oil rained down from the battlements. Blood, severed limbs, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Beneath the painting was a dark gold circular metal disc, measuring over 1/2 meter in diameter, with a smiling face prominently embossed at its center. "What is this?" Garen reached out to touch the disc surface, which was hard and textured, reminiscent of coarse copper print paper. The old man, peering from beneath a bookshelf, remarked, "That is the sun god totem of the Red Fong tribe from 300 years ago. A fine piece indeed." The tribe and Appos' shaman would melt newly acquired gold ornaments and mix them with brass, pouring them over to create this. Aside from the face at the center, the rest is an accumulation of gold and brass. "If you're interested, I can part with it for 35,000. He removed his glasses and polished them with a soft cloth, noting that few could recognize its value nowadays. If this were decades ago, during the peak of the antique craze, it would easily fetch hundreds of thousands. The mention of the sun god totem made Garen and Appos' lips twitch. He needn't Appos to even look closely to know it was a forgery. Not only was his ability dormant, but if this totem were truly worth so much and made of gold, it would not be here for sale. A piece of this size could easily be exchanged for over 100,000 at a jewelry store. Yet he was being offered it for a mere 30,000. He barely had $20 on him. This has some resonance. He slightly turned his body away from the old man, a hint of tension creeping onto his face. Previously, he could absorb potential energy merely through direct contact, yet now, even holding it in his hands only allowed him to absorb a fraction of its essence. At this pace, it would take days to fully absorb it. A flicker of surprise and confusion crossed Garen and Appos' eyes. "This one is 6,000. The bespectacled old man suddenly appeared at Garen and Appos' right side, speaking unexpectedly. 6,000. Garen frowned slightly. His weekly allowance was only 20, creating a vast chasm between him and that price. His face twitched. "I'll take a look at other items first." "Sure. Take your time," the old man replied, a smile blooming on his face reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. Garen studied the old man for a moment. This fellow clearly sensed his interest and was fabricating reasons to urge him on. However, one could never be too cautious. Perhaps someone else might also covet this item. He decided not to rush, reasoning that he might find something capable of absorbing potential energy elsewhere. With his mind settled, he began to wander among the various tables and walls in the shop, and within 10 minutes, he had examined everything on display. "I currently lack sufficient funds. Could you possibly reserve the items for me until I return to purchase them?" Galen lifted his gaze towards the old man, 3 weeks. Galen furrowed his brow. Very well, I shall see if I can gather the required sum. What is the minimum price you can offer? Considering your status as a student, I can offer you a price of 5,000. It cannot be any lower. The old man adjusted his glasses. You may call me Elder Gregor. What inquiries do you wish to make? If they are particularly sensitive, I shall not provide answers free of charge. Galen stared in disbelief at the old man and Appos, S. bony, outstretched hand, which produced a tenuan note from his pocket and placed it upon the table. Penny pincher, the old man muttered as he accepted the money. The location in question is a dilapidated castle situated over 60 miles from Hawaiian City, in the countryside. The original owner was a viscount, but as generations passed, the title diminished, and now it merely hangs by a thread. Many years ago, maintaining the castle became untenable. Over the years, the contents have been nearly stripped bare. And had it not been for its desolation and poor location, the castle would likely have been sold by now. As for the castle's name, it seems to be Silvervale Castle. Silvervale Castle. Could you provide me with a detailed map? The old man, with a twinkle in his eye, extended his hand again. Damn. Galen couldn't help but curse, reaching back into his pocket to produce another tenuan note. Please hurry. Not a problem. The old man eagerly accepted the bill, swiftly retrieving a pale yellow sheet of paper from beneath the table. He dipped a white quill into ink and, with a flurry of strokes, drew a rudimentary map before handing it over. Galen took the map and glanced over it briefly. Thank you for your assistance. Await my news. He glanced at the faint crimson data below. The potential attribute had just surpassed 101, a refreshing current swirling within his mind, ready to augment any attribute at will. While gathering funds, he could also visit daily to absorb potential. Little by little, he was determined to exhaust it all. He silently resolved. Upon arriving at the entrance of Pennington Street, Galen tilted his head towards his uncle's residence. At that moment, the arched window was ajar, revealing a stout middle-aged man peering down. Is that Galen? The man's face was unremarkable, save for his thick, dark eyebrows, which imparted an impression of strength and resilience. It's been quite a while since I last saw you. Come up. Galen was surprised to recognize his uncle directly and merely nodded, passing through the stone pillars and entering the half-open wooden door of the hallway. Inside the hallway, a spacious foyer greeted him, adorned with a black carpet and dominated by a statue of a white stone angel poised as if ready to take flight. Galen ascended the left staircase, swiftly passing several people ascending ahead of him, and soon arrived at the red metallic door on the 5th floor's left side. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door. Immediately, with a click, the door swung open, revealing his uncle, Teal, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. Come in quickly, the fireplace is still burning. Oh. Galen stepped inside, swapped his shoes for slippers, and followed his uncle into the room beyond. The room was adorned with pale yellow wallpaper, and an array of oil paintings hung on the walls, most of which belonged either to his uncle or his aunt, Windsor. Moments later, Galen stood by the window, listening to his uncle and a bearded guest animatedly discussing recent significant events in the city. Just as the conversation reached a fervent pitch, Uncle Teal suddenly shifted his gaze to Galen. Galen, if you wish to achieve something in the future, remember this. Listen more, observe more, think more, speak less, and act decisively. This is fundamental. Uncle Teal gently tapped his cigar against the ashtray. You are currently in high school, and you will continue to university before entering the workforce. Whether in your studies or your career, keeping this in mind will benefit you in every aspect. Also, spend more time with Longbase and Philia. You are all siblings of the same generation. They have been engrossed in some strategy games lately, neglecting their responsibilities. So you ought to give them a good talking to. Uncle Teal had been in business for many years, his connections entwined in both legitimate and illegitimate circles. On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary businessman, yet he wielded considerable influence and even possessed a firearm license. Galen nodded repeatedly, aware that beneath his uncle's seemingly gentle demeanor lay a stubborn and obstinate nature. He would not tolerate any defiance of his wishes and harbored a strong will. The bearded man chuckled in response. Is this your nephew? Today's youth certainly have it better than we did in our time. We lacked such favorable living conditions. Indeed. But when conditions are too good, one often forgets to cherish them. Uncle Teal replied with a resigned smile, returning to his conversation about business matters with the bearded guest. Galen stood to the side, listening to the adults' discussions while contemplating how to procure the $5,000 he needed. Typically, each time Uncle Teal saw him, he would bestow some pocket money, ranging from several hundred to 80 or 90, but 5,000 was still a far cry. Galen did not intend to approach his uncle for this sum. Considering it was only the first encounter, future opportunities might arise, but if he were to ask repeatedly, even his uncle's affection would not lead to indulgence. Therefore, he needed to devise a plan on his own. Galen thought of the martial arts academy. If he successfully passed the qualifying assessment at the Bayern Martial Arts School, he would receive a monthly bonus as a reward, generally around 2,000, a substantial amount. Furthermore, there were numerous scholarships from the school, totaling 100,000. However, given his current level, he had no chance of obtaining one, especially with the final exams just 2 months away, unless he could somehow enhance his attributes. Aside from classical studies and history, he had yet to meet the minimum intelligence requirements for other subjects. Only upon meeting these criteria could he commit everything to memory and comprehend it fluently. Without the requisite intelligence, he was forced to learn gradually and methodically. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Galen's mind. There are archery and swordsmanship competitions. Ingo intended to participate in one of these. If she won a prize, even third place would yield a reward of 10,000. How did Galen's skills in archery and swordsmanship measure up? A fleeting doubt crossed his mind, and almost immediately, he noticed the symbols representing the subjects below his field of vision gradually transforming, revealing the attributes of swordsmanship, archery, and basic combat. Swordsmanship, beginner. Archery, beginner. Basic combat, beginner. He wondered whether it was possible to enhance these skills. Suddenly, a thought struck Galen. He concentrated his attention on the first attribute, swordsmanship, and the flow of energy in his mind surged violently, eager to burst forth. Remarkably, it was indeed possible. He quickly reined in the energy, diverted his focus, and suppressed the overwhelming joy within him. Chapter 9. Transformation. As I stood aside, listening to the conversation between the two, the sky gradually brightened, approaching midday. Time was slipping away, and Uncle Teal, along with the guest, finally rose and walked to the door to bid farewell. Take care on your journey, young man, Teal said with a teasing smile, ruffling Galen's hair. Here, take this. It's been ages since I last saw you. Just a little pocket money. Focus on your studies at school. Understood. Thank you, Uncle, Galen replied with a smile, nodding earnestly. I'll take my leave now. Yes, go ahead. Do visit me more often, Teal encouraged. Of course. Galen, come here, Teal called, gesturing toward him with one hand while the other held a white ball, occasionally bouncing it as he conversed with a dark-haired girl beside him. Galen recognized the young man, his cousin, Longba, Teal's son. Longba possessed an unpleasant disposition, haughty and restless. Galen had always preferred to avoid him. With a furrowed brow, Galen approached, halting 2 meters away from Longba. What did Dad tell you? Longba inquired, turning his face slightly to speak in a low voice. Longba raised an eyebrow and glanced at the girl beside him, seemingly feeling his image was being challenged. What's the rush? I'm your brother. Can I have a word with you? Hey, I'm your brother. Stop right there. Longba's eyes flared with anger as he raised his voice. Longba, are you truly getting worked up over this? Don't go looking for trouble, Galen retorted, his brow furrowed, matching Longba's volume. In the past, Galen might have cowered, but he was no longer the same weakling. So you dare to shout at me? I'll show you. Longba suddenly swung his hand towards Galen's face, exerting a surprising amount of force, as if employing a hint of combat technique. The strength surged by half. The sound of the slap echoed sharply as their hands collided. To Galen's surprise, their strengths were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Galen was taken aback. He anticipated that this frivolous cousin possessed any combat skills. However, his own foundational techniques had advanced to a respectable beginner level. He exerted a little more force and, with a powerful flick, sent Longba stumbling several steps sideways, nearly colliding with a middle-aged man nearby. Instantly, Longba's face flushed crimson, and he shook his hand, feeling a searing pain. Upon closer inspection, his right hand had begun to swell. All right, Galen, you're impressive, he exclaimed, shooting a final glance at the girl. Just wait. Galen was disinclined to spare him another glance. This cousin, who casually practiced some combat techniques, could never rival his dedicated training. If Longba dared to provoke him again, he would surely find himself on the losing end. With Uncle's presence providing assurance, Longba certainly lacked the audacity to escalate things further. Do not seek trouble where none exists. If your uncle were to witness your ineptitude, his disappointment would be immeasurable. With that, he turned and exited the hall through the small wooden door. From behind, a frustrated roar from Longba echoed faintly. Upon entering the community, the fourth building on the right with a red roof was his current residence. At the staircase, a trembling elderly gentleman with white hair was cautiously descending. Leaning on his cane, Galen patiently waited at the side, only proceeding upstairs once the gentleman had completely exited the stairwell. The old man offered a friendly smile without uttering a word as he made his way towards the parking lot to his right. His steps, though unsteady, were taken with utmost seriousness and precision, lending him an air of solemnity, complemented by his impeccably neat black suit. "Ing and Oppos, he called out. "Ing and Oppos, sensing something amiss, instinctively tightened her legs, her face flushing as she took a step back. "You rascal. Don and Amp, Oppos, emulate Lomba. This is your own negligence," Galen hastily clarified. He bounded up the stairs in a series of quick strides, bending down to lift a yellow wooden frame resting on the steps. Inside, there indeed lay a dozen or so fist-sized white pears. With a shrug, Galen cradled the frame and descended after it. The two hastened to their front door. Wearing and Amp, Oppos, retrieved her keys to unlock it. As soon as they entered and changed their shoes, Galen set down the pears and dashed off. Bang! The door was slammed shut by Inger, her face flushed as she began to flex her hands. "You're finished, Galen," she shouted, charging forward with surprising agility, outpacing even Galen's rudimentary combat skills. The two engaged in a playful chase around the living room, and in mere seconds, a loud thud rang out as Galen was tripped by Inger, who was barefoot, causing him to fall onto his back. At least that was intermediate combat skills, and likely honed through some secret training techniques, he mused, gazing up at Inger, who stood beside him. Though he had not applied any combat technique seriously, her basic physical conditioning and instinctive movements were evident. It appeared that his sister's fighting style favored speed rather than the explosive power emphasized at the Baiyun martial arts school, suggesting a level of intermediate combat proficiency. Different martial arts schools prioritize various aspects of combat techniques, some focus on strength, others on explosive power, speed, evasion, endurance, and so forth. With many differing terminologies, these fundamental fighting techniques are merely temporary skills employed during combat, distinct from the secret training methods. The secret training techniques refer to unique, esoteric methods for physical conditioning, representing the true essence of a martial arts school and Oppos' discipline. For instance, while the basic combat techniques at the Baiyun martial arts school are merely a form of explosive skill, they do not encapsulate the school's core secret techniques. Each martial arts school possesses its own set of secret training methods, which differ fundamentally from temporary combat skills. These secret techniques can only be imparted to true disciples. Prolonged practice of these secret techniques can effectively enhance essential physical qualities, such as strength, explosive power, speed, endurance, and flexibility. Garen had heard tales of the true disciples of the Baiyun martial arts school, renowned for their extraordinary strength in competitions. It was evident that the school's secret techniques were designed to enhance their power. Presently, Inger exhibited an unnaturally swift speed, clearly a result of her training with such techniques. Why emulate that fool Longba? With a hint of annoyance, Inger delivered a swift kick to Garen's chest, unperturbed by the thick layers of clothing separating them. Garen blinked in surprise and abruptly seized her foot, pulling her towards him. A dull thud resonated as Inger collided with him, both letting out a pained grunt. A faint, sweet scent emanated from her, momentarily stirring something within Garen. "Enough of this nonsense," he exclaimed, rubbing his stomach as he hastily rose. What should they have for lunch? Garen sensed a peculiar change in his sister. His adult instincts alerted him to the subtle shift in Inger's demeanor, as if she attached great significance to every word he uttered. During their earlier scuffle, she had been cautious, seemingly fearful of hurting him. Hence her gentle strikes which allowed him to catch her off guard. "Let us focus on lunch. You've worked hard, Inger, preparing breakfast and shopping for fruit." He pinched her cheek playfully, noting the reduction of blemishes and freckles on her once rosy face, which felt soft and smooth to the touch. "What's wrong with you?" Inger swatted his hand away, bemused. "Have you taken some strange medicine? Since when do you express concern for others?" She regarded him with a puzzled expression. Although she often pretended to maintain a distant relationship with her brother, she was secretly attentive to all aspects of his life. Standing by the window, he gazed at the faintly glowing attributes below. If skill enhancement were indeed possible, allocating points to archery or swordsmanship could enable him to compete and secure substantial rewards. However, the notion of a student with minimal practice suddenly achieving accolades seemed implausible. Not to mention, Inger was acutely aware of his lack of training in those disciplines. His hand pressed against the cool glass. This route in swordsmanship and archery appeared unfeasible. Yet, What of the Bayan Martial Arts School? He had always been diligent in observing their training. A sudden surge in performance could be interpreted as the culmination of long-term effort, thus attracting less attention. Moreover, the martial arts school was an independent entity, distinct from a conventional school, and minor anomalies would likely go unnoticed. The only drawback was the prize money, which was rather meager. Perhaps inquiring about any upcoming inter-school competitions would be worthwhile. The rewards for such events were significantly greater than internal contests. With a gentle caress, he traced the smooth, cool surface of the glass. This afternoon, a visit to the martial arts school was in order to consult with an instructor regarding the specifics. After a brief rest in his room, Garen quietly exited, passing by Inger's chamber. Through the slight crack in the door, he spotted her reclining on her bed, her cheeks flushed and soundly asleep. He decided against disturbing her. Wrapping himself in a scarf and outer coat, he carefully changed his shoes and stepped outside. Emerging from the confines of his residential community, Jalen pocketed the 300 yuan bestowed upon him by his uncle and promptly hailed a black carriage, instructing the driver to take him to the Bayan Martial Arts School. With a subtle nod of affirmation, he settled into the carriage. Gazing out of the right side window, he observed a series of pale yellow buildings whizzing by, one after another. Soon, after turning a corner, the streets grew increasingly desolate, giving way to rectangular gray-white edifices, each adorned with round archways, housing shops that exclusively sold timepieces and everyday necessities. Jalen meticulously scrutinized the skills displayed before him. Combat technique, beginner. Archery, beginner. Swordsmanship, beginner. If he could successfully pass the assessment and acquire the training secrets of the Bayan Martial Arts School, it would enhance his physical capabilities. With the accumulation of attribute points augmenting his strength, the efficacy of his training would undoubtedly surpass that of any of his peers. His garnet-hued eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of anticipation. If he were to focus solely on enhancing one attribute, he wondered just how high he could elevate it. It was said that individuals possessed varying talents, and the effects of the training secrets could differ significantly, conveniently masking the reality of his attribute augmentation. This way, even if the training methods were somewhat inferior, they could still rival the most elite techniques available. His only hope now rested on the possibility that attribute points could be similarly applied to the training methods. Reflecting on the individuals he might consult at the martial arts school, Jalen could think of only three: Shamanra, Roya, and his sparring partner, a silver-haired girl. Among the students, one stood out distinctly in his memory: the first-place student, Elvin, who consistently achieved his rank through overwhelming prowess. His demeanor was always gentle, embodying humility and refinement. If anyone were to become a true disciple of the Bayan Martial Arts School, it would undoubtedly be him. Jalen contemplated seeking out Elvin, who, even on weekends, was certain to be training at the school without fail. Furthermore, he would surely be knowledgeable about the situation. Jalen had heard of the grand competitions held between martial arts schools, which selected the strongest and most promising students from across the province of Grant, where Huai City was located, with official rewards and medals conferred. This competition served as an excellent means for martial arts schools to avoid detrimental rivalry, showcase their talent pool, and solidify their social standing. The prize for first place had not dipped below 100,000 yuan in nearly every year, and the victor would also earn the opportunity to participate in the national championship. As Jalen diligently organized the information he possessed, he was abruptly interrupted when the carriage slowed to a stop. "Sir, we have arrived at the Bayan Martial Arts School," the driver announced, snapping Jalen from his reverie. "Oh, very well," he replied, retrieving the banknotes from his pocket and handing them over. After receiving his change, he leapt from the carriage. The streets were narrow, imparting a sense of disorder and complexity. The ground was paved with gray-black cobblestones, which felt somewhat uncomfortable underfoot. The buildings flanking the street varied in height and hue, featuring reds, grays, and pale yellows, adorned with a multitude of patterns, squares, triangles, grids, and undulating curves, creating a chaotic visual tapestry. Garen stood in a position where, just a few paces ahead, a yellowish bell tower spanned the road, its base adorned with a round archway allowing pedestrians to pass through. Sparse passers-by continuously entered and exited the archway. To the left of the arch, there was a white wooden sign displaying a notice, where two individuals were standing and reading. Garen approached and glanced at the announcement before him. The Bayan Martial Arts School Holiday Enrollment Notice. Applicants holding a student ID and aged under 18 are entitled to a 50% discount on tuition fees. The fee structure for adults is outlined below. One of the onlookers was a freckled boy in his teens, who, after reading the notice, grimaced. Forget it, Jem. Practicing martial arts is exhausting, and it's pointless anyway. No matter the style, a bullet will take you down in an instant. The other boy shook his head in agreement, and the two circumvented the sign before disappearing through the archway, leaving Garen alone to ponder the notice. To the right of the announcement, a facade of a grayish-white spire loomed, its entrance interspersed with numerous red wooden slats resembling a spider's web. The red wooden doors stood ajar, revealing a desolate interior where a lone student clad in a yellowish martial arts uniform was sweeping the floor. Garen quickly skimmed the contents of the notice and then proceeded towards the open door on the right. The sweeping student glanced up at him but did not utter a word. Garen traversed through the front door, the central hall, and then crossed the yellowish training ground, making his way directly to the row of low buildings at the far end. This row of low structures appeared as a dark gray line against the backdrop. He veered left to the furthest building, from which faint sounds of someone striking a sandbag could be heard. Gently pushing the door open, he found the room dimly lit and empty, save for 4 black sandbags suspended against the wall. 2 men and 1 woman were each engaged in rapid strikes against a sandbag, while 3 other students stood nearby, assisting with towels and other paraphernalia. The rhythmic sound of impacts filled the air. Garen's gaze quickly fell upon a boy on the far left. The boy, bare-chested with defined bronze muscles, was glistening with sweat that trickled down his back, thoroughly soaking his gray shorts. He was intently focused on the sandbag before him, delivering strikes that, while not particularly swift, caused the bag to sway slightly with each hit. Garen moved closer, standing silently as he waited. After a span of 10 minutes, the boy finally paused, wiping the sweat from his brow and combing his damp, light yellow hair back. He then grabbed a black towel from a nearby rack to dry himself off. Elvin, I'm Garen, a fellow student from your cohort. May I inquire about something? Garen raised his voice, for the sounds of boxing filled the room, making it difficult to hear otherwise. Garen? Oh, I remember. Elvin set down his towel and smiled warmly. Feel free to ask whatever you need. We are all classmates in the same cohort, so there's no need to be overly formal. I would like to ask about the student competitions. 10 minutes later, Garen emerged from the room, having gained a clear understanding of the competition details. First, one must participate in the internal competition of the martial arts school and achieve a commendable rank. Subsequently, one may compete in a joint tournament held by 2 neighboring cities, followed by another selection round. Ultimately, this leads to the provincial championship, and then to the national tournament. This progression unfolds in a stepwise manner, with only the internal competition and the city joint tournament taking place within a mere 3 weeks from inception to conclusion. The remaining competitions are scheduled for next year or the year after. However, if the prize money is secured, it would be substantial. In this city tournament, astonishingly, the first prize amounts to 10,000, the second to 5,000, and the third to 2,000. Securing second place would suffice to resolve my financial concerns. Chapter 11. The secret. Upon exiting the martial arts hall, Galen stood by the street corner, awaiting a carriage. Sir, would you like a newspaper? A small boy, donning a gray hat, approached, clutching a large bundle of newspapers. He extracted one and offered it to Galen. After a moment's contemplation, Galen accepted a copy and rummaged through his pocket for $1, which he handed over. Thank you, the boy replied, continuing on to peddle to the next customer. Galen shook the grayish-white newspaper, unfolding it with a rustle. A bold headline immediately caught his eye. Tensions escalate between the Wiseman Empire and the Tulip Republic. The Federation's stance will become a crucial leverage. He frowned and continued scanning the other headlines. The Speaker of the Federal Parliament will conduct a military arms review at 9 a.m. on the 19th in the capital's ocean stream. A heinous murder case emerges in the Western Alliance. All 43 estate owners found dead. Stony Rock continent discovers astonishing archaeological ruins. As Galen was about to flip the page to continue his reading, a passerby lightly bumped into his shoulder, causing the newspaper to tilt and reveal a striking black and white photograph. It depicted a field of dark wheat, with a crooked scarecrow standing forlornly amidst a sea of black grains. Below the image was a bold caption, "Purple wheat field discovered in the southwestern province." Galen studied the photograph closely, and to his surprise, he felt a faint stir of his latent powers. A particular place name leapt out at him, Mason Farm. The distant clatter of a carriage grew nearer, prompting Galen to swiftly roll up the newspaper and gesture for it to stop. A gray-black carriage came to a gentle halt before him. To Blue Tree Street. Certainly, sir. Since the conclusion of the Boundary War 15 years ago, the geopolitical landscape had gradually returned to tranquility. As one of the undisputed hegemonic nations among the three continents, we bore the historical responsibility of maintaining global peace. The geography teacher passionately lectured from the podium, infusing his own opinions into the history lesson. This lovable, balding old man animatedly waved his arms, occasionally turning to the blackboard to emphatically underline key slogans with chalk. In the pristine classroom, Galen occupied the last row by the window, propping his chin on his hand, idly flipping through the geography textbook before him. The book was entirely white, save for the central cover, which bore the emblem of a black bird, the insignia of the Alu Federation. Above the emblem were 4 black letters signifying geography. Galen flipped through the illustrated pages, ultimately pausing at the world map. The white rectangular paper represented the oceans, with 3 twisted, irregular gray landmasses floating in the midst. These landmasses formed a circular shape, with a slight gap in the upper left corner. The elongated landmass at the top was labeled Stony Rock Continent, while the 2 below it were Blue Continent on the left and 5-Star Continent on the right. Surrounding these 3 continents were countless islands of various sizes. Garen's fingers glided slowly and steadily over the rocky islet above, ultimately resting slightly to the left of the center of the elongated stone formation, where an irregularly shaped area bore the inscription of the Yalu Federation. This expanse was a full third the size of the entire islet. This world is indeed peculiar. Even with the advent of aircraft, the entirety of the globe remains largely unexplored. The vast ocean surrounding the land appears boundless. Humanity is confined to 3 main continents, the combined area of which surpasses that of all the terrestrial land in the former Earth, and significantly so. Garen turned to the next page, casting a disinterested glance before gazing out the left window. In the distance, individuals were inserting colorful flags into the lawn, seemingly preparing for some event. The soft, rosy afternoon sunlight bathed the grass, faintly gilding its deep green surface with a golden hue. Should he succeed, he would directly become a formal disciple of the Bayun Martial Arts School, learning secret techniques while earning a monthly stipend. Ding! The melodious bell signaling the end of class rang out. The geography teacher clapped loudly. All right, that concludes today's lesson. I hope everyone will do some preparation before our next class, as I will be conducting a surprise quiz. Lonroa, thank you for your hard work. It's nothing, replied a girl with black twin ponytails, who stood up and nodded. After the teacher departed the classroom, she approached the blackboard, swiftly erasing the chalk marks. This girl exuded an icy, pure aura, with her bangs cascading at a slant across her forehead, her skin fair and delicate, and her large, dark eyes epitomizing Eastern beauty. Garen was well aware of her. In a class of 25, no one was unfamiliar with her. Lonruo ranked among the top 3 academically, placing 5th in the grade. She was not only beautiful but also possessed a seemingly flawless demeanor, akin to a pristine porcelain doll, her skin as tender as milk jelly. However, her personality was rather aloof, seldom engaging in conversation with classmates, responding only to polite exchanges while quietly observing those who attempted to strike up a dialogue. Her bright, sparkling eyes, paired with her expressionless visage, rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to continue speaking, forcing them to retreat in embarrassment. Have you seen Fayan? Queried Carriedo, leaning in from the front. This fellow sported dyed blonde hair, donned a white shirt layered with a yellow leather vest, and wore a sapphire necklace on his slender frame, which made him appear rather flamboyant. Fayan? He vanished right after class. What do you need him for? That guy is probably off flirting with some girl, Garen replied. Puzzled. His cousin has come over. We're going out for dinner together this afternoon. Just you, me, Fayan, and his cousin along with her friend. They say she attends an all-girls school. Carriedo raised an eyebrow. And what of it? I need to go to the martial arts school this afternoon. I have no time. Garen insisted. You're passing up such a golden opportunity. Carriedo lamented as he turned and made his way to the classroom door. Garen shook his head in exasperation. After organizing the books on the table, I rose and, with my black cloth backpack slung over my shoulder, made my way outside the classroom. 20 minutes later, at the main hall of the Bayun Martial Arts Academy, a spacious yet dimly lit chamber adorned with deep redwood, an elderly man with a bald head sat cross-legged on the floor, his back to a roaring fireplace, where vibrant red flames leaped and crackled, breaking the silence with their explosive sounds. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the flickering glow of the fire. Before the old man, more than a dozen youths clad in white sat cross-legged on the floor, each exhibiting a serious demeanor, their gazes fixed intently upon the venerable figure. Congratulations. The bald elder began slowly. You are the new cohort of formal disciples this year. Silence enveloped the room. save for the slightly heavier breaths of the young men and women present. Among them, the eldest was 18, while the youngest was merely 15, yet, without exception, their faces radiated excitement. The elder observed their expressions and nodded slightly. Becoming a formal disciple not only exempts one from tuition fees, but the greatest advantage lies in the acquisition of martial arts secrets. These secrets, revered and safeguarded by various martial arts schools and lineages, remain undisclosed to outsiders. Therefore, before I impart this knowledge, I expect you to adhere strictly to the oath you have just signed. The elder retrieved an ancient, yellowed scroll from the pocket of his black robe, gently unfurling it and laying it upon the ground, beginning with the first individual on the left. Each took turns to read the scroll before stepping back. Each reading took no longer than 10 seconds, executed with remarkable speed. Among the seated figures, a boy with purple hair and red eyes, named Galen, had rushed over directly from school to receive the teachings. Dressed in a white martial arts uniform, he placed his hands upon his knees, his gaze fixated on the scroll readers. Soon, it was his turn. Galen stood and approached the elder, kneeling before him. He grasped the scroll, smoothing it out to examine its contents closely. The faintly yellowed paper illustrated a solitary figure striking a peculiar pose, seemingly engaged in a standing meditation. Exuding a distinctive and profound aura, Galen easily memorized the contents after a brief glance, simultaneously detecting a subtle fragrance wafting from the scroll, reminiscent of honey, delicate and sweet. Upon returning to his position and just as he settled down, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Now, assume the posture depicted on the scroll. Pay attention to that unique essence. The elder's voice resonated clearly. Everyone stood, creating space between one another, and began to adopt the posture illustrated. Galen followed suit. Pressing his hands forward, one foot raised on its toes while the other bore weight on its heel. As he assumed the stance, a new skill appeared in his field of vision. Bayun fundamental secret technique, beginner. Galen felt a surge of warmth gathering in his chest and abdomen, radiating outwards to his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting sensation. The attributes displayed in his vision began to fluctuate, with the strength attribute rising from 0.44 to 0.45 in a sudden leap. The elder's voice resonated once more. Moreover, the growth of secret techniques is a gradual process, and there are certain taboos that must be observed during training. One should not practice these techniques when excessively fatigued, nor when overly hungry or full. And one must avoid practicing amidst numerous distractions. Galen sat at the back, attentively listening to the elder's detailed explanations of the critical aspects of the secret techniques, while simultaneously feeling the invigorating warmth coursing through his body as his blood flowed more rapidly. As he absorbed the cautions, he also paid attention to the attributes and skills displayed before him. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze finally settled upon the newly acquired white cloud technique. After lingering on it for several seconds, a surge of energy suddenly rushed into the skill section. The display status of the white cloud technique began to transform gradually, progressing from basic to intermediate. Chapter 12, The Secret Method Buzz. At the very moment the transformation was completed, Galen felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. The once warm flow of blood suddenly accelerated, shifting from a cozy warmth to an icy coolness. His heart raced rapidly, thumping like a drum in a fervent rhythm. Below his gaze, the attributes section began to fluctuate once more. From the recently enhanced 0.45, it gradually transformed into 0.46, then 0.47, 0.48, 0.49, and finally 0.5. The figure settled at 0.5, and in that instant, Galen felt a sharp pain in his muscles. A robust and formidable power surged forth from every part of his body. His arms, legs, and chest all slightly bulged with defined muscles. Exhaling deeply, Galen released a breath that felt almost warm. The elder scanned the room and rose to his feet. There are no shortcuts in martial arts, only diligence, sweat, effort. As long as you work hard enough, even talent can be compensated for. Indeed, the crowd erupted into exuberant shouts. The elder nodded with satisfaction, rummaging in his pocket for another piece of paper, which he affixed firmly to the wall. He then strode towards the door, which creaked ominously as he exited. Galen felt his body swell with energy, blood racing through his veins, yet he experienced no chill. After another deep breath, he gradually relaxed his stance, standing still to recuperate for a moment. Everyone around him was engulfed in excitement and novelty, oblivious to his unusual demeanor. The wooden hall buzzed with lively chatter as familiar students exchanged their experiences with the training secret. "Just call me Elvin," one of them said, his face alight with enthusiasm. "I feel much the same way. And I've heard that after practicing the secret method, the explosive techniques we learned previously will become even more effective. Moreover, the stronger one's inherent power, the greater the explosive force. My original strength was around 120 pounds. With this secret method, I'm sure I can reach 200 pounds. That is the threshold for an average man. However, as one progresses, improvements become increasingly challenging, starting from 1160 pounds. Advancing to the highest levels above 200 pounds requires immense effort and dedication. You're fortunate, brother. Your foundation is already high, unlike ours, Galen remarked with a sigh. I would be quite satisfied to reach your level. That's simple, Elvin replied with a grin, patting Galen on the shoulder. You have room for significant improvement at the beginning. It's only later on that the gains taper off. The human body has its limits. The highest strength record at our Bayun Martial Arts School has always been around 250 pounds, of course, without employing explosive techniques. Other data exist for leg strength and impact force. 250 pounds, you say? Galen mentally noted this figure, pondering where one might test their strength. Testing strength is done using specially designed sandbags of varying specifications at the main hall. By measuring how far one can strike the sandbag, along with the weight of the bag, one can roughly estimate their strength, Elvin explained. Shall we venture forth together? Galen felt a surge of eagerness as well. Indeed. Brother Erwin, let us embark on this endeavor together. As the two conversed, two fellow trainees had already gathered nearby, introducing themselves. One boy named Kairu and a girl named Rodilisha, both selected in the same cohort as them. Very well, let us ascertain our current strengths. Erwin, too, was enthused. He led the three of them out of the wooden hall, winding through the crimson corridor until they swiftly arrived at a square arena constructed of white stone. Crossing the arena, they entered a large black courtyard situated at the edge. In the center of the courtyard stood a black metal frame supporting 5 black sandbags of varying sizes. To the right, numerous yellowed old leather gloves hung from a wooden rack. Several trainees were already gathered around the sandbags, testing their punching power. Galen surveyed the sandbags, which were marked from right to left as 120, 140, 120, 160, and 200, corresponding to different poundages. Behind the sandbags, white lines were drawn on the ground, indicating the qualifying line. One must strike the sandbag with sufficient force to send it soaring past this line to achieve the corresponding punching power. At that moment, a slender girl with a modest figure emerged from the crowd, her silver hair tousled by the wind. It was none other than Delis, the girl who had contended with Galen for the 15th position. Delis stood before the 120-pound sandbag, inhaling deeply, stepping back a pace, her right fist drawn back. Her expression was solemn, her stance precise, akin to a tightly wound spring. As she prepared, the surrounding murmurs faded, all eyes fixated upon her, eager to witness her capabilities. She appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. Shouldering familial responsibilities at such a tender age was indeed a formidable task, Galen mused, nodding slowly. With a sudden burst, Delis propelled herself forward, her right fist striking in a direct line, clad in yellow leather gloves, delivering a powerful blow to the black sandbag. Bang! The surrounding trainees erupted into laughter. Despite her formidable stance, she had only managed to cover a third of the distance. Shouldn't the expectations for girls be somewhat tempered? The sandbag swayed violently, oscillating upon its frame. Another boy stepped up to attempt. He appeared muscular, towering over both Galen and Erwin. With a resounding thud, the boy struck with considerable force, nearly surpassing the threshold, so close to achieving the 120-pound qualification. He shook his head and stepped down. In disbelief, Kairu, the boy beside Galen, took his turn, managing to strike 2/3 of the distance. Rodilisha approached next, achieving a third of the distance. Are you not going to give it a try? I'll observe for now, Galen replied, nodding. Uncertain of his own strength's level after such significant improvement, he felt a flicker of anticipation within. Very well, I shall go first. Erwin relaxed his fists, rolled up the sleeves of his white uniform, and stepped forward. Bang! The 120-pound mark was effortlessly surpassed. Elvin appeared utterly relaxed, casually flexing his fists. The onlookers among the trainees fell silent, their attention captivated by him. He was the very first trainee to pass so effortlessly. In a corner, Delis, who had failed, watched Elvin with a glimmer of envy in her eyes. Go for it, senior brother. Aim to conquer the 140 pounds, shouted Galen and his companions in hushed voices. With a smile, Elvin approached the 140-pound sandbag, assumed a proper punching stance, and took a deep breath. Bang! The black sandbag swung violently, hurtling nearly half its distance. effortlessly surpassing the mark. Then came the turn for the 160-pound bag. After a muffled thud, it was just shy of the qualifying line. Elvin chuckled and shook his head. That's it for me. This is my limit. I've tried many times before, and only after receiving the training secret today did I achieve this breakthrough. Previously, even the 140-pound bag was a challenge. I'll give it a try as well. Gallon stepped forward to the 120-pound position, donning the gloves. He refrained from using any special techniques, simply assuming the stance and taking a deep breath. He decided against a sudden surge in effort, opting to exert only 3/4 of his strength. Gradually relaxing the muscles in his fists and arms, he estimated he could manage just that much. With a retraction of his right fist, bang! The black sandbag shot out, still a fraction away from the qualifying line. Even with the gloves, his fist felt somewhat numb. Not bad. Elvin cheered loudly. With his extensive experience, he could discern that Gallon had not exerted his full potential had he done so. Surpassing 120 pounds would have been a certainty. Initially, he doubted that his junior brother could break through the 120-pound barrier, yet here he was, achieving it in such a short time. Indeed, adolescents in their developmental phase are extraordinary. He shook his head in disbelief. Among the other trainees, several who had narrowly missed passing earlier observed Gallon's physique and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, prepared to give it another go, each determined to surpass the 120-pound mark today. Most of the remaining trainees were far from the target. Some began to inquire about techniques from those performing well, while others gradually dispersed. Gallon casually shook his wrists, assessing his own capabilities. If he were to strike with all his might, he believed he could easily surpass 120 pounds, though breaking through 140 would likely prove quite challenging. His actual strength still paled in comparison to that of senior brother Elvin. In the broader context of the Bayun Martial Arts Academy, Elvin's proficiency placed him among the more exceptional newcomers, yet he had reached the limits of his physique. Every incremental improvement thereafter would demand tremendous effort and toil. Typically, a formal disciple's strength hovers around 160 pounds, while those reaching 180 pounds have been recipients of the training secrets for quite some time. The pinnacle of 200 pounds is a feat only the master can achieve effortlessly, representing the physical limit for adults, at the very least. The threshold for an adult in the Federation. At just 18 years of age, Elvin's near-adult physical prowess is evidently the fruit of his long-term dedication to training. At merely 16 years of age, Gallon has already attained an impressive weight of 120 pounds, clearly positioning himself above the average standard among his peers. Chapter 13. In the beginning with a satisfied conclusion, Gallon removed his gloves and approached Irwin. It seems I shall soon catch up to you, Brother Irwin. Well then, I shall take my leave. Gallon was aware of the situation and greeted the other two before casually departing. Crossing the playground and exiting the main hall alongside several other students, the Bayun Martial Arts School was merely a local institution in Hawaii City. Comprising 2 branches and 1 main hall, the latter situated on the outskirts, quite distant from Gallon's residence on Blue Tree Street. After a considerable wait, he managed to hail a carriage and squeezed in beside a fellow female student heading in the same direction. They traveled along the gray-white cobblestone road towards the city center. Seated on the right side of the carriage, Gallon reclined against the leather backrest, his head tilted back as he closed his eyes to rest. The rhythmic clatter of hooves filled the air. Gradually, he drifted into a half-asleep state. The girl with black hair beside him leaned to the left, gazing outward as a group of colorful children frolicked and chased one another past the carriage, each clutching gift boxes in hues of red, yellow, and green. I'll be getting off at Bennington. This is already Blacktree Street. We'll arrive shortly at Bennington. It was then that Gallon noticed the buildings outside had transformed into a series of gray-white facades adorned with intricate reliefs, with rows of black-leaved trees lining both sides of the road. Thank you for the reminder. Just ahead is the corner of Bennington Street. Driver, please stop here. Certainly. The black carriage came to a gentle halt at the corner of Bennington Street. Gallon leaped down, paid the fare, and adjusted his slightly wrinkled clothing before heading towards the Dolphin Antique shop at the street corner. The soft, rosy sunlight streamed through the shop's doorway, bathing the interior in a warm glow. The old man was still seated at the bookshelf opposite the entrance, dozing with his head resting on the desk. Although Gallon had utilized 100 of his potential attributes, the daily accumulation of experiences had brought his potential back to 47. Do as you wish. It's just perfect to bring some foot traffic to my shop. Remember the usual rule. $10 for an hour. I know. Are you obsessed with money? Gallon retorted, exasperated. Do take care of my things. I shall return. Understood. Now hurry along. You chatter more than I do. The old man waved him off impatiently. No wonder you have no business. Having spent considerable time with the old man, Galen understood his temperament well. Initially, their exchanges were somewhat formal, but familiarity had bred a comfortable camaraderie, allowing for a more candid dialogue. As days turned into weeks, over 2 weeks passed. Galen maintained a routine of alternating between school, the antique shop, and the martial arts school, steadily enhancing his potential until he soon surpassed 100 once again, enabling him to allocate new attribute points. Yet, he had yet to decide where to invest them this time. Originally, he intended to elevate his academic performance. However, regrettably, not all skill sets could be forcibly enhanced through attribute points. Only a select few specialized skills could be improved, while others, such as classical studies and foreign languages, remained inaccessible. These subjects had not yet received advanced textbooks, and Galen possessed no related memories, rendering him unable to comprehend them. He vaguely sensed that his attribute point enhancements could only augment the skills within his existing knowledge. In simpler terms, if he had only been taught a singular level of the Bayun secret method, the subsequent levels remained unknown, and he must acquire further teachings to advance. Consequently, it was impossible to forcibly upgrade attribute points, as his memory repository lacked directions for further enhancement. Galen concluded that attribute points and innate abilities were akin to a profound exploration and development of one's potential, merely manifested through these attributes. Thus, to improve skills, he had to fully grasp the entirety of the next level's content. A lack of understanding would inevitably lead to stagnation and progress. Galen briefly reviewed his materials. As only the results of the impending senior examinations mattered, the performance in other semesters was of little consequence, for there were myriad paths beyond university. Moreover, the mathematics and physics subjects here were astonishingly simplistic. He had elevated both subjects to a high level within just 10 days, while classical studies and foreign languages reached a rudimentary level through diligent memorization. With an increase in intelligence, his memory and comprehension had significantly improved, coupled with the maturity and acumen of adulthood, ensuring his results far surpassed those of his previous self. Had he focused more on his studies, he might very well have reached the rank of top students. The afternoon sun cast a soft yellow hue across Bennington Street, which lay eerily quiet, save for a few passers-by clad in thick overcoats. 2 black sedans were parked by the roadside, their polished surfaces reflecting a gentle golden light. One contained a driver who appeared to be soundly asleep against the steering wheel. On the right side of the street, a boy with violet hair and crimson eyes briskly rubbed his hands together as he strode forward. His hair, now somewhat long, cascaded from his temples to his chin, enveloping his face, occasionally billowing back in the breeze. Dressed in a light gray sweater and trousers, he stood out with his fair complexion. The boy tilted his head to glance at an advertisement banner on a distant building. The crimson banner proclaimed, from September 21st to 25th, Elizabeth Jewelry will host a grand autumn sale, with discounts ranging from 10 to 50. Is it already September? How swiftly time passes. Galen quickened his pace, making his way toward the antique shop, as the deadline mentioned by old Greg had nearly elapsed several days ago. Since he had recently been selected as a disciple of the Martial Arts Academy, he would have to wait a quarter before participating in the internal selection tournament, thus precluding any opportunity to earn money. Galen cast a fleeting glance at his attribute panel below. Strength had increased by 2 points, now measuring 0.52, while his potential stood at 124. The enhancement of my strength is a result of rigorous training through secret techniques, complemented by the daily efficacy of strength exercises. Moreover, it seems that the attribute abilities possess a solidifying effect on the body, preventing a decline in physical strength due to prolonged periods of inactivity. He glanced at the skill panel. White Cloud Secret Technique, Intermediate, Basic Combat Technique, Beginner, Explosive Fist Technique, not yet initiated. Galen has developed a keen interest in the martial arts of this world, which bear a striking resemblance to the national martial arts of his previous life on Earth. Yet their prevalence far exceeds that of national martial arts, although they are equally challenging to master and difficult to execute. Such obstacles pose no difficulty for someone endowed with extraordinary abilities like him. In his past life, he yearned to learn martial arts to strengthen his body, but lacked the necessary conditions. Now that all prerequisites have been met, his interest has surged, and he is wholly dedicated to this pursuit. He quickened his pace and entered the shop, only to be slightly taken aback. The interior was in disarray, with antiques and various old trinkets scattered across the floor in utter chaos. A man and a woman, both clad in trench coats, stood at the entrance. inquiring about something from the elderly proprietor. Chapter 14. The beginning. The man appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a neatly trimmed mustache that accentuated his mature and composed visage, adorned with a black top hat and a long black overcoat that cascaded down to his ankles. He exuded an air of sophistication. What particularly caught Gallen's attention was the black pipe he held in his hand, from which he puffed thoughtfully, a faint wisp of white smoke occasionally escaping his nostrils. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly in her 20s or 30s, with lightly colored blonde hair elegantly tied back. Her immaculate white overcoat was devoid of any blemish, complementing her delicate and fair complexion, which radiated the decisiveness and simplicity characteristic of a professional woman. Gallen's entrance went unnoticed by the trio as he quietly approached the elderly gentleman to listen in. Given this, the time of the crime must have been last night. The exact hour will have to be determined through a meticulous analysis of the scene, the man murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The man appraised Gallen with a discerning eye before nodding. May I pose a few inquiries? He asked casually, inquiring about Gallen's visit to the shop the previous evening. After receiving a nod in response, he and the woman in white began to peruse the shop. The elderly gentleman, gruff, squatted despondently on the ground, gathering the scattered old books while muttering curses at the thief. Old man, have you been robbed? Gallen crouched down to assist in picking up the books. Better not to mention it. Now that you have, the wrinkles on my face are bound to deepen, Gruff lamented. I was feeling under the weather today and had planned to come by only in the afternoon. You know I don't open the shop solely for you. Yet upon my arrival, I was met with this Gruff was merely a lonely soul seeking to occupy his time. Perhaps engaging in banter with Gallen was one of the few joys in his life. The two remained silent for a moment, unsure of what to say next. Who are those two? Gallen finally inquired. They are federal detectives investigating the string of robberies, the esteemed Mr. Tolly Mercury and Miss Ceylon. They have come specifically to solve the case, Gruff whispered in introduction. In this world, when incidents arise, it is often the detectives who are called upon to resolve them. Renowned detectives and police departments possess the authority to inspect crime scenes at the earliest opportunity. Many cases are only solvable through the expertise of detectives, thus granting them a high status in society. Gallen nodded, continuing to gather books while observing the detective's movements. After a prolonged period of exploration within the shop, Tolly Mercury finally broke the silence. This bears the hallmark of the gold ring, there is no doubt. It is identical to the modus operandi of Novice, he declared, gently tracing his fingers along the edge of a table before bringing them to his nose for a whiff. That fellow certainly makes a swift getaway, Miss Ceylon remarked with a furrowed brow. Ceylon, do you recall what I said during our last case involving the Light of Wendini? Tolly Mercury suddenly posed. Sir, are you referring to? Yes, he turned towards her. If the gold ring is present, please, both of you must remain silent and avoid startling him. This criminal is exceedingly dangerous. Do not provoke him. A moment's carelessness could lead to casualties. That individual is a former Special Forces officer. We did not come from Novice merely for a frivolous endeavor. This time, I shall ensure you do not escape again, Tolly Mercury murmured as he turned, his gaze becoming profoundly intense. Ceylon, immediately informed by Ing and the others to cease their investigations, simply tell them we have caught the tail. Yes. Tolly Mercury shook his trench coat and strode out of the shop, with Ceylon hastily following behind. Sir, should we not wait for Ing to arrive before taking action? The peril posed by Golden Ring is unprecedented in all our previous cases. No, it would be too late to investigate once they arrive. Tolly Mercury tilted his head to gaze at the fiery red sky of the evening, reassured, nothing will go amiss, no matter how dangerous. He is but an ordinary man. As long as he is human, he must possess weaknesses. Is this not overly reckless? After all, Golden Ring is a former officer trained in special forces. Even without firearms, he could easily take down 5 or 6 adults. Ceylon, frowning, remarked from behind. Indeed, the two departed briskly down the street, one in front of the other. Inside the shop, Gallen took a seat, watching their departing figures. Old man, who exactly is this Golden Ring? Is he well known? A notorious serial robber and murderer? Have you not been keeping up with the latest newspapers? Numerous robberies and murders have occurred across the Federation. Fortunately, I have not encountered Golden Ring directly. The old man, who had been grumbling moments ago, now felt a sense of relief. It is said that Golden Ring was once surrounded by the police and managed to injure 2 officers, effortlessly escaping, though he did sustain a graze on his arm during the scuffle. As Gallen listened to the old man's account, he sensed that this Golden Ring and Tolly Mercury seemed to have a history of entanglement and rivalry. Additionally, just a few days ago, at a manor in the countryside, a friend of Detective Tali Mercury reportedly engaged in a struggle with Golden Ring, nearly capturing him. The old man added. Galen squinted, just in time to see Tali Mercury and Ceylon conversing with a robust man clad in black at the end of the street. The man's gaze was focused, his muscles solid, and his movements suggested he had undergone combat training. Is that him? He pointed toward the formidable figure. The old man followed his gaze. The friend Mr. Mercury mentioned is indeed he. He was just here in the shop. Galen nodded, deducing from the man's demeanor and actions that he had a rough idea of the opponent's combat proficiency. Judging by his physique and temperament, he appeared to be an exceptionally strong average adult, likely trained in military combat techniques, though there remained a possibility of possessing special explosive skills. As a martial artist, he instinctively compared his own abilities to those of his opponent. If I were to face him, my practical experience would surely be lacking. However, my strength would undoubtedly surpass his. The maximum strength of an average adult equates to approximately 0.5. I have already surpassed this threshold. With a full exertion and special techniques, I would far exceed him in strength. If Golden Ring is comparable to him. Galen's attention then shifted to the skill bar at the bottom of his field of vision. Unlike others, I possess a unique attribute enhancement. My strength is disproportionate to my physique. I have observed others, whether in martial arts schools or among the general populace, where the stronger the physique, the more robust the muscles, and consequently, the greater the strength with few exceptions. I, however, stand apart with a physique that appears moderately strong. Yet when I unleash my full power, it transcends ordinary limits. With a resounding thud, a 180-pound sandbag was sent flying by a powerful punch from Galen. Swinging past the qualifying line, his bare torso was exposed, showcasing his pale, well-defined muscles that subtly rippled with movement. He struck without gloves, relying solely on his bare fists. In the solitude of the testing room at night, he was the only occupant. In just 2 weeks, I have reached the remarkable ability to effortlessly strike with 180 pounds of force. The White Cloud's secret method, combined with explosive power techniques, has proven to be formidable. Galen wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. The White Cloud's secret method, renowned for its profound teachings, serves as the foundational essence of all martial arts at the White Cloud Martial Arts School. From the beginning until now, those who trained alongside me have been left far behind. The intermediate secret method and Oppo's starting point and growth rate far exceed that of others. Furthermore, I fortuitously upgraded the method at the moment of its optimal effect, coinciding with the medicinal aroma of that day, achieving a level surpassing 0.5. When I first learned the secret method, the old man presented a scroll infused with a faint medicinal fragrance, which harmonized with the aroma emanating from the burning fireplace, intensifying the method's training secrets. Assuming the stance of the White Cloud's secret method once more, a cool stream of air gradually spread from my chest and abdomen to my limbs. My muscles pulsated in sync with the rhythm of my heartbeat. The initial application of the secret method yields the most significant bodily adjustments, enhancing physical prowess to its peak. At that time, Galen had just recalibrated his body. Even before fully unlocking his strength, he could easily surpass 120 pounds. Now that my power has increased further, I can fully harness the enhanced strength. Surpassing 180 pounds is no longer a daunting task. As I stood in the secret method stance, Galen refocused his attention on the skill bar. Resolutely, he fixed his gaze upon the explosive fist technique. This is it. As his focus intensified, a refreshing current surged from his mind into the location of the technique. The previously unlearned status gradually transformed into the initial level. Suddenly, Galen felt a tightening sensation throughout his body, as if a tingling, effervescent fluid was secreting from within, slowly permeating his skin and enveloping its surface. A thunderous roar erupted within his mind. Chapter 15, The Accident for a Moment. Galen felt an intense warmth radiating from the left side of his body, while the right side remained frigid. An indescribable heaviness assailed his mind, akin to the relentless pounding of a hammer against his skull. Thud, thud, thud. He could hear the steady thrum of his heartbeat, each pulse resonating like a heavy war drum. Gradually, with each beat, the contrasting temperatures of his body began to converge, intertwining in a delicate dance of warmth and chill. The distinct currents of blood formed intricate spiral patterns, swiftly coursing through Galen's veins. In the testing chamber, the cool moonlight streamed through the high windows, draping over Galen like a fine veil. He stood rigidly before the sandbag, his complexion flushed as if he had been boiled alive. A fine mist of perspiration wafted from his hair, skin, and trousers, creating an ethereal haze. Time lost its meaning. With a sudden snap, clarity returned to his mind. Galen's first instinct was to approach the 200-pound sandbag, raising his right arm and inhaling deeply. Bam! His strength surged anew. He opened his palm to inspect his skin, which now appeared to be coated in a crystalline layer, rendering his bare fist as effective as a padded glove against the sandbag, devoid of any sensation of friction or pain. Previously, striking the bag had elicited a faint sensation of discomfort. The attribute panel beneath his gaze shifted once more. His strength increased from 0.52 to 0.53, and his physique rose from 0.31 to 0.33, coupled with the explosive boxing technique. The resilience of my skin has markedly improved. Galen rubbed his hands together, scanning the testing chamber until his eyes landed on a brown wooden rack in the corner, laden with an array of bladed weapons, knightly swords, triangular shields, cleavers, broadswords, daggers, hammers, and axes. The rack was nearly overflowing with an assortment of familiar armaments. He approached the rack and selected a silver dagger, gently drawing it from its sheath. The dagger shimmered under the moonlight, casting a faint silver glow. Its tip glinted dangerously. Appearing exceptionally sharp, he lightly traced it across the back of his hand. Hiss! It felt akin to slicing through tough leather, leaving only a faint white mark on his arm. Indeed, the explosive boxing technique has enhanced my bodily resilience. No wonder the technique incorporates exercises involving striking the body with a wooden mallet. A surge of joy filled Galen as he began to gradually increase his force. Starting with an estimated pound of pressure, he slowly escalated. 2 pounds, 3 pounds, 5 pounds, 10 pounds, 15 pounds, 20 pounds. Suddenly, the dagger grazed his arm, creating a small incision. The tip barely penetrated the muscle before it became lodged, immovable. Approximately 20 pounds is required to pierce my skin. Such remarkable prowess of the explosive boxing technique. It is no wonder that mastery takes years of diligent practice and a certain innate talent. Truly, it is the signature combat art of the Bayun martial arts school. It is noteworthy that even in a relaxed state, he could withstand the force of a 20-pound dagger thrust. If the muscles were to tense up, Galen contemplated briefly before resuming his examination of the piercing strength of muscle tension. He began by applying a force of 20 pounds, gradually increasing it to 50 pounds, only then managing to penetrate the muscle. This level was already approaching the realm of hard Qigong. Impressive. He glanced at his remaining potential, which stood at 24. After adjusting his attire, Galen seized the key hanging by the punching bag and it departed from the testing room. As a formal trainee, each individual possessed the privilege to access the training and testing facilities of the branch at any time, thus every formal student at the branch held a key. Upon exiting the branch, the street lay deserted, a chilly breeze whisking away a newspaper that fluttered aimlessly across the pavement. Galen commenced a light jog down the nocturnal thoroughfare, heading in the direction of home. This had become one of his recent exercise routines. The hour approached 10 p.m., and being a relatively secluded area, the street was naturally devoid of pedestrians. To ensure ample space for his run, Galen had chosen a more distant and obscure route. After running for over 10 minutes, he had encountered only a handful of people. Suddenly, a blaring car horn resonated from a dimly lit street corner ahead. Galen veered to the left side of the street, continuing his jog as a sleek black sedan approached on his right. The yellow headlights momentarily blinded him as the vehicle turned. Galen instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. At the very moment the sedan passed by, he noticed a sudden fluctuation in the numbers within his field of vision. Potential was in motion. In that fleeting moment, his mind was consumed with a singular thought: to halt the sedan. The entire city of Hawaiian had been devoid of any jewels capable of absorbing potential, and this was his only chance. "Please stop the car," Galen shouted, sprinting ahead with arms outstretched. The vehicles in this world were inherently slow, yet the sedan showed no intention of stopping, barreling towards Galen without hesitation. He cursed under his breath, quickly sidestepping to avoid being run over, and began to chase after the car. "Take him down." In the distance, he heard a woman's voice, and then he spotted a figure in the passenger seat, a gloved hand poised to open the door. With a loud bang, the door flung open, colliding with Galen and Appo's side. While a black dagger silently lunged towards his abdomen, Galen's heart raced. Instinctively, he grasped the arm wielding the dagger. In a reflexive motion, he struck the car window with his left fist. Crack! Crash! The arm clutching the dagger crumpled like a brittle twig, flesh and tendons violently tearing apart, blood splattering against the car door. Simultaneously, the glass shattered under the force of his punch, and amidst the rain of glass shards, Galen's left fist connected solidly with the face of the individual in the passenger seat. The person's face caved in, their nose, mouth, and eyes contorting grotesquely, stained crimson by blood, while white bone fragments struck the windshield, producing a sharp, crisp sound. Galen stood momentarily frozen. The driver of the vehicle was equally stunned. The vintage car continued its forward journey, and as the force of the vehicle yanked the door hanging from Galen's hand, it swung wide open, and a slender corpse tumbled out, rolling onto the ground. It was the lifeless body of a young girl, her figure striking yet tragically marred. Her face was utterly disfigured, resembling a grotesque blend of ketchup and tofu, while her right arm clutched a broken black dagger, askew at her side. The black trench coat she wore accentuated her curvaceous form, suggesting she was indeed a young girl. Amidst the overwhelming stench of blood, Galen detected a faint trace of perfume. "I have killed someone." A sudden wave of unprecedented panic surged within him as he gazed at the splatters of crimson on his brown trousers. "I have killed someone," he muttered, his gaze drifting back to the girl's lifeless body. Abruptly, he scanned his surroundings. The street was devoid of any onlookers. Convinced that no one had witnessed his heinous act, Galen rolled up the bloodied hem of his trousers and bolted away in silence. "Hey, I'll leave your allowance on the dining table next week." Inger stepped out of her bedroom, her voice trailing off as she froze in shock. Watching Galen pass by with a pallid complexion, the door to her room slammed shut with a resounding thud. "Is that you, Galen? Off for another workout?" came the voice of their father, Eisen, from within the room. Galen leaned against the door, breathing heavily. His face was ghostly pale, his pupils fluctuating in size in a state of sheer terror. No one had seen him, except for the driver. He reassured himself, murmuring as he pieced together the situation. Although he had honed his excessive strength through rigorous training, in moments of life-threatening peril, instinctively, he unleashed all of his explosive power, fearing it might not suffice. He had utilized every ounce of strength at his disposal. The result was fatal for the other party. Knock, knock, knock. "Brother, are you all right?" Inger's voice called from outside the door. "Oh, I'll prepare some hot water for you then." "All right. Thanks," he responded, as her footsteps gradually faded away. Galen took a moment to steady his racing heart, changed into his pajamas from the wardrobe, and shoved his training uniform into a ball, ensuring the unblemished side faced outward before approaching the door and turning the handle. Startled, "What are you doing?" At the entrance stood Inger, clad in her school uniform. Galen instinctively attempted to close the door, but she wedged her foot in to stop him. Thinking quickly, he made a dash away from the door before it could fully open, hastily stuffing the discarded clothes under the bed, and seated himself on the edge of the bed, his feet blocking the concealed space. Chapter 16. The gathering. Since the day of the murder, Galen had been in a state of anticipation, awaiting the subsequent actions of the individual involved. Or rather, he had been meandering aimlessly around his home in the vicinity of the school. After meticulously familiarizing himself with the surrounding area, he began to remain vigilant for the appearance of the owner of those crimson eyes. Having eliminated one of the subordinate figures, any leader worth their salt would undoubtedly seek retribution. The sharp, melodious sound of the class bell suddenly jolted Galen from his reverie. He sat in his seat, slightly shaking his head, and surveyed the classroom. Some classmates remained in their seats, stretching languidly, while others rose and began to wander about. And a few were vociferously calling for assistance and purchasing items. The classroom erupted into a cacophony as the lesson concluded. "Are you going to the competition, Galen?" Kalido, clad in a tawny suit, rushed down from his seat and plopped down in front of Galen, squeezing a frail boy who had previously occupied that spot. "Apologies. Just needed a bit of room." The boy grumbled but said nothing further. Galen regarded Kalido with exasperation. "It's the archery and swordsmanship competition, right? I'm not planning to participate, but my sister is competing in the archery event. I will definitely go to cheer her on." "What about Fane and Jack?" "I have no idea." As soon as the bell rang, those two became all mysterious and vanished, Kalido shrugged. Due to his disheveled appearance and eccentric style, most preferred to keep their distance from him. In contrast, Galen, who came from a less privileged background and possessed a rather aloof demeanor, found it easier to relate to Kalido's forthright character. Consequently, their camaraderie was significantly closer than that shared with Fane and Jack. Alongside Effie, although they formed a small group of 5, there were distinctions in their relationships. "In any case, I'm only going to watch the archery competition," Galen remarked indifferently, feeling a certain detachment from the school activities, which seemed distant and uninteresting to him. Perhaps it was due to the act of taking a life that rendered these so-called competitions trivial, akin to children playing house. Kalido made a face, as if he had anticipated Galen's response. Well, that means you have some free time. I need your assistance with something. He glanced around and then beckoned Effie, who was engrossed in her studies, to join them. What is it? I'm in the middle of solving problems, she protested. You'll find out once you come over. The three huddled together, and Kalido began to share his request. As friends and confidants within the school, inviting Galen and Effie to his friend and Appo's gathering was a given. Fane and Jack were unable to attend due to their girlfriends also participating in Su Zhao's competition, creating a scheduling conflict. This gathering is for my closest friends, but it's actually hosted by my most revered older brother. You must do me this favor. Just consider it accompanying me. What do you need us for at the gathering? Effie questioned, her curiosity piqued. My family has arranged a betrothal for me, and I would like you to provide your insights during this gathering. Kalido said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. Engaged. Both Effie and Galen were somewhat at a loss for words. At such a tender age, how could one even contemplate engagement? Galen wore an expression of peculiarity. 16 years old, and one cannot be engaged? Kalido retorted with a sense of righteous indignation. Galen pondered for a moment. He had recently been yearning for the elderly Gregor to retrieve that book for him once more. However, the old man seemed to have grown exceptionally obstinate, refusing to relent. Coincidentally, the official stipend for the academy students was due, and an internal competition was to be held to determine the rankings. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant about the ominous figure with crimson eyes who might seek retribution, for it was improbable that there would be no repercussions after having taken a life. Fortunately, there had been no reports regarding that incident. After the police addressed the murder on that street, the detective who arrived found nothing amiss. One must admit that the technology of this era is rather primitive. Had it been on Earth, the use of surveillance footage would have significantly narrowed down the suspects. While Galen felt a sense of relief, he also lamented the chaos of this age. Even on Earth, there are numerous individuals who have evaded capture after committing murder, and here, with the technological shortcomings, one can only imagine the multitude of unresolved cases lurking in the shadows. It is no wonder that a detective of Towery Mercury's caliber holds such a prestigious position. He was not particularly worried about the adversary tracing back to his family. The lighting had been dim that day, obscuring his features, and no one was aware of his visit to the Martial Arts Academy as that street was desolate, given the anonymity of his identity. The prospect of locating a passerby amidst the hundreds of thousands in Hwai City who had harmed his subordinate was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention, with the investigative capabilities of this era, it was even less likely that they could trace anything back to his family. With these thoughts in mind, he felt it was time to unwind. Congregating with friends from school seemed a splendid choice. Otherwise, he might drive himself to madness before his adversary even appeared. In a few days, the competition would commence, but let it be known that he would only have time for the swordsmanship contest. It was merely a matter of days. So fear not, it would not hinder your attendance at your sister's competition. Kalido cast a sympathetic glance at Galen, wearing an expression that conveyed understanding. I have no objections. Just call me when you're ready to leave. Effie readily agreed. That's splendid. By the way, Effie, may I borrow your physics assignment for reference? Why not ask Galen? His handwriting is atrocious. You can go to hell. Your writing is even worse, and you dare say that. Galen retorted with irritation. After numerous attempts, Galen ultimately resigned himself to a score of around 30 and sought Effie's assistance thereafter. As the sole girl within their quintet, and a strikingly attractive one at that, Effie served as the academic motivation for their group, being the go-to person for any scholarly dilemmas. 3 days later, as night fell, Galen and Effie followed Kalido to a hotel situated in the heart of Hwai City. This is the place. Kalido took the lead, stepping inside, followed closely by Galen, clad in a dark civilian outfit, while Effie donned a delicate crimson dress. Above the hotel entrance hung a sign, Mira Night Star. Beneath it, a multitude of bright yellow electric lights illuminated the space. Electric lighting was not widespread in this world due to the challenges of wiring and costs, making it a luxury afforded only by families of considerable means. The rectangular entrance frequently welcomed vehicles, with guests alighting and departing, the flow of people far from sparse. My elder brother is quite amiable. When he arrives, I shall introduce you, Kalido remarked with evident excitement. For he was a formidable entrepreneur who had established a thriving enterprise in the EC province. With that exuberant expression, one might assume you were off to meet a lover, Galen retorted, walking behind him in silence. Effie, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Must you always speak so harshly? Upon entering the grand door, they were greeted by a server who inquired their names before escorting them to the second floor, where they entered a resplendent little hall adorned in gilded splendor. As they approached the entrance of the hall, Calido warmly greeted a throng of young men and women inside, exuding an aura of popularity. "You may wander and greet others. We shall entertain ourselves," Effie suggested, noticing Calido appeared somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. "Very well. I shall return shortly. Please enjoy some refreshments. Help yourselves to whatever is on the table," Calido replied. But scarcely had he finished speaking when a short-haired young man pulled him away. Galen shrugged, observing the dynamics within the hall thoughtfully. From the moment Calido entered, he had become the focal point of attention. It was evident that his background was far more intricate than he had led them to believe. "Let us meander about. This place appears rather splendid." "Indeed," Effie concurred. In a corner stood a man with fair skin and a well-proportioned physique, possessing an almost feminine grace. Clad in an exquisitely tailored white suit that radiated elegance, he was engaged in hushed conversation with several young companions nearby. "Calido, it's been ages. You haven't even come over to say hello. Who was it that used to trail behind me calling brother incessantly?" the man exclaimed, stepping forward to deliver a playful punch to Calido's shoulder, eliciting light laughter from those around him. "Come on, I did come as soon as I received your telegram." "I did not dare to delay in the slightest," Calido replied, his expression a mix of feigned anguish and genuine relief. "Enough of the act. I know you too well. Allow me to introduce you," Kaima announced to his approaching friends. "This is Calido, the only son of the Viscount Strong. The others are old acquaintances. But I must introduce the two newcomers today." He gestured towards the advancing blonde youth and the girl with yellow eyes. "This is William, his father, General William, is well acquainted with Uncle Strong. And this is Jessie. Her family owns the Cafe International Hotel Group." At the mention of Jessie, he cast Calido a knowing glance, which the latter quickly understood as a hint that she was the fiancée his family had arranged for him. "Since she is a friend of Brother Kaima, she is naturally a friend of mine as well. If you have matters to attend to in Hwai Mountain, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." "I shall be more than willing to help," Calido declared with a hearty pat on his chest. William nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. "I shall rely on your care while in Hwai Mountain," Jessie remarked with a playful smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Calido. "No problem at all. Shall you not introduce your two friends?" Jessie inquired, glancing towards Galen and Effie, who stood not far away. "They are both my classmates from school. The boy with purple hair is named." All right. Let us indulge in some refreshments first. I shall greet some other friends. You all may converse in the meantime," Waima interjected, smiling as he lifted a glass of blue beverage and made his way towards the others. Chapter 17. The gathering. As Calido attempted to continue his discourse, he was promptly diverted by Jessie, who shifted the conversation to other matters. It was evident that none of them were particularly interested in learning the names of Galen and Effie. The opulence of their attire alone suggested that they belonged to a different echelon. "Are we leaving soon?" Calido furrowed his brow. "I still have friends here. Perhaps we could invite them along so that everyone can get acquainted." Calido hesitated, but Weimer's smile bore a hint of skepticism. "Calido, I hope tonight is reserved for us old friends. It would be best not to mix with others." Observing Calido's uncertainty, he continued. "Didn't you once have a fondness for Visca? Now that she is finally here, you want to even go to greet her? Besides, our vehicle can only accommodate 4. And we lack space for the 2 of them. Come now, let us not dampen the mood. If you're hesitant, I shall speak on your behalf." Calido fell silent, suddenly regretting his invitation to Galen and Effie. He anticipated that after years apart, the once-admired Weimer would become somewhat inscrutable to him. The idealized image he had held in his mind gradually faded. Nonetheless, Weimer remained a friend from his childhood. Weimer furrowed his brow, his smile diminishing as he patted Calido's shoulder. "Consider it carefully." Upon entering, Galen and Effie wandered around the banquet hall, sampling the various dishes. Apart from Calido, they were unfamiliar with anyone else present, and newcomers frequently arrived. The attendees were predominantly teenagers, aged 17 or 18, who were greeted by friends with laughter and merriment. In stark contrast, Galen and Effie stood alone, observing others engage in lively conversations, forming small circles of companionship. They couldn't shake the feeling of being superfluous. "Since we can't leave, let us just eat," Galen whispered to Effie. "Calido is preoccupied with his friends. Let us just keep him company." He then picked up a plate and moved to the buffet. Feeling awkward standing idle, Effie walked to the food table, mimicking the others as she carefully filled her plate and gingerly sipped the soup from her bowl. The other guests, apart from her and Galen, were either affluent or aristocratic, and the opulent banquet hall was glaringly ostentatious. In stark contrast, her dress, barely worth 200, and her boots, around 100, stood out in their simplicity. appearing utterly out of place. The dishes laid out on the table, many of which she had seen in upscale stores, were far more expensive than her entire outfit combined. Suddenly, a soft chuckle broke the air. "Sister, that soup isn't for drinking. It's for rinsing your mouth." A young girl nearby couldn't and Appos, help but laugh aloud. Upon hearing this, Effie felt her face flush crimson, nearly choking as she hastily set down her plate and grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth. I must have misseen it," she stammered, her neck turning a deep shade of red as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet the other's eyes. The soup bowl was so conspicuous, after all. "Surely, you cannot have never encountered the premium mouthwash soup?" The girl beside her erupted into a fit of delicate laughter, and soon another young lady joined them. After a brief exchange, they both stifled giggles behind their hands. Effie stood rooted in place, her head bowed, cheeks and neck ablaze with embarrassment. She felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping her. Caught in a dilemma of whether to remain or to flee, wishing desperately to vanish into the very fabric of the carpet beneath her. What does it matter? Is mouthwash soup toxic, rendering it undrinkable? Galen interjected, approaching with a slight frown. Clad in garments worth hundreds, he bore no trace of self-consciousness. To him, the young men and women present were but fragile chicks, easily crushed. After having taken a life, his perspective on ordinary individuals had undergone a profound transformation. Particularly in a world where killing bore little risk, Galen's mindset had subtly stabilized, rendering matters beyond strength increasingly insignificant. "It's merely mouthwash soup. I enjoy drinking it this way. Is it truly so amusing?" Galen scooped a ladle of the mouthwash soup from his bowl and gulped it down. The concoction had a hint of sweetness, accompanied by a refreshing minty aroma. It was, in fact, quite palatable. No worries, no worries. The girl, upon witnessing Galen's nonchalance, felt a twinge of embarrassment and cast an ambiguous glance at the two, saying, "You two, please, continue." The two girls gradually sauntered away, but not before stifling another giggle a few steps down the path. Galen furrowed his brow as he watched them depart, then turned his attention to Effie behind him. "Well then, forget about the others. Do as you wish." Effie silently nodded. Observing her merely nod, her face still flushed and unable to lift her head. Galen sighed and turned his stride towards Kalido. Kalido was engaged in conversation with a bright-eyed girl, exchanging words here and there, mostly initiated by the girl, while Kalido responded somewhat dismissively. Upon noticing Galen approaching, Kalido appeared unable to maintain his composure. "I must check on my friend," he said, seizing the opportunity to excuse himself. "He might need something, so I shall take my leave." As the two drew closer together, Kalido exhaled deeply. "Did you see that beautiful lady with the dark golden shoulder-length hair? She is my fiancée. What do you think? She seems fine, isn't she quite lovely?" Galen replied, perplexed. "She is far too lovely. In comparison, I feel utterly inadequate," Kalido lamented, a look of defeat etched on his face. "I had intended to introduce you to." Kalido's words trailed off as he fell silent for a moment. "Well, I shall escort you both." His expression gradually grew somber. "I find no issue with this. You are aware of Ife and Appos' family circumstances, which are considerably poorer than mine. She was admitted as an exceptional student in our academy, and it is only natural for her to feel nervous in such an environment. Earlier, she even made the blunder of mistaking mouthwash for soup. It is quite unfortunate for a young lady like her." "Do not blame me," Kalido murmured. "I initially thought it would be a casual gathering among a few individuals, not something so elaborate. I never anticipated the scale of this event." Jalen and Ife exited the hotel, strolling along the bustling street lined with vehicles, gradually making their way toward the outskirts. Following her earlier embarrassment, Ife seemed transformed, becoming taciturn and withdrawn. She did not utter a single word throughout their journey. "It is nothing of great consequence. Do not place too much weight on the opinions of others. After today, our paths will not cross significantly, and in time, everyone will gradually forget," Jalen comforted her. "Do not blame Kalido. He is simply rather slow-witted and could not have foreseen such a situation." "I do not blame him," Ife replied, adjusting her red ponytail. "It was my own lack of experience that led to this foolishness. Why should I hold others accountable?" "Do not overthink it," Jalen reassured, patting her shoulder. "You are still yourself, just as you have always been. Do not allow this trivial matter to affect your spirits." In truth, during his recent wanderings in the city, Jalen had stumbled upon Ife's secret. This girl had been persistently striving. While schoolwork might be monotonous and tiresome for other students, for her, it was a rare moment of respite. Ife silently nodded and turned left at the street corner. Jalen watched her depart until her figure vanished completely around the bend. He then tugged at his collar and made his way toward a dark alley along the street, soon disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 18 Exclusion. After following the shadow for a while in the alley, it suddenly veered left. Galen carefully stepped over a puddle on the ground and continued on. Treading lightly, he needed to uncover the truth about the individual he had killed that day, particularly whether they possessed the means to discover his identity. At this juncture, it was no longer merely a matter of potential threats, but rather a pressing concern for his own safety and that of his family. Turning into a filthy, narrower lane, the muffled sounds of a man berating a woman drifted down from the upper floors. The air was thick with the unpleasant odor of decomposing food scraps. The person ahead was crouched by a cylindrical trash bin, rummaging through its contents. Nearby, two homeless men lay sleeping soundly. Galen quietly positioned himself at the mouth of the alley, utilizing the faint light filtering down from above to peer inside. The man rummaging through the bin soon unearthed a black leather bag, from which he extracted a small copper key. After tucking the key away, he glanced around before continuing onward. In a moment of silence, as Galen leaned forward to observe, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if something had pricked him. Instinctively, he swung his right elbow back. Thud. A muffled grunt escaped a man who staggered from the impact, attempting to flee but collapsing to the ground after only a few faltering steps, struggling but failing to rise again. Galen's heart raced. Yet this was his second encounter in a physical altercation. Coupled with the psychological shift following his earlier act of violence, he felt surprisingly composed, far less frantic than before. He suppressed a fleeting sense of panic, inhaled deeply, and examined the puncture on his waist, where his clothing had been torn, evidently pierced by a dagger or similar weapon. Fortunately, his skin remained unscathed. Had it not been for his explosive fist technique and the resilience of his body akin to that of a hardened martial artist, a normal person would surely have succumbed to such a strike. Observing the location of the wound, which was perilously close to his kidney, a chill of dread washed over him. Approaching the fallen man, he noted that he clutched a black dagger in his right hand. His filthy attire indicative of one who had not bathed in a considerable time, an unremarkable guise of a common street vagrant. You will not remain unchallenged for long. Lord James will avenge me. The man hissed with a sinister chuckle, his green eyes fixated on Galen, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. With a sudden tilt of his head, he breathed his last, the blood at his mouth taking on a dark hue, unmistakably poisoned. Before Galen could inquire further, the man had already taken his own life. He crouched down to check for a pulse and breath. Indeed, he was irrevocably deceased. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently become embroiled in a conflict between two factions. This individual had mistakenly identified him as a member of a rival group and, to prevent any information from being divulged, had opted for self-destruction without hesitation. The brutal finality of such an act sent a shiver through Galen. It seemed this man was not specifically tracking him. The earlier figure had likely come solely to retrieve something, while this one had been dispatched to eliminate him upon realizing he was being followed. It is also possible that it was a spy from another organization. It seems that the likelihood of my exposure is minimal. After deducing the specific circumstances, Galen felt a subtle sense of relief. Clearly, the incident of his accidental homicide that night was misattributed to another party and Oppo's actions. No wonder that when I attempted to stop the vehicle, the individual decisively ordered my assassination. It was evident that he had been misled at a critical moment. As Galen analyzed the situation, he became increasingly convinced that this was indeed the truth. He glanced around, noting the absence of any sounds. The snores of a homeless man and the quarrels from the upper floor continued to echo. Occasionally, the calls of wildcats could also be heard. Galen bent down to inspect the assassin, retrieving a black and gold coin from the internal pocket of his jacket. Without lingering, he pocketed the coin and swiftly retraced his steps to exit. When the coast was clear, he emerged from the alley, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he meandered through the city, making numerous circles until the city's clock tower chimed the hour. Only then did he hasten homeward. Click. Bang. Galen closed the door behind him and changed into slippers as he entered the living room. The space was illuminated by an oil lamp, where his father, Lombard Eisen, sat with his legs crossed on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. Clad in black pajamas, his brow furrowed. Eisen was a slightly portly middle-aged man with disheveled dark purple hair and a grizzled beard, resembling a passionate football coach. Where's Mom? Galen inquired casually as he hung his coat on the rack by the door. I know that. I heard it from my classmates, he added, nodding. Especially you. Always enjoying your runs in less crowded places. Oh, understood. Galen took a moment to rest on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water while observing his father retreat into the bedroom and closing the door. After waiting a while and hearing the sound of the light being turned off, he promptly washed up, extinguished the light in the living room, and entered his own bedroom. Sitting at his desk, he turned on the lamp and carefully retrieved the black coin from his pocket, examining it closely under the light. The coin was walnut-sized and similar in thickness to a standard coin, featuring a depiction of a two-masted sailing ship on its obverse, with two enormous sails billowing in the wind. Above the vessel, a serpent was carved, its mouth agape as if poised to strike. At the bottom, a number was inscribed, 1521. Flipping it over, the reverse showcased a knight's armor, with a sword piercing through from within, the tip poised against the helmet. The entire perimeter of the armor was adorned with a garland. Galen repeatedly caressed the coin, noting the subtle hints of dark gold peeking through the black coating. He pressed his finger against these areas of dark gold, and instantly, he felt a surge of potential beneath his vision, which incrementally rose from 179 to 180. Then, it fell silent. Is that it? Galen pondered, setting the coin down in exasperation. Since accumulating a few attribute points from the old man last time, he had refrained from utilizing them, opting instead to reserve them for the time being, originally intending to enhance the white cloud secret technique. He later contemplated that augmenting the explosive fist technique might yield better results, as the latter could deliver swift outcomes. Moreover, his attempts to borrow the book from the old man had been unsuccessful, making him increasingly reluctant to indiscriminately allocate attributes. Having expected to uncover valuable treasures from a gang notorious for pilfering numerous antiques, he was disheartened to discover only a single gold coin. Should I label them as mere trifles? He shook his head slightly and tucked the coin away in the drawer of his desk. Were it not for my training in the explosive fist technique, which has significantly toughened my skin, that knife could have very well claimed my life. This time, his adversary's strength was lacking. Had he faced someone more powerful, perhaps with a touch of poison on the blade? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. It would be wiser to focus on my studies in martial arts. Such matters are perilous and better left to the likes of the great Detective Mercury in the tower. Ultimately, he decided to allocate the last attribute point to the white cloud secret technique. Adding it sooner would expedite the enhancement of his strength and physique considerably. After a moment's contemplation, he directed his gaze back to the skill section, specifically the white cloud secret technique. Gradually, the energy in his mind surged forth, penetrating the realm of the technique. The characters representing the secret technique pulsed momentarily before becoming indistinct, transitioning from intermediate to advanced. A sudden pop. A new symbol materialized behind the white cloud secret technique. Though he was unfamiliar with its pronunciation, Galen instinctively grasped its incomplete meaning. It appeared that the transmission of the secret technique was not entirely comprehensive. The key to advanced techniques likely resided within the upper echelons of the martial arts school and its prominent disciples. Galen surmised the underlying truth. After pondering for a moment, he shifted his focus to the explosive fist technique. Similarly, it exhibited the same predicament. Upon allocating the attribute points, the characters blurred momentarily before reverting to their original elementary state. A new symbol appeared, with its meaning being one Galen recognized. Did the intermediate level of the explosive fist technique require external medicinal stimulation for simultaneous treatment? Otherwise, it might impair one's physique and intellect. He understood that being able to grasp the explosive fist technique without any external aid was already a stroke of fortune. The same applied to the white cloud secret technique. As the martial arts school naturally sought to retain core knowledge within its own grasp, it would be impossible to relinquish everything at once. Otherwise, cohesion would be unattainable. Thus, it seemed that to enhance his martial prowess, he must elevate his standing within the martial arts school. Since his arrival in this world, he had devoted himself entirely to martial arts, something he had longed for on Earth, which now filled him with exhilaration. Realizing the importance and security of martial arts, his pursuit of it became increasingly fervent. Although he faced some challenges now, they did not seem insurmountable. As long as he participated in the internal ranking competition of the martial arts school and secured a good position to catch the attention of its core figures, he would succeed. Since he could not augment his skills, he decided to enhance his fundamental attributes instead. He shifted his gaze, gliding through the basic attributes section. Strength, 0. 53, Agility, 0. 23, Constitution, 0. 33, Intelligence, 0. 36. Having already increased his constitution, strength, and intelligence, he resolved to boost his agility this time. Let us examine the impact of agility. As for attribute points, Galen adopts a philosophy of seizing every opportunity to enhance himself, compared to the typical learners. Regardless of where he allocates these attribute points, his starting point is inherently superior. After all, he is augmenting his abilities on the foundation of an ordinary physique. Furthermore, the effect of attribute solidification ensures that once he attains a certain level of proficiency, his body can maintain its peak attributes even with minimal training, without any degradation. In such circumstances, neglecting martial practice and physical conditioning would feel like a monumental waste to him. Chapter 19. Core in the distance, Galen observed 3 contestants, including his sister, as they gently released their bowstrings, sending 3 arrows soaring through the air to pierce the target. His eyesight was not particularly sharp, but he noticed that the arrows of the other competitors veered off course, while his sister Inger's arrow was much closer to the bullseye. The atmosphere around the arena was filled with a cacophony of cheers and jeers, with Class 6, where Ing and Oppos, was situated, being the loudest of all. As the second and third rounds unfolded, Galen remained perplexed by the intricacies of the rules. Yet he was captivated by the resounding applause that accompanied each of Inger's shots. The students of Class 6, along with a few girls, shouted her name, revealing her popularity, which contrasted with her submissive demeanor at home. The competition continued for over an hour before the results were finally tallied. Galen, stifling yawns, realized it was time for him to head to the martial arts hall for his testing. He waved goodbye to his sister and squeezed his way through the throngs of people as he departed, emerging from the lively crowd. The rest of the school's academic areas appeared somewhat desolate, with only the occasional hurried passage of students and teachers hauling equipment, presumably preparing for some sporting event. Galen glanced at the sky. The sun was pallid, casting no warmth upon him, and the brisk autumn wind sent chills through his body. Exiting the somewhat quiet school gate, he turned down the street toward the branch of the Bayun Martial Arts Hall. This branch, located adjacent to St. Yinger Academy, catered to students who had enrolled from the academy, promoting a well-rounded education, which met with little opposition from the school authorities. With keys in hand, Galen entered through the main door of the Bayun Martial Arts Hall. In the reception area, several individuals clad in white were seated, both young and old. Among them was the instructor he had previously encountered, the enchanting Shamanla. The others were unfamiliar to him. The chairs in the reception area were typically reserved for the management of the branch, while students were not prohibited from sitting. The few good seats available made it awkward for a younger person to take a seat without invitation. Galen politely nodded to Shamanla and proceeded toward the left corridor leading to the practice area. However, he did not enter the practice area but continued to the left along the eaves until he arrived at a small room with a white-painted door. He gently knocked. "Come in, the door is unlocked," came the voice of a young man from within. Galen pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room resembled an office or archive, where a refined gentleman sat at a desk, pen in hand, drawing circles as if pondering a complex issue. "Is there something you need?" he inquired without lifting his gaze from the documents before him. "The registration period has closed. If you wish to enroll, you will need to wait until the next quarter." "Oh, that is simple. Please fill out this form first," the man replied, handing Galen a sheet of paper, which had a white background with black borders, requiring details such as name, age, family, and siblings. Galen took the pen provided and began to fill out the form with fluidity. Outside, faint sounds of cheering echoed, suggesting that some disciples were engaged in friendly sparring, drawing a crowd to witness the spectacle. Those youngsters are likely wagering on their bouts, with the losers treating the winners to dinner later. "Don't get distracted. Hurry and complete your form," the man chuckled, encouraging Galen to focus. "All right, take it to the main hall and hand it over to the finance department. Then pay the application fee of 1,000 and wait for the schedule." In the midst of the crowd, the sounds of punches and kicks reverberated. Galen peered through a gap and caught sight of 2 individuals engaged in combat. One was a boy from his batch, while the other was unfamiliar. Their fighting skills were nothing remarkable, slightly better than Galen's own, suggesting they were merely ordinary trainees from the branch. Turning around the corner of the martial arts hall into the lobby, Galen noticed that the earlier crowd had dispersed, leaving only a young trainee sweeping the floor. Without further thought, he exited the martial arts hall and headed toward the academy. The competition was still ongoing, but the focus had shifted to the women's swimming contest, with girls in revealing swimsuits drawing a chorus of whistles from the spectators. Without lingering, Galen made his way outside the school, hailed a carriage, and set off for the main hall. A little over 10 minutes later, "Today, 3 individuals are applying for the Master S Disciple Assessment. I must remind you, should this application fail, your fees will be forfeited. On the white playground, a middle-aged man with a prominent handlebar mustache, clad in black, spoke clearly to the three young applicants before him. Understood. From left to right stood a girl with black hair, Jalen with purple hair and red eyes, and a massive muscular man, all adorned in white martial attire. The conditions are simple. If you can withstand half a minute against me, you will be deemed qualified. The mustached man stated calmly, arms crossed over his chest, inadvertently showcasing his robust physique. Half a minute? The three felt a chill run down their spines, aware that his words carried weight. Do not worry. This is merely a test of your overall capabilities, the mustached man reassured. Who will go first? I shall. The black-haired girl stepped forward first, without any formalities. They positioned themselves, and their gazes locked, instantly commencing the duel. The mustached man lunged forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him, executing a swift jab that was unexpectedly rapid, entirely unlike the typical sluggishness of instructors from the Bayun Martial Arts Hall. The girl, caught off guard, felt the brush of his shoulder as she attempted to counter, only to be met with another punch, forcing her to evade hastily. Amidst the sounds of exertion, they circled each other, and finally, the black-haired girl exclaimed in surprise as she fell to the ground. The mustached man stood firm, not a hint of breathlessness about him. Approximately 17 seconds. He shook his head. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. The girl gritted her teeth, rose, and bowed before stepping aside to observe the remaining assessments. It was clear she wished to gauge the abilities of the others after her own defeat. Jalen understood well that he had only recently acquired the secret techniques in the explosive fist technique. He could not expect to master them immediately. Anyone who could learn the explosive fist technique in just a few weeks would not be called a genius, but rather a monster. Thus, he prepared to display only the strength sufficient to pass the assessment. He cast a glance at the burly man, noting the furrow in his brow, indicating that he seemed to present a formidable challenge. Only those who possess great confidence in their abilities can participate in this test at the branch. All have trained in the techniques of the explosive fist and the secret art of the white cloud. The level of this burly man's mastery of the white cloud technique remains unclear, yet the explosive fist appears to have some efficacy. His muscular physique and skin exhibit certain characteristics indicative of having approached the initial stage of mastery. In contrast, the earlier female participant displayed none of these traits, relying solely on a haphazard laying of techniques to respond. Allow me to take my turn, Gallant stated, stepping forward without further ado. The man with the distinctive mustache cast a fleeting glance at him, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his eyes. As a newly initiated disciple of the martial arts, it is commendable that you remain undaunted by the previous test and still possess fighting spirit. Confidence cannot merely be assessed by observation. Gallant inhaled deeply and replied calmly. Shall I begin? Please proceed. Gallant remained stationary, observing as the mustached man shifted his weight and stepped forward, delivering a rapid straight punch. Instinctively, Gallant felt that evading this blow would be quite effortless. He contemplated meeting the punch head-on but hesitated, wary of revealing the true depth of his explosive fist technique. Instead, he reluctantly sidestepped. However, as he had scarcely practiced evasive maneuvers, having always engaged in direct confrontations, he managed to evade most of the punch but still felt the edge graze him. Fortunately, his toughened skin, hardened through rigorous training in the initial explosive fist techniques, rendered the impact merely a tingling sensation. Interesting, the mustached man remarked softly. His strikes, infused with elements of the explosive fist technique, should not merely provoke pain, but also induce a numbing effect. Yet, after landing 2 blows on Gallant's shoulder, the young man continued to evade as if untouched. Time elapsed. 7 or 8 seconds had passed. The fabric of his tightly bound sleeves rustled softly with each punch. The next blow struck directly at Gallant's right shoulder, and this time, he could not evade it. The speed of this punch was nearly double that of the previous ones. With a resounding thud, Gallant staggered back 3 paces, his complexion slightly flushed as he attempted to lift his hand, only to find his right arm utterly immobilized. 10 seconds. The mustached man declared, retracting his fist, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. Despite his robust build and somewhat clumsy footwork, the speed of his punches was extraordinary. Next, he called, eager to conclude the testing. The final burly man gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Chapter 20. Core 2 Garen, somewhat resigned, stepped aside. Fully aware that his performance was far from satisfactory, the distinction between half a minute and 10 seconds was monumental. He had initially believed that mastering the exploding fist technique would guarantee his ascension to the ranks of senior disciples. To his astonishment, even a mere tester exhibited such formidable prowess. He contemplated that if he were to unleash his full strength without restraint, he would likely still be unable to match his opponent. The speed of the latter's punches was astonishingly swift, accompanied by a perplexing numbing sensation. A mere 2 consecutive strikes, as he had just experienced, would almost inevitably seal the outcome. Indeed, the brawny contender could not endure beyond 20 seconds, retreating with a hand clutched to his shoulder. The man with the handlebar mustache appeared utterly unfazed, not even breaking a sweat, as he withdrew his fists and addressed the trio with nonchalance. At that moment, Garen realized that the man had hardly exerted himself. Engaging the 3 of them seemed to him merely child's play. He privately assessed the level and strength of the man with the mustache, estimating that his physical prowess was comparable to that of a fully matured adult, albeit with significantly superior speed. The exploding fist technique was undoubtedly not of elementary caliber. It likely belonged to an intermediate level or higher. Given his status, it was reasonable to surmise that the White Cloud secret technique was also at least of intermediate rank, not to mention his mastery of combat skills. With a mental comparison of the mustachioed man's capabilities, Garen felt a modicum of reassurance. The raven-haired girl, observing the conclusion of the test, took a step forward. "Sir, could you enlighten us about your current rank as a martial artist? What level?" The man with the mustache smiled, adjusting his slightly wrinkled training attire. "You are familiar with the classification of martial artists, I presume?" He extended 3 fingers. The first category comprises ordinary individuals who possess basic combat skills, enthusiasts, or regular special forces personnel. They can typically handle a couple of ruffians on the street with ease. We refer to this as the enthusiast level. The enthusiasts are indeed the primary source of income for our martial arts school, the burly man interjected. "Precisely," the mustached man affirmed. "These enthusiasts are passionate about martial arts and are willing to invest their resources into it, much like when you first enrolled. Additionally, prominent figures in our martial arts community are occasionally invited to instruct affluent enthusiasts in their homes, which also contributes to our network of influence. The relationship between a master and a disciple is not solely based on physical aptitude, but also on familial background and connections." "That makes sense," Garen nodded. "It is unreasonable to expect instructors to shoulder the burden of their students' living expenses without compensation. After all, teachers are human, too, and require sustenance." "I understand that." The raven-haired girl chimed in. "Our White Cloud Martial Arts School operates on this principle. Furthermore, the head of our school is a wealthy merchant with extensive business interests. As formal disciples, you may even have the opportunity to teach martial arts to others in the future. Thus, I wish to offer you a word of advice." The mustached man continued. "In the martial arts community, apprentices are generally categorized into 2 types. He raised a single finger. "The first type consists of disciples with formidable backgrounds, wielding power and influence. Such disciples serve as a protective facade to enhance the impact of their enterprises. It is not necessary for them to be exceptionally skilled. However, they must certainly be beneficial to the master's legacy." He then extended his second finger. "Following this, one becomes a true disciple of inheritance. This category primarily hinges on innate talent and potential, prepared to address the eventual frailty of the master in their advanced years. At this juncture, to prevent one's own martial lineage from being overshadowed by others, and to uphold the status and reputation of their martial art within the community, it becomes imperative to cultivate such inheriting disciples to bear the mantle. The selection of these disciples is exceedingly stringent, differing entirely from the methods employed for ordinary disciples, with many hailing from less fortunate backgrounds. Thus, it falls upon the teacher to nurture them. Such a master-disciple relationship is the most robust within the realm of martial arts, akin to a father-son bond, where all that the teacher possesses is ultimately bequeathed to the strongest inheriting disciple. These disciples serve to uphold the facade of the school. Therefore, when you consider taking on apprentices in the future, you must heed these considerations. To nurture disciples, one must possess wealth and resources. Ascending further, we encounter the level of the schoolmaster, a tier that only a select few in the martial arts community are qualified to attain. It is not merely the act of opening a martial arts school that confers the title of master, but rather a distinct echelon altogether. Is this level akin to the legendary capability of shattering large stones with a single punch? The brawny man's eyes gleamed. That pertains to the former exploits of the master of Bailwin Fist, Lysaluel. It is indeed comparable to this tier. They have reached limits of human capability that are beyond the imagination of the average person. Master Lai Saluo's physique could even withstand bullets, rendering him unparalleled in defensive prowess within the martial arts domain. The man with the mustache chuckled softly. You shall never attain such heights. However, it is precisely because of such admirable feats that we aspire to practice martial arts, is it not? I yearn for the pinnacle exemplified by Master Lai Saluo. In the realm of schoolmasters, does it not imply the ability to contend against 100 adversaries? The raven-haired girl inquired eagerly. If faced with ordinary ruffians, one could effortlessly dispatch them individually. To claim the capacity to face 100 could be considered a stretch. Experts at this level exhibit no discernible weaknesses in either endurance or speed. Those with shortcomings have long perished in combat. The man with the mustache shook his head in contemplation. Indeed, the three responded in unison, and although they did not succeed this time, they were evidently exhilarated by the newfound insights into the clandestine aspects of the martial arts world. Galen, hearing of the martial arts community's circumstances for the first time, found them reminiscent of the current state of Chinese martial arts on Earth. He feigned a look of intrigue and excitement while pondering his own situation as he walked outside. It seems that to receive the unreserved core teachings, one must belong to one of these two categories of disciples. The first category is beyond my reach, but the second may be attainable, albeit with considerable difficulty. Hey, Galen! Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. The man with the mustache shouted. Galen paused, then turned around. What is it? He queried, looking at the mustached man approaching him with curiosity. Why are you leaving when you've passed? The mustached man appeared puzzled. I passed, Galen exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, you are merely 16 years old, and your standards differ from theirs. Have you not noticed they are all adults? The man with the mustache chuckled. You are the only disciple to pass the test in recent years. Which branch are you from? Who is your instructor? Garen quickly responded, a flicker of joy igniting within him. I am from the St. Oriole Academy branch, and my instructors are Shamanra and Roya. Garen chuckled, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. All right, you possess a solid foundation. Come, let me introduce you to a few senior brothers and sisters. The man stroked his mustache, beaming with delight. Who would have thought that even at over 50, I could take on another disciple? You are accepting disciples? Garen was taken aback. You are the esteemed Master Fei Baiyun of the White Cloud Pavilion. He had always assumed the man was merely a testing instructor. What? Does that not seem plausible? The man with the mustache smiled enigmatically. And no, it's just that you appear so youthful, looking not a day over 40. I had heard that pavilion masters were all over 50. Garen hastily confessed. You rascal. Master Fei Baiyun chuckled, ruffling Garen's hair. Truth be told, I have grown old with little to do, so I decided to remain at the martial arts hall to assess students, hoping to discover promising talents. Over the decades, I have indeed encountered a few, and they are none other than your senior brothers and sisters. By the way, you were just hiding your abilities a moment ago. With such a meager foundation, you dare to conceal your strength? When you meet your seniors, do refrain from revealing what little you possess, lest you embarrass yourself. Especially your senior sister. That girl once single-handedly defeated over 10 adult polar bears in her training. Polar bears. Garen was genuinely astonished. He had seen such creatures in textbooks. They stood over a person's height, with tough skin and dense flesh, impervious to anything but close-range gunfire. Their strength was formidable, exceeding a ton, roughly equivalent to over 2,000 pounds. The thought that an unencountered senior sister could kill more than 10 polar bears was simply unfathomable. Of course, it wasn't as though they all attacked at once. It was a one-on-one practice. Polar bears aren't particularly swift, as long as you avoid their counterattacks. Victory is within reach. However, each evasion must be executed flawlessly, or one could face grave danger. Yet, it is precisely under such life-threatening pressure that your senior sister has progressed so rapidly, Master Fei Baiyun reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Come now, let us meet some acquaintances. I have reviewed your family situation, and as for the feast, let us set that aside. I shall invite some fellow practitioners to witness this moment, and we shall hold a simple apprenticeship banquet. Your family need not worry about expenses. The martial arts hall will cover your training costs moving forward. In a few days, I will ask your parents to join us for the witness banquet, and I will formally accept you as my disciple. Very well, Master. Garen nodded earnestly. Although he was confident in taking this step, he did not expect it to come so swiftly. In this world, in this era, the true realm of martial arts was about to unfold before him. Garen's heart raced with excitement. After all, he had been passionate about martial arts in his previous life but lacked the opportunity to train from a young age. Now that we have established this foundation, it perfectly aligns with his aspirations. However, it is somewhat peculiar that there exists a name reminiscent of those in China, Fei Baiyun. A name strikingly similar to traditional Chinese names. It evokes the image of a martial artist who departed from China to teach in the West. As they walked slowly beneath the eaves, Galen could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Master, you are not a citizen of the Federation, are you?" Fei Baiyun nodded and smiled. "Have you discerned that?" "Indeed, my name differs from those of the citizens of the Uru Federation. I hail from a vast empire in the East." "The East? Is it the tulip?" Galen pondered aloud. "Ah." Galen quickly assented, though in his heart. He recalled modern China on Earth. As the two entered the foyer and ascended the staircase to the second floor, they chanced upon the two disciples who had participated in the earlier test, engaged in conversation with a blonde-haired man. The black-haired girl turned her gaze towards Galen, her eyes glimmering with a hint of envy. The burly man shrugged. "We are too old. There is no opportunity for us." The girl shook her head. "This is my last visit as well. Soon my parents will send me to Sislon for studies in business management. Afterward, my visits to the martial arts hall will likely be limited to holidays. This little fellow must have passed the test. What is his name?" "I just checked. It appears to be Galen," the burly man replied, also glancing over. All right. Those of us like us could never truly immerse ourselves in martial arts. At least we can still dictate our own lives. Once we grow older, we must acquiesce to family arrangements. Hence, not being selected is, in a way, a blessing, sparing us from regrets." A flicker of helplessness crossed the face of the blonde man. "I genuinely envy Sister Rosita." Upon mentioning the name Rosita, a silence enveloped the three. Galen faintly overheard their conversation and turned to see the black-haired girl raise her fist in an encouraging gesture towards him. He nodded, smiled, and returned an okay sign before hastily following Fei Baiyun up to the second floor. The second floor revealed an expansive hall, adorned with deep brown, felt-like material, the center of which bore a colossal gray, circular motif. Surrounding it were columns of redwood, supporting the ceiling. Strangely, the center of the hall lacked any supporting columns. The ceiling comprised two slanted planes joined together, presenting a sturdy yet aesthetically pleasing appearance. At the far end of the hall, facing the staircase, hung a massive black and white oil painting depicting a grand white ship bravely navigating tumultuous waves. Beneath the painting, several redwood tables and chairs were arranged, where two individuals clad in black martial attire were engaged in conversation. One standing, a woman appearing to be in her 20s, with long, dark brown hair styled to leave a single strand cascading from the nape of her neck to her shoulder. She wore a sleeveless vest and black shorts, revealing her fair, elongated legs and arms. The young woman leaned against the wall, her delicate features interspersed with a hint of vigor. From a distance, one could observe the succinct and forceful movements of her lips as she spoke, clearly portraying a woman of competence and authority. Seated nearby was a white-haired man, also in his 20s, whose ordinary countenance exuded a sense of lethargy, the kind that could easily blend into the crowd unnoticed. His arms were notably long, allowing his hands to dangle almost to the ground while seated, creating an impression of dissonance. Upon seeing Fei Baiyun arrive with a young lad, both individuals instinctively straightened their posture and approached. "Teacher, you've actually received results from today's test?" the brown-haired woman exclaimed, her gaze sweeping over Galen. "Could it be that I have encountered a promising talent, one with a solid foundation and commendable qualities? If so, I can finally settle down after this last acquisition." With a jovial smile, Fei Baiyun introduced, "This is Galen, your junior from now on." "The last one? Huh. At last, there's someone younger than me." The white-haired man chuckled mischievously. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. My senior brothers and sisters have always bullied me without allowing me to retaliate. Now, the tables have turned. Don't flatter yourself. Do you really think it's solely because you're the youngest that they pick on you?" the brown-haired woman retorted, playfully striking him. All right, let us introduce ourselves. From now on, you four shall support one another. I shall not take in any more disciples." Fei Baiyun said with a serene smile, his eyes half closed. The brown-haired woman nodded. "Allow me to go first." She turned to the obediently standing Galen. "I am Losita, the first disciple of our teacher and your senior sister." The white-haired man ceased his playful demeanor. "I am your second senior brother, Garcia's second senior brother, my foot." A towering man with a bronzed physique stomped down the stairs, his voice booming. "When did you become the second senior brother? I was unaware." "Oh, is this not our magnificent, handsome, and irresistibly charming second senior brother, Ferric?" Garcia shuddered and quickly hid behind Losita. "I meant the third senior brother." "You must have misheard me." "Misheard, heh," he added, bearing the look of a mouse caught in the presence of a cat. The imposing figure of Ferric approached Fei Baiyun, ignoring Garcia entirely, and clasped his hands in salute. Master, I heard that you have taken in a junior disciple. I came specifically to make his acquaintance. Please, everyone, take a seat, Fei Baiyun replied, pleased with Ferric, who, despite being in his 20s, had already mastered the third level of the White Cloud secret technique and reached the second level of the explosive fist technique. Coupled with his innate strength, his combat prowess was formidable, rivaling even Fei Baiyun and Appo's younger days, although he still fell short of Lucida. Nevertheless, his physique and direct approach in combat aligned perfectly with the style of the White Cloud martial arts school, which Fei Baiyun greatly admired. The junior disciple has just begun and knows nothing yet. Do not bully him too much, he said, stretching his neck and smiling. It will likely take a year or two before he can truly grasp the fundamentals. What is the worry? Junior disciple, feel free to come to me with any questions in the future. I have some insights on evasion, remarked Rosita with a smile, her arms crossed. I specialize in heavy punches, so if you have any questions about explosive power, feel free to consult me, Ferric added, patting Galen on the shoulder. And you, my third junior brother, if there's anything you need assistance with, don't hesitate to seek me out in Huai Mountain. However, I can't help you elsewhere. Hee. After all, we are all brothers, and there will be plenty of opportunities for warm reunions in the future. How about we celebrate first? In the midst of their lively banter, a palpable sense of camaraderie enveloped them. Although Galen was considered the weakest among them, no one looked down upon him. Being disciples of the same master, the four appeared as close as family. Galen was playfully slapped by several large hands, the sound echoing as they playfully struck him. Fortunately, his explosive boxing technique had reached an elementary level. Otherwise, he might not have withstood such treatment. Let's head to the Worcester Hotel. Their shrimp is quite delightful, suggested Rosita. I think I'll pass. You young folks enjoy yourselves, Fei Baiyun replied with a smile, shaking his head. I have some matters to attend to and need to meet an old friend. All right then, we'll gather on our own tonight. We'll invite you again another day. Master, Rosita said, her demeanor exuding the charm of an elder sister. Let's go and test our junior brother's fundamentals. I like this. Third brother Garcia said with mischievous intent as he fixed his gaze on Galen. Don't bully the junior brother. Ferric, the Iron Tower, playfully smacked Garcia on the head, ruffling his hair. He just arrived and knows nothing yet. Galen stood by with a smile, observing as the seniors engaged in their playful antics until Fei Baiyun finally intervened. All right, who asks first? Be careful with your strikes. I'll go, Garcia said, eager to prove himself. Although he was in his 20s, he still bore the exuberance of a child. He tugged at his black training uniform and stepped into the center of the hall, extending his right hand in a gesture of invitation. While Galen was unsure of its meaning, he recognized it as an opportunity to showcase his full potential, or perhaps a means for the brothers to establish a hierarchy based on their visible prowess. The essence of martial arts is not merely spoken. It is demonstrated through tangible combat. Standing in the hall's center, Galen faced off against third brother Garcia, assuming a fundamental fighting stance. Lacking systematic combat knowledge, he could only adopt the most basic posture that allowed for effective power generation. Garcia grinned widely, revealing his bright white teeth. Here I come. His palm struck out with an average blend of power and speed, appearing as a simple greeting among friends. However, to Galen, it was far from ordinary. The speed of Garcia's strike was not particularly swift, yet it exuded a light, agile quality. Galen had an instinctive feeling that if he attempted to evade in any direction, that palm would inevitably follow him closely, ready for rapid exchanges. Moreover, the sound generated by the wind from the strike hinted that this blow would possess considerable force. In a moment of urgent contemplation, Galen did not hesitate and met the challenge head-on, concealing a significant portion of his strength. Merely displaying the same force he had used during the earlier spar with Fei Baiyun, approximately around 140 pounds. Likewise, he executed a sideways slap aimed at intercepting Garcia's descending hand. The sound echoed, smack. Oh, what swift reflexes our junior has, exclaimed senior sister Rosita, rising from her seat. Although Garcia's speed was not particularly remarkable, within the realm of Baiyun, he was not someone easily perceived. It was unexpected that the junior could preemptively counter his assault. His physical responsiveness and visual acuity were evidently superior to those of an average student. That is indeed the case, Fei Baiyun replied with a satisfied smile, recognizing this as a testament to his innate talent, along with a hidden reservoir of natural strength. The Baiyun Martial Arts Academy had always enhanced its practitioner's strength through the cultivation of the Baiyun secret technique, yet this often came at the cost of speed and reflexes. Thus, my acceptance of your junior was primarily to assess whether his naturally swift disposition could compensate for this deficiency through the practice of the Baiyun secret technique. The master is correct, Rosita agreed, her expression turning pensive. Compared to other martial arts schools, our Baiyun Academy has consistently lagged in terms of speed. Therefore, while I am away, you must take care of Galen and impart all that he needs to learn, Fei Baiyun instructed. Understood. Meanwhile, on the training ground, after deflecting the initial slap, Galen found himself continuously on the defensive, parrying a relentless barrage of strikes from various angles. Each palm collided with him, producing a rhythmic sound of impact. With every strike, a wave of numbness and weakness spread through him. Although his dynamic vision and physical reflexes kept pace with the speed of the attacks, he could only manage to block the first strike. Subsequent variations in Garcia's technique left him utterly defenseless. After enduring more than 10 consecutive slaps, Galen took a few steps back, feeling overwhelmed and stifled by the pressure. Finally stabilizing himself, he launched a straightforward palm strike, devoid of any intricate techniques, merely transforming a standard punch into a direct palm thrust, meeting Garcia's incoming slap head-on. Bang! The two palms collided forcefully, their centers facing each other. Galen staggered backward, retreating several paces, his complexion paling as he struggled to regain his composure. A surging warmth churned within his chest, trapped and unable to escape. He glanced at his counterpart, only to see third brother Garcia approaching with a look of concern. Are you all right, Junior? I got carried away during our exchange and forgot that you were still underage. I may have exerted a bit too much force. I'm fine, Galen reassured him, aware that Garcia had instinctively moderated his strength the moment he sensed something amiss, inflicting no real harm. He raised his right arm, which was merely flushed from exertion. Estimating Garcia's earlier strike, he concluded it had certainly exceeded 180 pounds, and judging by Garcia's demeanor, it was clear that this was far from his limit. He must be a true anomaly, capable of exceeding 200 pounds. Garcia possesses a strength of approximately 300 pounds, rendering him the weakest among us. My strength, as your senior sister, is around 350 pounds, while the mightiest is your second senior brother, whose recent test revealed a remarkable strength exceeding 450 pounds. Senior sister Rosita approached, taking Galen's hand and beginning to massage it gently. You merely lack a touch of agility. Excessive strength is not always advantageous, as it can render one somewhat cumbersome. Rosita playfully pinched Frank's arm, teasing him about his robust physique, suggesting he might require extra portions of meat at the evening gathering. Standing before Galen, Frank, towering over 2 meters like an iron tower, effortlessly displaced Garcia, who, in silent disbelief, retreated to the side to observe. Junior brother, give him a good beating, Garcia shouted, raising his fist. You've got it backward. Senior brother Galen replied with a wry smile, eliciting soft laughter from the group. Please, go ahead, Frank said, standing barefoot and casually swiping his hand, creating a gust of wind that ruffled Galen's hair from 4 meters away. Galen understood that these seniors were adults. Their strength not only reached its limit, but, through the combination of explosive fist techniques and skill, exceeded ordinary thresholds. After all, that threshold merely represents the strength limit of an average adult male. Each of these individuals surpassed him by a significant margin. In such moments, it sufficed to conceal any signs of abnormality. Victory was unattainable. Acknowledging this, he inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, and suddenly held his breath. Step, straight punch, thud. His fist struck Garcia with tremendous force, akin to hitting a resilient rubber tire, the powerful recoil propelling Galen backward by 4 or 5 steps. The sensation of this backlash left Galen astounded. This level of defense must be attributed to another martial arts secret within the dojo, the Great Elephant Technique. You guessed correctly, I practiced the Great Elephant Secret Technique, Ferrick smiled, explaining that the explosive fist technique was merely a fundamental art of their dojo, designed to enhance explosive power and somewhat toughen the skin. However, the true, esoteric secret of their dojo lay in the Great Elephant Secret Technique. Secret technique? Galen inquired. Indeed, it refers to unique, undisclosed martial arts exclusive to each dojo, collectively termed secret techniques. The explosive fist technique of our Baiyun dojo is not particularly formidable. Many dojos possess similar styles. Yet, the Great Elephant Secret Technique is different. It is uniquely ours, an asset no other dojo possesses. It enhances muscle strength while providing defense, Ferric patiently elucidated. Now, I shall attack you with 1/10 of my strength. Please focus on your defense. Understood. Galen bent slightly, concentrating as he prepared himself, aware that even if he unleashed his full strength, it would likely be as feeble as a sprout before this second senior brother's might, easily dismissed with a mere gesture. However, it was precisely in such moments that he must ensure his secrets remained concealed, no matter how gifted one might be. Mastering the intermediate Bayun secret technique and the beginner explosive fist technique within a month was beyond the realm of prodigies. It bordered on the extraordinary. Once someone delves deeply, they might indeed uncover the secret of his extraordinary abilities. Ferric extended his right arm, his large hand reaching straight toward Galen and Apos' right shoulder, descending like a fan accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Standing side by side, one towering and the other diminutive, they appeared as if an adult were grasping a child. The palm moved at a leisurely pace, yet it exuded an unavoidable sensation. The large hand trembled subtly, seemingly capable of swaying in any direction at any moment. This uncertainty left Galen utterly incapable of determining the best course of evasion. In desperation, he summoned 140 pounds of strength to confront it head-on. When his fist struck, it felt akin to colliding with an iron plate, sending a jarring pain through his hand. A peculiar force bore down upon his fist, neither heavy nor light, but upon contact, his arm was flooded with a strong, tingling sensation. Instinctively, to counter this numbing force, Galen exerted all his might, pushing back with 200 pounds of energy. The outcome remained unchanged. With a thud, he landed squarely on the ground, his entire body tingling and powerless. Is this your reaction to a mere 5 or 6,000? Are you truly in such dire need of money? Fei Bayun approached and playfully smacked Galen on the head. Do you think you can hide your strength in front of your seniors? Do you not know that your second brother possessed innate strength before he even joined, boasting 200 pounds of power at just 15 years old? Towering at nearly 6 feet and outmatching your eldest sister in size? Isn't it just natural strength? What is there to conceal? Chuckled the eldest sister, Lucida. Galen found himself at a loss for words. As long as the others remained unaware of his explosive fist technique and the level of his secret arts, he would be content. The eldest sister advocated for targeting vital points, employing speed and explosive power to incapacitate an opponent with a singular, decisive blow. Thus, she instructed Galen to aim for a kill shot, emphasizing the importance of evasion and explosive force at pivotal moments, asserting that concentrating energy on enhancing specific areas would yield greater results. Conversely, the second brother favored an approach of overall strength dominance, teaching Galen to condition his entire body, ensuring he could effortlessly confront any situation with heightened capabilities. The third brother, however, espoused a more cautious philosophy, advocating for self-preservation. If one could not win, one should flee. He believed that martial arts should primarily serve to strengthen the body, rather than engage in potentially fatal confrontations, as fostering enmity would only lead to more adversaries. He argued that, as he mentioned, harmony was paramount and cultivating friendships would be far more beneficial. The third brother's ideology was met with unanimous disdain. While the eldest sister and second brother grew increasingly heated in their debate, ultimately deciding to settle their differences through sparring. With a flurry of movements, they prepared to engage. After a fierce exchange that lasted over 10 minutes, the second brother finally succumbed to defeat with a single move, yet he remained unwilling to concede, clearly fearful of injuring the eldest sister with his excessive force, while his own rugged physique absorbed the blows without issue. Galen, observing from the sidelines, broke into a cold sweat as he witnessed the true extent of his senior's capabilities during their bout. He realized that, were he to face any one of them, he would surely be vanquished in an instant. Galen understood that his own strength paled in comparison to that of his master and seniors. These individuals were indeed the true insiders of the martial arts realm. Although the intricacies of actual combat remain elusive, the mere physical prowess of the body suggests that, without targeting vital points, even an ordinary individual wielding a firearm would be rendered ineffective. Fortunately, neither the master nor the senior brothers and sisters could fathom that he has elevated the Bayun's secret technique to its second tier. With the attainment of the third tier, he would further augment his strength. The greater one's innate talent, the more significant the enhancement of power, ultimately resulting in a formidable force. The second senior brother, Ferric, exemplifies this, possessing natural strength and having mastered the Bayun's secret technique to a high level. Coupled with the techniques of the giant elephant, His power is indeed terrifying. What Galen has discovered is that his own strength attribute can be perpetually enhanced through continuous elevation of this attribute. He could reach a level akin to that of the second senior brother, in contrast to the first senior sister's precision targeting approach. He is more inclined towards the second senior brother's grand and overpowering style. This method possesses minimal weaknesses and can effectively confront any adverse situation. In truth, even to this day, Galen harbors a lingering apprehension and sense of insecurity regarding this world. His fervent passion for martial arts only intensifies his dedication and focus on honing his skills in this discipline. Chapter 23. Talent, however. Under the relentless pressure from several senior brothers and sisters, he dared not show any disrespect. Each of them possessed the capability to easily overpower him with a single hand. After arranging a master-disciple banquet for the following week, Galen finally managed to escape from the hotel. That evening, he wandered aimlessly through the city streets to dissipate the effects of alcohol. As he walked, his head felt heavy and his feet light. He meandered along the sidewalk for a while, and before he knew it, he found himself back on Barrington Street. The moonlight cascaded down like white silk, casting a pale glow over the entire street. Galen walked along the right side of the road, feeling the brisk wind brush against his face, which somewhat cleared his foggy mind. Ahead, a black horse-drawn carriage jingled as it approached, the lanterns hanging from its sides swaying gently, their warm yellow light barely illuminating the silhouette of the driver. The carriage passed by Galen and quickly turned the corner, leaving only the faint sound of the horse's breaths behind. Galen tightened his collar and quickened his pace. Upon reaching the end of the street, he stood in front of the Dolphin Antique Shop. Initially, he had only intended to clear his head and take a look around, but to his surprise, the shop was illuminated from within. He approached the door and knocked firmly. "Old man, open the door." With a creak, a circular opening appeared at the top of the iron door, revealing the old man's smiling face, his sparse white hair tousled. "Ah, it's you, lad," he sniffed, seemingly catching a whiff of alcohol. Drinking at such a young age. The old man promptly opened the door, allowing Galen to enter. Do you have anything to help with the hangover?" Galen felt lightheaded, swaying as he walked, though he aimed to move in a straight line. His body tilted to one side. How would I know? Galen sat on a red cloth-covered stool, tossing aside the fake goods atop the table, and began to gently massage his temples. I know. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T-Worry, he replied, swallowing hard. Do you have any water? Help yourself in the back room. I can't be bothered with you. Gregor, the old man, continued to scribble something at the table. Galen rose unsteadily and stumbled into the only inner room, where he fumbled to pour himself a glass of water. The cool liquid revitalized him somewhat. Returning to the main room, he dragged a chair over to sit beside the old man. Fueled by the remnants of alcohol, he finally asked the question he had been longing to pose. Old man, what about that book you showed me last time? Can I take another look at it? Gregor, chewing on the feather of his quill, feigned ignorance. I said, old man. Did you hear me? I heard you. What is all the fuss about? Gregor waved his hand dismissively. Showing you that book would be futile, without the requisite talent. No matter how many times you read it, the outcome will remain the same. Who says so? I didn't pay it proper attention last time, Galen retorted. If you give it to me now, I will certainly study it thoroughly. You certainly know how to pick your battles. Do you have any idea how much that book is worth on the market? If you ruin it, you'll spend your next life paying me back. The old man scoffed. That's called appreciation, understand? I merely wish to appreciate it. I never asked you to give it to me, Galen replied, rendered speechless. Every day. He now comes to engage in a conversation with the old man, not necessarily to peruse that particular book, but rather to coax the old man into presenting something akin to it. Furthermore, what is required to merely read a book? A lack of talent signifies a lack of talent. You wouldn't comprehend. The old man gazed at the tabletop, nodding with apparent satisfaction at his own handwriting. There were developments regarding the theft case over at Mr. Mercury's. What developments? The old man tucked away his papers and pen, sealing the ink bottle. He cast a glance at Galen and added, moreover, cease your yearning for that book. I sent it to a friend some time ago, and it is no longer in my possession. Are you referring to those items that invariably carry complications? The old man responded with surprise. Complications? Galen pondered momentarily. Do those items indeed harbor complications? As he exited the antique shop, he gradually regained his sobriety, mulling over this question. It was this very path. Suddenly startled, he surveyed his surroundings and realized it was the very road where he had first committed murder. The grayish-white pavement was somewhat uneven, and a dark red stain remained conspicuously visible ahead, possibly a remnant of his previous crime. Not a soul was in sight, save for the headlights of a white vehicle slowly receding into the distance. Galen hurried past the bloodstain. After all this time, the mark had completely dried, with some fine black hair now congealed within it. A cold breeze swept in, chilling his neck, and he hastened a few more steps. Suddenly, a figure emerged from a side alley on his left, rushing toward him in haste, clad in a black trench coat and a bowler hat. The sound of their boots echoed sharply and urgently. Galen slightly shifted to allow the individual passage. Instead, the person staggered toward him, appearing as if intoxicated. "Be careful." Galen reached out to steady him, only to be startled. He caught a glimmer of silver aimed at his abdomen, followed by a sharp pain, akin to a mosquito bite. There was no immediate sense of danger, no spine-chilling fear. Initially taken aback, Galen then felt a chill seep into his core, swiftly processing the situation. He wrapped his arms around the person and squeezed tightly. "Who sent you?" With a series of crackling bone sounds, the individual slumped against Galen, utterly incapacitated. Their arms and several ribs had been broken. As Galen supported him, ready to inquire, he suddenly noticed a figure in the distance at the alley's entrance, raising a hand holding something directed at him. An icy sensation surged from his feet to his head, and unprecedented terror engulfed him as if a blade hovered perilously close. Illuminated by the moonlight, he discerned the individual's slightly red-tinted eyes, wielding a black handgun. Bang! A sharp sound resonated as a flash of fire erupted before him, and Galen felt a searing projectile strike his chest with precision, while the person he was holding jolted, clearly struck as well. A fiery sensation radiated across his chest, akin to a scraped wound. To his astonishment, firearms had made an appearance. Galen, with little time to ponder, pushed aside the person atop him and, mimicking the action seen in films, leaped to the left. With a resounding bang, he narrowly evaded 2 bullets, thanks to his recently acquired agility attribute. His reflexes and speed surpassed those of his assailant. The bullets grazed perilously close to his calf, striking the ground and sending up sparks of yellow light. Shielding his face with both arms, Galen felt surprisingly little fear. Rather, an exhilarating blend of excitement and astonishment coursed through him. He sensed that the bullet, after piercing through a human body, had lost much of its lethality by the time it reached him, merely breaking the skin and embedding itself in muscle. This allowed him to gauge the potential damage. As long as the shot did not strike him at close range in a vital area, he would not succumb immediately. Having faced death once already, Galen harbored no dread of it. Instead, he felt his heart pounding violently, heavy and forceful. In an instant, he unleashed all his strength. After 3 shots rang out, he charged towards the assailant, hands shielding his face. The attacker, believing the first shot had found its mark and the subsequent 2 were mere follow-ups, was taken aback by Galen's unexpected vigor. The 2 were merely a dozen steps apart. With 3 missed shots, Galen lunged fiercely, causing the assailant to panic and raise their weapon for another shot. With a swift clap, Galen struck the hand holding the gun, sending the firearm skidding away, spinning to rest over 20 meters down the road. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the assailant's neck with one hand while delivering a powerful punch to their abdomen with the other. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, grazing his arm. A sharp pain shot through his right hand. Upon inspection, he noticed the assailant wielding a black and blue dagger, the shimmering blue sheen appearing somewhat sinister in the moonlight. Observing the wound on his right hand, he noted a faint bluish tinge forming on the outer side of his forearm. Poison. A chill surged from his heart. He was baffled by the weapon's ability to slice through his skin effortlessly. He had no knowledge of the toxin coating the dagger, but the tingling sensation at the wound was unmistakably not a common poison. Suddenly, thoughts of his sister Inger, who was at home studying, and the eccentric old man Gregor from the antique shop flooded his mind, along with the realization that he had finally found a genuine path to martial arts in this life. He refused to die. He had only just traversed into this realm and begun to integrate into its life. He did not wish to perish. He had been granted a second chance. If he were to die, he would ensure his assailant would not live either. With a fierce roar, he lunged forward, seizing the hand that held the dagger and, in a swift motion, slashed it back. A sharp sound echoed as the assailant inflicted a deep cut upon their own chest, letting out a startled cry that revealed her to be a woman. Chapter 24 Talent 2 The black trench coat was torn, revealing a terrifying gash. A gruesome wound carved by a dagger. If you wish to live, produce the antidote. Galen grasped the woman by the throat, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. You want me dead? I shall see you perish first. The woman with crimson eyes dangled in midair. struggling to pry his grip loose with one hand while the other fumbled inside the inner pocket of her coat for a small yellow packet. Galen snatched it away. I shall use this on you first. Of course, if you are the sort who fears not death, I could strip you bare and cast you into the streets. I'm certain the homeless would relish such a free offering. The poison began to spread, and Galen felt his breath quicken. With one hand, he tore open the packet and pressed the powder against the woman's chest. No, it must be ingested, she managed to utter with great difficulty. Galen released her, gripping her jaw, pouring half the powder into her mouth before halting. Coughing violently, the woman bent over, terrified of expelling the powder. Clutching her mouth tightly to swallow every last grain before collapsing to the ground, utterly spent, gazing weakly at Galen. The tingling sensation from his wound had now spread to half his shoulder, indicating the poison was accelerating its spread. After observing that the woman seemed unharmed, he endured for a moment longer, then took the remaining powder and swallowed it whole. The yellow powder was sour with no other discernible flavor, dissolving instantly upon contact with saliva and flowing down his throat. Let us go. Galen hoisted the woman with crimson eyes and began to jog forward. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at a secluded grassy slope. Galen leaned against a tree, discarding the woman to the side while he sat down to rest. He raised his arm to inspect the wound, noticing the blue hue had significantly faded, though the tingling sensation persisted slightly. Sheltered beneath the tree's shade, away from the moonlight, Galen finally had the opportunity to scrutinize his captive. Her platinum hair cascaded messily over her shoulders, her facial features strikingly beautiful, exuding a faint air of nobility. Tall and slender, with a curvaceous figure, she epitomized the image of a classic beauty. Speak, who are you? Why did you assault me? Galen queried nonchalantly from his seated position. Without a firearm, and given the woman's lack of combat prowess, he felt no apprehension about her potential escape. What use would I have for your secrets? Galen sensed the last remnants of the tingling sensation dissipating, granting him a newfound sense of ease. If I were to say that the initial killing of your comrades was merely an accident, would you believe me? Do you think that plausible? The woman retorted, casting him a cold glance. Well, you brought me here with the intent to use me, did you not? Just don't toss me to the homeless. Galen was all too aware that if he were to abandon such a beautiful woman among the destitute, by morning, the newspapers would likely report yet another body found in a garbage heap. You, woman. Galen rose and approached her, his hands reaching out to explore her form. A woman reclined against the trunk of a tree, lying at an angle, allowing Galen's hand to roam over her body. She simply chose to close her eyes. Surely, you must hold a considerable position within your organization? To eliminate you in such a manner would be too lenient. Galen contemplated a black gold coin he held in his hand. Pray, reveal to me where you have concealed the antiquities you previously pilfered. Are you also in search of that particular item? The woman shot him a surprised glance, stating, We have already searched. There is nothing of the sort in this city. Just tell me where it is located. You alone would not be able to find it. The woman retorted with a cold laugh. I had initially thought you were affiliated with them, only to discover that you have been alone from the very beginning. Through mere fragments of conversation, she had discerned Galen's true identity. In truth, the individual you killed earlier was no significant figure. Since you were unable to locate the item, why not consider collaborating? Galen raised an eyebrow. Do you presume I would place my trust in you? Were it not for Katie's absence and my belief that being armed ensured my safety, do you think you could approach me within 10 paces? The woman let out a derisive laugh. Then why did you take the initiative to fire your weapon? I always strike first in my endeavors, she declared with pride. You merely suspect that I am affiliated with the opposing side. What if I am not? Galen asked coldly. After a brief pause, she continued, That need not be discussed. Galen interrupted her. Associating with you is out of the question. I am the one who nearly ended your life. You must harbor a desire to eliminate me. The woman chuckled lightly. Your skills bear a resemblance to those of the Bayun martial arts school, exhibiting remarkable explosive power that catches one off guard. However, to possess such prowess at such a young age indicates rigorous training and specialized techniques. It is highly probable that you are associated with the Bayun martial arts school in this city. By coincidence, I am acquainted with individuals from your school. You could easily contact them to arrange a meeting. The Bayun martial arts school is no insignificant power in this city. Does the Bayun martial arts school also engage in such affairs? They are quite renowned in your circles? Galen inquired, momentarily taken aback. Renowned does not begin to describe it. The woman laughed coldly once more. In the Huai Mountain region, the words of Master Fei Bayun carry the weight of the governor's command. In the shadows, he wields the power akin to that of an underground emperor. Those who dare to defy him find themselves swiftly crushed. Then let us proceed to the martial arts school. Without further ado, Galen lifted her and made his way towards the Baiyun headquarters. 20 minutes later, Fei Baiyun sat in the second-floor training hall, savoring a sip of coffee while calmly observing the two individuals before him. This is hardly a grave matter. It is merely an unfortunate incident resulting in the death of a subordinate. His gaze fell upon the woman with the platinum ponytail. Gress, how is your mother, Lady Yalin? It has been many years since our last encounter. Upon realizing that she was the formal core disciple of the master, a cold sweat broke out. No one understands the extent of Fei Baiyun's influence in Huai Mountain better than those of them who dwell in the shadows. And she had nearly taken the life of his core disciple. Standing to the side, Galen could clearly see that her temples were thoroughly drenched with sweat. This matter was initially trivial. Fei Baiyun took a sip of coffee. However, the fact that you resorted to using a handgun changes the nature of the situation. Gore's head lowered even further. You may demand any form of compensation. This indeed was our oversight. Of course. The most crucial point is that Galen himself must agree to the settlement. There are no problems with these conditions. I will certainly fulfill them, Gore sincerely stated. Whatever Lord Galen desires, just command me, and I shall do my utmost to comply. Galen shook his head, stating, my conditions are already laid out. Any compensation should be directed towards the teacher and the senior brothers and sisters. He was well aware that if not for Fei Baiyun's goodwill, this woman would likely have played some trick on him. This was indeed Gore's own misfortune, mistaking Galen for an enemy's assassin. However, I am curious, Galen. Why did you take the initiative to stop their vehicle at that time? I saw that they possessed the stolen antiques I desired, Galen quickly explained. Gore's, feeling helpless, remarked, so it was because I had just become a core disciple. This time, I was just unlucky. If I had seen their faces a moment later, I wouldn't have dared to issue a direct order to engage an assassin. Well, Gore's, you must rectify the mistake on your own. Until Galen is truly satisfied. You shall have no part in this matter, Fei Baiyun said with a smile. However, should I perceive any inadequacy in your sincerity? Gore shuddered and promptly responded. Fei Baiyun appeared amiable, yet once he acted with seriousness, he was known to annihilate entire families or even send people to their hometowns to eradicate any remnants. The underground emperor of Huai Mountain adheres to the principle of leaving no future troubles. Once deemed an enemy, there would be no survivors, young or old. Now, you may leave, Fei Baiyun gestured dismissively. Gore's quickly and respectfully hurried down the stairs. Galen sat upright, bowing his head. Teacher, I have caused you trouble. There is no trouble to speak of. What I wish to convey is that each of your senior sisters and brothers has their own endeavors or influences. They are intricately connected to the martial arts school, and together we form a robust and complete system. Fei Baiyun rose, speaking calmly. I had intended to discuss this with you later, but I did not anticipate you would engage so swiftly. Today, faced with a handgun, having preserved your life. It must have been a profound realization, yes? Indeed, Galen nodded, deeply moved. Our martial practice is not solely for physical strength. Such encounters will not be rare in the future, so you must learn to navigate and adapt to these situations. In fact, there is something I have yet to disclose to you. Fei Baiyun paused. I originally had 7 disciples. Galen was first taken aback, then realization washed over him. A chill settling in his heart. He understood the implication of his teacher's words. From the original 7 disciples, only 3 remained. The other 4 were either deceased or had encountered other misfortunes. Chapter 25 Speechless first, let us attend to your chest wound in the treatment room, Fei Baiyun remarked casually. His hands clasped behind his back as he sauntered down the stairs. Galen stood frozen in place, his expression shifting, momentarily at a loss for words. As he watched his teacher descend the staircase, vanishing from sight, even the sound of his footsteps faded away. Only then did he gently pull apart the fabric at his chest. Upon his fair skin, a brass bullet was embedded within his left chest, barely an inch deep. He extracted it with his fingers, and the wound instantly began to close, its edges singed, with only a trickle of blood seeping out. So this is the nature of firearms, he mused, gazing at the bullet in his hand. After descending, he sought out the doctor at the main dojo to tend to his injury. Once treated, he slowly emerged through the grand entrance. The cool streets of Huai Mountain were illuminated by the soft glow of yellow lanterns, where several policemen clad in black garb and hats strolled leisurely past the dojo. Sharing laughter, a group of men, dressed in dull factory uniforms, sat drunkenly on the steps across the street, their hands buried in their pockets, engrossed in conversation. Nearby, a garment factory specialized in producing overcoats and winter attire. A male student emerged from the doorway beside Galen, casually commenting on his attire. Hey, still working out this late? Where are you headed? Need a ride? No, thank you. I have someone waiting for me, Galen replied with a smile, gesturing towards a black sedan parked ahead. The window rolled down, revealing the beautiful visage of Grace. Looking good, the male student chuckled, giving Galen a light pat on the shoulder before walking towards another vehicle parked by the roadside. Grace stepped out of the car and approached Galen. Galen. She hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to address him. As long as you are satisfied, I can offer any compensation you require. Her face adopted a pitiful expression. Earlier, I could not explain in front of the master, but the truth is, not all the antiques we took were our doing. Apart from us, there is another company in Hawaii City competing for those items. Take your time, explain the situation in detail, Galen urged, observing his calm demeanor. Grace felt a sense of relief. Once inside the car, they closed the doors and windows. Grace slowly started the engine, and the vintage automobile began to move forward at a leisurely pace. Amidst the roaring engine, Galen sat in the passenger seat, gazing out at the retreating night streets in silence. The faint scent of her perfume wafted into his nostrils as streetlights flickered past his face, gradually calming the excitement he had felt earlier. One of the largest illicit enterprises in Hawaii Mountain is Manliaden, the company I am affiliated with. The other two companies, one of which has no overlapping interests with us, while the other, Black Feather Sand, is our rival, engaging in similar employment tasks and trading in various illicit goods, which has led to our recent conflict. Grace began to elaborate as she drove. Illicit goods and employment tasks? What exactly does that entail? Galen queried softly. Prohibited items encompass narcotics, firearms, and antiques. The nature of our employment entails occasional engagements in investigations, robberies, thefts, and even homicides. This is hardly surprising, as many illicit enterprises operate similarly to ours. The profits from these ventures are remarkably substantial, while the primary business merely serves as a facade, with earnings primarily allocated for bonuses. Goris gradually relaxed. Is your company named Manliaden? What is its scale? The core personnel number around 50, with an additional 100 or 200 peripheral staff. I consider myself to be in the upper middle tier. My position is neither particularly high nor low. However, rest assured, with the esteemed Master Faye present, the company's upper management will undoubtedly accommodate all your compensation demands. I can assure you of that. The antiques I once possessed are still in my possession, currently stored in one of my residences. Will you be needing them soon? Goris let out a slight sigh of relief, her apprehension easing at the prospect of Galen speaking. Once he began to converse, everything would become significantly more manageable. Although Galen appeared to be somewhat inexperienced, with Master Faye and 3 senior colleagues backing him, even the company leader would hesitate to be remiss regarding compensation matters. Now is indeed the ideal time. Where is your residence located? Near the Central City Park. Regarding the additional compensation, there's no rush. You must have some connections for trading antiques within the company, correct? There might be opportunities for future assistance. Galen stated nonchalantly. No problem. Just let me know when you need it, Goris replied eagerly. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a gradual halt beside a vast circular garden in the city center. Goris alighted and hurried to the adjacent white building, returning within minutes. Once back in the car, she promptly placed a black cloth bag on the dashboard before Galen. Here are the antiques we found in the city, a total of 3 items. Please, take a look. As soon as Galen received the bag, he felt a chill emanating from it, coursing through him. It had been a long time since he had experienced such an exhilarating absorption of potential. Bringing a smile to his heart, he discreetly unwrapped the bag. Inside lay a square wooden box, yellowed with age, its padlock already unlatched. The moment he opened the box, a surge of immense potential flowed steadily into his hands. The icy current traveled up his wrist, across his shoulder and neck, swiftly converging at his eyes. Galen distinctly observed the potential data beneath him steadily increasing, from 80 to 90, then 100, 110, 120, 128, 133. In just a few fleeting moments after lifting the lid, the potential surged beyond 200. Just then, the flow from the box began to diminish. Is there nothing else? Understood. When shall we commence the training? Goris's expression softened, a hint of relief washing over her. The training will officially begin a few days after the apprenticeship banquet. Guru Ease forced a smile, having heard of the sparring partners at the Bayun Martial Arts School, where certain critical strikes must be tested on live subjects to observe their reactions. The general populace remains unaware of the sparring partners at Bayun. Only a select few comprehend the reality that those who emerge unscathed are exceedingly rare. The vehicle gradually came to a halt 200 meters away from Jialong's residence. And as he exited the car, he gently closed the door, watching as the vehicle turned a corner and drove away. He raised his right hand to inspect a white slip of paper, upon which the insignia of the federal bank and a substantial figure were faintly printed. $1 million bank certificate. Indeed, money arrived swiftly. He tucked the certificate into his pocket and strolled leisurely towards home. Upon reaching the entrance, he turned to shut the door behind him. The living room was shrouded in darkness, save for a faint glow emanating from his sister's bedroom, where a warm yellow light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they once again alone in the house? Jialong exhaled, changed into his slippers, and flicked on the wall lamp in the living room. He sank into the sofa, noticing a cup of brewed black coffee sitting on the table, contained within a dark yellow wooden cup. Parched, he lifted it to his lips, savoring the bitter yet sweet liquid that had long since cooled. A faint scent of smoke lingered at the rim of the cup. However, observing the steadily increasing potential before him filled Jialong with immense satisfaction. As long as this potential continued to flow, his growth would be boundless, enhanced by the accumulation of attribute points, with virtually no limits. With this in mind, he felt an unwavering confidence in surpassing anyone. Suddenly, the smile that had just graced his face faltered slightly. He abruptly realized that the rate of potential increase had slowed considerably compared to before. Chapter 26. Speechless 2. Initially, the enhancement of potential took merely 2 seconds to increase by a fraction, yet now it has extended to 4 seconds for the same increment. This deceleration in progress is perpetually escalating. He closed his eyes, attentively perceiving the transformation. The potential energy flowed from his pocket into his body, converging into his eyes. Throughout this process, Galen immersed himself in the subtle nuances of this energy's transformation. As the density of the energy waned, the rate of potential enhancement diminished correspondingly. After a considerable span of over 10 minutes, the energy finally stabilized, leaving only a faint stream entering Galen's being. His potential stirred ever so slowly after a prolonged period. Creak. The door swung open. What about the martial arts school? Inger suddenly expressed a hint of interest. What, have you finally been expelled? Is that what you wish for me to be expelled? Galen retorted incredulously. With your meager skills, I could easily overpower you with just one hand and one foot. Inger scoffed, her disdain evident. And regarding the martial arts school, it's amusing to hear a child speak with such adult-like seriousness. What could possibly be of concern to you? Galen lingered in the living room for a while before hastily freshening up and retreating to his own room. His potential continued to grow at a glacial pace, a bizarre circumstance that entirely caught him off guard. Previously, he would absorb it all at once, without experiencing such a peculiar pattern of strong beginnings followed by weakness. This time, it had escalated continuously to 361, allowing him 3 attribute points to allocate. Enhancing his intelligence could expedite his mastery of subjects aligned with his intellectual capacity, thereby improving his learning ability to some extent. However, it was of no immediate use. In his previous life, he toiled through school, gained admission to university, pursued graduate studies, and ultimately secured a respectable job that yielded merely a modest monthly income. The pursuit of education, aside from providing a stepping stone into society, primarily served to elevate one's overall quality. Galen, having benefited from advanced education on Earth, felt little need for further enhancement in this regard. Agility boosts neural responsiveness, instinctive physical reactions, and foundational speed. These were considerations worth pondering. Strength and constitution formed the bedrock of the Bayun Martial Arts School. The greater these attributes, the more his physical explosiveness, strength, defensive capabilities, and recovery would be comprehensively augmented. Each option held merit. After a brief contemplation, Galen recognized that in just a few days, following the apprenticeship banquet, he would gain access to the core teachings of the higher-level Bayun secret techniques and explosive boxing methods. Perhaps even the secrets of the giant elephant techniques could be imparted. At that juncture, the 3 attribute points would prove invaluable. For now, investing in them felt somewhat wasteful. Thus, having grasped the situation, Galen became increasingly prudent with his attribute points, refraining from haphazard experimentation. These points were finite, diminishing in quantity with each use. He resolved to postpone any decisions until after the banquet. The following morning, Galen rose early, nibbling on a white pear as he made his way to school. His sister, Inger, had departed even earlier, as today marked the award ceremony following the competition results. Galen clapped vigorously from the audience. Amidst the crowd, a young woman donned an overwhelming fragrance that became unbearable for him. As the archery competition's awards concluded, He hastily squeezed his way out. "How's your sister?" Galen inquired, as Carlito emerged from nowhere, patting him on the shoulder. "What are you ignoring?" Fane approached from the side, suggesting, "Let us step outside for some fresh air. Also, I must give you a heads up regarding Carlito." "What about me?" Carlito asked, momentarily taken aback. "Jack has mentioned something to me," Fane replied with a smile. Draping an arm around Carlito's shoulder, Jack approached from behind, giving Galen a pat and shrugging. "Fane is overreacting. It's not as serious as he suggests. Let us go together." "What is it?" Galen questioned, puzzled. The four of them veered down a path behind the school's teaching building, flanked by tall, lush wintergreen trees. These trees possess remarkable cold resistance, showing no signs of shedding leaves even in autumn and winter. The expansive green foliage obscured much of the sunlight. Walking beneath the shade, Fane began to speak softly ahead. "Carlito, are you familiar with Effie's personality?" "Yes, all right, quite gentle and mild," Carlito replied, blinking. "Just get to the point." Fane hesitated for a moment. "We've all been friends for quite some time. Effie is rather ambitious, to be frank, and she may not be suitable for you." He noticed a slight change in Carlito's expression. "You are different from me, although I spend time with various girls and have had several girlfriends. I don't invest myself as deeply as you do. That's your personality, Carlito. Besides, you know my family background. I've been accustomed to such matters since I was 12. Enough. I understand your point," Carlito said, his demeanor darkening. He did not argue, clearly grasping the implication. Galen, at the back, was met with Jack's sympathetic gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked, bewildered. "Don't you like Effie?" Jack murmured. "You even confessed to her and got rejected." Effie had mentioned this during a casual chat with her roommate. Jack glanced at Carlito ahead, casting a more compassionate look at Galen. Wow, Galen was at a loss for words. He had been preoccupied with matters at the dojo lately, hardly paying attention to school affairs. He hadn't anticipated that the misunderstanding from that night would be revealed by Effie. He had merely offered her a moment of kindness at the banquet, never intending for it to be construed as romantic interest. "When did I ever say I liked her?" Galen scoffed, unwilling to even utter her name, feeling as if he were being woven into an elaborate tale regarding something that never existed. He had thought of Effie as a quiet, gentle, and self-reliant girl. "So, is Effie now involved with Carlito?" Galen quietly inquired. Galen was at a loss for words. He realized he could not blame Carlito. It was Effie's initiative in the matter. To be candid, both Jack and I were already aware of that woman's character. Previously, she had subtly approached me, seemingly interested, but I rejected her. Subsequently, she maintained a lukewarm demeanor towards our group. It appears that her recent overtures stem from her newfound awareness of Carlito's true familial background. Galen, visibly perplexed, glanced at Carlito, who returned the gaze with an expression of guilt. I mused. Why do I feel as though I've become the tragic male supporting character in a novel? Do not be disheartened, Galen. A woman like Effie is not worth your ire, Chet consoled, patting Galen on the shoulder with a sympathetic expression. But I have no interest in her at all. Galen exclaimed, bemused. Have you considered that with my little sister around, I dare not entertain any other romantic interests? We understand, the three of them replied, their faces reflecting deeper sympathy. Fear not, regardless of the circumstances, we shall never look down upon you. Chet shook his head. It was merely challenging to find you when we noticed your interactions with her, Fane interjected. Galen, doing anything for a woman like that is simply not worth it. Do not dwell on it, he added. Galen shrugged in resignation, realizing that any attempts at explanation would be futile. Is it true, then? Has the whole class caught wind of this? Chet and Fane nodded solemnly. Well, this is rather bewildering, Galen mused, coming to terms with the woman's true nature. What shall we do about our assignments? I can handle it. I'll see if Lonroy is willing to help, Fane replied, equally exasperated. Never mind. I shall manage on my own, Galen waved his hand dismissively, feeling the weight of their sympathetic gazes upon him, which only deepened his sense of bewilderment. That woman has long since lost her innocence, Carlito suddenly remarked. That is certainly the case, Fane agreed, immediately adopting a mischievous grin. By the way, Galen, my cousin Finiston has come to visit and is inquiring if you are available. She has something she wishes to discuss with you. When did you two become acquainted? Galen questioned, and upon receiving a confirming nod, he felt a sense of confusion. What could she possibly want from me? Who knows? Fane shrugged. She must have fallen for you at first sight, Chet chuckled from the side. Finiston's family is quite affluent. If you were to pursue her, you would never have to worry about finances again. Am I the type of person to chase after wealth? Galen retorted, playfully twisting Chet and Appo's arm. Could you not speak in a more sensible manner? Just then, two pure-hearted maidens approached, each adorned with white lace parasols and fitted white dresses, exuding an air of nobility. As they crossed paths with Galen and the others, the boys instinctively straightened their postures, conscious of their appearances. "Galen, your zipper is undone," Czech suddenly exclaimed loudly. As the two maidens turned to look, they stifled their laughter, covering their mouths and turning their faces away. Galen's face flushed as he glanced down to check his zipper, relieved to find it intact. Enraged, he swiftly turned to pursue the Czech who had already distanced himself. "You are doomed, my friend." Chapter 27. Surprise. On the morning of October 1st, at the Bayun Pavilion, beams of white light streamed through the wooden window, casting patterns upon the carpet. In the air, fine particles of dust floated gently, illuminated by the light. Galen stood respectfully at the center of the training hall, while Master Fei Bayun occupied the high seat, flanked by the senior sister and the second senior brother. The third senior brother stood to the right, holding a square wooden tray covered with a red cloth. 2 rows of chairs lined the sides of the hall, with a sparse gathering of over 10 individuals, divided into 2 groups, all clad in white robes. Their gazes sharp and focused. Leading them were 2 elderly gentlemen, both in their 50s or 60s. Fei Bayun nodded to the third senior brother, Garcia. "Commence," he instructed. Garcia, with his usual playful demeanor, raised his voice, refraining from any frivolity at this moment. 2 young maidens in white robes stepped forward, each carrying a tray, which held a red invitation and a reddish-brown wooden cup. "Now, let us recite the rules and regulations," Garcia proclaimed loudly. Galen straightened his posture, took the red invitation from the tray, and began to read aloud with clarity. "Do not take liberties lightly. Do not forget righteousness. Do not boast. Do not act disrespectfully. Do not engage in wrongdoing. Do not covet ill-gotten gains. Do not be arrogant or complacent. Do not neglect the practice of martial arts. I, disciple Long Baluan, shall steadfastly adhere to these rules and uphold the martial traditions of our sect. Remember these regulations. Do you have anything further to add?" Fei Bayun inquired with a smile. Closing the invitation with a snap, Galen knelt and bowed deeply. After 3 resounding knocks, he took the wooden cup from the tray and presented it with both hands to Fei Bayun. Fei Bayun accepted the cup and sipped the red tea within. He then took the feathered quill offered by the second senior brother and signed his name on the invitation, extending his hand towards the witnesses on either side. "Please, witnesses, affix your signatures," Garcia urged. The 2 elderly men chuckled as they signed their names on the red invitation. The bald elder on the left clasped his hands and remarked, "I never imagined that Pavilion Master Fei, at over 60, would take on another disciple, and a promising one at that, steady and composed, deserving of congratulations." Fei Bayun smiled with satisfaction. "Alas, I am growing old. Galen is my final disciple. I shall not have the energy to accept another. My hopes and the future of Bayun's sect rest entirely upon these 4. He had taken great care to assess Galen's character, background, and temperament through various means, and the results were quite favorable. Most importantly, even if Galen did not achieve great heights, he would surely carry forward the martial arts of the pavilion. At the very least, the secret technique of the giant elephant's mystical arts must not be lost. Relying solely on the second disciple, Ferric, was not a guarantee. After all, a martial artist could fall victim to unforeseen circumstances at any time. "What are you saying, Brother Fei? You claim to be old, but aren't we all of a similar age? I still wish to live many more days and teach several more disciples." The red-haired elder on the other side chuckled. Shaking his head, Fei Bayun rose to his feet, and upon the redwood table behind him lay several black spirit tablets inscribed with unfamiliar characters. "The White Cloud sect has been passed down to me, now in its 6th generation. In reverence, I bow to the esteemed ancestors and masters of the past." Gelong respectfully performs 3 bows before the ancestral tablet. Fei Bayun observes Gelong's respectful demeanor and nods. "Although your parents are unable to attend today and your 2 elder brothers are pressed for time, we shall proceed with the initiation ceremony in advance. Having crossed this threshold, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple, bound to uphold the honor and disgrace of our sect as your own." "Yes, master." Gelong solemnly nods, his expression grave. "Rise," commands Fei Bayun. Gelong stands slowly, the ceremony now concluded. The martial arts hall, located on the 2nd floor of the main buildings, has gathered a sizable crowd at the staircase, mostly consisting of formal disciples of the dojo. The students of the White Cloud Martial Arts Academy are categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary, formal, and core. Gelong's rapid ascent, jumping 2 ranks to become a core disciple, is attributable to his youth and talent. Fei Bayun's approach to recruiting disciples is not as elaborate as that of other academies. which is reflective of the White Cloud Academy and Oppos' unique standing. From the rules just recited, Galong perceives that the White Cloud sect straddles the line between righteousness and wickedness, with no detailed moralistic stipulations regarding conduct. In essence, as long as one does not betray the sect or engage in actions that tarnish its reputation, one is free to pursue any endeavor. After the initiation, Fei Baiyun converses leisurely with the two other masters, while the remaining disciples gradually descend to the reception area to rest and prepare for a meal. Galong follows his senior sister and second senior brother. Catching a glimpse of his senior sister, Luoxida, whose exposed back bears a tattoo of a white tiger. The fierce and menacing visage of the white tiger, animated by her movements, exudes a palpable aura of ferocity. The tattoo extends from Luoxida's back to her chest, spanning her shoulders, with a vivid blood-red spine prominently displayed. Upon closer inspection, Galong realizes that the red spine is not part of the tiger, but rather a blood-red scar on his senior sister's shoulder, cleverly transformed into the tiger's spine through the artistry of tattooing. The second senior brother, Ferric, possesses a robust physique and is seated, engrossed in animated conversation with a disciple of Master Heli. The two, both imposing figures, seem to share a mutual affinity and appear to be old acquaintances. Meanwhile, senior sister Luoxida engages in conversation with another disciple of Master Hester, who seems particularly interested in her, displaying an eager demeanor. Galong sits beside his third senior brother, Garcia, feeling a bit restless as he listens to the casual banter around him. Both are of an impatient disposition. Third senior brother: is it true that formal disciples can only learn up to the second level of the White Cloud secret arts and cannot advance further? Galong inquires quietly. Indeed, that is the case. The subsequent levels require rather rare herbs and external conditions available solely to core disciples. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? You have only just mastered the first level. It is still early for you to consider breaking through to the second level. Why the rush? Garcia expressed his confusion. But finding himself somewhat bored, he deemed it an opportune moment to formally accept a disciple. I am simply curious, he remarked. Galong chuckled. After all, anyone who practices martial arts wishes to ascertain the precise direction of their journey. You speak with a maturity beyond your years, Garcia acknowledged. The second level of the White Cloud secret technique can augment one's strength by 50%. This is my personal experience, Galong continued. As for the third level, only my master and senior disciples have achieved it. I am still far from that. I have heard them say that the third level can truly double one's strength, meaning whatever foundational strength you possess will be enhanced by another whole measure. The senior sister has increased her strength by around 100 pounds, while the second senior brother has gained 150 pounds. This represents the pinnacle of our dojo's accomplishments with the White Cloud secret technique. The subsequent fourth level has only been mastered by the founder of our school, and it is said that when combined with the giant elephant secret technique, one can attain the strength of a giant elephant. The strength of a giant elephant. ISNT that nearly 2,000 pounds? Galong gasped. No one has ever measured it precisely, but it is undoubtedly formidable, Garcia mused, stroking his chin with a look of longing. After a period of casual conversation, the main hall arranged for lunch, and the two masters, accompanied by their disciples, departed. A number of distinguished figures from Huaishan arrived to extend their congratulations, including prominent individuals such as the mayor and the governor, all sending their well wishes. The ripple of this event reached across the entirety of Huaishan. As the reception unfolded, time slipped away until the afternoon arrived, and the lunch was nearly consumed. In the haste of the afternoon, Galong was summoned by Fei Baiyun and led to the doorway of a narrow, enclosed room. At the entrance sat a bald old man, bare-chested, his musculature sinewy, with veins resembling dark serpents coiling across his body. His long white beard hung down to his chest as he sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly absorbed in meditation. Fei Baiyun approached and spoke softly to the elderly man, exhibiting great respect. The bald elder nodded, opened his eyes to glance at Galong, as if to commit his presence to memory, then closed his eyes once more, ignoring him. Fei Baiyun nodded, stepped forward, and pushed open the door. With a creak, the dark interior revealed nothing discernible. Fei Baiyun twisted the knob of the oil lamp on the wall, and the dim yellow light instantly illuminated the small room, revealing rows of black bookshelves sparsely lined with small notebooks. This is a collection of notes chronicling the martial arts practices of our Baiyun sect throughout the generations. You may peruse them at your leisure, but for now, let us not linger on this. We can revisit it later. Follow me, Fei Baiyun instructed, halting Galong's intention to browse the shelves and striding purposefully deeper into the room. Here, we are under the watch of Master Bai. It is absolutely secure. He has already memorized your aura. In the future, as long as you come alone, you may enter and exit freely. This is one of the privileges of being a disciple of the Master. Understood, Master, Galen replied. Fei Baiyun nodded and reached the last row, where a single object resembling a red teapot rested on the black shelf. He carefully lifted the teapot and gently tilted it into his palm. A small, reddish-brown pill rolled out from the spout. He handed the pill to Galen. Consume it. Garen took the pill without hesitation, swallowing it whole. Master, what is this? It is the body refining pill. Your White Cloud secret technique has likely reached the second tier, hasn't it? Do not fret. The first tier of the White Cloud secret technique is the easiest to master, as well as the simplest. Additionally, I have utilized special medicinal herbs to aid in your foundation, so progressing swiftly is not surprising. Throughout the history of our sect, many ancestors have rapidly attained the second tier, all owing to their exceptional talents. However, to make the leap from the second to the third tier, it is essential to incorporate unique medicinal herbs into the elixirs. Remember this. You must consume one pill daily to gradually enhance your mastery of the technique. Progress cannot be achieved solely through arduous practice, although such practice is indispensable. Do not cling to the little skills you possess. Having grasped the basics of the explosive fist technique is hardly a remarkable feat. I have encountered many like you, whose abilities barely qualify them in the true circles of martial arts. If there were truly so many who could casually master the explosive fist technique, the White Cloud Martial Arts School would have long since dominated the entire province, rather than being nestled here in Hwai Mountain. It is merely to prevent any arrogance that I downplay such notions. Such gifted disciples have only appeared once in the history of the White Cloud sect. A rare instance of someone whose natural affinity for our martial arts is exceptional, allowing for rapid progress. Garen understood that he had been completely seen through, and thus chose to remain silent, merely chuckling softly. I fear I may be too exceptional. Chapter 28. Surprise. Very well, let us proceed. From this day forth, I shall formally impart to you the White Cloud combat technique, which is the true essence of martial arts and actual combat. Yes, Master. Galen's eyes gleamed with excitement. A few minutes later, on the second floor of the training hall, Fei Baiyun and Galen stood facing each other, the evening sun casting a crimson hue upon the carpet. Your foundation is already commendable, and I shall begin by teaching you the initial stances. Fei Baiyun stepped forward into a bow stance. His right palm vertical and held at shoulder height, fingertips angled upward. His left hand formed a fist, resting at his waist. This is the fundamental framework of my White Cloud combat technique. Observe closely. Fei Baiyun's voice rang clear, and he noticed Garcia ascending the stairs. He nodded to signal him to close the staircase cover before continuing. The fundamental techniques of the White Cloud combat consist of 4 primary forms: the shaking form, the charging form, the treading form, and the shooting form. These 4 techniques encompass every aspect of offense, evasion, defense, and assault, and can be seamlessly combined. Now, observe the first technique, the treading form. As soon as he finished speaking, he executed a forward step with one foot, leaning his body forward as if the weight of his entire being bore down upon his leg. Boom. Next, he demonstrated the backward step. He propelled his rear foot back with a swift motion, producing a faint sound akin to air being sliced apart, even while wearing flat-soled shoes. He managed to generate a gust of wind with his foot, showcasing astonishing speed and strength. Just by observing, one could envision the unfortunate soul struck in the abdomen by that kick, certain to meet a grim fate. The treading form can be categorized into empty treading and solid treading. The former emphasizes deception, while the latter focuses on impact. This technique must be executed in conjunction with explosive punching techniques, employing both feet. Your vital energy must generate a downward force through your legs, necessitating resilient blood vessels and robust internal muscles. Once you tread down, it signifies a concentration of energy, delivering not only an offensive effect against the opponent, but also creating an imposing aura, a forceful surge of vitality. This aspect must harmonize with your breathing, synchronizing with your heart and Apos' rhythm. Fei Baiyun demonstrated the technique several more times before encouraging Galen to attempt it himself. He quietly shared the secret of coordinating vital energy with heartbeat and breath, then stepped aside to observe. Mistakes in posture were inconsequential. However, should he detect any misalignment in the synchronization of vital energy, breath, and heartbeat, he would promptly deliver a slap or a kick. Any part struck would instinctively correct itself into the proper stance. In the martial arts of the White Cloud sect, we emphasize the principle of and Apos, stability, and Apos, regardless of the movement or technique. The primary assurance is that your vital energy and center of gravity must remain steady and grounded, allowing you to shift your center of gravity in accordance with the movement, thereby achieving formidable explosive power. It is akin to a faucet blocked by debris. Merely loosening it slightly can unleash a powerful surge of water. Gallon focused intently as he began to practice the treading form, step by step, harmonizing his heartbeat, breathing, and circulation. The White Cloud's secret technique serves as an engine. The higher the level, the more potent the explosive force. Each movement within the White Cloud combat technique correspondingly augments one's strength. For several consecutive days, Gallon dedicated himself to mastering the foundational techniques, as Fei Baiyun imparted all 4 forms to him in their entirety. The technique of whip form allows both arms and legs to lash out with the ferocity of a whip. The charge form, on the other hand, embodies the powerful collision of a colossal elephant, utilized for evasion and assault against adversaries. The shooting form represents a momentary eruption that reaches its zenith, where both arms can swiftly thrust forward like daggers, aiming directly at the opponent's eyes. The combination of these 4 forms equips one with the necessary strategies to confront various opponents. Gallon had discovered relevant literature in that small library, detailing the martial experiences of the esteemed predecessors of the Baiyun sect. It was replete with numerous variations and applications of the 4 forms, many of which had evolved into novel grand techniques. Merely grasping the essence of the 4 forms ensured proper exertion of force, allowing Gallon to contemplate the matter of attribute points. By this time, over a month had elapsed, and he had casually navigated through the end-of-term examinations. Given his foundational knowledge, his performance, though not exceptional, was certainly adequate, as his primary focus had been on martial training. The subsequent levels of the Baiyun secret method could be gradually enhanced with the requisite medicinal herbs, albeit requiring patience over time. In contrast, the explosive fist technique necessitated more than mere initiation. It demanded the impact against wooden stakes to condition the body, complemented by specific medicinal ointments. Advancement was not as simple as merely allocating points. On November 2nd, at midday, within the main hall of the Baiyun Martial Arts Academy, he stood in the center of the training room. Surrounding him, 2 trainees wielded thick wooden sticks, delivering relentless strikes to his back, chest, and arms. With closed eyes, he concentrated, channeling his internal energy to nourish the bruised muscles and cells from the impacts. It had been a month since he began formally honing the Baiyun secret method and explosive fist technique, yet his skill levels remained stagnant. A stark contrast to the immediate enhancements provided by attribute points. He gently shook his head in contemplation, as beneath his closed eyelids, the attribute and skill bars remained visible. The attribute bar indicated a rise, strength and constitution each increased by 0. 1, with strength at 1. 78, agility at 1. 10, constitution at 1. 04, intelligence at 1. 20, and potential at 377. He raised a hand to signal the 2 trainees to cease their actions. The sound of strikes abruptly halted, and both, drenched in sweat, set down their wooden sticks to rest momentarily. Senior Gallon, your prowess is truly remarkable. We are exhausted, yet you appear completely unfazed. One trainee expressed, enviously. The newly acquired Baiyun combat technique would steadily improve with relentless practice, eliminating the necessity for attribute point enhancements. Initially, he believed that after mastering the subsequent steps, he could elevate the Baiyun secret method and explosive fist technique using attribute points. However, it soon became clear that such martial arts requiring external aids for gradual refinement could not be perfected overnight. Previously, he had attempted numerous times to enhance the Baiyun secret method and explosive fist technique using attribute points, but to no avail. With this avenue closed, the sole purpose of attribute points was their application to personal attributes. Recalling the evening he encountered Juris, he felt a surge of trepidation at the threat posed by a handgun, as well as the rapid spread of poison. Gallon steeled himself, his gaze fixed upon strength and constitution. Physical constitution determines resistance, resilience, and overall defense. In previous tests, I sensed a significant enhancement in my internal organs. Although the martial arts practiced at the dojo did not focus on this aspect, nor had I specifically trained my internal organs, it seems that the modest improvement in my constitution had a considerable effect. As Gallon sat down to rest, he finally resolved to invest all his efforts into strength and constitution. His gaze lingered on the constitution stat for merely 3 seconds. Suddenly, the figure of 104 surged to 134. Upon conversion, it translated into an increase of 0.3. A warm surge coursed through his body, penetrating every corner within mere seconds. When he opened his eyes again, he could distinctly perceive enhanced clarity in his vision and a heightened sensitivity in his hearing. Raising his right arm, he noticed that his once slightly darkened skin had become more refined, resembling exquisite silk, smooth and delicate to the touch. "Please step outside. I wish to practice a little longer." "I will tidy up myself later," he instructed the two trainees assigned to him. They were accustomed to this routine, as Galen almost always engaged in extra practice. With cheerful smiles, they exited, closing the door behind them. Galen once again shut his eyes, concentrating his attention on strength. The strength stat leapt from 178 to 208 with a resounding thud. He could distinctly feel his body subtly expanding. By estimation, this increase equated to roughly 1/3 of the maximum strength of an adult male, approximately 60 pounds. Thus, 0.1 in strength corresponded to 20 pounds. With only one attribute point remaining, he was about to allocate it to Constitution when a sudden thought struck him, drawing his gaze to the skill section. A symbol there quietly occupied the last position. Just moments ago, as his Constitution surged, he noticed this symbol's level flicker. White Cloud's secret technique, advanced. Could it be that an increase in Constitution could elevate the level of the White Cloud secret technique? Galen was taken aback, joy surging within him. He wondered if he could still apply attribute points at this moment. Without a hint of hesitation, he focused on the White Cloud secret technique. After 3 seconds, with a decisive motion, the term advanced faded away, replaced by great accomplishment. The technique, which originally had only 3 tiers, had now ascended to a higher level due to his attribute points. Galen was elated. Just as he prepared to rise, an unexpected pain surged through his body. His skin, muscles, and bones began to crack and pop. A wave of scorching heat materialized in his chest and abdomen, steadily and resolutely radiating towards his limbs. As this searing energy struggled to disperse, a chilling current emerged from the center of his chest and abdomen, swiftly spreading outward. Chapter 29. Spiral. The alternating currents of hot and cold air swirled incessantly within Galen's body as he sat rigidly in a chair. It was not that he wished to remain still. Rather, he found himself utterly incapable of movement. With each passing moment, the currents expanded, enveloping his entire being until, after a mere 10 minutes, they had grown so pervasive that he could no longer discern their flow. Galen sat there, his muscles fluctuating between crimson and pallid hues. When red, he resembled a boiled shrimp, scalded and peeling. When white, he appeared as a frail convalescent, just recovering from a grave illness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, with a resounding boom, Galen abruptly opened his eyes, their clarity reminiscent of the finest red jade, with a black pearl embedded within. He inhaled sharply, and the very air in the room stirred, creating a gentle breeze that rustled the garments hanging on a nearby wooden rack, even affecting those garments 4 meters away, which were not aligned with his position, an astonishing phenomenon indeed. Upon opening his eyes, Galen gradually raised his right arm, moving it with the mechanical precision of a robot, slowly lifting it from the armrest of the chair. This motion was soon followed by his left arm, legs, torso, and neck. As he stood, a symphony of crisp sounds resonated throughout his body, a result of the sudden enhancement of his physical abilities due to his extraordinary powers. Such dramatic transformations would not occur in seasoned practitioners who had honed their skills over years of diligent training. He was unaware of the extent of his newfound strength. The White Cloud secret technique had only been mastered to the 3rd level by his esteemed elder sister and teacher. Yet he had audaciously propelled himself to the 4th level through sheer allocation of attribute points. This was a realm previously uncharted by anyone. Shaking his head, Galen reached for a garment from the rack. Unintentionally exerting too much force, he tore it apart. The fabric was caught on a protruding nail, and while an ordinary person would halt upon encountering resistance, he found the minuscule obstruction utterly negligible. Indeed, he shook his head once more and strode out of the room, bare-chested. Upon exiting, he encountered a group of semi-adolescent youths clad in yellow training attire, both male and female, conversing quietly under the guidance of a young female instructor. 2 staff members stood nearby, attending to them. From a chair against the wall, a woman clad in a white blouse and form-fitting black skirt rose. She was a striking figure, exuding an air of cool elegance. Her dark red eyes, set within a visage of porcelain-like fairness, were framed by deep brown hair. Swept to the side, she squinted slightly as she approached Galen and casually accepted the torn garment he had discarded. They were part of the 2nd cohort of new students visiting the main hall this month. "What happened to your clothing?" she inquired. "She is Grace, who, after a month of training alongside Galen, suffered severe internal injuries while practicing vital strikes. Now, After considerable recuperation, she has managed to regain her strength. However, the dispute between her and the Baiyun Martial Arts School has come to the company's attention. Perhaps it was a decision made by the company. Or perhaps it was her own desire. She has now chosen to remain by Galen and Apos' side, assisting him with various aspects of daily life. Just now, I accidentally tore it. How is your body holding up? Galen inquired casually. During our sparring sessions, I tried to temper my strength, but I still injured your insides. Even after a month of recovery, it's not easy to heal. I have access to the secret medicine from the martial arts school, and I am much improved now. The outcome has exceeded my expectations, so there is no need for you to worry, she replied. As they conversed, they walked past the newcomers who were exploring the hall and made their way to the training hall on the second floor. By now, you can be considered part of my martial arts school. Are you still managing the company affairs? Galen asked. Not anymore. The only task the company has assigned me is to take care of your daily needs. In truth, I have essentially been abandoned by the company as a form of compensation for the previous incident, Grace said with a bitter smile. The head of the school is currently out, and the main hall is managed by your senior sister, Rosita, who is practicing in the secluded chamber and is uncertain when she will emerge. Galen nodded. As long as there are no major issues at the school, peripheral instructors can generally handle most matters, and the additional management staff can manage everything quite well without our concern. Your connections surpass mine. Is there any progress on the case with the Mercury detective? I'm not sure about that. However, I heard that the Mercury detective visited the Dolphin Antique shop again a few days ago. I have inquired several times, but I have yet to gather any news. My connections are primarily those from my previous company, and given the current lack of funds, some avenues are no longer accessible, Grace said, her brow slightly furrowed. If you seek reliable information, you might consider consulting your senior brothers and sisters. Each of them has their own channels, which would be far more effective than our blind search. Let us see how it goes, Galen replied, accepting a white towel from a girl and wiping the sweat from his body. After resting in the training hall and having lunch, he decided to have Grace accompany him to Pennington Road. Upon alighting, he headed straight for the Dolphin Antique shop. Inside the shop, the decor had been transformed to elegant black fabric draping the tables and chairs, contrasting with the previous vibrant red. The old man remained seated in front of the bookshelf, carefully adjusting a brass pocket watch while peering through his reading glasses. Upon seeing Galen enter, he merely glanced up without raising his head. Would you like to see the latest arrivals? Galen surveyed the shop and noticed, besides the old man, there was another customer, a stately, elderly woman with white hair, dressed in opulent attire that suggested she came from a well-to-do family. The woman was intently examining a black necklace, seemingly entranced. Where did you find this pocket watch? It looks like a genuine Bouvier, Galen said as he approached the old man, pulling out a chair to sit down. What do you mean it looks genuine? It is genuine, the old man retorted. The old man cast a stern glance at him. This was an antique pawned by the elderly lady, and I was inspecting its structure to ascertain its authenticity. You still engage in pawning? Galen replied, momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, has that Mercury from Tali come around again? Is there any progress on the case? Still pursuing the golden ring? I've come to terms with it. That loss wasn't insurmountable. The golden ring is no ordinary thief, but a formidable assassin. Mr. Mercury has been on his trail for a year or two now. It's not an easy task. The old man set down the pocket watch and picked up a cloth to wipe it. I'm not sure. All the antiques that recently came into my possession have been preemptively selected by him. He resold them at twice the profit. It's quite a lucrative business. The old man's expression brimmed with pride. Did he select the latest batch as well? Galen furrowed his brow. This was not the first occurrence. What? Are you interested? The old man shot him a sidelong glance. Bring money, and then we'll talk. I'll tell you, not just here but throughout Hawaiian City, since Mercury arrived. He has collected every tradable antique of this nature. That fellow is a fervent collector. I've heard that Mercury's grandfather was once a noble lord, so he is not lacking in funds. So, he has amassed quite a collection? Galen's eyes lit up. To be honest, I'm only intrigued by these bizarre and perilous antiques. They bring a thrill. Suddenly, the old man slapped Galen on the head. Thrill, you say? At your age, without a steady income, you wish to emulate others in collecting? You're being reckless. I've told you countless times, lack of talent equates to lack of talent. No matter how many times you observe, the outcome remains unchanged. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Now, hurry along and attend to your own matters. Glancing at it once more won't make it disappear. You're still as miserly as ever, old man, Galen retorted, shaking his head. The two exchanged light-hearted banter for a while before Galen finally took his leave. Not long after he departed, the old man rose and gently closed the door behind him. The elderly woman turned, placing the necklace she had been holding aside, her gaze fixed on the old man, filled with complexity. After so many years, you have become utterly ordinary. The old man smiled faintly, unusually refraining from a rebuttal. Such is fate. It was my choice from the beginning. The seeds I sowed. I must bear the consequences. How long do you intend to remain here? Living each day in a daze, are you truly content? The woman inquired calmly. We have all entered this circle. Escaping is no longer an option. They have already come for you. Are you trying to frighten me? The old man's expression darkened. I merely came to give you a warning. They will not spare anyone who has had contact with you, including that young man from earlier. He is just an ordinary person. Don't involve him. The old man's demeanor shifted, his eyes losing their usual mirth, replaced by a glint of somber sharpness. Your words hold no weight with me. The woman moved to sit in the spot Galen had just vacated. He has read that book as well, has he? You needn't explain. I have heard everything. That lad bears an uncanny resemblance to you in your youth, truly strikingly similar. She gazed quietly at the old man, her eyes as tranquil as water. Chapter 30. Spiral 2 perhaps, but he could never truly be like me. Without talent. One is rendered powerless. The old man lowered his head, his voice heavy with despair. Do not be naive any longer, Gregor. Hand me that book. Only I can safeguard it properly now. The old woman extended her hand slowly towards him. Gregor remained silent, his head bowed in resignation. Power, wealth, fame, none are as secure as the strength one possesses within. Gregor, you have fallen. A trace of pity flickered in the old woman's gaze. Time inevitably marches on. In the blink of an eye, we have both reached this age. And you, who have strayed from the path, are no longer worthy of preserving it. What the heck? That old woman can't still be inside, can she? He gaped in disbelief. At her age, how could she still be so audacious? Can't she wait until the sun sets? Truly, she is a brazen old crone. Shaking his head. A series of scandalous stories about the old man and the woman flooded his mind, sending shivers down his spine. He had seen the two exchanging glances in the shop, but he had expected them to be so eager to shut the door and indulge in their desires the moment he left. It seems the elderly are not devoid of such needs. Goris sat in the driver's seat, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other devoured a sandwich from a paper bag, entirely devoid of the expected poise of a refined lady. Where to now? Pray tell. By the way, I still haven't used that check you gave me last time. I intend to invest it this time. That money isn't mine. It was taken from the company's accounts. It serves as an appropriate principle. Goris nodded. Curious whether you aim to enter a legitimate business or simply wish to earn some profit. Earning a bit of money would be ideal, of course, but it must be from a clean source. That is quite simple. The most fitting endeavor would be to offer martial arts tutoring under the banner of a dojo. Naturally, this would leverage the reputation of Master Fei Baiyun, and your senior brothers and sisters could introduce you to potential students. Given your stature, you could easily command a significant income from tutoring. Goris explained. That is indeed a possibility, but I have yet to perfect my own skills, let alone teach others. Are there any other avenues? Another option lies with Miss Finiston, who has established her own auction house. Your goal of earning money aligns perfectly with your passion for collecting antiques, making collaboration with her a promising venture. Lastly, there is the prospect of our own company, which could provide you with a monthly stipend, substantial, though you would need to intervene should any issues arise. Let me ponder this carefully before making a decision. Galen furrowed his brow. None of these paths quite met his standards, especially now that he was aware of Tali Mercury's interest in similar antiques. The notion of establishing contact with Tali Mercury, perhaps to view his collection, tempted him greatly. The dilemma remained, under what pretense could he approach him? He turned to Goris. Is there a way to connect with Tali Mercury? I wish to visit his collection of antiques. Please arrange it and see if he agrees. For several consecutive days, Galen traversed between the school and the antique shop, appearing no different from an ordinary student. During his time at school, he hardly attended classes, merely awaiting the results of his final examinations. How did you perform? Finn and Calido huddled together, examining each other's papers. Not bad, ranked 20th in class, which is quite respectable. Calido smiled broadly. You're pleased with 20 when there are only a little over 20 students in total? Galen approached, mockingly holding up his paper. My foreign language exam was a disaster. I had no expectations and merely filled in random answers. Calido glanced at Galen's foreign language paper, where the score of 20 was glaringly evident. Impressive. He raised his thumb in admiration. By the way, let us head to the White Eagle Salon later. They just received a new batch of purple wine, and I had the owner reserve a bottle for me. I shall not accompany you. You may go. I have other matters to attend to, Galen politely declined. You always seem to have something to do. I have called you numerous times, yet you never join us. Just how many things keep you busy? Calido expressed his displeasure. I truly have matters to address, Galen shrugged helplessly. Ever since Calido began his relationship with EFI, the distance between them has grown, and their camaraderie is no longer as harmonious as it once was. Although both were conscious of the need to bridge the gap, EFI remained a thorn in their friendship, an obstacle that could not be removed. Finn and Jack also observed this, having advised Calido. Yet he was still lured away by EFI, consequently becoming somewhat estranged from the trio. All right, if you genuinely have something to attend to, then so be it. I, too, must accompany my girlfriend for an outing. This holiday has just begun, and I might find some leisure time. But the rest will likely be consumed by my father's demands. Finn interjected. After some gentle persuasion from their two friends, Calido's expression softened slightly. Yet he stormed off in anger. Galen felt helpless in the matter. Galen, are you heading to the martial arts school? Not at the moment. I want to be going there during the holiday, as I will remain at home. That is a different matter altogether. Galen no longer needed to attend the martial arts school daily. He had learned all he could, and what remained was to cultivate his understanding through practice. Since the situation with Juris had settled, life seemed to return to a tranquil state. After chatting with a few friends for a while, Galen glanced at the school clock. The time was nearly upon him, and he leisurely exited the school gates. A line of carriages awaited at the entrance to pick up students, with vehicles periodically arriving and departing. Amidst the array of black, white, and yellow vehicles, Galen strolled towards a black sedan, effortlessly opening the door and taking a seat. Everything is ready, Juris murmured from the driver's seat. Tali has already agreed to our request. The exchange will take place at his temporary residence in the outskirts. Where is it located? In Kennetown. Kennetown? Is there not a place nearby called Silvervale Castle? Galen inquired, slightly taken aback. Silvervale Castle? Ruiz hesitated for a moment, as if pondering. I have never been there either. But Tali Mercury seems quite intrigued by that place and is currently recuperating there. Has his case been resolved? Not entirely. We have only recovered a significant portion of the antique stolen by the Golden Ring. The remainder has been sold off through various channels, with our company being one of those avenues, as you are undoubtedly aware. Indeed, Galen is also cognizant that the Manliot and Company, which stands behind Ruiz, is the largest antiquities trafficking organization in Hawaii Mountain. How far is it from here? How long will it take? First, we need to pick someone up for your makeup. Afterwards, we will proceed to Kennetown to meet Tali Mercury. Our appointment is scheduled for around 3 in the afternoon. It is not yet 11 o'clock, so we still have ample time. Galen nodded. It seems improbable that this is mere coincidence. Collecting potential antiques and specifically residing near Silver Silk Castle, if there are so many coincidences, it would be exceedingly strange. Galen turned his gaze toward the outside. Amidst the rumbling of the engine, the vehicle gradually moved forward. On the streets, clusters of college students were seen entering and exiting the shops on either side. The girls wore short skirts and black stockings, most of them exuding youthful charm, while the boys engaged in playful banter, clad in shirts, long pants, and leather boots. Even those of average appearance showcased a certain grace. This unique aura is characteristic of St. Ing Academy, something that ordinary schools cannot replicate. Merely donning such uniforms is beyond the financial reach of students from typical institutions. Hawaii Mountain boasts more than one academy, with 4 or 5 at the junior and senior high school levels, among which St. Ing is the finest, excelling in not only annual examination results and admission rates, but also in the quality of the environment and the students themselves. Observing the youthful faces outside the car window, Galen suddenly recalled his younger sister Ing, who had been dutifully staying at home these days. Both of Galen's parents are honest and simple folk, entirely unaware of Faye Bayun's actual standing and influence, merely surprised by the gravity of his apprenticeship. The Faye family does not appear to be particularly affluent. Rather, their furnishings are quite modest. Ing is aware of his apprenticeship but lacks knowledge of the specifics. However, upon learning about the process, she recognized that it was indeed a legitimate apprenticeship, which led to a slight shift in her perception of Galen. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, she has grown increasingly distant in recent days. Shaking off his thoughts, Galen reclined in his seat, his gaze sweeping over the attribute skill bar below. Chapter 31. The Silvervale Castle in the southern suburbs of Hawaiian City Expansive green hills undulate gracefully, resembling a thick emerald carpet. Scattered across one of the slopes are clusters of small single and double-story buildings, adorned with pale yellowish stone. The facades and door frames of these structures are entwined with verdant vines, some of which bloom with delicate white and yellow flowers. Beneath one of the two-story buildings, two arched doorways create a semi-open space for respite. Within this alcove, two tables are arranged. At the left table, for individuals are seated, enjoying tea. Two middle-aged men are accompanied by young women, seated across from one another. The elder gentleman sports a neat mustache and is attired in a finely tailored black suit. Holding a brown wooden cane, appearing to be around 40, he lifts a cup of red tea from the table, savoring a gentle sip. Mr. Kelly has come specifically to discuss the collection of cursed antiques with me. Such enthusiasm is indeed a rarity. His gaze rests upon the face of the middle-aged man opposite him. The latter's complexion is somewhat pallid, with short, light golden curls and a well-groomed golden goatee. Dressed in a crisp white suit, exuding an air of elegance and ease. He appears significantly younger, likely in his 30s. Most striking are his eyes, which gleam like the finest rubies, transparent and exceptionally clear. Mr. Mercury's fervor astonishes me. He not only travels far and wide to gather cursed antiques and jewels, but also traces their origins meticulously. The man sighs, as if our very residences and lives have become steeped in mystery, infused with an unknown force. Mr. Mercury smiles, adding, "Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment." The golden-haired gentleman nods, remarking on the inherent dullness of life, which compels us to seek out mystery and amusement. Perhaps this is the essence of our passion for collecting cursed antiques. Well said. Mr. Mercury concurs, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the gentleman's wrist. Initially, it was through my investigative work that I stumbled upon a cursed antique, yet as time passed, my fascination with collecting deepened. In the blink of an eye. Over the years, I have amassed a collection of well over 100 cursed antiques, regardless of their authenticity. Time truly flies. Over 100? The golden-haired gentleman's eyes widen with excitement. That is indeed a considerable endeavor. No wonder you are the renowned detective Mr. Mercury. I can only imagine that your collection far exceeds the mundane items you displayed earlier. So, is your visit here also related to cursed antiques? Is that so? Could it be the infamous golden ring thief? The golden-haired gentleman ponders, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Seeing the detective nod in affirmation, he continues. The golden ring thief has committed numerous crimes across the Federation. It is said that apart from yourself, only another eminent detective has ever had direct contact with him. I am uncertain whether you could elaborate on the matter concerning the golden ring. I apologize, but it is not due to a lack of willingness to discuss. Rather, the police department is bound by confidentiality agreements. Tolly Mercury shrugged. Well, I intend to visit the Silver Veil Castle this afternoon. I wonder if Mr. Kelly has any interest in accompanying me. Silver Veil Castle? Having resided in Hawaiian City for quite some time, I have certainly heard of that dilapidated fortress. It is said to be the inheritance of an officer, now lacking funds for maintenance, with most of its contents already sold off, the blonde gentleman Kelly murmured. I have heard that the castle was initially intended for sale, but its state of disrepair and remote location deterred potential buyers, leaving those who visited disinclined to make a purchase. Are you considering acquiring it? Merely a visit. Purchasing it is out of the question, Tolly Mercury replied with a smile. He turned to whisper a few words to Miss Salon, who nodded and rose to walk towards a nearby two-story building, swiftly disappearing into the dense greenery. The vegetation here is remarkably lush. Even in autumn, there is no hint of desolation. Were it not for the distance from my homeland, I would contemplate settling here. Tolly Mercury exhaled a puff of smoke, expressing his sentiment. Indeed, I have occasionally spent the night there lately. It is not unusual. I have already discussed arrangements with the castle's owner, Novice, and paid a sum in rent for a 2-month occupancy, since the place is almost emptied of its belongings. He is unconcerned about any valuables being taken. Tolly Mercury stood up. In that case, Mr. Kelly, there is no need for your car to come over. There are no refueling stations nearby. It would be wiser to travel by horse-drawn carriage. That is true. I suppose I will be imposing on you for a day or two, Kelly acknowledged. It is nothing. We are all like-minded individuals. It is rare to encounter a friend who shares my interests. To be candid, this particular passion of mine has often been criticized within my social circle. Very well. I shall fetch the carriage. Let us meet at the driveway. Indeed, see you shortly. As Kelly stood by the table, he took a gentle sip of red tea. watching Tali Mercury navigate through the grass towards a black horse-drawn carriage approaching the distant driveway. Miss Ceylon, clad in a white trench coat, had just alighted from her carriage. Standing to the side awaiting him, he stroked his chin. This beard is remarkably realistic. Mr. Tali has indeed promised me accommodation in the castle, Kelly smiled. Let us not keep our esteemed detective waiting. The lady observed Kelly's retreating figure, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Although she was well aware of the fade he presented, Kelly appeared far more mature and genuine than Gallon, entirely unlike a mere adolescent. It was as if Gallon were the disguise, while the true essence was revealed in Kelly's form. Shaking her head slightly to dispel such thoughts, she hurriedly followed suit. The two of them making their way towards the carriage waiting in the distance. Before boarding the carriage, Gallon casually plucked a small crimson flower from the nearby thicket. Inhaling its scent gently, upon closer inspection, he noticed a multitude of tiny black insects crawling at the center of the flower, reminiscent of ants. And the blossom emitted no fragrance at all. The four of them climbed into the double-row carriage, with Tali and two others occupying the front, while Gallon and Juris settled in the rear. The whip cracked lightly in the air, and instantly, two sturdy yellow horses began to pull the carriage forward, their neck bells chiming melodiously. Observing the flower in Gallon's hand, Tali Mercury remarked with a smile, "The flowers here lack any scent, yet curiously attract a plethora of insects. One wonders why?" Gallon extended his index finger, allowing a small black insect to crawl up to his fingertip, tickling him. The insect resembled a diminutive black ladybug, its semicircular wings opening and closing to maintain balance. Isn't it common for peculiar phenomena to occur around the origins of cursed antiques? He replied with a smile. If it were like anywhere else, we wouldn't have come all this way. He lamented, "It's a pity you didn't bring your other antiques. Otherwise, I might have had the fortune to feast my eyes on them." Tali Mercury chuckled. "I initially thought you were merely a charlatan boasting empty words. Yet you easily discerned the replicas of cursed antiques I casually brought along. I never anticipated encountering a kindred spirit like you here. I had presumed I was the only one with a penchant for studying cursed antiques." "I feel the same," Gallon said, plucking a petal and gently flicking it out of the carriage, laughing in response. "But what, pray tell, draws your attention to Silvervale Castle?" "Having lived here for so long, I remain largely ignorant." Tali Mercury handed the whip to Ceylon, instructing him to drive, while retrieving a stack of white documents from his satchel and handing them over. "These are some materials I have gathered. Take a look." Gallon accepted the documents. Glancing at the title on the first page, "Unexpected Sudden Death of the Castle's Master." Below was a lengthy report detailing the circumstances of the discovery of the death. Flipping to the second page, he found a similarly themed headline. The third page followed suit, but included a photograph depicting the emblem of Silvervale Castle. It revealed that 3 successive masters of the castle had met untimely ends, with the assailant unknown, all having peacefully passed away in their beds without any signs of struggle, as though they were elderly succumbing to the frailties of life. Strangely, all 3 had been robust middle-aged military officers. Chapter 32. The Silvervale Castle. The most recent individual associated with the Silvervale Castle was its proprietor from 30 years ago. The exact nature of the cursed artifact remains unclear. However, our purpose for this visit is to ascertain the situation and to uncover any concealed malevolent relics, Mercury, Tarly elaborated. Gallon nodded in agreement. He too felt a profound curiosity regarding why potential artifacts could confer abilities and why certain artifacts bore the ominous title of cursed. Thus, he accepted Mercury Tarly's invitation to journey to the Silvervale Castle, motivated by this intrigue. The carriage traversed the landscape from noon until late afternoon, and as the orange sun dipped halfway below the horizon, they finally arrived at a hilltop blanketed in yellow-green grass. Below the slope lay a verdant expanse of woodland. The 4 disembarked from the carriage and gazed ahead from the summit. In the distance, amidst the undulating dark green foliage, a dilapidated gray-white castle stood prominently atop a higher hill. The castle bore the marks of a fire, with charred blackened traces evident everywhere. No sign of verdant life could be discerned. The castle's exterior, the surrounding railing-enclosed lawn, and a few nearby trees were all cloaked in shades of gray and black, as if the flames had only recently ravaged the structure. The castle itself was triangular in shape, resembling a mountain. Its surface was riddled with square cross-shaped windows, which appeared dark and opaque from afar, rendering any discernible details indistinguishable. This was the Silvervale Castle, said to have suffered a fire 3 decades prior, with its subsequent owners lacking the means to restore it, resulting in its current state. It is lamentable, for this place was once renowned as a garden castle. Its name derived from the ethereal beauty that seemed to envelop it like a silken veil. Mercury Tarly gestured towards the castle with a sense of nostalgia. It was once a splendid sight. Gores questioned, but, Mr. Tarly, how is it that 30 years after the fire, the castle remains shrouded in this ashen hue? How could not a single green plant have taken root? Miss Ceylon interjected, the reasons for this are ambiguous. Some speculate that the ashes have stifled the surrounding vegetation, while others suggest that the land may inherently lack the capacity for plant life. There are even several peculiar rumors, though they are largely deemed untrustworthy. Have you inquired with the local populace? Gores furrowed her brow. The area surrounding the castle is devoid of human habitation for 30 miles. The terrain is quite convoluted, making it unsuitable for agriculture. Thus, the nearest farms and villages are a considerable distance away, Gallon remarked, stroking his faux beard thoughtfully. Does this imply that we may need to spend the night here? Is food and drink available? Mercury Tarly nodded affirmatively. Indeed. My companion Ceylon and I have been resting here for several days. Aside from the inconvenience of communication with others, the environment is quite pleasant and conducive to recuperation. Now, let us proceed. While it appears close from here, we must still traverse a considerable distance, at least a half-hour's walk to reach the castle. And what of the carriage? Gores understood his implication. He wished for her to conceal it, considering Gallon was merely a high school student, and venturing too far might raise concerns. That is acceptable. Mercury Tarly agreed with a nod. Let us depart. The day is waning, and arriving early will afford us a restful night, Tari remarked, gripping a long, slender black bag. I have brought a hunting rifle, so we can procure some game for a delightful barbecue. Indeed, that sounds splendid. Your foresight is commendable, Gallon chuckled. Ceylon smiled as she adjusted her small red bag. I have also packed some spices, tea leaves, and coffee beans. There is a small river nearby where we can fetch water for brewing tea and coffee. Pearly ground coffee is hardly worth having. I possess a secret weapon, she added with a mysterious grin. Mr. Kelly seldom engages in such outdoor escapades, does he? Unlike us, who sometimes pursue fugitives into the depths of the wilderness and must learn these preparatory skills, Gallon remarked with a shrug. I merely brought a few emergency tools and a change of clothes. I did pack some spices, but I must admit, my preparations are not as extensive as yours. Very well, let us proceed. We should arrive at the castle in time to organize our quarters. Here, we will rely on the oil lamps we previously brought, Tari suggested, glancing at the sun, now fully set on the horizon. It would be inconvenient to arrive too late. The trio hastened along the slope towards the Silver Vale Castle. Upon entering through the iron gates, they were greeted by a peculiar ground of dark gray interspersed with white powder, reminiscent of ashes left in the wake of a great fire. To either side, triangular fire pits constructed from black metal held unknown materials, casting flickering light across the path. The fire pits were enclosed by a black railing, dividing the castle from the surrounding woods, as if separating two distinct worlds. Outside lay a dark green thicket. While within the enclosure, the landscape bore the scars of flames, the castle's lawn appeared a pale yellow, marked by a few nearly lifeless blackened trees, exuding an air of desolation. The three entered the grand hall, traversing the straight path of black and gray stones until they reached the castle's imposing entrance. The door, a wooden arch encased in iron, was dark and foreboding, featuring a faintly illuminated keyhole at its center. Tari produced a brass key, inserting it into the lock and turning it with force. With a resounding creak, the door swung inward, revealing an expansive, empty hall. Gallon followed Ceylon inside, surveying the desolate space. The hall was devoid of furniture, decorations, and even carpets. The sconces had been stripped from the walls and sold. The entire ambience was steeped in shades of gray and black. A skylight directly opposite the entrance allowed a beam of soft red sunlight to pierce through, illuminating the dark floor and accentuating the stark emptiness of the hall. Engaging in a cookout within the castle will indeed be a novelty, Gallon mused, as Ceylon guided him to a room on the right side of the castle that they would use as their bedroom. After tidying the iron bed, he spread out the spare bedding, ready for a night's rest. After hastily resolving their dinner, darkness enveloped the castle, with insufficient kerosene for prolonged illumination. The three agreed to retire early, planning to thoroughly explore the castle the following day. Upon entering the room, they sat on the bed for a brief respite. The room was eerily silent, featuring a rectangular floor-to-ceiling window on one side, with pale red hexagonal tiles meticulously forming a smooth floor. Aside from a large bed, the room was devoid of any furnishings, the bed surrounded by an iron frame for a mosquito net. Gallon, seated on the bed, dared not move too vigorously, fearing that even a slight shift might cause the rust from the iron frame above to flake off. A kerosene lamp sat on a makeshift stool by the bedside, casting a dim, flickering golden glow. Dressed only in his undergarments, Galen approached the window and gazed downwards. Outside lay a profound darkness. The night-ash charcoal gray lawn revealed no signs of life, and no distant figures could be discerned on the mountains. The castle was enveloped in silence, with Tali and Mercury having retired to their respective rooms long before. It felt as though Galen was the sole inhabitant of the castle, the only source of light emanating from his room. He pushed the window open, allowing the frigid air to rush in, accompanied by the faint hooting of an owl in the distance. The hazy moonlight spilled in, barely illuminating the exterior scenery. It would be prudent to sleep early, he thought, anticipating what clues Mercury might uncover by morning. This fellow might have already deduced that he was in disguise. His observational skills were remarkable. After practicing a few punches in the room, Galen gradually settled down, closing most of the window, and lay back on the bed to rest. Time slipped away, and as Galen turned over in a drowsy haze, he was abruptly startled by the creaking of the room's door, as if someone had quietly pushed it open from the outside. Alarmed, he sat up and gazed towards the door, which stood ajar, revealing nothing but silence beyond. He rose and gently closed the door, speculating it might have been the wind. Returning to bed, he drifted off again, only to be roused by another faint sound. Creak. The door opened once more. Galen shot upright, instinctively grasping the bedside lamp, his gaze fixed on the partially opened door, still unable to see anything. Who was playing tricks on me? He called out. Tali? Galen descended from the bed, slipped on his slippers, and cautiously carried the lamp to the door. He gently closed it, locked it, secured the chain, and inserted the bolt. With a decisive click, the door was firmly sealed. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the other side, as if someone were tampering with the lock. Galen sprang to his feet and flung the door open, the noise ceasing instantly. Outside lay an empty expanse, devoid of any presence. Abruptly, he paused, bemused. I distinctly locked the door and secured multiple bolts, he exclaimed, vividly remembering that merely pulling the door had caused it to swing open. He hastily slammed the door shut, a chill racing down his spine as he stumbled backward, colliding with the bed and collapsing onto it in shock. If I discover who is playing tricks on me, you shall be doomed, he shouted vehemently. Chapter 33, The Ancient Castle of Silver Vale 3. Kylie. Wake up. Kylie. Hurry. Wake up. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent cries pierced through the air. Galen jolted awake, squinting against the blinding light, as Tali Mercury curiously slapped his face. What's the matter? Tali, what are you doing here? Galen sat up, realizing that the previous scene had merely been a dream. How did you end up sleeping in the basement? Did you come here alone last night to study? And when you got tired, you just dozed off. Didn't Ti tell you not to act alone and to wait for me? Tali Mercury gazed at him with an odd expression. Galen then noticed he was indeed lying in the basement, surrounded by the narrow, dark gray walls, the desolate emptiness echoing around him, and the cold gray stone bricks beneath him. A sudden chill gripped his heart. There was not a sound to be heard. In the blink of an eye, Tali Mercury had vanished. Tali? Tali. Galen scrambled to his feet, calling out loudly. His temples throbbed painfully, his mind in disarray. I can't stay in this castle any longer. He hastily flung open the door and dashed out of the basement, racing down the empty, straight corridor toward the castle's main entrance. Bang! The castle doors burst open. Galen tumbled out, rolling down the stone steps and across the lawn, finally lying back on the grass. Ha ha ha! He gasped for breath. An overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to a deep sleep without resistance. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, before he slowly opened his eyes again. He was still lying in the castle bedroom. Kylie, are you awake? Tali Mercury and Appo's voice drifted in from outside the door. Was it all a dream? He inhaled deeply. After rising, he hurriedly dressed, then opened the door to see Tali Mercury standing at the entrance, looking at him with a face full of surprise. What's wrong? You look terrible, with dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well? Nothing, just had a nightmare. Galen forced a smile. Very well. Galen rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of absurdity. Yet, this nightmare felt unusually real. You go ahead to the hall on the first floor. I'll secure the doors and windows. Tali Mercury patted Galen on the shoulder, seemingly regretting giving him that document. It's fine. I'm not easily frightened. Galen chuckled softly and walked out of the room, unaware of the subtle shift in Tali Mercury's demeanor behind him. First floor hall. Descending the staircase, Galen spotted Miss Ceylon sitting in the corner, slowly sipping a cup of hot red tea. She had changed into a snug, dark brown hunting outfit, her light golden hair tied back, cascading down her back, accentuating her fair and delicate complexion. Mr. Kiley has risen? You don't look very well. Did you not rest properly? After experiencing a harrowing nightmare, Galen rubbed his temples and seated himself at the table beside Ceylon. Let us enjoy some tea, he proposed, the freshly brewed black tea I brought from Jerfied. Ceylon gestured with a welcoming motion. Thank you. Galen lifted a cup of slightly steaming black tea to his nose, inhaling deeply as a refreshing scent, reminiscent of mint, enveloped him, intermingled with subtle notes of cream and sweetness. Taking a gentle sip, he remarked, it tastes akin to mint water. What kind of tea is this? I added some other spices to invigorate the mind and promote alertness upon waking, Ceylon explained with a smile. One of my uncles is a medical professor at Sirius University, and this is a method he taught me. Quite delightful. Galen nodded appreciatively, feeling indeed more alert. Tolly Mercury joined them at the table, seizing a prepared mahogany cup and gulping down the tea within. Here is the plan. We shall first go hunting to gather provisions for lunch and dinner, and then fetch water while cleaning the utensils. In the afternoon, we will specifically inspect the castle and its surroundings. You possess far more experience than I, so I defer to your judgment. I have no objections, Galen shrugged. By the way, Mr. Kelly. Just call me Kelly. Very well, Kelly. You mentioned earlier that you had a remarkably vivid nightmare. What sort of dream could have left you in such a state, appearing fatigued and listless? Tolly Mercury inquired, puzzled. Galen took another sip of the hot tea, feeling the dual sensations of cool mint and warm liquid slide down his throat, enveloping him in a comforting warmth that invigorated his spirit. I dreamt. He hesitated, of someone incessantly attempting to open my door in the dead of night. Time and again, just as I was about to drift off to sleep. His brow furrowed in contemplation. It is quite peculiar. I have never been here before, never set foot in this castle, and yet, upon arrival, I find myself haunted by such a nightmare. Is there any record of the specific nightmares experienced here? Galen queried. Not that I am aware of, but I too had a dream last night, albeit not a nightmare, Tolly Mercury replied, casting his gaze toward the skylight, a hint of nostalgia and bewilderment crossing his features. Are you recalling that incident again? Ceylon's eyes flickered with concern. Has it been so long? And yet you still cannot let it go? If only it were that simple, Tolly Mercury chuckled softly, though there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. Galen, seated nearby, observed the expressions of the two without uttering a word. After slowly finishing their morning tea and sampling the pastry Ceylon had brought, the trio finally rose to gather their hunting rifles and knives. Tolly Mercury grasped his rifle, donning a dark green hunting outfit akin to military garb, topped with a cylindrical hat. Galen, on the other hand, wielded a half-meter-long curved blade, yet remained clad in the same attire from the previous day, clearly unsuitable for hunting, even less so than Miss Ceylon's simple garb. Ultimately, he carried a burlap sack, opting to undertake logistical duties. The three individuals swiftly tidied up the utensils and gradually departed through the castle's grand entrance. With a resounding thud, the door was shut and securely locked. Tolly, leading the way, directed his steps towards the right side of the castle, where a large hole had marred the surrounding fence, providing a direct passage into the woods beyond. As he walked, he began to load his shotgun, the mechanism producing a rhythmic clicking sound. The local wildlife was sparse, yet the small number of humans present meant that even a modest catch could suffice for several meals. Garen nodded in silence, raising his hand to indicate that he would merely assist in carrying supplies, leaving the rest to Tolly. With a confident smile, Tolly patted his shotgun and refrained from further conversation. Upon reaching the right side of the castle, they encountered an imposing gap in the black iron fence, wide enough for two people and more than a meter high. The metal railings appeared to have been violently bent and broken. Tolly cautiously squeezed through the hole first, waving back at the others once safely on the other side. Ceylon followed suit, her movements fluid and agile. Garen, although inexperienced in hunting, quickly followed, narrowly avoiding snagging his clothing on the jagged metal. Beyond the fence lay a dense, dark green forest, populated with small trees ranging from 4 to 5 meters in height, their trunks thick and thin, interspersed with lush underbrush and grass. Even before entering, a chill emanated from the depths of the woods. The newly risen sun failed to penetrate this green sanctuary, leaving the warmth of its rays outside. Clear, melodic birdsong echoed from within, occasionally interrupted by rustling in the underbrush, suggesting swift movements among the foliage. That's the sound of mountain mice, large and plump, Tolly murmured, bending low and attempting to tread lightly. What a fortunate encounter right from the start. Ceylon smiled, trailing behind him with equal caution. Garen, though inexperienced in hunting, understood the necessity of silence and tiptoed at the rear. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Garen looked up just in time to see Tali lower his weapon. Smoke curling from the barrel, the pungent odor of gunpowder wafting through the air. "Hey, got one," Tali exclaimed, rubbing his nose as he strode forward, pushing aside the foliage in a nearby thicket. After a brief search, he triumphantly emerged with a mountain mouse roughly the size of a soccer ball. Such a size. Garen marveled, moving closer to examine the creature, which resembled an oversized rat, its head mangled from the gunshot, speckled with droplets of blood on its fur. "Your marksmanship is indeed impressive, Tali, to hit such a swift target from such a distance." Garen gave a thumbs up to Tali and gently patted the mouse and Appo's fur. "This one alone should suffice for our trio's sustenance today." "Not quite enough. Once we remove the innards and skin, there won't be much left. We'll need to catch more," Tali replied with a chuckle. Garen, having never processed game before, found the entire experience refreshingly novel. Last night, the oppressive mood brought on by a nightmare lifted considerably. The trio continued their meandering through the forest, with Galen trailing behind. The mountain mouse nestled in his pocket felt somewhat heavy, approximately 20 pounds. Following closely behind Miss Ceylon, Galen took the opportunity to inspect his own attributes. There were no significant alterations, however, his strength had increased slightly, rising from 2.08 to 2.09. A clear indication of the effects of the perfected White Cloud secret art. Many were aware of the substantial growth afforded by the third level of the White Cloud secret art. Yet the potential of the rarely attained fourth level remained a mystery to all. His martial prowess was finally on the right path, though the absorption of potential had once again stagnated. If he could discern the origins of the potential generated by the cursed relic, he could pursue a clear direction rather than floundering aimlessly like a headless fly. Ahead lay the cellar of a castle. Should they investigate? They were quite close by, and it would serve as a suitable resting place. Presumably, the recent gunfire had startled the surrounding wildlife, leaving little to hunt in the vicinity. Chapter 34. The Silver Castle. Part for cellar? Very well. You may proceed with the arrangements. After wandering in the forest for a while longer, Tali Mercury seemed to have located the large tree mark he had previously noted. After identifying several waypoints, they finally arrived at a somewhat more spacious clearing within the woods. "This is the spot. I even had a picnic here the last time I visited," Tali Mercury remarked with a smile as he stepped onto the grass, pressing his foot against the ground. Suddenly, his expression shifted. "Something is amiss. Someone has been here." "Ceylon." Miss Ceylon quickly stepped forward, bending down to explore the ground. She soon uncovered a metallic ring and lifted it. The ring was a dark red hue, rusted on the surface, yet it appeared to contain another metal within, subtly gleaming with a silvery sheen. Tali Mercury, who had also been searching, was not as swift as Ceylon. Upon seeing her discovery, he approached and grasped the rings, pulling it upward with force. With a crash, a square wooden board was lifted, and a cascade of dirt and grass fell away, revealing a dark, cavernous opening below. Galen did not inquire how Tali Mercury knew someone had been here. He merely observed as the expressions of both individuals turned solemn, sensing a palpable tension in the air. He stepped closer to the edge of the opening and peered inside, where darkness enveloped the depths, obscuring their measure. "I shall descend to investigate." Surprisingly, it was Miss Ceylon who took the initiative to speak, rather than the astute detective Tali Mercury. "Exercise caution," the detective replied, nodding solemnly at Miss Ceylon. "Perhaps it would be better if I went down. It may not be appropriate for Miss Ceylon to venture into such a place." Galen hesitated. "Not at all. Miss Ceylon is far from the delicate damsel she appears to be. Just observe closely," the detective stated calmly. Miss Ceylon produced a white cloth, covering her mouth and nose, and brandished a black dagger in her hand. She then secured a rope to a nearby tree, tossing the other end into the inky abyss. "I shall go first. You all stay alert above. The traces are still fresh. Perhaps the others have not yet departed," she declared in a firm tone. "Understood. Be careful," the detective urged, stepping back alongside Galen, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. Ceylon grasped the rope and leapt into the opening, vanishing instantly, the dark brown rope tautening as she descended. After a tense silence of over 10 seconds, the rope slackened, indicating that Miss Ceylon had reached the bottom. "Sir, you should come down as well. There is something to report." Ceylon's voice echoed from the depths. Tali Mercury's expression darkened further. If Ceylon indicated that there was a matter of concern, It must indeed be quite serious. I must descend personally. Mr. Kelly, you are in charge up here. Take this gun. Please ensure you do not stray far from the opening. Galen felt a surge of surprise. He was uncertain why Tali Mercury placed such trust in him. However, reflecting on his own motives regarding the esteemed detective, he dismissed any other intentions. He nodded earnestly in response. Rest assured, I will remain vigilant and close by. Thank you. Tali nodded, passing the shotgun to Galen, then adjusted his gear, tightening his belt before grasping the rope and slowly sliding down into the cavern. In mere seconds, his figure vanished from sight. Galen stood alone at the entrance, clutching the double-barreled shotgun, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Fortunately, there was no sign of movement. Only the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Before long, Ceylon ascended the rope, her face smudged with dirt and weariness evident in her demeanor. She had discovered 2 corpses below, both in a state of advanced decay. Undoubtedly, they were the bodies of men. Ceylon seated herself on the grass, sheathed her dagger, and produced a white handkerchief, upon which a faint crimson handprint was distinctly visible. What could this be? A bloodstained handprint left by the murderer, a crucial clue indeed. Ceylon cautiously folded the handprint and tucked it into a small pocket. Additionally, there were items from the cellar that the gentleman could not identify. Ceylon rummaged through her belongings, retrieving several small black objects, their surfaces encrusted with a layer of grimy mud. The gentleman suggested they might be antiques, and she needed to further examine the scene below, asking me to take them up for your inspection. Oh. Galen carefully accepted the items, slowly peeling away the layers of mud from their surfaces. The 4 iron pieces were somewhat hefty, with indistinct inscriptions that were difficult to decipher. What do you make of them? Ceylon inquired from her spot on the grass. They are indeed antiques, and they hold considerable value for me, Galen responded, his expression twitching momentarily before he regained his composure. The gentleman indicated that if you appreciated them, he would gift them to you, as a token to alleviate the unease from this encounter. I find it hard to believe that Tali would overlook the significance of these iron pieces. This gift seems rather extravagant, yet I feel compelled to accept it. Galen clutched the item tightly, glancing at Ceylon, the young and beautiful woman observing him with a knowing smile, which caused a flush to rise to his cheeks. He sensed an unspoken implication. This gift was indeed extraordinary. He gripped the iron piece as if it were a block of ice, an unrelenting chill coursing through his hand without any sensation of freezing. However, the absorption of this energy was painfully slow. It would take months to fully assimilate it. Galen regarded Ceylon, his eyes narrowing slightly. I have here a check for 1 million. He produced a neatly folded white bank draft from his inner pocket, placing it beside the iron piece. If I am not mistaken, this iron piece is the black jade plate Tali referred to earlier. Another black jade plate had recently fetched over 6 million at an auction in the Weissman Empire. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, I have come away with a significant advantage. He fell silent, seemingly contemplating something, hesitating. I will remember this. Consider it a favor owed to Tali. He spoke with solemnity, each word deliberate. Galen had always been a man of his word in his previous life, never making promises lightly, but once uttered, he would invariably fulfill them. Mr. Tali understands your discerning nature and seeks your assistance in a matter which will surely repay your kindness in due time. Ceylon, seemingly anticipating Galen's reaction, spoke softly with a smile. What is the task? Speak freely. I shall accomplish whatever is within my power. Galen's pupils narrowed slightly, realizing that Tali Mercury might have perceived his disguise. Delay the approaching golden ring. Ceylon's expression darkened as she whispered. If you can hold him off for just half an hour, our reinforcements will arrive swiftly. Naturally, it would be best if you could eliminate him. Golden ring? Galen suddenly turned to gaze into the distance on his right. Among the grass, a man clad in deep green, his face obscured by a black scarf, approached slowly, a gold earring adorning his right ear. Last time, you hunted me. Now it is my turn to hunt you, the man's voice rasped, resonating with a jarring intensity. At that moment, Tali Mercury emerged from the dark hole, climbing up the rope, breathless, casting a glance at the approaching golden ring, who surprisingly did not pursue. Sir, can Kelly truly withstand golden ring? Tali gasped. He merely needs to buy us a little time. I never expected him to fend off golden ring. The black jade disc I left for him is meant to barter for his life. According to Golden Ring's code, Kelly will not be in mortal danger. It seems you have considered everything, sir. Ceylon panted slightly, appearing to possess ample stamina. Let us move quickly. Golden Ring will soon be upon us. Tali Mercury slipped through the large opening in the fence. In the forest, Galen secured the black jade disc and slowly rose to his feet. a cacophony of cracks resonating from his bones, akin to the sound of firecrackers. I owe Tali a favor. Killing you will serve as repayment. Do not blame me. Blame your own misfortune. His body began to swell like a balloon, increasing from a height of 1.7 meters to nearly 2 meters. A ferocious aura swiftly enveloped him, his muscle and skin transforming from a pale hue to a leather-like dark tone. Golden Ring's expression shifted dramatically. Overwhelmed by the formidable presence, he instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Who on earth are you? Chapter 35 Departure in a Sudden and Fierce Assault. Galen's arm grasped the top of the Golden Ring's head with the ferocity of a beast's claw, seemingly intent on crushing his skull entirely. This maneuver, a technique from the White Cloud fighting arts known as choshing, is designed to achieve instantaneous acceleration and surprise attacks when paired with any movement. Galen had never employed the White Cloud fighting arts in actual combat until today. This marked his inaugural application. The essence of the White Cloud fighting arts lies in its commanding presence. Every action, every word, must embody the overwhelming force of a mighty elephant trampling its opponent. As Galen's palm neared the Golden Ring's forehead, a dagger suddenly appeared in the Golden Ring's hand, thrusting upward to target the descending wrist. This motion was swift and decisive, the dagger's tip accelerating as if propelled by a unique force technique. With a sharp sound, Galen evaded the dagger's point, delivering a side strike to the Golden Ring's wrist. The dagger flew away with a hiss, disappearing into the underbrush, while the Golden Ring staggered back several steps, re-establishing distance between them. Did he believe that sheer strength would secure victory? How foolish. The Golden Ring swiftly produced 4 small black throwing knives from his waistband, casually flicking them into the air. The knives shot forth like lightning, accurately embedding themselves in Galen's chest. Caught off guard, Galen could only attempt to cross his arms for defense. But by the time he raised them, the knives had already pierced his clothing. However, they merely penetrated the fabric, resting against his skin without breaking the surface. In a swift motion, Galen tore a knife free and hurled it toward the Golden Ring, the weapon spinning violently as it flew, yet the Golden Ring effortlessly evaded it. Galen flung the remaining 3 knives in quick succession, all of which were similarly dodged with ease, providing the Golden Ring an opportunity to retrieve a double-barreled shotgun from the ground. With a resounding bang, smoke billowed from the shotgun's muzzle as the bullet struck a tree trunk, creating a dark crater, shaking loose leaves and bark that fell like rain. The Golden Ring moved with remarkable speed, evading Galen's actions before he could properly aim. After several dodges, it became evident to the Golden Ring that Galen's reflexes lagged behind his own, a cold smirk flickering in his eyes. The earlier doubts regarding Galen's physical transformation faded significantly. Weren't you just claiming you would kill me? Do you possess such capability? Prepare to perish. Galen roared, lifting the shotgun like an iron club to strike him down. The weapon whistled through the air, a sound reminiscent of a fierce gale, yet ultimately struck nothing but air as the Golden Ring deftly sidestepped to the right. What use is raw strength if it cannot land a blow? All efforts are in vain. A smirk of derision graced the Golden Ring's face as he closed the distance in an instant, brandishing another dagger that danced in the air before plunging toward Galen's wrist. This upward thrust was executed with astonishing speed, exploiting the momentary gap created by Galen's exaggerated movements. It is over. A glint of malice flashed in the Golden Ring's eyes. The previously languid pace transformed into a lightning-fast strike as his right arm shot forward, aimed directly at Galen's left arm. Unlike the previously sluggish pace, a sudden whip of his right arm revealed a mere flicker of a whip-like shadow. The velocity had nearly doubled. Jinhuan and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. The dagger he had just thrust forward had barely reached halfway when he felt a sharp crack in his right arm, swiftly followed by a surge of excruciating pain. His body felt weightless, and he involuntarily soared to the right. With a resounding thud, Jinhuan crashed into the thicket, creating a cacophony as he blazed a trail through the underbrush, myriad plants and grasses crushed beneath him. He flew several meters before coming to a halt, rolling to rest beside a large white stone. Garen remained stationary, refraining from pursuit. Gradually, his body returned to its former state. He shook his right arm and allowed a faint smile to grace his features. Did you truly believe my speed was lethargic? Although not as swift as yours, it was certainly not to the degree you presumed. I deliberately proclaimed my intent to kill you, adopting the guise of a cumbersome giant, all to entice you into a duel, leading you to think you could swiftly dispatch me without expending much effort and relieve your pent-up frustration. Alas! He strolled over, observing Jinhuan struggling to rise from the ground, only to collapse again. Not merely his right arm, but during the tumble, his left arm also exhibited a grotesque twist, evidently fractured as well. Had you disregarded me entirely and pursued Tali and Mercury, my speed would have rendered me incapable of hindering you. Yet, fortuitously, my provocation compelled you to remain. Garen experienced an exhilarating sense of satisfaction as he employed Fei Bayun's combat strategy for the first time in real combat, achieving remarkable results. Jin Huan's complexion turned ashen, blood oozing beneath him, clearly a result of his recent role. You have suffered 4 wounds from my blades, yet, cough, not a single mark upon you. However, do not revel in triumph. Someone will avenge me. No sooner had he uttered these words than a trickle of purple blood escaped his lips, his head tilted, and his eyes widened in lifelessness. Garen narrowed his eyes and quickly crouched to press against Jin Huan's chest. Though warm, there was no heartbeat. Dead? The infamous Jin Huan the thief could not have fallen so easily to my treachery, could he? A sense of unease washed over Garen. This seemed too effortless. After years of wits and strength against Tali and Mercury, if he could be so easily vanquished, he would have vanished long ago, leaving no opportunity for Garen to intervene. Garen sprang to his feet and surveyed the surroundings. The forest was eerily silent, save for the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Crouching once more, he meticulously examined Jin Huan's belongings. Aside from a few scattered bills and throwing knives, there was nothing of substance. As he gazed at the masked face of Jin Huan, Garen furrowed his brow and gently removed the mask, momentarily taken aback. Beneath it lay a visage partially charred by fire, the right cheek marked with a black scar bearing the number 102. It appeared to have been seared onto him. 102? It seems that Jin Huan is not a solitary figure, but part of a collective. Garen felt a wave of concern wash over him. This implied that others might be pursuing Tali and Mercury as well. This individual is merely a facade. He rose to his feet, scanning the surroundings with vigilance before hastily sprinting towards the castle. The so-called Golden Ring is nothing more than an ordinary person with a modicum of martial arts skill, easily impersonated by anyone with a slight training, possessing merely a basic technique for explosive speed. A true member of the Golden Ring could not possibly be so uncomplicated. Recalling the number 102 emblazoned on that man's face, a weighty apprehension settled in Galen's heart. If that number denotes a rank or identification, it implies that the Golden Ring is part of an organization comprising at least hundreds of members. What could possibly compel such a formidable organization to engage specifically in the theft of antiques? Is it solely for the immense value of these artifacts? Or is there an ulterior motive at play? The casual manner in which Tali Mercury handed him the black jade plate indicates that he likely remains unaware of the significance it holds for Galen. He probably only discerned Galen's commendable skills and his affinity for antiques. For a collector of such stature, the black jade plate, an artifact of considerable worth, is undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. Yet that was Kelly, a guise of a collector. The true masquerader, Galen, is merely a high school student. The thought of confronting the malevolent organization known as the Golden Ring alone instills a sense of unease in Galen, despite his extensive martial arts training. Although he has lived several decades in his previous life, he is not a genuine teenager, having spent those years in a society marked by law and stability. Galen swiftly slipped inside, turning a corner as he dashed towards the castle's main entrance. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something shimmering on his right side. To his astonishment, it seemed someone was monitoring him, meaning every move he made was under scrutiny. A chill ran down Galen's spine. No wonder that individual with the number 102 mentioned someone would seek vengeance. This predicament had escalated. He had initially thought that killing that man in the woods, without any witnesses, would spare him from the organization's attention. In retrospect, such naivety was glaringly evident. It was imperative to locate Tali Mercury and the others before anything else. Being targeted without a clear understanding of the situation would be tantamount to courting disaster. He circumvented the castle's side and approached the main entrance. The castle door stood ajar, and an eerie silence enveloped the interior, devoid of any sounds from Tali Mercury or Miss Ceylon. Galen stepped briskly into the doorway, and within the castle hall, the previously arranged coffee-colored wooden table lay overturned, with red tea spilled across the floor. The ground bore traces of disordered footprints, suggesting a multitude of hurried passers-by. Galen cast a fleeting glance at the prints, most of which were damp black marks interspersed with faint green moss. Clearly, others had been here, and it was not merely one person. He treaded lightly, ascending to the second floor, and began to survey the corridor with caution. The walls and floors of the castle were draped in ashes, a blend of white and black remnants, reminiscent of improperly mixed paint. Along the corridor, remnants of half-burned oil paintings clung to the walls. Proceeding in the direction of Tali Mercury's bedroom, Galen stifled his breath, straining to listen for any sounds within the castle. The entire castle seemed to be devoid of life, enveloped in an eerie silence, with an undercurrent of deathly stillness and oppression permeating the air. Soon, he arrived at the threshold of the tower's mercury chamber. The iron door ajar. Galen gently nudged it open, slipping through the narrow gap with barely a sound. Inside, a grand white bed occupied the room, accompanied by a solitary armchair and a large rectangular trunk. Thick curtains veiled most of the windows, leaving only a slender sliver through which a beam of light streamed in, casting the majority of the bedroom into shadow and lending an atmosphere of dimness. The trunk sat at the foot of the bed, upon which a kerosene lamp flickered, its amber glow illuminating the shadowy corners obscured by the curtains. Chapter 36 Departure 2 Garen gently entered the room, a subtle discomfort washing over him as the oppressive air enveloped him. The silence was almost palpable. Not a whisper of sound reached his ears, the windows seemingly soundproof, blocking out the chirping of birds and the rustle of the wind. The entire room felt stiflingly quiet, as though mere moments ago it had been inhabited, only to be rendered desolate in an instant. He slowly approached the large trunk at the foot of the bed, suddenly intrigued by the mercury lamp within. It said that there was much kerosene left? Why, in broad daylight, was there still a lit lamp? He reached out to grasp the kerosene lamp. Creak. He stepped closer, twisting the doorknob, but only a click responded. It refused to budge. From the corridor outside, he could faintly hear hurried footsteps retreating. Garen's expression darkened. Crash. He smashed his fist through the window. Suddenly, the entire bedroom burst forth from its silent film ambience, as if sound had been restored to the muted scene, coming vividly to life. A peculiar sense of foreboding prickled at Garen's conscience, as if danger were swiftly approaching. And instinctively, he hesitated to exit through the door. He gazed down from the window. He was on the second floor, more than 10 meters above the grass below. He would need to fashion a rope from the bed linens. The height was indeed daunting. Just as he was about to turn away, he felt a powerful shove from behind. The force was so great that it surpassed his own strength. Uncontrollably, Garen was propelled out the window. Who? He shouted, his mind blank, his body taut with tension. A faint, mocking laughter echoed behind him. Thud. Garen landed on the lawn, his arms bracing his fall. Fortunately, his physical prowess had saved him, his arms merely dislocated due to the awkward position of impact. He suppressed the pain radiating from his shoulder, casting a deep glance back at the castle before swiftly retreating into the distance. Had it been an ordinary person pushed from that height, the fall would have been fatal. The posture headfirst likely resulting in a broken neck. If not for his martial arts training, that single push could have rendered him either dead or crippled. Garen felt a lingering dread. He was grateful he hadn't gone to inspect the third-floor room. He recalled the previous 3 owners of the castle, where records had documented incidents of servants falling to their deaths while cleaning the windows. And this was not merely a single occurrence. Previously thought to be tragic accidents due to the castle's design flaws, it now appeared that they, too, had been pushed. Garen was resolute in his belief, for the manner in which those servants had fallen mirrored his own experience of being thrust out. The pain in his dislocated arm intensified. Garen rolled up his sleeve to examine it, revealing a swollen, red lump. He needed to hurry to town to seek help for his injury. His pace quickened. Crack. Hiss. Garen, bare-chested, with his left arm swollen like a red bun, now sat in the doorway where he had previously shared tea with the mercury lamp. A doctor clad in a gray suit sat sideways, gripping his left arm and delivering a sharp slap with his hand. Galen immediately gasped, sweat breaking out all over his body from the pain, accompanied by a distinct crack from his bones. There, it's realigned. Thank you, Dr. Aishi, Galen nodded, enduring the discomfort as he fished out a stack of banknotes with his recently healed right arm and placed it on the table. This is for the consultation. Very well. Dr. Aishi, a seasoned folk doctor frequently consulted by the townsfolk, accepted the payment with a smile. Despite lacking formal medical credentials, his bone-setting skills were remarkably authentic, especially in a small town where the prevalent injuries were of this nature. I'll prescribe some medication for you. Apply a bit of this ointment at the specified ratio daily, and you'll recover swiftly. Dr. Aishi tucked the payment away, pleased to encounter a significant client, remarking, I'll take this 1,000. It's well-deserved, considering I disturbed your nap to summon you. The extra can be considered a token of gratitude for your trouble. Galen nodded nonchalantly. That is very kind of you. Not at all. Dr. Aishi rummaged through his small white medicine box and retrieved a milky glass vial, checking the label before placing it on the table. Just apply a bit of this ointment daily, and remember not to use too much pressure. You'll be fine otherwise. I'll take my leave now. Galen nodded appreciatively. Thank you. As he watched Dr. Aishi depart with his medical bag, disappearing into the thicket along a narrow path. Galen sat at the table and gently lifted a wooden cup, finishing the coffee within. Boss, another cup please. He called toward the small building. Certainly. A portly, middle-aged man with a black beard emerged, carefully pouring Galen another cup of coffee from a glass pot. At that moment, two robust farmers wielding hoes entered, plopping down at a table by the entrance. 2 beers. They called out, prompting the boss to hurry back inside for their drinks. Seated comfortably, Galen felt the refreshing chill of the freshly brewed coffee, and for a moment, the pain in his arm began to subside. During his training at the martial arts dojo, he often sparred with his seniors, suffering dislocated arms on occasion. Thus he had learned to endure the discomfort without much trouble, allowing him to maintain his usual activities. Now, in the quaint town's small eatery, he found himself contemplating the peculiarities surrounding Tali Mercury. Setting aside the oddities of the castle, it struck him as strange that someone like Tali Mercury would abandon a case to reside for an extended period in a rural castle. It seemed altogether abnormal. He took a sip of his coffee, pondering from a different perspective. What if the individuals appearing near the castle, presumably for the Golden Ring, had the Silver Castle as their true target? If Tali Mercury were not drawn to the castle itself, but rather to the Golden Ring, then everything began to make sense. The objective of the Golden Ring is the Silver Veil Castle, while Tali Mercury, due to an ongoing case, is tracing the past. At this opportune moment, I approached, presenting myself as an individual of uncertain origins. Ultimately, I encountered members of the Golden Ring, who were testing whether I might be an undercover agent dispatched by them. There seems to be more to this narrative, yet the primary circumstances appear to be accurate. Given this, where might Tali Mercury be at present? Galen instinctively contemplated rubbing his temples, but his arm could not be raised. A sharp pain surged through him, eliciting a bitter smile. As afternoon approached, the sun turned crimson, and the activity within the doorway intensified, with an increasing number of patrons. The proprietor, compelled by the circumstances, brought out additional tables and chairs. The entire entrance was abuzz with the raucous voices of farmers and townsfolk feasting and toasting. Galen shifted his position, retreating to a corner, contrasting the boisterous revelry surrounding him by quietly sipping his coffee. "Excuse me, could I trouble you for a moment?" He called out to the owner as the latter passed by. "What is it, esteemed guest?" The portly proprietor promptly halted, recalling that this Mr. Kelly had previously shared tea with a gentleman of remarkable presence. Such distinguished clientele are rare among the townsfolk, prompting a cautious demeanor from the owner. "I see." Galen nodded thoughtfully. It was evident that Tali Mercury had deliberately left traces of his whereabouts for him. However, he had no intention of pursuing him any further. It seemed somewhat disadvantageous to be entangled with this great detective without clarity. It would be best to separate their paths. If Tari's claims hold truth, he too is investigating the cursed relics and the secrets entwined within them. Therefore, I could conveniently align my journey with his. After all, it would be nearly impossible to locate the cursed relics through conventional means, should my conjecture prove correct. And considering that the Golden Ring also appears to be in search of such artifacts, the two factions could assist one another in uncovering the cursed relics, allowing me to seize the opportunity to engage in an exchange with both parties. Chapter 37. Finiston Garen's arms were dislocated, despite the application of ointment. He still experienced lingering pain. Coupled with the bizarre occurrences he encountered at the castle today, he felt utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically, leaving him with little energy to care. After resting at home for an entire week, the swelling in his arm finally subsided. Yet he was still unable to engage in any vigorous exercise, such as martial arts training. Unable to endure another moment at home, especially with his sister sulking in silence, Garen decided to venture out. In this era, devoid of computers or televisions for leisure, he took a small amount of change and made his way to the city library. "This is your library card. Please take care of it and ensure the number does not wear off," the attendant at the front desk said, handing him a black square card with a smile. "Thank you," Garen replied, glancing at the number inscribed on it, 233. "Is this number based on the number of patrons?" "Yes, sir," the attendant nodded. "For general reading material, please proceed to the left. For rare books and foreign texts, please head to the right." "Understood." With the card in hand, Garen ventured down the left corridor. The dimly lit passage was adorned with bright yellow wall sconces, casting a warm glow throughout the corridor. As he entered, he noticed two young girls walking ahead of him, one following the other. The floor was covered in a thick black carpet, muffling their footsteps to near silence. The scarcity of patrons was primarily due to the exorbitant price. A card cost 5,000 coins, required a referral, and was valid for only 1 month. Most who genuinely wished to read could not afford it, and those who could were often too preoccupied to do so. The room was illuminated by soft yellow lighting, with walls completely concealed by bookshelves crammed with red leather-bound volumes. Within the space were 2 single red sofas and a black wooden table piled high with books. Standing at the entrance, one could see another door on the opposite wall, leading to a similar room. This room was connected to yet another by a door, creating a linear sequence of rooms that extended far into the distance. The 2 girls ahead of him did not pause but continued walking until they reached the 3rd room, where they finally stopped. Garen proceeded onward, entering the next chamber. The 2nd room was dedicated to geography. The 3rd room focused on dance, drama, and the visual arts. The 2 girls, while not conventionally beautiful, were engrossed in their respective books. The 4th room was devoted to mathematics, physics, and chemistry, while the 5th room dealt with marriage, sexuality, and health, essentially a repository for literature of an adult nature. Influenced by the liberal ethos of the Weissman Empire, the Federation exhibited a particularly open-minded attitude, allowing such books to be published, albeit in limited quantities. In this room, a woman in her 30s sat comfortably on a sofa, deeply absorbed in her reading. In the 6th room, as Galen entered, he spotted a girl in a white dress and black stockings seated on the sofa, her light golden hair cascading down her back, secured by a white headband, exuding an air of genteel elegance. "Finiston, you are here today as well?" Galen said, momentarily taken aback, before smiling and settling beside her on the sofa. "What a coincidence." The girl lifted her face, revealing a delicate and pure visage. Her complexion was notably fair, radiating a subtle luminescence. Her large, clear eyes, with deep blue irises, gazed coolly at Galen, presenting an impression of a seemingly aloof younger sister, in stark contrast to the haughty demeanor she displayed during their last outing by the riverside. This was merely one facet of her life, showcasing a gentle side reserved for acknowledged friends. Finiston was nestled comfortably into the spacious, plush sofa, her petite frame almost sinking into its embrace, enveloped in red. A large crimson-bound book lay across her lap, obscuring much of her upper body, lending her an adorably innocent appearance. However, Galen knew well that this beautiful girl belonged to the type whose exterior could be misleading. He was not swayed by mere appearances. After all, it was Finiston who had facilitated his entry into this library, without which he might never have discovered its existence. Though it is vacation time, how is it that you have the leisure to visit Huime Mountain again? Finiston continued reading, her head bowed. This place is sufficiently quiet, unlike Manroland, where a swarm of flies annoys me. Since their last meeting, they had discussed the topic of cursed jewelry. Galen's unusual interest in cursed antiques sparked an engaging conversation, allowing Finiston, who had a penchant for unique and mysterious antique jewelry, to share her thoughts with enthusiasm. Finiston could discern that Galen was not one to approach her with ulterior motives, and once that suspicion was laid to rest, she found herself warming to him. When the conversation turned to her favorite subject, mysterious antique jewelry, he adopted a genuinely attentive demeanor, listening with rapt interest. This deepened Finiston's fondness for Galen, and they spent a delightful 5 or 6 hours in a quaint CAF, parting reluctantly thereafter. Following that encounter, Finiston proactively arranged for Galen to obtain the qualifications and borrowing rights for this library. They had indeed become fervent enthusiasts of antique jewelry. "You seem quite exhausted. Constantly evading XC, Galen chuckled. "By the way, didn't you mention last time that you found something new? How is that progressing?" Finiston set her book aside, a slight furrow appearing on her brow, revealing a hint of distress. "It's proving quite challenging. The other party refuses to budge. I have raised the price twice, but to no avail. It is clear they are genuinely unwilling to sell." "What is it?" Galen inquired. "A figurehead from the age of exploration, said to bring good fortune, a mermaid bust." "A mermaid bust? What price have you offered?" Galen licked his lips, curiosity piqued. 250,000. The asking price for the mermaid figurehead indeed seemed rather low. "However, this is the largest amount I can currently manage. I have little pocket money left." Finiston's small face revealed a look of distress. "Let us set that aside for now. By the way, have there been any updates on the 2 pieces of jewelry I asked you to look into last time?" Galen shifted the topic. "Is that person not dead?" Galen was taken aback. Finiston shot him a glance. Why would they die if they are living well? She relished the light-hearted conversations with Galen in the presence of others. People valued her beauty, family background, and status. Yet, before Galen, an ordinary boy of her age, he seemed entirely indifferent to her appearance and lineage. Focusing instead on her intellect and her knowledge of antique jewelry, particularly the arcane gems. Oops, I misspoke. Galen chuckled awkwardly. What about the other piece? Finiston leaned back, grasping a slender black cord hanging from the wall, giving it a gentle tug. Just a moment. What would you like? A Guthrie black tea, I suppose, Galen casually replied. Finiston nodded. Shortly thereafter, a girl clad in a black and white maid outfit entered the room. May I ask what you two require? 1 cup of Tonino coffee and 1 cup of Guthrie black tea, both piping hot, Finiston instructed coolly. Understood. Please hold on. The maid bowed and exited the room. Galen stifled a laugh from the side. Didn't you used to prefer it cold? What are you laughing at? Is it wrong to occasionally switch up my tastes? Finiston's cheeks flushed, irritation creeping in. Do you think I'm trying to emulate you? Yes, I know. Galen waved his hands, suppressing his laughter. I understand. Nevertheless, he could not help but chuckle again. All right, let us be serious. Finiston lifted the book to lightly tap Galen on the head. Though it appeared heavy, the force was gentle. Now about the other piece, which is also the jewel merchant's prized possession. It is called the Eye of Avril, inspired by a princess named Avril from the Wiseman Empire, who is said to have been born blind, yet possessed extraordinarily beautiful eyes. This piece of jewelry is named after her eyes. Their isn't much of a mysterious background, but it is rumored that this jewel received the blessing of Wiseman III, wishing for the princess's eyes to remain as beautiful and clear as this jewel. It is said that after this jewel fell into the hands of the common people, it vanished for many years, and its authenticity remains uncertain. It should be real. Galen mused quietly, stroking his chin. How do you know? Just a guess. Galen smiled, then turned serious. Now, on to business. Last time you mentioned a new development with the cursed ring you purchased? What change? Could you show it to me again? Finiston fell into contemplation. Momentarily silent. Just then, the maid returned, carrying the red tea and coffee, placing them before the two, and quietly departed. Steam rose slowly from the brown cup, enveloping the room in an unusual stillness. After a significant pause, Finiston finally spoke, her brow furrowed as she anxiously massaged her temples. You are aware that my circle of friends has always been limited. Ever since I acquired the Ring of Misfortune, things have changed for the worse. Could it truly be that this artifact is at play? She continued, What about your Ring of Misfortune? May I see it? Galen too furrowed his brow in concern. Finiston's face flushed suddenly. I did not bring it with me. I shall bring it next time for you to see. Chapter 38. Finiston suddenly. A young man with golden hair wearing a black trench coat entered the room. He cast a glance at Galen, perceiving the close relationship he shared with Finiston. Stop spending all your time studying your antiquities and jewels. Could you possibly engage in something meaningful? You spend your days mingling with those who only study jewelry, neglecting even family gatherings. I wonder how you will handle it when trouble arises. The youth seemed quite agitated as his gaze shifted to Galen. One moment you're meeting this fellow enthusiast, the next you're with that one. Let me tell you, Finiston, those who merely study antiques will never rise above being a gem appraiser. If you continue to associate with such people, I fear for your future. Mind your tone. Finiston retorted, rising from her seat. He is my friend. Humph. The young man scoffed. Father is already aware of your lack of focus, and he is quite displeased with your obsession over antiquities. I am curious to see how you will explain yourself to him. That is none of your concern. Just because you are my brother does not give you the right to reprimand me without regard. You have no manners. Galen, sitting nearby, furrowed his brow. This young man, Felix, was Finiston's biological brother, and his tone conveyed clear discontent regarding his sister's passion for antiquities. He also harbored a sense of disdain for Galen, who engaged in discussions about antiques with Finiston. Could you lower your voices? A bespectacled middle-aged maid entered and whispered, This is a public space, a library. Please maintain silence. Apologies, the young man replied curtly, striding out of the room. Finiston offered an apologetic smile to the middle-aged woman. I am sorry for the disturbance. The woman nodded, her expression serious as she turned to leave the room. My brother can be quite rude. I apologize on his behalf, Finiston said, a hint of resignation in her voice. It is nothing. It is evident that your family disapproves of your interest in antiques and jewelry, Galen observed. Indeed, they believe I am wasting my time. I have been reprimanded numerous times at home, Finiston lamented. My family situation is rather complicated. My parents have endowed me with more resources than others, which causes envy among my peers, who often find fault with me. This is an unfortunate reality, Galen remarked, having learned about Finiston's familial background from Faye. Her family was not merely a prominent business family. They were part of a super-elite clan with connections to the upper echelons of the Federation, with industries spanning several provinces. Compared to Galen's uncle and his mentor, Faye Bayun, they were on an entirely different level. Finiston's family even possessed their own armed security force, and her father was a significant figure of power within the family. After a brief silence, another middle-aged man entered the room, dressed in a tailored black suit. His physique well-proportioned and demeanor courteous. Finiston nodded, rising from the sofa. "This is my bodyguard, Ankh. I shall take my leave now. Feel free to continue your reading." "All right," Galen replied. Galen nodded slightly, casting a glance at the man named Ankh. His eyes involuntarily narrowed. He sensed a subtle aura emanating from this individual, reminiscent of that possessed by the golden ring number 102, perhaps even more potent. Galen's gaze swept across the man's waist, noticing the bulge that suggested he was concealing something. A person of such skill, armed with a handgun, would leave me with no means of resistance, provided his marksmanship was decent. Truly, individuals from esteemed families and large cities are unparalleled. The pride he had recently gained from his own burgeoning abilities swiftly dissipated. After Finiston and her bodyguard departed, Galen sat alone on the sofa, the air still faintly infused with the delicate fragrance left behind by the young lady. If that golden ring had also been adept with a pistol, I doubt I would have managed to achieve my goal so effortlessly. Indeed, firearms are the arch-nemesis of martial artists. He sighed, lifting his cup of red tea to take a gentle sip. Thankfully, with the black jade plate, I now possess new attribute points to enhance. He glanced at the attribute panel below, noting that his strength had increased by 0. 1 due to the White Cloud secret method, now standing at 211. Meanwhile, his potential had surged to 164. However, the rate of progress felt agonizingly slow. A mere week had yielded only a slight gain. Shifting his attention to the skills section, he bypassed the academic subjects and fixated on the White Cloud secret method. Pausing for 3 seconds, the method remained static, indicating that it had reached its peak. So, it appears I have indeed arrived at the summit? Never mind. I shall allocate the points to intelligence instead. Given the current chaotic circumstances, it would be prudent to see how an increase in intellect aids in navigating the situation. Hesitating momentarily, he directed his gaze to the intelligence attribute. With a sudden surge, a refreshing current flowed into the intelligence category. The original intelligence score of 120 instantaneously transformed into 150. Galen felt a coolness envelop his mind, which had previously felt somewhat heavy. Now, clarity surged forth. His cognitive reflexes and logical memory seemed enhanced, but the improvement was somewhat nebulous, making it difficult to quantify its effects. According to the standard unit I previously established, with an average baseline of 1 assigned to a typical individual, I have now surpassed the average intellect of the general populace. Restrictions on intelligence for various subjects should also be lifted. Within the skills section, many disciplines featured minimum intelligence thresholds. Failing to meet them necessitated a slow and methodical approach to learning. However, once surpassed, one could grasp concepts effortlessly, exhibiting agile thought and achieving mastery in the subject matter with remarkable swiftness. With a clearer mind, Galen began to ponder the current situation. To acquire the cursed antiques without incurring risks, I could withdraw and allow jurists to monitor the progress of Tali and Mercury's case. The golden ring could also be approached through Juris's former company to procure the cursed antiques, provided they locate a new cursed antique. I could offer a substantial bid to secure it. My only concern lies in the potential insufficiency of funds for the purchase. It is a feasible plan, albeit one that demands considerable resources. However, a shift in perspective may serve me well. I can discern the authenticity of antiques by absorbing their potential. This way, I would possess absolute expertise in identifying cursed relics or mystical jewels, with a bit more study into the nuances of gem and antique appraisal. Becoming a detective and a professional evaluator of cursed artifacts should pose no challenge. It is likely that Tali Mercury lacks knowledge of the potential secrets surrounding cursed antiques, otherwise he would not have so readily bestowed the black jade plate upon me. Galen, having interacted with Tali Mercury, understands a crucial point. To others, cursed antiques are merely valuable items shrouded in mystery and eerie legends. Yet, in his eyes, these artifacts possess the ability to absorb potential and enhance their own worth. There is no necessity to claim them for myself. I can engage with cursed antiques as a hybrid of appraiser and collector, ensuring that both detectives and the Golden Ring recognize my unparalleled ability to authenticate true cursed relics without error. This approach would allow me to remain an outsider while subtly achieving my objectives. It must be said that with a boost in intellect, Galen feels his mind has become significantly clearer. He swiftly arranges matters and finds a suitable role for himself. Now, the only task remaining is to deepen his understanding of antique appraisal, an area where the old man surely has experience. Galen immediately thinks of the elderly proprietor of the Dolphin Antique Shop, Gregor, and recalls the mysterious book he had shown him last time, the nature of which remains a mystery. It seems the old man also harbors his own secrets, but as long as they do not bring trouble, it is of little concern. Without hesitation, Galen rises and searches through a series of rooms for books on antique appraisal, yet finds none. He then scours the special collection room adjacent to the library, only to encounter the same disappointing outcome. The selection there is woefully limited. Exiting the library, Galen hails a carriage and heads straight for the Dolphin Antique Shop. As he rides, a sense of agitation stirs within him. Despite having allocated numerous attribute points to enhance his abilities, achieving a formidable physical strength, he still finds himself at a loss against the condescending tone of Finiston's brother. In their eyes, both the Bayan martial arts school and his uncle's Grey Company are merely small players. Moreover, his pride in personal combat prowess is diminished, as he realizes that even against firearms, his seniors would likely best him. Strength in combat is not merely a matter of raw power. Chapter 39. Involvement. The carriage came to a gradual halt before the Dolphin Antique Shop. Galen leapt down, paid the driver, and approached the shop's entrance, which stood firmly shut, enveloped in an unusual silence. He raised his gaze to the signboard and rapped on the door with his knuckles. "Open up, old man. I'm here." With a creaking sound, the door cracked open slightly from within, and old Gregor swiftly grasped Galen, pulling him inside before hastily shutting the door behind them. The interior was remarkably dim, illuminated only by a kerosene lamp resting on the table in front of a bookshelf. Under its faint, warm glow lay a small, reddish-brown hourglass, its black sand trickling down slowly, producing a soft, whispering sound. Galen took a moment to adjust to the subdued lighting, glancing at the hourglass on the table. "What is this? A new treasure you and Apo's V acquired?" The old man remained silent, slowly making his way to the table to sit down. The light illuminated his face, revealing an unsettling weariness that made him appear exceedingly aged. This black hourglass was a gift from a friend, intended for timing purposes. It is said that once flipped, it can measure a considerable length of time. He shook the hourglass in his hand. "I've had it for 2 weeks, and it has only released 1/5 of the sand. Do you think that is slow?" "Indeed, it is quite slow," Galen replied, a slight frown forming as he observed the old man's increasingly fragile visage. "What troubles you, old man? You don't seem well lately." He pulled a chair closer to the table, adjusting the kerosene lamp to brighten the space significantly. "Perhaps it's merely ill health," Gregor chuckled lightly, his demeanor lacking the usual lewdness. "Now speak up. You wouldn't visit me without a purpose. Typically, you only come when you have something on your mind. Am I not showing respect for the elderly?" A lonely old man in his 70s or 80s. "I couldn't bear to think of you without someone to care for you," Galen replied with a smile. "By the way, where are your children? Your relatives? I've never seen them around. Who knows?" The old man mumbled, his expression momentarily lost in thought. "Let us not dwell on that. Tell me what brings you here." "You wouldn't come without a reason." "You truly know me well," Galen observed, recognizing that mentioning the old man's family might have touched a painful chord. He swiftly shifted the topic. "I came to seek your wisdom on identifying antiques. As you own an antique shop, I presume you possess considerable knowledge in this area, correct?" "That is quite simple." The old man straightened his posture, casting a sidelong glance at Galen. However, he extended his hand towards Galen, palm up. With a resounding slap, a stack of banknotes landed in the old man's hand. His hand remained outstretched. Galen frowned slightly, producing another 1,000 to place atop the stack. "Old man, ensure you see clearly. This is 1,001 stack. I am aware it's 1,001 stack. But the field of appraisal requires extensive knowledge and experience accumulated over time. Given my years of dedication, asking for a small fee from you is hardly unreasonable." Gregor remarked leisurely, pocketing the 2,000 with a satisfied expression. "Just 2,000. Consider it a bargain for you. Now, let me first introduce you to the pathways of appraisal." The old man cleared his throat. The so-called appraisal actually refers to several aspects of expertise. First, the ability to discern authenticity. Second, the assessment of age. Third, the determination of origin. Fourth, the evaluation of craftsmanship value. Each of these facets necessitates extensive time for understanding, learning, and the accumulation of experience. Which aspect would you like to learn first? Is it possible for us to study together? I have great confidence in myself. Together, perhaps? The old man gazed at Galen under the light, suddenly appearing momentarily dazed, his expression seemingly lost in thought. Together, confidence in oneself? Alas, regrettably, you lack talent. His final words seemed to be a whisper. After improving his physical condition, Galen, with his keen hearing, faintly caught the old man and Apos' mutterings. Yet he paid little heed. Everyone has their secrets. It is their prerogative not to share them. Can we start with learning to authenticate authenticity? No problem. The old man seemed to perk up, smacking his lips, and pulled out a stack of white paper and 2 feather quills from the drawer beneath the table. Then uncapped an ink bottle and dipped 1 quill. Authenticating authenticity is, in fact, one of the most challenging aspects of this field. Primarily reliant on accumulated experience and time spent handling antiques. He sketched a circle on the paper, inside of which he drew a cross. Do you know what this is? He inquired, pointing at the figure. I do not know. A circular cross window? Galen speculated while observing the drawing. This is a special mark from a master craftsman of the jewelry trade during the Age of Exploration. If you understand the significance of this mark, you will be able to discern its age, level, and category from subtle details. Of course, if you do not comprehend it, you will see nothing at all. Ah. Quite perceptive, with a quick mind. The old man was about to elaborate on this critical point when Galen directly guessed it, his expression somewhat astonished. I was preparing to show you a high-quality imitation, one that is indistinguishable from the genuine article apart from the marking, providing you with a vivid example. I did not expect you to respond so swiftly. He paused, and since you have grasped this, you must understand that to authenticate antique items, you need to comprehend history, the craftsmanship of different eras, renowned masters, schools of thought, and categories. Famous anecdotes, manufacturing styles, and locations, among other things. Often, it is the combination of these elements that leads to a more accurate conclusion regarding antique jewelry. So, the background knowledge is what I should learn first? Galen nodded. Are there any comprehensive books available? Indeed, there are, but merely reading books holds little value. Read through them first. And then I shall share my own experiences and special authentication methods with you, step by step. Many aspects are not covered in books. In this field of appraisal, beyond visual perception, one must also engage the senses of smell, hearing, touch, and taste. Therefore, theoretical knowledge alone is of little significance. However, do read the books first. The old man rummaged through the bookshelf, retrieving a substantial volume bound in white leather. This is the history of jewelry development. He flipped through it and produced an even thicker tome bound in black leather. This is the history and classification of antiques. He stacked the 2 books together and pushed them towards Galen. Garen stared speechlessly at the 2 hefty tomes before him. How long must I endure reading these? Each volume appears to contain well over 1,000 pages, does it not? No rush. I shall take my time and aim to finish within a month. The old man waved his hand dismissively, urging him to leave, as he intended to close up shop and retire for the night. Garen hoisted the 2 volumes under his arm, stating, I shall take my leave now and return once I have finished. Oh, by the way, the old man exclaimed, tapping his forehead as if struck by a sudden thought. Weren't you inquiring about that book from last time? Since you were so fond of it, I shall gift you a small trinket as a memento. He rummaged around his trousers and eventually produced a small pendant resembling an open book. Here, take this. He tossed it over to Garen. Garen caught it and examined the pendant, which was no larger than a thumbnail, exquisitely crafted in solid black, with an unusual dark red symbol emblazoned at the center of the open pages. What is this? Garen inquired. It came as a bonus when I purchased that book. Just keep it safe, the old man replied, scratching at his trousers, seemingly feeling a bit itchy. Garen shivered at the thought and quickly tucked the pendant into his pocket. Where on earth did you find this? It and Apos. Rather distasteful. ISN and Apos. It? I shall take my leave now. Go on, go on. The old man waved him off with an air of impatience. Upon exiting the antique shop, Garen waited at the entrance for a carriage. But after a good 10 minutes with no sight of one, he realized the location was rather inconvenient, making it unlikely for carriages to frequent the area. Thus, he decided to walk along the street toward the intersection of Burnington Street, clutching the books tightly. As he approached the ground floor of his uncle's residence, he glanced up at the window, just in time to see Lamba swiftly retreating from view, leaving the window frame slightly swaying, as if he had deliberately chosen to avoid Garen. Initially, Garen had intended to visit his uncle, but upon noticing Lamba was home, he lost all desire to do so. Ever since their last unfortunate encounter, the sight of Lamba had become irksome to him. Strangely enough, Lomba had been behaving rather well lately. Garen had not taken more than a few steps forward when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. "Garen, brother." A melodious voice rang out, and he turned to see a young girl with a flushed face sprinting toward him. She wore a fitted white cotton coat and a pair of white stone-washed jeans that accentuated her youthful curves, despite her mere 13 or 14 years of age. Still in the early stages of development. As she drew nearer, Garen was greeted by a subtle fragrance of youthful innocence, her short, slightly rosy hair radiating a refreshing vitality. "Garen, you've passed by here. Why not come up for a while?" The girl was none other than his uncle's other daughter, Philia. Unlike Lomba, Philia had always been warm and welcoming toward Garen, perhaps due to his fondness for playing with children in the past. "I didn't realize you were here, Philia," Garen chuckled, reaching out to pinch her small nose playfully. "Why did you cut your hair?" "I am currently learning martial arts," she replied, demonstrating a basic move. "And where is my uncle?" "He's entertaining guests at home. They discuss quite complex and troublesome matters, which I find rather dull." "Garen, brother, won't you come up and play with me?" Philia gently shook Galen's arm. "Never mind. Uncle is busy discussing matters at home. I shall not disturb him. Furthermore, Father has heard about your apprenticeship under the master of the White Cloud Pavilion, and he is rather displeased." Philia lowered her voice. "Father believes it unnecessary for you to delve into martial arts, considering it a waste of time. He thinks a slight understanding of self-defense suffices. But immersing oneself entirely is excessive, a sheer waste of time." Galen furrowed his brow. "I had thought Uncle would be quite pleased." Chapter 40. Involvement. Father had always intended for you to manage his business. He has believed in you since childhood, while both Lombas and I are simply not cut out for it. If you dedicate too much time to martial arts, you will inevitably neglect other areas. In ancient times, he would not have opposed this, but the current era is different. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, a few guns can easily encircle you. Philia mimicked her father's tone, echoing his words. "Uncle wants me to manage the business?" Galen was taken aback. "How could that be possible? How could it not be possible? Father decided this long ago. Regardless, I am indifferent. My studies are lacking, and my martial arts skills are mediocre. My teacher even claims I lack talent. If I cannot sustain myself in the future, I will rely on you." Philia clung to Galen's arm, playfully. "Father stated that among the younger generation, you are the only one who can inherit his business without letting it decline. If it were left to Lombas and me, we would squander the family fortune in no time." Galen was somewhat speechless, realizing how high his uncle's expectations were for him. He had always felt that his uncle's concern for him surpassed that for his own children. In Galen's childhood memories, whenever a conflict arose between him and Lombas, it was invariably Lombas who ended up on the receiving end of a beating. The favoritism was glaringly obvious. This bias led to Lombas' disdain for Galen, which grew increasingly intense. With a sense of helplessness, Galen followed Philia toward the entrance of the floor. However, after a few steps, a tall youth with a cold demeanor emerged from the crowd. "Are you Galen?" The youth wore a white tight-fitting top and black trousers, accentuating his muscular physique. Galen halted, glancing at the boy. "And you are?" "I am Lombas' cousin. I heard you have been bullying him due to your martial prowess. Is that true?" The youth frowned, scrutinizing Galen. "What do you mean? I am bullying Lombas? Where did you hear such nonsense?" Galen initially intended to enter, but found his path obstructed by the boy's deliberate step forward, prompting him to furrow his brow. "Enough of this. Step aside. I need to go in. You are also a member of the family. It is inappropriate to seek out outsiders for discipline. I am here specifically to teach you a lesson on behalf of my cousin." The youth intentionally blocked the entrance. "Are you out of your mind?" Galen stared at him, bemused, while Philia had silently slipped away to the side, assuming a spectator and Apo's posture. He had already discerned the youth and Apo's origin, his uncle and Apo's wife, Philia and Apo's mother, belonged to an ancient noble family from another region. Their union was partly a strategic alliance. Now, with his uncle clearly stating his intention to bequeath his business to a nephew with no blood relation, many young men from families that had been ingratiating themselves with Lombas and Philia found their hopes dashed. Thus, a conflict of interests arose. Philia's maternal family, having struggled with business management, had seen their profits decline in recent years. Naturally, their gaze shifted towards his uncle's flourishing enterprise, which he had built from nothing, leveraging much of his wife's family's influence along the way for its development. It can be said that throughout his growth, the influence of his wife's family played a significant role. Now, with the uncle as the current authority figure suddenly declaring his intention to bequeath the business to his sister's son, What does this signify? A thought struck Galen, and he quickly grasped the implication. This meant that the uncle believed that none of the young men and women from his wife's family could measure up to him, Galen. The assertion that only Galen could ensure the prosperity of his enterprise served as proof of this belief. Initially, the development of the business had also relied heavily on his contributions, leading him to naturally consider the uncle's enterprise as part of his own. Now, faced with this unexpected predicament, he naturally felt a sense of imbalance. Observing the youth before him, Galen felt assured. You must have come to me on Lombaz's suggestion, right? Enough of this nonsense. Do not obstruct my path. Let us enter and discuss matters properly. The youth let out a cold laugh. Leaning to the side once more to block the way, crossing his arms and regarding Galen with a frosty gaze. Galen frowned. This situation is not as you perceive. We should enter and discuss it calmly. Do not allow Lombaz to use you as a pawn. Do not take everything he says at face value. He had no desire to engage in conflict with that faction. Their family was not merely a small one, but a rather complex entity with both gray and black elements. Should a conflict arise and their reputation be tarnished, the ensuing troubles would be immense. This is not what Lombaz indicated. The youth sneered, fixating his gaze on Galen, his body shifting to continue obstructing the path. I ask again, will you move aside? Galen felt a surge of impatience. He was not in the mood to play games of brawling with a mere child. What if I don't? The youth retorted defiantly. Galen's expression hardened. Extending his right arm, he reached out to grasp the youth's neck. With a resounding crack, the youth delivered a swift kick to Galen's palm, sending a shower of fine dust cascading from where their limbs met, creating a fine white haze. Following this, he quickly retracted his foot and executed a spinning side kick, striking at Galen's wrist with the tip of his toes. The sound of the rush of air accompanied his movements, which appeared remarkably graceful and fluid, landing 2 successive blows to the same spot on Galen. He then stepped back, establishing a stance. Is this all? Galen regarded him with confusion. You. The youth's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly indicating that those few maneuvers had not come easily to him. Noticing that Galen's posture remained unyielding, he became acutely aware of the disparity between them. Galen cast a nonchalant glance at him, remaining stationary, dusting off his hands before entering through the now open entrance, his palm and wrist unscathed. You shall not leave until we clarify our discussion. The youth shouted in exasperation. He rushed forward, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Galen's chin. Galen's expression turned cold. With a swift motion of his right hand, he deflected the youth's leg, then pivoted sharply to deliver a powerful kick. The sound of impact resonated as a man behind them was forcefully struck, crashing against the wall with a dull thud. The man, viciously leaning against the doorframe, struggled to rise but failed, his gaze toward Galen shifting considerably. He served as the bodyguard of a young man, initially aiming to launch a surprise attack from behind. However, he was unexpectedly met with a swift sidekick from Galen, rendering his arm utterly powerless and resulting in a fracture that made it impossible for him to stand upright. The sheer force exerted by his opponent exceeded his wildest expectations. Gazing across at Galen, who cast a chilling glance in his direction, the bodyguard caught a glimpse of a profound indifference in his eyes. A shiver ran down the bodyguard's spine. He had witnessed such an expression in the leader of his team before. He realized that should he dare to move again, he might very well kill me. Stiffening in place, he dared not make a sound. This sudden turn of events left not only the young man astounded but also caused Philia, standing nearby, to part her lips in shock. Bystanders watching the spectacle gasped in disbelief as they beheld the bodyguard being hurled like a sack of potatoes, crashing against the doorframe with a distinctly audible sound of bone breaking. Merely witnessing and hearing it was painful enough, leaving everyone feeling a chill in their arms. Galen let out a cold chuckle, fully aware that a deep enmity had been forged. Approaching the young man, he extended a single finger and lightly tapped it against his forehead. With a bodyguard so feeble, it is no wonder my uncle has entrusted the family business to me. What purpose do inept individuals like you serve in this world? It would be better for you to perish. With a gentle flick of his finger, the young man's head tilted slightly backward, leaving a red mark on his forehead. Confronted by the subtle, yet lethal intent emanating from Galen, the young man's pupils dilated in terror, and at that moment, he truly felt as if death was imminent. Do not kill me, he cried out desperately, scrambling backwards several meters to hide behind a large vase. When he glanced back at Galen, his eyes were now filled with sheer fright. Galen smiled, rising to his full height. He understood that he had thoroughly instilled fear in his opponent, transforming himself into an indelible shadow of terror in the young man's mind. Even if others attempted to instigate conflict, they would not dare confront him. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Such a juvenile mind, still unrefined, could be easily cowed with a mere scare. Having established enmity the moment the bodyguard launched his attack, he felt no trepidation. The true path was to obliterate their psyche, thus resolving the matter once and for all. At the moment Galen tapped the young man's forehead, Philia genuinely feared for the boy's life. The icy intent to kill was something she had only witnessed in her father's bodyguards. Hearing Galen's summons, she parted her lips, her voice husky. No, his brother, Droliando, may not be skilled in combat, but he is the most ruthless scion of that family, and he has already made a name for himself in society. You must be cautious. Is he involved with the underworld? Galen inquired, furrowing his brow. Philia nodded. He is the top figure in the provincial underbelly. You seem quite informed. Rest assured, Galen assured, nodding. With the black jade disc in his possession, he was continuously growing stronger. Even now, a standard handgun posed little threat from a distance. Only close-range aim shots could be considered hazardous. The internal strife within a family adheres to certain rules. There is no need for concern. Let us proceed and visit Uncle first. Families embroiled in excessive internal conflict rarely endure for long, as the toll of infighting is sufficient to fracture familial interests. Thus, such disputes typically unfold within a predetermined scope, governed by stringent regulations. He holds little interest in his uncle's enterprises, possessing extraordinary abilities. He finds the prospect of establishing his own ventures quite effortless, requiring merely time and effort. However, this is not his aspiration. The true path lies in the enhancement of one's own strength. As long as they do not transgress established boundaries, all remains manageable. Galen licked his lips. Chapter 41. Direction. Following Philia, they ascended to the 5th floor, where the iron door of the stairwell stood ajar. A man in a black suit with a buzz cut was stationed at the entrance. He glanced at Galen and inquired, "You must be Galen? Your uncle has summoned you to the study." Galen nodded, changed his shoes, adjusted his attire, and, along with Philia, closed the door behind them as they proceeded towards the study. The fireplace in the hall blazed with vibrant coals, enveloping the room in a cozy warmth. As they passed through the hall, Galen noticed a striking girl with a long red ponytail lounging on the sofa, clad in a simple white training outfit, blissfully asleep. He took a fleeting glance at her, noting her arms and thighs, before continuing on to the study. In the mirror, he caught a clear reflection of himself. Short, purplish black hair, deep red eyes, and a black shirt stretched taut over his muscular frame, exuding an aura of strength. His long legs and well-defined physique suggested a remarkable vigor. He had grown considerably taller, a testament to his dedicated training and the natural growth of adolescence. After a brief pause, Galen pushed open the mahogany door to the study. Inside, 2 rows of bookshelves lined the walls, with a long black wooden table occupying the center space. His uncle and an elderly man with white hair were seated at the table, savoring coffee, the rich aroma wafting through the room. Knock, knock. Galen gently rapped on the doorframe. His uncle appeared more robust than before, his thick black brows slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing Galen's knock, he raised his head. "Ah, Galen, I was just wondering why you hadn't come to see me lately. What have you been busy with? Inga mentioned she hardly sees you. You're not still training at that martial arts school, are you?" His uncle gestured to the seat opposite him. "Come, sit down. It's been ages since we had a proper conversation." Galen nodded, approached the seat, pulled it out, and sat down, casting a glance at the elderly gentleman beside him. The old man appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, with hair and beard entirely white, dressed in a plain white robe. What truly caught Galen's attention was the way the man had been intently scrutinizing him since his entrance, his brow tightly knitted. Turning his gaze away from the old man, Galen straightened his posture and addressed his uncle. "Uncle, I've heard that you wish for me to inherit your estate. Is there truth to this matter?" he asked earnestly. "Indeed, it is true," his uncle, Angel, replied with a raised brow. "This decision has been in place for quite some time. How shall I put it? Allow me to explain from the beginning. I know you well enough to understand that you are not one to chase after power and wealth. If I do not clarify this matter, you may be reluctant to accept the inheritance of my endeavors." As his uncle had indicated, should this matter remain unclear, he was indeed prepared to persuade Galen to reconsider this decision. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Angel continued, "You are aware of the situation with my 2 children. It is certain that the estate cannot be entrusted to them. Both Longba and Philia possess a frivolous nature. Perhaps they might change in the future, but the likelihood is exceedingly slim. The youth of my wife's family are imbued with excessive ambition. Although some possess commendable capabilities and character, I am certain that if I were to relinquish my enterprise to them, there would be nothing left. What would become of Philia and Lambas in the future? Would I allow all the hard-earned business and connections I have built to be squandered? Absolutely not. Galen nodded in agreement. Uncle Angel lit a cigar, taking his time to do so, and continued, I concede that this situation has indeed placed you in a most awkward position, and for that, I owe you an apology. However, I cannot bear the thought of my life and Appos, as work being casually handed over to others. I still have 2 children. Yes, Philia and Lambas, though Lambas often causes me concern. He remains my child. Galen raised his gaze, locking eyes with him. You have displayed remarkable business acumen from a young age. Only you can stabilize my affairs. I understand that you yearn for a different life than mine, but consider Philia. Despite her strained relationship with Lambas, she has always held a fondness for you. Has she not? And you, too, have feelings for her, correct? I could take charge and arrange for your engagement. It was evident that Uncle Angel had reached a point of desperation, arranging for contingencies at the mere age of 40. He took a deep drag from his cigar, releasing a faint plume of white smoke through his nostrils. This matter is indeed sudden, but I hope you will seriously contemplate it. He stated in a manner befitting an adult. Galen nodded. If this is your wish, Uncle, he replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. However, could you enlighten me on why you are so hastily orchestrating these affairs? You are still quite young. Does this not seem premature? Noticing his nephew's reluctance to immediately dismiss the proposal, Angel's demeanor gradually relaxed. He picked up a small pair of scissors to trim his cigar before placing it in his mouth, gesturing towards an elderly man with white hair beside him. I have my reasons. Allow me to introduce you to my old friend, Adonis, who is visiting me. And on the couch outside, sleeping, is his apprentice, Winnie. Since you both practice martial arts, you should find plenty of common ground. Galen furrowed his brow. Uncle, please share your reasons, perhaps. Before he could finish, the study door burst open with a loud bang. The 3 turned to see Lambas, panting heavily at the threshold, glaring fiercely at Galen. Galen, it's you again. You. Galen frowned, preparing to respond. Out. Uncle Angel shouted, rising to his feet and pointing towards the door. Can't you see I am in the midst of a conversation? Leave. Lambas opened his mouth to retort, but the sight of his father's displeased expression caused him to storm out, slamming the door behind him. Angel, visibly irritated, sat back down, forcefully pressing his cigar into the ashtray. Lambas is becoming increasingly intolerable. Very well, I shall go have a word with him. You 2 carry on, being martial artists. You should find ample topics to discuss, and Adonis can offer some guidance to Galen. With that, he stood, cleared his throat twice, and exited the room. With a soft click, the door gradually closed. Galen sat in his seat, quietly gazing at the elderly man with white hair across from him. Since his entrance, the old man had been frowning and staring intently at him. Their eyes met, yet neither spoke a word. Youth, your martial arts have deviated from the righteous path. Adonis finally spoke, his voice deliberate and slow. The righteous path? Galen was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a discussion about his relationship with his uncle. Yet the old man immediately critiqued his martial practice. Practicing martial arts is akin to cultivating the heart. Your heart has been influenced by your own martial prowess. Adonis stated gravely. As the convenience brought by strength becomes increasingly apparent, you will grow accustomed to relying on it until you can no longer live without it. When everything in your life is based upon it, you will forever live for martial arts and the pursuit of power. This is mere puppetry. The old man rose and approached the window, gazing downwards. Do you believe that continuously enhancing your strength will grant you sufficient security? Galen felt a chill in his heart and raised his gaze to meet the elders. What do you mean? Do not allow strength to obscure your spirit. The powerful remain powerful, while the weak remain weak. Adonis shook his head, turning towards the door. He gently opened it, then closed it with barely a sound. Galen remained seated, his expression shifting like the wind. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, lightly touching his chest. His robust muscles felt as solid as stone. Yet such strength failed to provide him with inner peace. Bang! The leather shield Galen held was forcefully kicked, sending a flurry of fine white dust into the air. Following that, a relentless barrage of punches rained down upon the same spot. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, 4 resounding impacts overlapped, causing Galen to retreat repeatedly. His arms struggling to maintain control of the shield, ultimately retreating 5 or 6 meters. Sister Tasia gradually retracted her fists, exhaling a puff of white vapor. The sides of her temples were stained crimson, a distinctive trait of the elite martial artists from the Bayun Martial Arts School. As she ceased her punches and stood still, The redness in her temples began to ebb. "It is now your turn, junior brother." Tasia approached and took the shield from Galen's hands. "Now you shall attack." "All right." Galen nodded in agreement. Clad in black martial attire, they practiced their sparring on the second floor of the main hall. Thud thud. Hiss. Standing in the center of the newly laid reddish-brown floor, they appeared as two inconspicuous black dots. Yet, with every clash, a clear ring of white dust was expelled. The swift friction of their feet against the ground emitted a hissing sound that was almost grating to the ears. Galen repeatedly employed sweeping and thrusting techniques, alternating his attacks against his senior sister, each strike met with precise blocks. Tasia maintained a relaxed expression, her movements light, while the faint outline of a white tiger tattoo on her arm came alive with vigorous motion, resembling a living entity. Coupled with her blood-red temples and sharp, slightly smiling eyes, she emanated an almost otherworldly allure. After 200 consecutive strikes, Galen could no longer endure. He halted his movements and retreated 2 steps, gasping for breath. "Ah, senior sister, may I pose a question? It was evident that you were troubled within, wasn't it?" With a gentle smile, senior sister Tasia approached. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she delivered a powerful kick to Galen's chest, sending him sprawling far away. In moments like these, the most appropriate response is to strike. Tasia stood over Galen, gazing down upon him with an air of authority. Confusion, hesitation, doubt, cowardice, do not dwell on such thoughts, for they are merely a waste of time. Want it not to live in the past. With a high kick, her stance resembled that of a frenzied giant as she fiercely brought her foot down upon Galen's head. Chapter 42. Direction 2. With a sharp crack, the wooden board shattered effortlessly beneath his feet. In a moment of urgency, Galen rolled to the side and regained his footing. His gaze steady as it locked onto Tasia. How could one cultivate inner strength? Is it possible to achieve this by merely clearing one's mind? Tasia paused, then burst into hearty laughter, shaking her shoulders. Do not let power lead you astray from your own heart. Strength remains strength, while weakness persists as weakness. Someone has told you this, haven't they? Galen asked, taken aback. What utter nonsense. Tasia scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips. I have personally dispatched countless individuals who espouse such foolishness. Ignorance is a blight. Those nurtured by such fallacious theories are but worthless. She tilted her head, stretching her limbs. Power is power. The stronger one's own strength, the greater the prowess, and thus, the spirit is nourished and kind. Unassailable confidence is born solely from the victories that strength begets. The fortitude of the spirit is cultivated through relentless self-affirmation. Galen fell silent for a moment. So, you're saying that as long as one remains unwavering in self-belief and perceives their convictions as right, then they are indeed right? Is that correct? Exactly, Tasia replied, her smile fading, her temples flushed with a crimson hue. Now, to ensure you truly grasp this concept, I shall apply a bit more force. A chill ran down Galen's spine as he realized his senior sister was preparing to unleash her wrath. He knew all too well that resisting her would yield unpleasant consequences. Had it not been for the intervention of the second senior brother during their last encounter, he would have undoubtedly been left battered. Without hesitation, Galen pivoted and sprinted away. Suddenly, a faint sound of slicing air reached his ears, and a hand slowly approached his left shoulder, as gentle as a lover's caress. Panic surged within him, and he instinctively thrust his elbow backward with a swift motion, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring. This was the shooting form, the most damaging of the 4 forms, renowned for its explosive speed and power. With a unique technique, it enabled any part of the body to unleash a piercing attack at will. At present, Galen had only mastered the technique with his right elbow. With a resounding smack, his elbow met its target effortlessly, and he pushed off the ground, propelling himself further down the staircase. His speed slightly enhanced by his discreet exertion of hidden strength. The perfected White Cloud's secret method gradually augmented his power each day. Although he had reached the peak of an adult's strength, it continued to grow steadily, showing no signs of stagnation. Utilizing this brief surge of speed, Galen finally evaded his senior sister's pursuit, landing safely at the foot of the staircase on the first floor. By morning, the grand hall was bustling with students coming and going, and upon seeing Galen descend from the second floor, they recognized him as the recently admitted disciple of the dojo's master. The senior sister had a rule, to cease pursuit once one reached the second floor. Thankfully, he had made it down in time. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Galen steadied himself. Engaging with his senior sister was fraught with peril, yet it undeniably sharpened his reflexes. Remaining vigilant was essential. Failure to do so would surely result in injury. He is increasingly realizing the extraordinary nature of the Baiyun martial arts school. Teacher Fei Baiyun remains shrouded in mystery, engaged in unknown pursuits. From the tone of the senior sister, one can discern that she is undoubtedly a terrifying figure, capable of ruthless actions. As for the third senior brother, he is entirely a product of privilege. His father serves as the administrative inspector of Huayan City, akin to a central government official stationed locally, ranking alongside a governor, and is one of the two most powerful individuals in the city. His mother hails from an aristocratic lineage, possessing immense wealth. Garen, confident in his defensive prowess, rashly agreed to spar with the senior sister without adequate understanding of her abilities. To his dismay, after merely absorbing a few strikes, he found significant swelling on the impacted areas. After adjusting his attire, Garen summoned 2 staff members from the school to inquire about the whereabouts of the second senior brother and the master, but as anticipated, they were unaware. Having sipped some warm water and wiped the sweat from his brow, Garen leisurely strolled around the dojo, taking advantage of the idle moments to rest. His physique had grown increasingly robust, with powerful muscles that even the black martial arts uniform struggled to conceal. As he walked along the training ground, several passing students greeted him with respectful nods. In the center of the training yard, 3 groups of students were collectively practicing Baiyun combat techniques, all of whom were core members filtered from the sub-branches. Clad in white uniforms, their movements were disciplined and precise. While Garen relaxed and ambled through the area, he monitored the potential points within his vision, which stood at 155. It had been over a week since his visit to his uncle, and he now had some attributes to allocate. The specifics of their distribution required careful consideration. He decided against adding points to skills, believing that investing points in general skills would be a waste. Only special skills that are particularly challenging to develop would merit such an investment. However, he could no longer enhance the explosive fist technique or the Baiyun secret methods. Naturally, allocating points to his inherent qualities would yield the best results. Moreover, Garen intended to thoroughly familiarize himself with the foundational Baiyun combat techniques, rather than relying on attribute points for everything. He sought to compare the martial skills he had honed with those enhanced by points. A glance at his current attributes revealed Strength 2, 12, Agility 1, 10, Constitution 1, 35, Intelligence 1, 50. Long-term training had increased his constitution by 0.01, while his strength had also improved under the influence of the Baiyun secret methods. Yet, he sensed that 2 might be his upper limit. Garen had recently developed a gut feeling, an instinctive awareness that his body had reached a threshold of strength. Surpassing this limit, even with the Baiyun secret methods, would prove challenging. This limit, often referred to as the innate constitutional ceiling, is a boundary inherent to all individuals. It seemed likely that 2 represented his strength limit, which still fell slightly short of the second senior brother's prowess. It was said that the second senior brother's strength exceeded 450 pounds, translating to an attribute of 2.25. Perhaps his innate constitution was marginally superior to Garen's, though it was rumored that he had not experienced growth in a considerable while. Could it be that 450 pounds is the ultimate strength of the human body? Garen contemplated this and decided to delve into some research. Upon a sudden impulse, he took a sharp turn and made his way towards the library of the main hall. At the entrance of the library sat the same bald, robust elder, who was meditating with his eyes closed and legs crossed. Galen felt a stirring in his heart and approached the elder. Master Bai, may I pose a question to you? The elderly man remained motionless, his eyes still shut. Galen, unperturbed, stood patiently waiting for several minutes before the elder finally opened his eyes. You may ask, what is the ultimate strength of the human body? Galen inquired softly. Ultimate strength? The elder pondered for a moment. In accordance with the units used here, it should be approximately 480 pounds. This is the strongest record ever documented in our circle. However, individual limits vary. No matter how much one trains, they can only reach a certain threshold. And what do you assess my limit to be? Galen pointed to himself. The elder scrutinized Galen with a discerning gaze. I estimate it to be between 430 and 450 pounds. Remarkably accurate. Galen was taken aback. Fortunately, after mastering the Baiyun secret method, his physique could suddenly transform and expand, effectively concealing the true extent of his strength. Otherwise, the elder might have discerned something unusual. Once his physique changed, his strength surged to its limit, and his skin's defensive capabilities dramatically increased, akin to doubling the power of a novice explosive fist technique. Without at least 100 pounds of force, one could not hope to pierce his skin with a sharp blade. My apologies for the disturbance. Galen bowed respectfully, observing as the elder closed his eyes once more before he turned to leave. Thus, it seemed that 240 was his limit. With each attribute point added, his strength increased by 0.3, equating to a 60-pound enhancement. He pondered whether reaching his limit would allow for further breakthroughs. A sense of unease washed over him. If he could not surpass this limit, it would significantly hinder his future development. Yet, should he be capable of transcending this barrier, his potential for growth would become boundless. Perhaps it was worth a try. His gaze fell upon the strength attribute. He felt a throbbing in his temples, as if something within him were yearning to break free. This sensation persisted for over 10 seconds before it subsided. Galen glanced back at the attributes. His strength had risen to 220, but it had ceased to increase further, instead revealing a new symbol. With a single glance, he comprehended its meaning. The physique could not handle excessive strength. It appeared imperative to simultaneously enhance his physique. With 0.22 attribute points remaining, Galen allocated them all to his physique. Instantly, his physique attribute escalated from 135 to 157. Upon completing this enhancement, Galen felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if a furnace were continuously heating his insides. He could vaguely hear the subtle sounds of his flesh, the flow of blood, the rhythm of his organs, and the compression of his lungs with each breath made him feel as though he had gained an unprecedented awareness of his body. A newfound mastery over it. A soft sound echoed. Galen was astonished to witness the skill category, which had remained at the novice level for so long, finally leaped to the intermediate rank. A more intense sensation of swelling surged from within his body. Galen could barely maintain his balance as he walked down the corridor. He had to lean against the wall to steady himself. Fortunately, there were few around to notice his struggle. He felt as if an invisible liquid was gradually secreting from within, permeating through his organs, seeping through his bones, muscles, and skin, enveloping his entire being. Chapter 43. Encounter. Leaning against the wall, Galen clenched his fists, sensing a remarkable thickening of his skin, akin to a layer of callus enveloping his entire body. Reminiscent of the first time he attained the rudimentary burst fist technique. Such a powerful transformation. He straightened his posture, feeling a considerable increase in weight, or rather, a profound sense of stability. The basic burst fist merely augmented his defensive capabilities, while the intermediate second tier, if memory serves, possessed the ability to create shockwaves. It was imperative to conduct a thorough test. Without hesitation, he proceeded towards a row of testing rooms behind the training ground. After surveying the surroundings, he selected an unoccupied chamber and cautiously locked the door behind him. Approaching the wooden rack that held various weapons, he retrieved a curved dagger. With a swift motion, the dagger plunged into his left arm, failing to penetrate deeply, merely grazing the surface, as though colliding with a sturdy piece of wood. Galen gripped the dagger tightly, gradually increasing the pressure. In an instant, he surpassed 50 pounds, then 100, 150, 160, 170. With a subtle sound, the dagger's tip pierced the skin, and Galen instantly relaxed his grip, examining the punctured area. A tiny red dot appeared, slowly oozing droplets of blood, which quickly coagulated, resembling a needle prick. His endurance at 170 pounds indicated that as long as an opponent wielded a sharp weapon with force not exceeding this threshold, he would remain unharmed. Blunt force would be even less of a concern. He estimated he could withstand up to 200 pounds with ease. Rubbing his palms together produced a faint, rough sound, akin to the friction of two metal plates. Indeed, the martial arts at the Bayun Martial Arts School were formidable. This was comparable to the so-called iron shirt technique. Next, he aimed to assess the specific effects of his strikes. He approached a suspended heavy bag, bending slightly as he raised his fist, then unleashed a fierce side punch. Bang! The bag swayed, but did not fly away. However, the entire apparatus trembled violently, vibrating as if the ground itself were quaking, a low hum reverberating through the air. Galen retracted his fist and delivered a straight punch, his hand shooting forth like an arrow, striking the center of the bag with a resounding thud. The bag was forcefully propelled backward, crashing into its stand, toppling it entirely. A cloud of dust erupted, forcing Galen to cover his mouth and nose. After waiting for some time, as the dust gradually settled, he crouched down to inspect the scene. The stand was constructed of metal, coated with black paint, and secured to the ground with steel nails forming a sturdy framework. Yet now, the previously anchored nails had all been effortlessly dislodged from the ground. Galen picked up a steel nail the length of his finger, examining the others scattered about. Was this the result of the shockwave? If such was the effect on fixed nails, what might it do to a person? Lost in thought, he stood up, extending his arms wide in a chest-expanding motion. the powerful muscles of his back rippling and contracting with each movement, as if steel cables twisted and intertwined beneath his skin. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes to savor the sensations experienced during his recent strike. It was a tremor, a powerful tremor. He had unleashed a thrusting punch, employing a piercing technique. As his fist cut through the air, it emitted a faint whistling sound. The force he exerted generated vibrations that led to a significant quake in his opponent. Such an assault would undoubtedly inflict severe internal damage on any living being. However, he needed to find an opportunity to personally test this theory. He remained uncertain about the precise extent of his strength. Standing firm, he flexed his neck, gazing at the robust muscles of his upper body, only to realize that he had unknowingly transformed from a frail youth into a veritable muscular powerhouse. The change within just a few months was indeed remarkable. He attempted to fasten the buttons of his shirt to conceal his chest muscles, but found them impossible to clasp. With a sigh of resignation, he abandoned the effort. In the dojo, he could not freely engage with his senior brothers and sisters to gauge his true capabilities. It seemed he would have to seek alternative avenues. At present, the matters regarding the Golden Ring, the Silver Veil Castle, and affairs concerning his uncle had become tangled and chaotic. Fortunately, there was no immediate urgency concerning his uncle's situation. But the discovery of his actions regarding the number 102 would surely provoke inquiries from the Golden Ring soon enough. This might serve as an opportune moment to assess his strength. He thumped his fists together, resolved to keep a close watch on Juris. Casting a glance at the fallen sandbag rack, Galen shook his head and turned towards the door. 4 days later, in the Blue Tree Street home, brother. Tomorrow my classmates and I are going to Bibo Lake. Will you join us? Ingo's voice echoed from the adjacent room. Another trip to Bibo Lake? Who will be accompanying you? Galen pondered the progress of the Mercury case while momentarily distracted by his sister and Apos' question, feeling a sense of disconnection. After all this time away, he had almost forgotten he was still a high school student. What about Mom and Dad? They said they were attending a company celebration gala and told us to fend for ourselves regarding meals. Once again, Galen shook his head in exasperation. Seated at his desk, he swiftly began tackling his mathematics holiday assignments, temporarily setting aside all unrelated matters and focusing intently on his work. Are you going or not? Inger peered through the doorway, inquiring. Shortly thereafter, a loud bang echoed as she deliberately slammed the door. Galen shook his head, muttering, at this age, still so childish. Like a primary school student, before resuming his calculations, it took him a full half-hour before he finally lifted his head, exhaling a sigh of relief. Although the mathematics was simple, the volume of problems was considerable, and finishing them all in one go required time. After closing the completed workbook, Galen stood and stretched his lower back. He glanced at the wall clock, noting it was 9:43 in the morning. It was time to head out. He quickly changed into a t-shirt and jeans, pocketed some loose change, and grabbed a handful of almonds from the table, munching on them as he walked. Galen swiftly exited the building. As he descended the staircase, he noticed an elderly gentleman with white hair slowly making his way down. Galen paused, trailing behind the old man. Please, go ahead, he offered politely. Recognizing the gentleman, who resided in the same building and whom he frequently encountered, Galen smiled courteously. Be careful, don't fall. No rush. I'm merely out for a bit of exercise, the old man replied with a warm smile, watching Galen as he walked past, his grin widening. This young man was a familiar sight. He always exuded such politeness, truly a rarity. Yet, Galen felt a peculiar gaze from the elder, causing him to quicken his pace. Exiting the community, he made his way down Blue Tree Street towards the city center. Along the route, he occasionally spotted ox carts hauling stone bricks and timber, while the roadside was littered with clumps of cow dung, emitting a foul odor. As he approached the bustling intersection of the city center, the flow of pedestrians intensified. The fragrance of perfumes from passing ladies gradually masked the unpleasant smell of manure. Passing by the women's street, which specialized in clothing and accessories, Galen was taken aback when 2 familiar figures emerged from a nearby jewelry store. It was Kalido and Effie. The pair strolled hand in hand, with Effie leaning affectionately against Kalido. Both clad in student attire, Effie donned a short, deep purple dress that barely concealed her thighs, and her face appeared enhanced with a touch of makeup, rendering her even more striking. Upon spotting Galen, they paused momentarily. Galen, what a coincidence to run into you here, Kalido greeted with a smile. Observing Galen's robust physique, which surpassed his own in height and charm, Kalido instinctively tightened his embrace around Effie's waist. Galen smiled and nodded, glancing at Effie. You two are out shopping? What a coincidence. Have you just left home? We've been out for a while, Kalido casually chatted, his right arm unconsciously tightening around Effie. Effie regarded Galen, who had changed remarkably over the past few months. Though she maintained a faint smile, a sense of unease lingered within her. After all, this impressive young man had once subtly indicated his interest in her. In contrast to Kalido, Galen's appearance and demeanor eclipsed his, with just his height. He towered over Kalido, not to mention his superior looks and style. Just as the conversation flowed, Kalido suddenly slipped his hand beneath Effie's skirt. Effie, who had previously worn a modest smile, felt her body tense up at this bold advance. Instantly, she was engulfed in heat, her cheeks burning as she caught sight of Galen's slightly furrowed brow. In that moment, she felt utterly degraded. Here, in public, Kalido dared to act so brazenly. She hesitated to resist, fully aware of Kalido's nature. This blatant act was clearly a declaration of his claim over her in front of Galen. Kalido's temper was not as amiable as usual when it came to matters of the heart. If she resisted, she was acutely aware that her relationship with Kalido was nearing its end. In that moment, she felt akin to a courtesan. Just a moment prior, she had sought to uphold her dignity, yet in the next instant, her facade was utterly shattered. Standing on the street, it was not only Galen's gaze that weighed upon her, but also the scrutiny of passing pedestrians, all of which she could sense. This unprecedented humiliation and sense of disgrace sent tremors throughout her entire being. Chapter 44 Encounter 2 Galen furrowed his brow as he observed Kalido's deliberately unrestrained demeanor. Acutely aware of the considerable pressure he had imposed on this former friend, his gaze shifted to Effie, who averted her eyes from him, prompting an inward sigh. He understood that their relationship had effectively reached its terminus. I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves, Galen stated. Are you going alone? Galen? Why not join us? The more, the merrier, Kalido suggested, his intentions evident as a relaxed smile spread across his face. No, I have things to do. Have fun. We can talk next time, Galen replied dismissively, turning briskly to depart. Before long, he left the two behind, veering into a side street where a crimson sedan gradually came to a halt beside him. As the door swung open, Juris emerged from the driver's seat. My Lord Galen, I apologize for my tardiness, she said. Dressed in a white blouse paired with a black OL ensemble, her long legs encased in black stockings, and her chestnut hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, Juris exuded an elegant and cool demeanor. Standing beside Galen, their matching crimson eyes formed a striking resemblance. Akin to a couple. It is of no consequence. I have just arrived, Galen replied, glancing around the sparsely populated street, where a few children could be seen laughing and playing hide-and-seek in the distance. How have things been lately? It is an unavoidable matter. The truth cannot remain concealed. Eventually, they will uncover it. We might as well be forthcoming, especially since I wish to interact with the Gold Ring's representatives. Galen leaned against the car nonchalantly. After all, I am not alone in this. Moreover, they will undoubtedly come looking for me. My identity as Mr. Kelly affords me the opportunity to infiltrate the Mercury Detective Agency. And even if they are not seeking revenge, they may wish to discuss collaboration. I suspect the likelihood of cooperation is greater. Rest assured, should they come, there should not be any significant danger. If the Gold Ring were merely a faction of grievances, they would not have thrived for so long. However, do remain vigilant and carry your firearm. Danger often lurks when one is complacent. Understood, Juris replied, her head lowered. Suddenly, she experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the person before her was not merely a 16-year-old high school student, but rather a mature man in his 30s. This stark contrast in age and demeanor left her feeling somewhat unsettled. What is it? Get in the car. Take me to the antique shop. Return at 4 to pick me up and take me to the martial arts headquarters. Do not wander off alone. Understood? Understood, Juris responded, a mix of amusement and exasperation washing over her, feeling as though she had become the child while Galen assumed the role of the elder. I have a gun, she protested, a hint of defiance in her tone. Yes, I know, Galen replied dismissively as he opened the car door and sat down. Juris felt a pang of frustration, but recalling Galen's earlier fierce demeanor, akin to that of a wild leopard, made her realize that a handgun might not be particularly effective against him. A sense of insecurity washed over her. That as the spirit. You should vary your expressions more often. Don't always wear a serious face. At your young age, being so beautiful, it would be a pity if you never smiled. Garen reclined languidly in the passenger seat, his body completely relaxed. Come on, try smiling, he urged. Goris managed to force a smile, though it felt strange even to herself. Never mind, Perhaps you should refrain from smiling. It's truly a sight to behold, Garen remarked, covering his face in exasperation. Goris inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to lash out, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to kick Garen. The car gradually set in motion, turning down a street and slowly disappearing around a corner. By the roadside, a fast food establishment witnessed Kaleida and Effie emerging from within. Kaleida pursed his lips and gestured towards the direction Garen had departed. Did you see that? Now that's a master of disguise. He maintains such a low profile at school, but outside, he exudes charm, with beautiful women and luxurious cars merely accentuating his presence. TSK, just look at that model. You wouldn't even dream of acquiring one without a few million to spare. A twinge of envy pricked at his heart. Even he, with the allowance his parents provided, could scarcely afford such a vehicle. Then there was that elegantly aloof beauty who had shown Garen such deference. Casting a glance at Effie beside him, he noted how her looks and figure paled in comparison to the woman, igniting a sudden flare of frustration within him. With a sharp clap, Effie remained silent, merely trailing behind Kaleida. Ever since their fallout, his demeanor had grown increasingly peculiar. Initially, she could hold his attention, but now, she felt an unsettling lack of confidence regarding her own allure. Watching Garen depart with that striking woman, a wave of confusion washed over her. She questioned the significance of her relentless efforts. The two strolled along the sidewalk, soon vanishing around the corner. As night fell, the vehicle progressed at a leisurely pace, with smaller cars occasionally overtaking, even a horse-drawn carriage speeding past. As they turned into a desolate street, a figure suddenly emerged ahead, blocking the path. There is someone ahead, Goris announced in a low voice. Here they come. Garen, who had been resting his eyes, opened them swiftly, peering through the window at the figure standing in the street. The individual was slender, clad in a grayish-white trench coat, with a stark black crew cut, resembling a private investigator. The car halted a little over 3 meters from the person. Garen exited the vehicle, signaling Goris to remain inside, then strode directly towards the man in the trench coat. He noticed a golden earring adorning the man's right ear, akin to the one worn by the individual he had encountered before, marked with a piece of white tape over the numerical part. Was it you who killed number 102? The man spoke first. I am a representative sent to converse with you. His voice was dry, reminiscent of someone who had water for an extended period. Converse? About what? Garen was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the man would not resort to immediate violence, instead proposing a dialogue. I killed your people. Are you not going to pursue this further? You might consider offering some form of compensation. We have no desire to be adversarial with you. We have thoroughly investigated this matter. The earlier incident at the Dolphin Antique Shop was indeed our oversight. He extended his hand in a gesture of apology. You and that esteemed detective, after all, do not share a particularly amicable relationship, do you? Especially since he ultimately abandoned you alone at the Silver Veil Castle. This is true. There was truly no need for us to engage in conflict, as it is a senseless struggle. Galen nodded. Hence, my presence here is to convey our sincerity. Let us consider the previous matters settled. The man in the trench coat straightened his posture and lightly clapped his hands. As the applause subsided, a group of tall, robust men emerged from the adjacent alley, each wielding knives and machetes, their sinister laughter echoing as they swiftly encircled Galen along with his vehicle. The man in the trench coat chuckled softly. You may call me number 101. Although the organization has issued a directive not to pursue this matter, as a friend of number 102, I have chosen to conduct a personal test to ascertain your suitability for collaboration with us, as well as to discern the means by which you eliminated number 102. Suddenly, a shriek from Grace came from the back of the car. This street runs along the riverbank, with residential buildings on one side and the constructed gray-white river embankment on the other. What is it that you desire? Galen narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice turning cold. Did I not mention? It is merely a test, just a test, number 101 replied with a smile. Grace suddenly screamed, being shoved to the edge of the embankment, her hand clinging desperately to the edge, teetering perilously close to falling. Galen pivoted and took a step towards Grace. But with a swift motion, number 101 interposed himself before him. Step aside. Your woman is on the verge of death. Should you pass the test, I shall release her. However, you must act quickly. A delicate woman hanging in such a manner cannot endure for long. Number 101 said with a grin. He clapped his hands, and one of his subordinates approached Grace brandishing a small knife, placing it above her hand, gripping the embankment, mimicking a cutting motion with a menacing grin. Be obedient, or it would be a pity for such a beautiful woman to perish here. Number 101 chuckled maliciously. It seems this reflects the golden ring's stance towards me. Galen suddenly smiled. I had initially maintained a cordial attitude towards you. Now it appears I was rather naive. He gazed past number 101, focusing on Grace's precarious position, and gently closed his eyes. Rest assured, Grace, I shall avenge you. Bang! No sooner had the words left his lips than Galen's right hand lunged towards number 101, his massive arm swelling to twice its size, fingers splayed like claws. The air tearing apart with a sharp, piercing sound. His formidable claws, laced with prominent veins, were nearly the size of a human head. Die! As the muscles in Galen's back surged like waves, they flowed and compressed towards his right arm. Chapter 45. The White Eagle. A tempestuous force stirred a fierce wind. Before the hand even reached its target, a potent pressure caused Subject 101 to momentarily falter. Galen's right arm seemed to elongate in an instant, swelling and expanding like a formidable mace as it lunged forward. With a swift motion, his claw-like hand grazed the side of Subject 101's face. Subject 101 emitted a cold snort, deftly evading the strike with a sidestep. Such a rapid assault. Was he jesting with a child? At the edge of the riverbank, a man wielding a small knife collapsed with a thud, blood trickling slowly from his head. A book-shaped pendant slipped from his clothing. He abruptly tore off his trench coat, casting it aside to reveal a snug black leather vest that accentuated his streamlined muscular contours. One hand was raised obliquely in front, while the other was palm outward, bending slightly in a peculiar combat stance. "Oh, are you a martial artist as well?" Galen remarked, his expression betraying a hint of surprise at the stance adopted by his opponent. He noticed the right hand, poised like a knife, bore an unusual hue. A faint rust red distinct from normal skin tones. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, two gunshots echoed from the adjacent street, piercing the stillness of the night with an alarming clarity. Upon hearing the gunfire, Subject 101 glanced to his right, his expression shifting as he hastily retracted his stance. The situation has changed. Everyone retreat. The burly men surrounding Galen appeared to grow anxious, quickly stowing away their knives and weapons as they rushed toward the neighboring street, vanishing into the alley leading to the next district. Subject 101 cast a final frosty glance at Galen. Then with a swift motion, he pivoted on his toes, donned his trench coat, and vanished into the shadows like a gray bed engulfed by night. Galen furrowed his brow, watching the group dissolve into the alley, his muscles gradually relaxing. Regrettably, my speed was insufficient. Otherwise, I might have had the chance to apprehend him this time. He tugged at his collar and strode briskly to the riverbank's edge. With a gentle grasp, he seized the right hand of Grace, lifting her slowly into an embrace before carefully setting her back on her feet. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thankfully, your earlier display startled them. Otherwise, we would have been in real trouble," Grace replied, still shaken, her gaze drifting to the lifeless body of the man with the golden ring. "Although we of the Mariadan may not rival the golden ring, we are not to be trifled with." Grace's cheeks flushed as she confessed. "I was caught unawares and couldn't retrieve my weapon in time. I was ambushed from behind. Be cautious. I'll take a look around," Galen chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. "Where has that fierce demeanor gone, the one you displayed when we first met?" He affectionately ruffled Grace's hair as one might do for a child, retrieved the pendant, and turned toward the earlier alleyway, standing at over 7 meters tall. Galen still appeared slightly taller than Grace, and this action seemed remarkably natural, allowing observers to overlook his tender age. Grace remained rooted in place, gritting her teeth, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "I've told you not to treat me like a child." Swiftly diving into the car, I retrieved a handgun from my handbag, gripping it firmly in my hand. Only then did she ignite the engine and veer toward the company. Galen ventured deeper into the alley, soon hearing the resounding thuds of fists striking flesh, accompanied by muffled grunts and cries of pain. "Seize him. Don't let him escape. Gallo has fainted. Damn it. This guy packs a heavy punch. Watch for openings. Don't give him a chance." The shouts of a group of men echoed, seemingly besieging someone. Gaolong stood in the shadows at the mouth of the alley, observing. On the street, the filthy, muddy ground bore witness to a group of men from the Golden Ring organization encircling two slender youths. Number 101 stood at the periphery, his expression frigid as he scrutinized the scene while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. 3 or 4 adult men lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly rendered unconscious from direct blows to the face. Gaolong assessed the injuries of these men, exhaling softly in surprise. The force exhibited was comparable to the strength I wielded during my first kill. Could these youths have inflicted such damage? His gaze fixated on the 2 adolescents in the center. They were a boy and a girl, the boy handsome and the girl pure. Appearing no older than 15 or 16, the same age as Galong, yet their eyes betrayed a familiarity with perilous situations. Clad in white sports attire, they stood back to back, adopting a classic boxing stance. "My father will be here to rescue us soon." The boy gritted through clenched teeth. "He won't let you get away with this." Number 101 let out a derisive laugh, striding forward. "Allow me." You all encircle them and ensure they don't escape. This kid is the son of the White Eagle. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. He stepped into the encirclement, raising one hand while the other faced outward. His body slightly bent as he assumed the previous combat posture. Notably, Galong perceived that his right hand appeared even redder than before, as if engorged with blood, threatening to spill at any moment. "You dare to confront me? You are courting death. Should you end up crippled, do not blame me. Enough with the nonsense. Let us get to it." The boy interjected, standing firm. Before his words fully escaped his lips, a swift crimson flash sliced across his chest. The white fabric of his sports attire was silently torn, revealing a gash on his sun-kissed skin, blood seeping forth. The red flash faded, revealing number 101's right hand once more. The boy's face paled. In that fleeting moment, he instinctively exhaled and drew in his chest, narrowly avoiding a fatal wound. However, the urgency of his breath left him gasping, his lungs aching. "Zivika, are you all right?" The girl urged. "Be careful." They practiced the red hand fist. Time had dragged on long enough. Number 101 resumed his previous stance, declaring, "That was merely a warning. Now, I shall shatter your right arm." His black eyes grew colder, faint traces of murderous intent glimmering within. 3 successive light sounds echoed, and the boy, Zivika, stumbled backward, narrowly evading 2 strikes. However, the 3rd strike grazed his right hand, leaving a crimson mark on his white athletic attire. "Not bad at dodging, huh? Let's see you try again." 101, growing increasingly agitated, shouted, "Die." His right hand surged with fury, slicing like a cleaver toward the boy's limbs. In mere seconds, he unleashed 4 rapid blows, each one a blur of red. The 2 retreated swiftly. A stone street lamp was nicked, shattering into fine cement debris as if it had been cleaved by a true blade. Another series of light sounds ensued, and the boy's right leg was slashed due to his failure to evade, causing it to buckle, rendering him nearly unable to stand straight. "Zivika," the girl cried out anxiously. "The White Eagle? Is he the one associated with Tali Mercury? If it were indeed him, matters would become complicated. I must conceal my true identity from them." He glanced around, inhaling deeply. Bang! A fist struck the right wall at the alley's entrance, creating a dent the size of a bowl, sending chunks of concrete flying. Gallon seized a piece of debris, rubbed it in his hands until it disintegrated into a cloud of powdery cement, and smeared it across his face, obscuring his features in a gray haze. "Who is that?" The onlookers outside, alerted by the commotion, exclaimed. Gallon stepped out of the alley, assessing the scene. Only a brief moment had passed, yet the boy had already sustained another wound to his left arm, leaving him supported solely by one leg. The girl was enveloped by others, the situation dire. Meanwhile, 101 stood with his back to him. Bang! The girl received a kick to her abdomen, staggering backward before being struck in the back by another assailant, collapsing to the ground, pale and gasping for breath. Her handgun had been knocked away, though he could not recall when. "Eve!" Zivika knelt, calling out in desperation. 101 turned, ignoring the nearly incapacitated boy, and approached Gallon. "How foolish or simple-minded of you not to flee when the opportunity presented itself. I wonder why the higher-ups value you so much." He gestured toward the boy and girl being pummeled. "See that? This is the fate of those who oppose our golden circle. Even the son of the White Eagle and the daughter of Tali Mercury must submit to our whims." That's precisely what I intended to convey. No sooner had 101 spoken than he lunged at Gallon with astonishing speed. In an instant, he pivoted, delivering a swift strike with his hand. Swoosh! Gallon felt a sharp pain in his left arm. His clothing tore with a sound, revealing a faint crimson mark on his skin. Chapter 46. The White Eagle 2. What a sharp hand strike. My body has ascended to the second tier of explosive boxing, my skin more resilient than cowhide. Even a dagger thrust with great force would scarcely pierce it. Yet, this seemingly effortless hand strike left a red mark upon me. This implies that another blow to the same spot could potentially breach my defenses. Gallon was taken aback. The speed of the strike was so swift that he could not keep pace, only perceiving a blur before his left arm was struck. Upon glancing at 101, he saw his opponent retreating 3 meters away, coldly gazing at him. Is he also a speedster? Gallon's expression turned calm. At that moment, 101 was genuinely astonished. His hand strike had not even grazed the opponent's skin. Such a level of defense. Such a degree of martial prowess. It had been years since he encountered such strength. This individual possesses an extraordinary physique. It seems I must resort to a lethal attack. Otherwise, my efforts may prove utterly ineffective against him. He is not as swift as I am and cannot keep up. I can easily maneuver to test his weakest points. Resolute in his thoughts, 101 assumed an attacking stance once more, launching himself toward Galen with a powerful kick, his right hand transforming into a crimson blur, vanishing from sight. Swoosh! Galen's right arm was struck again, but he grasped at nothing but air. Immediately afterward, he felt a sharp pain in his back as he was struck once more. Death! He roared, his arms swelling as his muscles expanded instantly. Whirl! His arms, akin to two powerful trunks, swung forcefully to the right, creating a rotating motion. Hiss! Galen spun on the spot, his arms swinging but striking nothing, his boots carving a distinct black circle on the ground. The air, agitated by his movements, rippled outward, creating a gentle breeze. 101 retreated 2 meters, taking a brief respite before pouncing again. The crimson blur reappeared, delivering a vicious strike to Galen's abdomen. I refuse to believe I cannot find your weakness. The hand strike sliced upward again, tearing Galen's shirt open with a ripping sound. Bang! Galen grasped at the air in front of him, only to see a flash before his eyes as the red blur struck his abdomen once more, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. Injured, he could envision the wound on his abdomen. Though shallow, it had undoubtedly broken the skin. I must discover a method to counteract his speed. Otherwise, no matter how resilient I am, victory will elude me. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he felt another sharp pain beneath his left arm. Another hand strike had landed. Damn it! Galen was incensed. If only my shooting technique were perfected to the point of being universally applicable. You, vile creature, shall perish. He unleashed a fierce straight punch, crashing forward. Crack! 101 dodged, and his fist collided with a wooden plank. The door of a nearby closed shop was shattered, yellow splinters flying in all directions. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted as Galen's punch struck the stone wall, creating a bowl-sized crater. Will you only scurry about like a wretched insect? Roared Galen in fury, launching yet another punch at 101, who deftly evaded the blow by lowering his head. A sharp pain shot through Galen's right wrist, intensifying his rage. You cursed gray-skinned monkey! With a thunderous crash, he misstepped, his foot striking the concrete ground and creating a small crater. He then swung his arms violently, crashing into a nearby lamppost. Crack! The stout concrete pillar shuddered under the force of the impact, fine cracks rapidly spreading across its surface, sending shards of cement flying. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, the members of the Golden Ring rendered mute by Galen's fearsome display of destruction, their legs trembling in trepidation. A few had stealthily retreated to inconspicuous corners, poised to flee at a moment's notice. 2 boys and girls, encircled by the chaos, gazed in astonishment at the fierce confrontation between Galen and 101. His physique is astonishing, whispered Civica, marveling at the sheer power of his muscular defense. Impervious even to the concrete pillar. It's terrifying. Meanwhile, the girl, Eve, took advantage of the other's fear and quietly settled beside the boy. This man appears to be an adversary of the Golden Ring. His strength and resilience are extraordinary. He must have trained in some form of martial arts akin to hard qigong. Yet, his speed falters, unable to keep pace with his opponent's movements. We ought to hide for now and wait for an opportunity to escape. Bang! A metal door was dented under another fierce strike. 101 was propelled backward, landing 2 meters away, his face slick with cold sweat, blood slowly trickling from his nose, a result of the cement debris that had struck him. His chest heaved violently, lungs gasping for air like a bellows, sweat threatening to obscure his vision, yet he dared not wipe it away. His gaze was fixed intently upon Galen, fearful of the slightest misstep that might allow his opponent to seize the moment. With each heartbeat, he felt the fierce thrum of panic. One solid punch could spell his doom. What's wrong, gray-skinned monkey? Galen breathed deeply, a sardonic smile creeping across his face as he approached. Is this the end? I haven't even unleashed my full power yet. His fists collided with a resounding thud, echoing as if they were not flesh and blood. Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the night, plunging the scene into silence. The 2 boys and girls clamped their hands over their mouths, eyes wide as they took in the unfolding drama. The members of the Golden Ring stood transfixed, staring in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. 101's gaze turned icy as he slowly lowered his silver handgun, wisps of smoke curling from the barrel. I apologize, I am not merely a martial artist. Galen stared dumbfounded at his chest, where a charred bullet wound marked his flesh. A stark contrast between his rugged exterior and the vulnerability beneath. With a swift motion, he pressed his hand against the wound, his fingers deftly dislodging a brass bullet that clattered to the ground, creating a faint sound. A hushed gasp swept through the crowd, as all present stood in stunned disbelief. He actually deflected a bullet. Civica stared wide-eyed, gulping nervously. Am I seeing this correctly? No. It cannot be. The girl Eve was equally dumbfounded, utterly at a loss for how to respond. I have only heard tales of martial artists who, having reached the pinnacle of their craft, could withstand gunfire without fear. But could his martial prowess truly have ascended to such heights? No, it must be that this man's qigong is simply terrifying. Eve swallowed hard, her voice quivering with shock. You fiend. 101 trembled violently, his face contorting in horror as he staggered backward. Bang, 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 bang. Then came the sound of an empty chamber clicking, devoid of bullets. 101's complexion turned ashen, yet he continued to futilely pull the trigger. Galen lowered his gaze to the 5 bullet holes in his chest. With a surge of muscle, he expelled the remaining 4 bullets, which clattered to the muddy ground. It was over. He lunged forward with a resounding thud, propelling himself toward 101, who was still desperately squeezing the trigger. Bang! The impact shattered 101's head like a ripe watermelon, spraying a gruesome arc of blood in all directions. In that fleeting moment of mental lapse, 101 failed to utilize his full speed, and with his stamina nearly depleted, he was ultimately struck down by Galen's powerful punch. He was obliterated. A subordinate of the Golden Ring trembled in terror, retreating several steps. Ah! Someone screamed. All members of the Golden Ring scattered in panic. 2 boys and a girl stood frozen, their senses overwhelmed by the horrific scene before them. Do not look. A large hand gently covered their eyes. Another life taken. This was not his first kill. Ever since that initial, unintentional murder, he felt increasingly indifferent toward life itself. Whenever he glimpsed the soft necks and fragile bodies of those around him, he realized that with the slightest carelessness, a gentle squeeze could extinguish a life. People lived in this fragile state, akin to ants. Though weak, they still maintained a structured existence. He sensed that he was undergoing some peculiar transformation. Young man, that is not the true path of martial arts. A calm and resonant male voice interjected from the side. Galen turned to find himself gazing into a pair of clear, black eyes. Your fist technique has strayed into the realm of darkness. The speaker was a robust, middle-aged man with golden hair, his short locks dancing like flames in the night breeze. Clad in white, he shielded the children's eyes with his hands, staring intently and composedly at Galen. The realm of darkness? Galen was taken aback. He glanced down at the headless corpse of 101. Indeed. Someone had once remarked that my martial arts had deviated from the righteous path. But what constitutes the righteous path, and what defines the realm of darkness? Who delineates the distinctions? It is not meant for the slaughter of one's own kind. Let us not speak of the senselessness of fratricidal conflict. I am merely acting in self-defense, Galen remarked calmly. However, there is no need for you to actually take his life. Surely, incapacitating him would suffice? The girl, Eve, who had just turned away, suddenly spun around and exclaimed loudly, Eve, do not provoke him. The boy, Civica, apprehensively grasped the girl's arm. That martial art of yours is solely designed for the purpose of killing. Who is your instructor? The blond man inquired in a low voice. The blond man surveyed the surroundings, and suddenly his gaze fixed intently on the nearly fractured concrete lamp post. This style of combat. It belongs to the Demon Elephant sect. Chapter 47. Foundation. As night enveloped the riverside streets, Galen, clad in a black coat, ambled along the riverbank. The water lapped against the embankment, producing a soothing sound that mingled with the chilly, damp breeze of the evening, evoking a sense of an early winter. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled slowly, feeling the remnants of his tattered shirt beneath his coat. He unfastened his garment and glanced down at his chest. The once vivid red marks were gradually fading away. He pressed his hand against his abdomen, where a faint discomfort lingered. At the corner of the street ahead, an elderly woman in a gray dress pushed a handcart, atop which rested a cylindrical black container, its exterior marked in chalk. Milk, 2 yuan. A small girl in a thick white coat hurried to the cart, retrieving a banknote and handing it to the woman before receiving a steaming cup of milk and departing with haste. Galen tightened his coat against the chill and quickened his pace toward the cart. 1 cup, please. Certainly, certainly, the wrinkled woman replied, her dress crumpled yet tidy. She took a yellow paper cup from her cart, filled it with hot milk from the cylindrical container, and handed it to Gallon. After paying her 2 yuan, Gallon cradled the cup and moved to a sheltered alcove formed by closed shops and their advertising signs, creating a cozy refuge from the wind. Leaning against the wall, he watched the milk cart sway gently as it receded into the distance, with residents occasionally emerging to purchase milk, stopping and starting in a rhythmic dance. Suddenly, the image of his recent encounter at number 101 flickered back to his mind. Had the rapid enhancement of his strength led to an uncontrollable release of desire? Was this the crux of my current dilemma? The righteous path or the path of darkness? He chuckled at the notion that such distinctions still existed in this age, a time dominated by firearms, where martial arts were gradually fading, transitioning from instruments of death to means of physical cultivation. It was surprising that some still valued such ideological divides. Regaining his composure, he interrupted this train of thought, taking a sip of the hot milk. The rising steam caressed his face, and the rich aroma of the warm milk filled his nostrils, imparting an extraordinary sense of comfort. As he savored the milk, he reflected on his choices. Strengthening his physical prowess had been a prudent decision. Otherwise, even the swiftest movements could be thwarted by a single bullet from a pistol, ending the encounter abruptly. This path felt significantly safer. Regrettably, he remained at the foundational level of his skills, needing to master specific techniques before progressing further. Upon finishing the milk, he crumpled the paper cup and tossed it into a nearby shop's waste bin. For now, he was relying solely on his formidable physical capabilities. Once his combat skills matured, the dynamics would undoubtedly change. Emerging from the sheltered space, Gallon made his way along the street toward the stone bridge. Crossing the bridge and continuing straight for several minutes would lead him to Blue Tree Street, where he resided. This area was already considered suburban, akin to Blue Tree Street. Both part of the outer regions. Ding, ding, ding. In the distance, the clock began to toll, marking the hour with 10 chimes. Was it already 10:00 and Oppo's clock? Gallon quickened his pace. The night in Hwai Mountain was desolate, with only the occasional clatter of passing carriages and vehicles breaking the silence. Barely a soul could be seen on the streets. Having just extricated himself from a fierce confrontation, he found himself unexpectedly at ease amid this unusual tranquility. Following the street, he crossed a stone bridge, where, on the other side, a group of ruffians sat drunkenly on the ground, boasting loudly, their foul stench of liquor wafting through the air. Gallon's hand brushed against the cold, rough stone railing of the bridge, the sensation vividly imprinting itself in his mind. When he suddenly felt a dull ache in his chest and abdomen, he recognized it as the result of internal muscle damage from the bullet's impact. He hastily tore off the tattered remnants of his shirt, crumpling it into a ball and discarding it in a nearby trash bin, leaving his upper body bare as he donned his outer garment and hastened toward home. Not long after, a white sedan approached slowly, making a turn directly onto the street and following him at a measured pace. The window rolled down, revealing the somewhat fatigued yet composed visage of Goris. I have received approval for the specific request. Even the Golden Ring must adhere to our rules upon arriving in Hwai Mountain. They must provide an explanation for the attack we endured, she spoke softly. Gallon matched his pace with the vehicle. 101 is dead, he stated calmly. Dead? Goris glanced at Gallon, noting the unusual tranquility etched on his face and the dust of gray stone that coated him, and instantly comprehended. I understand. I will handle it. Gallon regulated his breathing. I rescued those 2 children. Unfortunately, they were ungrateful. Goris paused, seemingly taken aback by the rapid turn of events that had unfolded during her brief absence. So, they didn't see your true face? She observed the gray dust on Gallon's visage. By the way, are you familiar with the divisions within the martial arts community? He continued. Divisions? Goris replied, perplexed. I'm not well versed in that area, but I've heard it said that the martial arts world is split between orthodox practices that emphasize self-cultivation and mental fortitude, and unorthodox practices that focus on extreme evolution for the purpose of lethal combat. Is that so? Gallon's eyes flickered. Do you know of any notable figures within the realm of unorthodox martial arts? Goris furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. Your master is one. And there are several martial artists within the province who embody that philosophy, wielding significant influence over the underground forces. It appears unorthodox martial artists fare quite well. And what of orthodox ones? They are similar, I suppose. Aside from their limited involvement with underground forces, they parallel the unorthodox in many respects. Goris queried. Haven't your seniors mentioned any of this to you? Gallon shook his head. As they approached the residential area of Blue Tree Street, Gallon waved goodbye to Goris. Rest assured, I have assembled ample manpower to handle this situation. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Goris's eyes. I have also made arrangements with the police department. This time, I intend to impart an unforgettable lesson to the Golden Ring. Garen discerned the determination reflected in Jerry's eyes and chose not to speak further. Upon entering the community, the elderly gatekeeper glanced at him before returning to his scribbles on paper, oblivious to whatever he was drawing. As he approached the stairwell, he faintly heard the cries of children from above, accompanied by the raspy voice of a male singer emanating from a record player. With a click, the door lock turned, revealing a dimly lit interior devoid of sound. Garen gently closed the door behind him, changed his shoes, and stepped into the living room. Suddenly, he noticed a dark figure sitting quietly on the couch. It was a person. Ingo? What are you doing here? Garen was momentarily taken aback, then recognized it was his sister. Since his arrival in this world, he had always harbored concern for her, knowing that given Inger's nature, it was unusual for her to be in such a situation. He sat beside her on the sofa. What's wrong? Did something happen today? Aren't you going to buy Bow Lake with your classmates tomorrow? I'm not going, she replied. What on earth transpired? Garen's brow furrowed. To him, home and the outside world were entirely different realms. This small house was a sanctuary where he could set aside all worries, a place where he could truly relax in the presence of his genuine and caring sister. Moreover, Inger was the one he most wished to protect from harm. Nothing's wrong, just leave it be. Inger turned her head away. I'm just a bit tired. Garen chuckled softly, reaching out to pinch her cheeks playfully. Ah. Hey, what are you doing? Inger exclaimed in anger, attempting to grasp his wrist to pull away. But her strength was insufficient, and her struggles proved futile. In this house, don't overthink things. Just get some rest. A good sleep will chase away all your troubles. Garen released her, adding, Don't forget, I'm here, along with Mom and Dad. You underestimate your brother. He grinned, standing tall and allowing her to strike at him. Is that a scratch for me? Ah. Inger was thoroughly incensed. You'll soon realize my strength. With a swift motion, she landed a punch on Garen's face. Ouch! Don't hit my face, Garen exclaimed, startled, as he swiftly dodged her second punch, shielding his head and scurrying about the living room. Inger chased him, and they darted around in a playful frenzy. After a considerable time of frolicking, Inger finally grew weary and collapsed onto the couch. Phew. In just a few months, you've noticeably gained quite a bit of weight. What on earth have you been eating? So outrageous. She rubbed her small fist, which was sore from striking Garen, while her own knuckles turned red from the impact. I've told you, I'm training in martial arts. I've officially taken on a master, so I'm certainly not inferior to you, Garen declared, feigning pride. This is pure slander. Garen sighed deeply, beginning to explain the situation to his sister in detail. The two of them sat on the sofa, engaging in light-hearted banter, and before they realized it, over 2 hours had passed, and it was well past midnight. Chapter 48. Fundamentals 2. Are you tired? If so, you should retire for the night. Galen, too, felt weary. Yet noticing his sister's reluctance to sleep, he chose to remain by her side, for it was a rare occasion when Inger needed solace due to her troubled spirit. He was not at all fatigued. He would rest later when the time came. Are you tired? Inger subtly inched closer to Galen, her arm brushing against his robust bicep, instilling a sense of comfort within her. It was an uncommon delight for the two to sit together and engage in conversation for such a duration. Since you are not going tomorrow, what plans do you have? Galen asked casually. Is it not permissible to stay home? Inger pondered for a moment before suggesting. Perhaps I might accompany you to observe the training at your martial arts school. Would that be welcome? You rascal. Inger began to flex her fist once more. Do not strike. This is not a decision I can make, as you know. The secrets of martial arts are not to be divulged to outsiders. That is the rule. Galen, aware that further teasing would provoke her, hastily clarified. That is true. But what about after your practice? I have visited the martial arts school and heard that a beautiful sister comes to fetch you every day, correct? A faint smile flickered across Inger's face, yet it bore a hint of rigidity. Galen was taken aback to learn that his sister had specifically visited Bayun Martial Arts School and inquired about him, discovering the existence of Juris, which left him feeling somewhat troubled. He sensed that Ingo harbored a peculiar attachment and sentiment towards him, transcending mere sibling bonds, infused with something more profound. Well, I am tired now and shall retire to bed. Inger abruptly stood and made her way to her bedroom. Galen found himself at a loss for words. The matter concerning Juris entailed a series of clandestine issues, and should they come to light, complications would surely ensue. Inger, being an ordinary individual, would not fare well if entangled in such affairs. Having spoken, With a resounding slam, Ingar shut the door behind her. Crack. Align your fists. Should your posture be askew, your balance will falter. Prolonged practice in such a manner could inflict significant wear on your knees, leaving irreparable internal injuries. Within the main training hall, second brother Ferric stood alongside Galen, correcting his fundamental stance with a composed demeanor. The two appeared as a juxtaposition of adult and child. Ferric was bare-chested, his skin a bronze hue, muscles resembling well-set concrete pillars, with faint veins visible beneath the surface. Much like the elder sister, he bore a tattoo of a white tiger upon his chest, while hers sprawled across her back and arms. His long, gray-white hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, complemented by white trousers and a belt, exuding a potent aura that melded both savagery and civilization. Martial arts encompass not only a multitude of fixed offensive and defensive techniques, but also these fundamental practices. I recall having mentioned that these exercises have been refined over time by predecessors, determining how to exert force without damaging muscles, ligaments, or bones, and which techniques maximize combat effectiveness while minimizing personal injury. These insights have been painstakingly distilled by countless predecessors through their own physical experiences, revealing the fundamental secrets of honing the human body. Ferric gently patted Galen's back as he stood firmly in the white cloud combat stance. Galen, remember that this stance must be executed without a hint of deviation. The center of gravity and the stability of your posture are paramount. Every movement must be executed with precision. The essence lies in exuding a presence as solid as a mountain. Feel the weight of your body, immensely heavy. A single misstep can lead to long-term issues with your knees and shoulders. Galen nodded vigorously, acknowledging, understood. Second brother. Ferric regarded Galen's posture with satisfaction, likening it to an elephant raising its front legs. Many novices, lacking a solid foundation in martial arts, mistakenly believe that understanding the theoretical core is sufficient to invent techniques at will, assuming their creations surpass traditional forms. They claim that these forms merely constrain thought and are ultimately useless, mere embellishments, a perspective that is grossly one-sided. Regrettably, they only perceive a fragment of the truth. While free-form combat may indeed appear formidable, it is built upon a disregard for bodily harm. This path of injuring others while simultaneously harming oneself is a perilous one, often leading to an abbreviated life for such martial artists, despite their apparent prowess in combat. Ferric mirrored Galen's symbolic stance, explaining that stances evolve with the progression of martial arts. Our giant elephant school did not always adopt this form. It has been refined and modified by our master. Therefore, you must embody your own interpretation, finding a stance that feels most stable and unshakable. He crossed his arms before his chest, arching his back slightly, bending his knees just so, with one foot forward and the other back, creating an impression of solidity and immovability. Every individual's body structure bears subtle differences, necessitating the discovery of one's own optimal position to establish the correct stance. Galen nodded, closing his eyes briefly to envision himself as a majestic elephant raising its legs. Yet he struggled to attain that sense of unwavering stability. Ferric's voice resonated once more, urging him, continuous adjustments are essential. Mere imitation of others is futile. No matter how flawlessly you replicate someone else's stance, it remains incorrect for you, as it is tailored to their physique, not yours. Indeed, Galen resolved to refine his stance once again. The concept of a stance transcends individual schools of thought, each with its own legacy. Ferric's voice shifted from the left to the front, aside from conditioning the body and achieving optimal combat readiness. The reason I impart this to you today is that the stance serves another core purpose. It is a tool for combat. Combat? Galen inquired. Precisely. The original intent of the stance is to facilitate the swift and efficient execution of lethal techniques, Ferric elucidated. Each martial arts school possesses its unique fighting techniques, resulting in diverse stances. The purpose of these stances generally serves two functions. First, to facilitate the execution of strikes, and second, to obscure the opponent's understanding of one's attack patterns. Thus, a stance must accommodate a multitude of variations to achieve a dynamic and unpredictable outcome. Now, let us examine the efficacy of these stances. Ferric patted Galen on the shoulder. You have nearly mastered the four great forms. You should be quite proficient by now. Come here. Galen nodded, closed his eyes, and retracted his stance, following Ferric to a more spacious area. Now, you may attack me. Feel free to strike however you wish. Ferric declared, adopting the stance of the great elephant. Understood, Galen responded, loosening his body as he focused on Ferric, his gaze gradually settling. Suddenly, he launched a swinging punch. With a swift motion, Ferric deflected it effortlessly, guiding Gallon-S punch aside. What was originally aimed at Ferric's side missed entirely. Gallon followed up with a kick, exerting nearly one-third of his strength. His right foot landed precisely in the gap between Ferric's arms, just as he was about to advance further. A sharp pain jolted through his ankle. Ferric had clamped his right leg between his arms. With a swift motion, Ferric feigned the sound of a bone snapping, demonstrating a hint of cruelty. Thus, your leg would be broken in two. Releasing Gallon-S leg, he resumed the great elephant stance. This posture effectively counters attacks from the front, as well as from both sides and above, though it leaves one vulnerable to attacks from behind. This is a challenge that most martial artists must confront, hence the vital lesson: one must never turn their back on an opponent. A proficient martial artist, regardless of circumstances, would never allow themselves to be positioned with their back to the adversary. I understand, Gallon nodded solemnly, recognizing the wisdom imparted by his senior brother. Often, one may comprehend a principle or gain insight, yet without personal experience to appreciate its impact, the understanding remains superficial, rendering practical application elusive. Thus, I advise you to practice. Within a secure environment, experience it firsthand. This is the way to engrave the knowledge into your very being. Ferric smiled as he concluded. What do you mean by practice? Senior brother? Gallon inquired, taken aback. With a playful wink, Ferric acknowledged Gallon-S surprise. You are aware, then? Gallon stammered. Indeed. We have observed the changes in you. Do you think Master is lenient for no reason? Your talent surpasses all of ours. It is now a matter of how far you can develop. Ferric chuckled, patting Gallon on the shoulder. Ferric, along with the eldest and third junior brothers, looked on with pride as Gallon, their extraordinarily gifted junior, grew stronger. They generously shared their knowledge and techniques. For Gallon-S strength would signify the strength of the entire Great Elephant School, contributing to its overall prowess. His relationship with the senior sister, in truth, is not particularly harmonious. Rather, it is characterized by a competitive dynamic, often leading to disagreements during their training sessions. However, these tensions do not escalate into genuine conflict. As such, discord between them ultimately represents a drain on their overall abilities, proving detrimental to both parties involved. Chapter 49: The Beginning of Misfortune. For a continuous span of 10 to 20 days, Gallon diligently practiced the Bayun combat technique under the vigilant supervision of his second elder brother, Ferric. It was only after correcting all potential errors that could lead to hidden injuries that Ferric found the leisure to attend to his own affairs. Owing to Ferric and Appo's constant presence and guidance, Gallon found himself unable to utilize the 2 accumulated attribute points he had earned over the days. Should he employ them? Such an abrupt enhancement would surely alert Ferric, thereby risking the exposure of his extraordinary abilities. Bang! Bang! In a brightly lit training room, 2 black iron rods, each as thick as an arm, struck forcefully against Gallon's back and chest, sending droplets of sweat flying to the ground. 2 robust martial arts students, panting heavily, struggled to lift the iron rods any longer, their strength utterly depleted. All right, thank you for your efforts. You may rest now, Gallon remarked as he straightened up, stretching his upper body muscles. It's Gallon, the senior brother, the 2 students exclaimed, hastily dropping the iron rods and exiting the room with an air of relief. Now, only Gallon remained at the center of the room, with white light streaming in through the side window, illuminating his bare torso and reflecting the sheen of his perspiration. Exhaling deeply, Gallon felt his muscles gradually relax. Outside, the distant sound of an accordion mingled with the lively chatter of people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Glancing out the window, Gallon surmised that the municipal government was hosting a celebration for the completion of a central statue, which had resulted in several days of continuous festivities. Approaching the window and looking down, he observed the bustling scene from the second-floor training hall, where he could see the street in front of the Martial Arts Academy. Tables adorned with pristine white tablecloths had been set up on both sides of the street, laden with fruits, pastries, and cakes. Some individuals had already taken their seats at the tables, indulging in the delightful offerings, among them several charming young girls. Even from the second floor, Gallon could discern the rich sweetness of bread and cake, as well as the enticing aroma of wheat pancakes and pea cakes. The 2 students who had just assisted him in his training were seated nearby, jovially huddled beside the 2 girls, their faces beaming with delight. Gallon couldn't help but chuckle softly. No wonder they appeared so reluctant earlier. He reached for the garment hanging on the rack and slowly donned it, concealing his well-defined muscles. Garcia remarked with a hint of annoyance, "If I weren't injured from sparring with the senior sister, would you even be able to suggest going out to play? Now hurry up and move swiftly. Surely you have someone special to visit?" "Indeed. Galen smiled, fastening his clothing and taking the key hanging on the rack. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, third elder brother. Had it not been for your reminder, I would have surely missed an important event today. Upon exiting the training room, Galen casually rinsed the sweat from his hair and face before stepping outside. As he crossed the threshold, a wave of chaotic warmth enveloped him. With crowds gathered on either side of the street, their gazes fixed on the slowly passing parade in the center, which showcased a troupe of acrobats making their way through the throng. From time to time, doves conjured by magic fluttered into the sky. Galen strolled leisurely along the street towards Pennington Street. After turning a few corners, he casually purchased several egg tarts and 2 cups of tomato juice from the street vendors, carrying them in hand as he made his way directly to the Dolphin Antique Shop. The shop was open, and at noon, old Gregor sat on a wooden stool at the entrance, beaming as he observed the beautiful young ladies passing by. The girls, clad in breezy red skirts and white stockings, occasionally raised their hands, showcasing fluffy silver pom-poms while chanting slogans. Alley Academy, forever the strongest. They appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, exuding youthful charm and vitality, marching in neat formation past the antique shop. Galen stood by the street, watching the elderly man across the way, smiling and raising the food in his hand. He was tall and robust, with striking dark purple hair and deep red eyes, his handsome face complemented by a growing strength and vitality that radiated like a blazing furnace, making him exceptionally eye-catching as he stood beside the procession. Occasionally, a girl from the group would raise her eyebrows and flirtatiously glance his way, clearly intrigued. Hey, handsome. A blonde beauty slightly detached from the group and bumped into Galen, her deep blue eyes seemingly teasing him. Casually, she flicked a small white note that promptly struck Galen, who caught it effortlessly. You are quite lovely. However, Galen shrugged, gently shaking his head while holding the note. A flicker of disappointment crossed the blonde's eyes. The girls gradually moved away, their slogans still resonating in the air. Onlookers along the streets were plentiful as Galen maneuvered through a few obstructing individuals towards the antique shop. Same old story. Weren't those girls from Alley Academy stunning? Did they stir your heart? I distinctly saw someone handing you a note. Old Gregor remarked with a lewd grin. Still so lecherous at your age, Galen replied, exasperated. Mama. A little boy dashed past Galen, tripped, and fell flat on his face. Galen instinctively lifted the boy to help him regain his footing, surprisingly. The boy did not cry but continued to shout as he ran forward, leaping into the embrace of a lovely young woman. The woman smiled kindly at Galen in gratitude before turning to lead the boy away. Old Gregor gazed after the boy, a glimmer of loneliness flashing in his eyes. If my grandson were still here, he would be about that age. Galen sensed the old man's wistfulness but refrained from responding, sipping his tomato juice as he observed the bustling street, awaiting Gregor's next words. Because of me, my son and daughter suffered. Alas. Old Gregor muttered after taking a sip of tomato juice, his words slurred. Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Perhaps? Galen replied noncommittally, his expression remaining inscrutable. Galen, my boy. The old man suddenly adopted a serious tone. Have you always been curious about why I opened this antique shop all by myself? Curious? Why should I be? Living this way, simply and unremarkably, isn't it quite pleasant? Garen cast a curious glance at the old man. By the way, shall we continue our studies today? He inquired, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Garen rose and followed the old man into the antique shop, observing as the elder secured the door, allowing a beam of light to filter through the small window above, illuminating the room. The old man, Gregor, emerged from the inner chamber carrying 2 hefty tomes, plopping himself down at the desk and gesturing towards the books. These 2 volumes shall serve as the standard texts for my future explanations to you. Feel free to peruse them. The content is meticulously accurate, having been thoroughly scrutinized and corrected by me, so you need not worry. Thank you, Garen replied, casually opening the first book, only to find the pages densely filled with annotations and highlighted points in red ink. As he leafed through, he was astonished to discover that this extensive tome, over 2,000 pages long, was entirely covered in such meticulous notes. Upon turning to the second book, he was met with the same sight. These are annotations I made long ago, with all errors and omissions rectified. Originally, they were intended for my grandson, but I decided to offer them to you first. The old man elaborated. To be honest, the sight of those densely annotated pages moved Garen. He couldn't fathom how much time the old man must have dedicated to producing such comprehensive notes. If I master these 2 books, will that suffice for a foundational understanding? He asked, closing the tomes. That should be sufficient, more or less. The next step involves practical, hands-on appraisal. One must physically engage with the artifacts to truly enhance one's evaluative skills. Additionally, a thorough understanding of the characteristics and histories of various objects is essential. The old man replied, slowly beginning to polish a pair of glasses. Garen took a seat on the stool, nodding attentively as he sat upright across from the old man. What shall we discuss today? He inquired. Chapter 50, The Onset of Misfortune 2. Garen nodded thoughtfully, opening the book and beginning to peruse its contents with great care. As time slipped away, 2 hours soon elapsed. He let out a long sigh, noting the page he had read before gently closing the tome. Hurry along. I must meet several old friends shortly. Do not delay me in my affairs. The elder, engrossed in his reading, glanced down with impatience. As if eager for Garen to take his leave, Garen chuckled softly, gathering 2 volumes in his arms. Yes, I shall be swift. Your slow pace vexes me. The old man remained unperturbed, still fixated on the pages before him. Remember to jot down any questions you wish to ask tomorrow. Understood. No sooner had Garen taken a few steps than he noticed Grace standing by a white sedan at the entrance of Barrington Street, her expression grave. As if awaiting his arrival, Garen quickened his pace to approach her. What is the matter? He inquired, furrowing his brow. A sudden flutter of apprehension stirring within him as he recalled Tali Mercury's visit to Grace. Grace retrieved a photograph from her bag and handed it to Garen. This morning, Tali Mercury unexpectedly came to see me, presenting this for my appraisal. Garen accepted the photograph, his eyes widening in astonishment as he examined the image. He closed his eyes for a moment, then reopened them, a weighty seriousness now evident in his gaze. Where is the great detective? He is at our office. Let us go find him, Garen stated resolutely. He gazed out the window, musing that perhaps, through the hand of this eminent detective, he could uncover the truth behind his previous encounter at Silvervale Castle. A lingering intuition whispered to him that Silvervale Castle might indeed be the genesis of it all. Very well, Grace responded, starting the engine and gradually maneuvering through the bustling crowd. Inside a small room of a street-facing building. Ha! Mr. Tali Mercury, it has been far too long. Garen exclaimed joyfully, enveloping Tali Mercury in a hearty embrace. Indeed, it has been quite a while. A delighted smile spread across Tali Mercury and Apos' face. Mr. Kelly, that man with the golden ring did not give you any trouble, I hope? I sent inquiries far and wide after our last meeting, but alas, I had no word of you. What a serendipitous encounter this is. The great detective retained his ever-present smoking pipe, clad in a dark trench coat. Beside him stood a striking woman in a white gown, adorned with a feathered hat, her hands gracefully clasped at her abdomen, exuding an air of refined elegance. And who might this be? Garen inquired. This is my wife, Marion, Mercury introduced the lady. Greetings, dear Mrs. Mercury, Garen replied with a warm smile and nod. The three settled onto the sofa. Mr. Mercury, I happen to be the designated appraiser for Manrington Company. The item you wish to authenticate has indeed passed through my hands. Upon learning it was yours, I eagerly took it upon myself to come and examine it personally. It is astonishing how swiftly time has flown since our last parting. Nearly a month or 2 has slipped by. Indeed, I never anticipated that Mr. Kelly himself would obstruct the operations of the Manrington Company. It seems rather fortuitous. Tari Mercury nodded with a smile, yet he was curious whether Mr. Kelly had discerned the origins of such an object. The other 2 remained patient, quietly sitting as they awaited his response. After a considerable pause, Galen finally spoke. To speak candidly, this object is likely a remnant from a vast empire that existed over 1,000 years ago, a product from a millennium ago. Both Mr. and Mrs. Mercury were taken aback. Galen sighed, clarifying that this identification was not his own conclusion, but rather the assessment provided by the appraiser of the Manrington Company, which he merely relayed without alteration. I see. Tari Mercury exchanged a glance with his wife, their expressions turning somber. However, Galen hesitated. There are certain matters I am uncertain whether to disclose. Tari Mercury narrowed his eyes and urged, Mr. Kelly, please speak freely. We share a bond forged in adversity, and there is nothing to hold back. Galen met his gaze, sensing his resolve, and steeled himself. In that case, whether you believe it or not, I shall share another aspect of the appraisal. An ill-fated antique. Tari Mercury was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure, murmuring, I should have anticipated this. Mrs. Mercury, seated beside him, wiped a bead of sweat from her brow, revealing a hint of concern at her husband's reaction. This is no trivial matter. Tari Mercury quickly responded, his eyes betraying a flicker of urgency as he hastily retrieved a small black box from his inner coat pocket. Upon grasping it, his expression shifted dramatically. How did you know? Tari Mercury gasped, rising abruptly, his breathing becoming rapid. Stay calm. Stay calm. Mrs. Mercury quickly steadied her husband, forcing him back into his seat. Let us first allow Mr. Kelly to finish. Taking a deep breath, Tari Mercury apologized. I beg your pardon, Mr. Kelly, for my rudeness. It's quite all right. You may call me Kelly. We ought to consider ourselves friends by now. Galen nodded in agreement. Very well, Kelly. Could you enlighten me on how you discerned that someone was in peril? Though seated, Tari Mercury's gaze remained fixed intently on Galen's eyes. This is of utmost importance to me. Intuition. Very well. Your instincts are indeed remarkably sharp. It is likely due to your passion that you are a true expert. Acutely sensitive to the ominous nature of ill-fated antiques, and fortuitously, I require your assistance. Tari Mercury spoke earnestly. Do you know how to dispel the misfortune associated with such antiques? My friend Bai Ying's son is in distress. He owes Tari Mercury a favor due to the black jade plate, although after the last rescue, that debt has been settled. While he may not harbor much interest in Tari Mercury's daughter, he still maintains a favorable attitude towards him. After all, the assistance provided by the black jade plate has been invaluable in his journey of continual empowerment. Chapter 51. Companions. Tali Mercury lifted the coffee cup from the table, gently sipping its contents to steady himself before slowly speaking. What has happened? Galen inquired. He fell from the castle's upper floors. Tali Mercury sighed. Had there not been something below to break his fall, it could have been fatal. Yet, even so, Civica has remained unconscious, unaware of where he has landed. Lady Marian interjected. Strangely, the doctor examined Civica thoroughly and found no signs of any head injuries, yet he remains unresponsive. He lies motionless in his hospital bed. Her face was etched with concern, and she added, if possible, we hope you, Mr. Kelly, can assist us. Galen furrowed his brow, observing Tali Mercury and Lady Marian, who evidently viewed him as a person of mysterious abilities, hoping his enigma could resolve Civica's plight. I am truly sorry, he said, intertwining his fingers, revealing his distress. My understanding of cursed artifacts is merely perceptive. I do not possess the mystical powers you imagine. I am but an ordinary person, albeit one with a somewhat unique gift. However, about Civica's condition, Lady Marian began, but Tali Mercury interrupted. Do not say more, Marian. I can see that Mr. Kelly genuinely cannot assist. He speaks the truth. The great detective furrowed his brow, gradually regaining his usual calm and sagacity. It is time for a thorough analysis. Galen nodded. Recently, I have been somewhat idle. I shall join you in examining the situation. Should we encounter any cursed artifacts, I will be able to alert you promptly. I will go. Suddenly, a male voice penetrated the room from the window. A white figure leaped through the partially open window, landing on the corner of the sofa. It was a blond man clad in a white trench coat. My son has encountered trouble. It must be the work of the golden ring. All this talk of curses is mere sensationalism. The disturbances in this world are invariably the result of human machinations. Galen looked up and recognized the man as the blond figure who had been near the two children that fateful night. Reproaching him for his supposed brutality and suggesting his martial path had veered into darkness. Who is this? He is White Hawk, my closest friend, Tali Mercury introduced him, simultaneously presenting Galen's current disguise as Kelly. White Hawk's hawk-like gaze swept over Galen, and he nodded. This time, we may very well depend on you. He failed to recognize Galen as the one who had been associated with the alleged disciples of the demon elephant that night. Not at all. I have faced adversity alongside Tali, and it is only fitting that friends assist one another. Moreover, this matter pertains to cursed artifacts, which piques my interest immensely, Galen replied, waving his hand dismissively. Now, when shall we visit the Silver Veil Castle? Tomorrow, Tali Mercury suggested. We shall convene at the Maridun Company early in the morning and proceed to Silver Veil Castle together. Agreed. That works. Do not fret too much. Everything shall turn out well. Galen sighed and patted Tali Mercury on the shoulder. His kindness stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, he felt a sense of obligation towards Tali for the gifts received, and secondly, he was profoundly intrigued by the secrets of the cursed antiques. Having once been deceived in the Silver Veil Castle, please, make yourselves at home. I shall take my leave, Galen said as he turned to exit the room. As he closed the door, he cast a final glance at the White Eagle, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. That fellow had been eavesdropping outside the window, and I hadn't noticed a thing. His prowess is quite formidable. Gora stood at the doorway awaiting him, and together they descended to the lower levels of the company. This is a branch of my company, and I have complete autonomy over its operations. Additionally, the findings of your requested investigation are ready, she said, handing Galen a document. As he perused the material, a frown deepened upon his brow. No apparent signs of injury. Could it be a case of cardiac arrest? No worries. I shall personally investigate this matter alongside the great detective. It conveniently aligns with my own intentions, Galen remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Goris was unaware of his plans but nodded in acknowledgement. Do you require any preparations? If possible, please procure a firearm for me, Galen replied with a smile. You've arrived quite early, Tali Mercury observed. Shall we take a car? At the front of the building. Tali Mercury and the White Eagle stood together. Marion from yesterday was absent, as was Mercury's former beautiful assistant. They listened as a sleek black sedan pulled up, its headlights resembling the vacant eyes of a lifeless fish. I will drive. Let us head directly to Silvervale Castle. Everything is prepared, I trust? Tali Mercury opened the car door and took a seat. The White Eagle and Galen followed suit. With a firm thud, they closed the car doors. The White Eagle retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Galen. Thank you, but I do not smoke. Mr. Kelly, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. The White Eagle said, lighting his cigarette and exhaling a white smoke ring. Regardless of whether things go smoothly, I owe you a favor. You are a friend of Tali Mercury, thus you are my friend as well. Such matters need not be spoken of among friends. Besides, it is my own volition. Galen replied with a smile. I can see you are a person of integrity. You are worth befriending. You too, the White Eagle responded, grinning. The vehicle gradually began to move, merging into the flow of traffic on the street. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, the car eased out of the urban sprawl of Hawaii City, traversing a dusty yellow road that wound swiftly through the expansive, withered grass hills. Inside the vehicle, Galen toyed with the black handgun in his hands, examining it with meticulous care, displaying an eager demeanor. Kelly, is this your first time handling a gun? Tali Mercury inquired, having observed Galen's actions in the rearview mirror. Indeed, isn't it unnecessary in the city? Rarely venturing out, I was provided with a defensive sidearm by Goris. Galen, intrigued, toyed with the small revolver, a type of handgun in this world that accommodates only 6 rounds at a time. Remarkably, after firing a shot, it automatically rotates to the next bullet, classifying it as semi-automatic. We should arrange a visit to the shooting range together sometime, White Eagle remarked, casually holding onto a remaining cigarette butt. He retrieved a white handgun from his waist, but first, he decided to address the pesky little rodents behind them. Before he finished speaking, he abruptly flung open the car door and rolled out. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out in quick succession, followed by the screeching halt of a vehicle behind them. Tali Mercury decisively brought the car to a stop and immediately leapt out. Galen, not to be outdone, brandished his handgun and glanced backward. Through the car window, he witnessed White Eagle aiming and hitting a tall, burly man, then performing a front flip, rolling to his feet and accurately dispatching 2 black-clad assailants trailing behind. To their astonishment, 2 black sedans were trailing their vehicle, with 6 individuals emerging from them. In the brief span of time, White Eagle had already eliminated 4, while 2 others attempted to escape by turning into a nearby vehicle. With a cold smirk, White Eagle raised his gun and fired twice. Boom! The turning sedan erupted in a thunderous explosion, flames igniting fiercely, and a pungent odor of gasoline and burnt flesh wafted through the air. Galen had barely exited the car when the skirmish concluded. Such swift movements and precise marksmanship. Observing White Eagle's lethal efficiency sent a chill through Galen. The crimson flames cast a faint glow on the faces of the trio. Tali Mercury bent down to inspect the bodies. They were members of the Golden Ring. These loathsome little rodents. White Eagle spat disdainfully, shaking off the dirt and debris from his white trench coat. Upon turning, he noticed Galen had also exited the vehicle, displaying no fear at the grisly scene, which elicited a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Mr. Kelly seems to have encountered his fair share of such situations, doesn't he? Last time, it appears you dealt with the Golden Ring as well. Perhaps we could engage in a friendly sparring session sometime? I do not consider myself a professional combatant. My interests lie in antiques. Moreover, as you know, one cannot afford to be unacquainted with such matters in our line of work. Galen replied with a resigned smile and a shrug. Indeed. Now, let us return to the vehicle, gentlemen. Matters of killing and arson are best left to seasoned combat professionals like us, White Eagle stated, giving a kick to the corpse beneath his feet before striding towards the sedan. The other 2 followed suit, and as the car roared to life, they continued their accelerated journey forward. Inside the vehicle, a profound silence enveloped them, with no one daring to break it. Galen glanced at White Eagle. He appeared at ease. yet it was evident he was in a heightened state of vigilance. It was said that he and Tali Mercury had previously been injured in an ambush involving explosives set by the Golden Ring, clearly leaving a lasting impression that rendered him cautious and unyielding against perceived threats. Tali Mercury focused intently on driving, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if lost in thought. With White Eagle's high alertness, perhaps it was best to take a moment to rest. Galen simply closed his eyes to rest, and eventually drifted into a gentle slumber. Chapter 52. Companions 2. It is uncertain how much time has passed when the vehicle gradually came to a halt. "We have arrived," came the voice of Tali Mercury. Galen slowly opened his eyes and glanced outside the window, where the quaintly beautiful hillside revealed glimpses of the two-story buildings of Kennu Town, sparsely dotting the landscape. A dusty ox cart passed by the side of the luxurious vehicle, driven by a curious young boy who gazed at the sleek black carriage. "Have we reached our destination?" Galen stretched languidly. Following suit, Galen opened the door and stepped out, tilting his head to gaze at the heavens. The sky was shrouded in somber gray clouds, the wind brisk, carrying a faint hint of moisture. Despite it being midday, the light remained dim, suggesting an impending downpour. "Let us reach our destination before the rain begins," Tali instructed, as he switched seats to take the driver's position. "I will tend to the vehicle's registration. You two, find a carriage." "Understood," came the reply. The trio worked in unison and soon located a carriage driver willing to take them to Silver Vale Castle at double the fare. Once aboard the carriage, they resumed their journey. After 2 more hours of travel, they finally returned to the small hillside they had visited previously. Standing on the dark green slope, they gazed into the distance at Silver Vale Castle. The castle remained enveloped in a shroud of ash, its structure and the surrounding earth resembling a hue of ashen gray, interspersed with dark charcoal elements, reminiscent of coffee mixed with powdered milk. The 3-pronged castle exuded an eerie silence, broken only by the whispering wind through the surrounding trees. A low rumble echoed from the overcast sky, the thunder rolling closer, then retreating again. "Wow, is this Silver Vale Castle? The atmosphere is quite impressive." White Eagle chuckled, seemingly unfazed, though his eyes scanned the surroundings with keen vigilance. "We shall reside here for the next few days." Initially, the police had stationed 2 officers to guard the site, but I informed them to withdraw yesterday. The scene of your incident remains virtually unchanged, identical to when Civica was injured. Tali's expression turned grave. "Let us proceed. The rain is about to pour." He took the lead down the slope, with White Eagle closely following. Galen cast a careful glance at a second-floor window on the left side of the castle, the very spot from which he had been pushed down before he joined the others. The trio traversed the dark green hillside, akin to 3 diminutive ants traversing a verdant carpet, utterly insignificant against the vastness of their surroundings. Expanses of grass and trees surrounded them, devoid of any other presence. As they steadily approached the heart of Silver Vale Castle, suddenly, a crack of blue lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a resounding thunderclap. The 3 hastened their steps towards the castle's enclosure, quickly arriving at the grand entrance. Tali Mercury produced the key to unlock the door, while White Eagle surveyed the area with a frown of concern, and Galen stared at the castle before him, a shiver of trepidation creeping into his heart. If possible, it would be prudent to revisit that room from their last encounter. Though he had never feared the unknown in his past life, a slight chill crept over his skin, and his scalp tingled with unease. However, this only heightened his excitement. The more fear he felt, the more it exposed the vulnerabilities within his soul. Was this world not far more intriguing than his previous life? Thoughts swirled silently in his mind. Creak. The door swung open. The 3 entered in single file. As the door slowly closed behind them, the hall was shrouded in darkness. Tali Mercury removed a torch from the wall, igniting it to serve as a source of light. Should they split up or stay together? Together, for encountering someone with a golden ring alone would be troublesome. White Eagle frowned. Indeed, Galen concurred. With no objections from either Galen or White Eagle, the trio ascended the curved staircase to the second floor. Soon, they returned to the room where Galen had been pushed down. With a sharp click, the door creaked open. A layer of white dust cascaded down from above the doorframe. It seemed Kelly had not actually stayed in this room. "I had thought you resided here." Tali Mercury chuckled. "How could there be so much dust?" He did not step inside but crouched at the entrance to peer in. The room was in a state of utter disrepair. The floor was thick with dust, containing a large bed, a chest, and a stool, nothing more. In the midst of the dust on the floor, there was a faint trail of footprints. White Eagle nodded and began to inspect the room's furnishings. Only Galen, at the moment the door swung open, felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, goosebumps erupting across his skin. He vividly remembered entering this room before. The arrangement was identical. Yet now, just a month or two since his last visit, it seemed impossible for so much dust to accumulate. The bed, which Darim Mercury had clearly used, was now a stark contrast. A new, pristine bedding must have been laid. Yet now, it appeared as if the bed had not been used in years. The linens yellowed and coated in dust and cobwebs. Darim, you didn't stay in this room the last time we came, did you? He crouched down, his voice dry. How could that be? Darim Mercury replied, puzzled, casting a glance at Galen. Only Civica had entered this room. The dust on the floor must have taken years to accumulate. Then, which room did I actually enter last time? Galen's mind began to spiral. Was Darim deliberately spreading dust to disguise the room? He meticulously examined the interior. Looking inside from the doorway, everything appeared as he had seen before, merely dustier and more dilapidated. What now? He whispered, refraining from mentioning the previous incident. Let us tidy up. We will take the two adjacent rooms. I am curious to uncover the peculiarities of this Silvervale fortress, Darim Mercury declared fearlessly. How shall we divide the rooms? White Eagle glanced at Galen. Why don't we all share one room and just move in a bed? Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety on either side. Garen fell into a moment of silence, waving his hand dismissively. I shall manage alone in a room. You two may share. White Eagle, it would also be convenient for you to guard Tali. Let us not forget, I am not an ordinary person devoid of the capacity to resist. A faint smile graced his lips. This arrangement may prove beneficial. I am eager to uncover the true nature of the misfortune surrounding the cursed artifact. Tali nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated their pale faces, accompanied by a continuous rumble of thunder. The rain began to pelt against the castle windows, quickly transforming into a relentless barrage of sound, sharp and resonant. Who goes there? Tali's gaze sharpened as he swiftly drew his pistol, aiming it toward the corridor behind Garen. The two were positioned face to face, Tali's weapon directed at an indistinct figure lurking at the far end of the corridor. What is it? I sense no presence behind me. No. I distinctly saw a shadow flit past the corridor's end. It was clearly spying on us. Tali asserted, his tone grave. Had it not been for the reflection from the brass wall lamp on the right side of the corridor, I would have failed to notice that figure. So you observed movement through the reflection of that lamp? White Eagle contemplated, eyeing the brass fixture Tali indicated. The lamp, oddly enough, shone brightly without a trace of verdigris. Indeed, we should share a room for safety, Tali suggested quietly. Perhaps it was the Gold Ring's agents. It seems we must remain vigilant and discern their schemes. White Eagle replied coldly. The trio then moved two single beds into the adjacent room, tidying up just enough to make the space tolerable for sleep. Garen was acutely aware that both Tali and White Eagle were skeptical of the cursed artifact. After all, with the right information, the tales he had recounted could easily be fabricated. They suspected that these so-called cursed relics were merely the result of human folly. Yet, he himself felt an unease. This silken castle held an undeniable air of the uncanny. A sudden thud echoed from outside the room, resembling the sound of a window rattling against its frame due to the wind. The three sat in silence, perched upon their beds and chairs, listening intently to the commotion outside. The rain intensified, cascading down as if poured from a large vessel, while a mournful wind howled through the castle-esque corridors, reminiscent of a ghostly wail. Chapter 53. Rainy Night. Bying gripped the handgun tightly, gradually rising to stand against the wall. He exchanged a meaningful glance with the other two, who immediately understood, standing up to draw their own firearms and disengage the safeties. Crack! A bolt of lightning illuminated the room, casting a stark brightness. Bying pressed his ear against the wall, seemingly listening intently. There is someone outside, he whispered. More than one. As he withdrew his ear, chunks of white plaster crumbled from the wall, falling with a swift rustle. Who is it? Bying growled, suddenly rolling away as two bullet holes appeared in the wall beside him, revealing that someone was shooting from the adjoining room. He sprang to his feet and dashed to the door, flinging it open and rushing outside. Jalong and Tali remained alert in the room, not daring to move. Jalong, with his handgun in hand, leaned against the window, vigilantly watching the entrance. Suddenly, he felt a tug at the back of his collar. Turning around, he noticed that the window had been opened, yet the outside was devoid of any presence. Torrential rain poured down, obscuring visibility beyond a few meters. What's wrong, Kelly? He inquired, puzzled. It felt like someone was pulling my collar, he speculated. But perhaps I'm just overly tense, and it got caught. Tali leaned closer to glance out the window. They were on the second floor, well above the ground, and it was plausible that his collar had snagged. Be careful, Don't stand at the window. Even in this weather, it's perilous to see nothing. Understood, Jialong nodded. Bang. A sudden gunshot echoed from the next room. Let us go. Tali was the first to burst through the door, with Jialong closely following. They swiftly arrived at the adjacent room, the very one Jialong had been pushed into earlier. The room was eerily empty. Bang. Tali called out loudly. Kelly, he shouted, gripping his handgun tighter, his expression growing tense. Bang. Kelly, are you there? The half-open door was suddenly pushed by the wind, swinging wide open. Creak. The sound pierced the silence of the corridor, which was only filled with the sound of rain. Outside, it was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Tali felt his hand tremble around the gun as he sensed something amiss. His gaze swept across the room swiftly. Oddly, the entire room appeared unusually tidy. The cobwebs on the large bed had vanished, replaced by pristine white linens, and the floor, composed of polygonal red bricks, or not a speck of dust. The large trunk at the foot of the bed was also remarkably clean, devoid of any accumulated dust. This is, indeed, strange. Tali's expression darkened as he cautiously disengaged the safety on his handgun. Bang! Huh! A bizarre occurrence unfolded. Detective Tali, who was a step quicker, was utterly unable to see any shadows. Tali. Jialong slowly disengaged the safety on his handgun and entered the room. It was filled with dust, and a considerable area of the floor by the window was dampened. A figure stood with their back to him, gazing out the window. As Jialong scrutinized closely, he noticed that the clothing of the person bore a faint resemblance to Bai Ying. Tali, he whispered softly. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed behind them. Tali. Bai Ying gasped, panting. Someone was just next door, but I couldn't catch up. I lost them. Could it be a mistake? Bai Ying frowned and approached the window, crouching down to inspect the ground. There were no footprints here. It was impossible for anyone to have stood in this spot. Impossible, Galen declared firmly. I distinctly saw someone standing at the window. Wait, where's Tali? Wasn't he with you? Bai Ying was taken aback. I followed him into this room. And then he just vanished. I was blocked from seeing him by the door for less than 2 seconds, and when I came in, he was gone. Galen spoke in a low voice. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated their pale faces. This is troublesome. Bai Ying's expression grew serious as he retrieved a match and lit a small torch he carried, the bright yellow flame gradually illuminating a small area of the room. Galen suddenly had a thought, his expression shifting as he rushed to the window to look down. Below, the dark lawn revealed nothing, and he exhaled a long breath. Tali had only entered a step ahead of me. Are you certain? Bai Ying's demeanor was calm, but his gaze toward Galen grew somewhat piercing. In such a brief moment, he couldn't have entered and vanished. Bai Ying fixed his eyes on him, tightening his grip on his pistol. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something, and he slowly backed away from Galen, crouching by the door and gently touching the ground with his empty hand. Instantly, his body relaxed. You're right. There are indeed 3 sets of footprints here. However, one set vanished as soon as it entered the room. Galen felt a chill in his heart and stepped forward to crouch down and inspect the ground. There were indeed 3 pairs of footprints. One had disappeared upon entering the room, while the other 2 were still visible due to the dampness. Bang! A sudden gust of wind rushed in through the window, slamming the door shut with a force that nearly struck Galen's nose. The wind is too strong. Bai Ying stood up. I apologize, I misjudged you, he said, pushing against the door, but it wouldn't budge. It's fine. The door must have locked automatically. Use the key to open it, Galen advised. His expression grave as he remained alert to their surroundings. They had to find Tali quickly. He could be in grave danger. I'll do it, Bai Ying nodded, his expression darkening. He took out a set of keys, glanced at the labels, selected one, and inserted it into the keyhole. The keys rattled within the lock, but the door remained still. Bai Ying pushed again, but it wouldn't open at all. Bai Ying was suddenly startled. Something was amiss. Break it down. Galen also sensed the problem. Bai Ying nodded, stepping back before delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The door did not budge, but a cloud of white dust fell from around it. This room is peculiar. Galen retreated a step to create some distance. All right. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the corridor, followed by the splintering sound of a wooden door. He hurriedly rushed out with his bag, only to find the corridor eerily empty, devoid of any further sound. The door to the adjacent room remained tightly locked and unscathed. What, then, had caused the sounds he had just heard? A chill ran down his spine. He had distinctly heard the gunshot and the door breaking, yet now even Bai Ying had vanished. Gazing at the securely locked door before him, Galen realized that if he did not act swiftly, Tali might very well perish inside. Although he had already repaid his debt to you, he drew his handgun and aimed at the lock. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, shattering the lock completely. With a forceful shove, Galen burst through the door. The room was empty. The large bed had been moved aside, revealing a slanted exit beneath it, leading down to the staircase. Galen took a deep breath and approached the hidden exit, peering down. From this vantage point, he could see Tali lying motionless on the ground floor. Tali. Without a moment's hesitation, Galen leaped down, grasping the staircase railing for support, and landed firmly beside Tali. Tali, are you all right? He lifted the detective, checking for signs of life, and found he was still breathing. Tali slowly opened his eyes, mumbling in confusion, My beneath. It was only then that Tali regained some clarity, sitting up and gasping for air. That was close. In the blink of an eye, you all disappeared. I discovered a significant secret alone in the room. Forget about that for now. Buying is missing. Galen replied sternly. Just moments ago. I heard him break through the door, yet the door remains intact. Buying is missing? Tali's expression remained calm. Don't worry too much. Buying is stronger than both of us. If we are unharmed, he should be fine as well. He drew his gun and aimed it skyward. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired, the sound piercing through the rain outside, momentarily silencing it. Soon, a white figure rushed down the staircase from the 2nd floor, landing before them. Are you all right? Buying called out, concern evident in his voice. We and Oppos, fine. Tali nodded. I just saw someone from the Golden Ring. Indeed. They were up to no good. So did I? I witnessed a figure leap from the window and immediately gave chase. Bai Ying replied solemnly, but regrettably, I lost them. Follow me, Bai Ying instructed, leading them out the main entrance to the left side of the castle, where a small pavilion sheltered them from the rain. Inside the pavilion lay the body of a man in black, blood pooling from his chest and seeping into the grass, diluted by the relentless rain. Bai Ying seized the man's left ear, ripping off a golden earring. Golden ring number 114, he stated, tossing the earring to Tali. Chapter 54, Rainy Night 2. Garen remained silent, paying no heed to their analyses. He stood slightly behind, attentively observing his surroundings. Not far ahead. The faint murmur of 2 voices drifted through the air, but Garen focused on the area behind him. Standing back, shrouded by the rain, he watched the 2 individuals in the pavilion ahead, one standing, the other crouching, engaged in intermittent dialogue, their words carried away by the wind. Garen glanced upward toward the room from which they had descended earlier. There, through the dimly lit window, a shadowy figure stood, indistinct and obscured in darkness, rendering the face unrecognizable. The room was enveloped in inky blackness, making discernment impossible. Garen quietly scrutinized the silhouette, remaining voiceless until a sudden exclamation broke the silence. I've discovered the crux of the matter. At that moment, Tali and Mercury approached him, patting Garen on the shoulder as they advanced toward the castle's grand entrance. Garen hastily followed, glancing back at the 2nd floor window, which now revealed an emptiness. The 3 of them entered the hall on the ground floor, arriving at the spot where Tali and Mercury had previously descended. Moments later, Tali stood once more. Follow me. Garen recognized that Tali had indeed uncovered something significant. Together with White Eagle, he trailed behind the detective as they made their way to the rear of the staircase on the 1st floor. Tali explored the ground in the corner, and suddenly, with a swift motion, he pulled up a dark wooden panel. Instantly, a passage resembling a cellar emerged from the floor, releasing a pungent odor of blood. The trio's expressions turned grave as they exchanged glances. White Eagle produced a match and struck it gently. With a soft hiss, the flickering light illuminated the scene within the entrance. To their shock, the modest underground chamber was cluttered with lifeless bodies, all clad in black garments, adorned with golden earrings. Despite having steeled themselves psychologically, the sheer number of corpses overwhelmed them, eliciting involuntary gasps. For a moment, they were unable to regain their composure. After what felt like an eternity, White Eagle was the first to recover. Tali frowned, remarking, I too stumbled upon a clue. I had not anticipated that following this trail would lead to such a grim discovery. It seems this castle holds even more mysteries than we had imagined. Not more than a day has passed since their demise, White Eagle observed after inspecting the bodies, his voice grave. What shall we do now, Tali? Before Tali could respond, he suddenly jolted, a look of realization crossing his face as if he had recalled something vital. Follow me, he commanded, abruptly turning and jogging away while casting glances at the wall-s reliefs. Garen and White Eagle, bewildered, followed closely behind him, running directly to a room resembling a study. Tali moved aside a vacant bookshelf, tapping the ground before quickly locating a pull ring, which he yanked upward with force. With a resounding crash, a large wooden board was lifted, revealing a vast dark entrance below. Tali illuminated the opening with the match White Eagle had struck. The entrance displayed a metallic staircase, extending downward into the abyss. Garen leaned over to peer inside. The entrance was expansive, revealing a black metal staircase sloping downward. Tali Mercury spoke little, simply releasing the wooden board and leaning it aside, maintaining it in an open position. He tucked his shirt into his trousers and descended directly. White Eagle followed closely, while Galen repositioned himself, gazing down from the entrance. The spiraled staircase coiled downwards, extending into the depths of darkness where the end was utterly invisible, resembling a spiraling funnel. Galen nodded, observing the counterclockwise winding stairs that stretched into the unfathomable abyss, a chill creeping into his heart. The two individuals who had entered earlier ignited a short torch, the flickering flame appearing exceedingly feeble within the spiral stairwell. After a moment's contemplation, Galen picked up a decaying wooden plank from a nearby bookshelf, weighed it in his hand, found it somewhat heavy, and tossed it directly into the middle of the staircase. The blackened wood tumbled down, then fell completely silent. The two who had just descended halted, and Tali retrieved something from within, igniting it before tossing it toward the center as well. A small piece, still ablaze with a red glow, spiraled downwards, illuminating the surrounding scene. Countless concentric staircases surrounded them, the red light diminishing, growing increasingly distant until it became a mere speck before vanishing entirely into the darkness, rendering everything invisible. I estimated that this staircase descends at least 500 meters deep. It could even be deeper. Tali Mercury spoke gravely. The fundamental secret of the Silver Veil Castle may lie within here, or perhaps this is also the ultimate destination of the Golden Ring. Within moments of their descent, a strong musty odor enveloped them, and they felt an icy chill, their faces paling slightly. Galen leaned against the two, sensing the waves of cold emanating from their bodies. We should return tomorrow with others for a thorough investigation. Surely, even the people of the Golden Ring cannot decipher this place in haste, White Eagle suggested. By the way, I found this in the room earlier. Kelly, could you take a look at it? Tali Mercury handed over a small, black gemstone ring, the band silver, though faintly marked with red rust. Galen received it and began to examine it closely. This is something from 50 or 60 years ago, he added. It seems this castle is far from ordinary. Aside from us, it appears others have been able to inflict significant losses upon the Golden Ring. Tali Mercury closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Let us depart from here. We must meticulously examine the records available. He opened his eyes and spoke with composure. While I wish for the complete eradication of that Golden Ring faction, being wrongfully accused is certainly an uncomfortable feeling. White Eagle shrugged. It seems we have no choice. We cannot remain here tonight. Galen nodded in agreement. The three restored the study to its original arrangement and quietly exited the castle, sprinting through the rain toward the direction of Kenna Town. In the depths of night, amidst the heavy downpour, their figures swiftly vanished into the darkness. The relentless raindrops continued to pelt the surface of the castle, producing a cacophony of sound. Over 2 hours later, the night deepened, and the rain began to ease slightly. Stepping lightly out of the small room, he made his way directly to the hall on the first floor. As he entered the hall, a shadowy figure clad in black stood motionless by the staircase, facing the direction of the cellar where the corpse had been discovered. A chill ran through Galen, yet he could not suppress the sound of his footsteps. Who goes there? The figure abruptly turned to look over. Snap! A flash of lightning illuminated the golden ring adorning his left ear, prominently displaying the numeral 10. Galen's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward with deliberate slowness. Since this was an individual marked by the ring, he demanded the surrender of the item. I can allow you to leave unscathed, he rasped, deliberately altering his voice. The figure who turned to face him was a tall woman, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, her eyes a subtle shade of purple. Her expression was frosty, and her form-fitting black attire exuded an aura of striking elegance and simplicity. Allow me to leave unscathed? Indeterminate, the woman said coldly. Have you come for that item as well? What do you think? Galen retorted with a chilling laugh, abruptly raising his right hand behind him. Bang! A figure clad in black was sent flying, landing with a thud upon the ground and rolling several times before crashing against the wall, ultimately falling silent. I have already stated that if you surrender your belongings, I can allow you to depart from this place alive. He did not spare a glance at his assailant behind him, instead taking measured steps toward the woman with violet eyes. As he drew nearer, he became increasingly aware of the potent aura emanating from her being. The violet-eyed woman let out a cold laugh. Excellent. You have earned the right to face my full strength. She slightly bent forward, and a continuous sound of inhalation filled the air. The woman grasped her collar firmly. I shall claim your head as a tribute for my fallen brother. The woman's violet eyes grew increasingly profound. Her hands formed a motion of grasping, as if holding something at her chest, leaving an elliptical space between her palms. Tiangang. Balian. The woman suddenly inhaled deeply, and to her astonishment, her entire body began to swell rapidly, thick, sinewy muscles enveloping her form. The sound of her breathing resonated like a massive airbag expelling and inhaling air. Within mere seconds, she transformed from a slender, cold-eyed figure into a formidable woman of undeniable strength, her physique rivaling that of a bodybuilder. Her muscles bulged and coiled, akin to taut steel cables pulsating beneath her skin, while a substantial current of air swirled around her, emanating a searing warmth that slightly heated the surrounding atmosphere. Was this a manifestation of secretive martial prowess? Garen's gaze sharpened, his entire physique slowly tensing. He inhaled deeply, gradually assuming the initial stance of the great elephant gate. From every conceivable angle, it was evident that securing that unexpected relic of misfortune today would necessitate a formidable confrontation. Chapter 55. Combat. The woman's eyes glimmered a deep violet, as if they might weep purple liquid. With a sudden movement, she advanced a step, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath her feet, propelling herself towards Galen like a released arrow. From above, one could discern a straight line etched into the hall's floor. Their arms collided, fists and palms meeting with a force that sent fine beads of sweat scattering onto the ground. With a resounding thud, Galen, maintaining his defensive stance, was forcibly pushed back several meters, nearly crashing against the wall. The woman stood before him, silent, her fists clashing together before she unleashed another ferocious strike. The sound of their violent encounters reverberated in the air, with neither party retreating, remaining rooted in place as they exchanged blows. The tremendous force generated caused the windows surrounding the hall to tremble, drowning out the sound of rain. Each collision sent a slight tremor through their bodies, and one could faintly hear the cracking of bones. With a primal roar, the woman exhaled sharply, her nostrils flaring with heat, and in an instant, her right fist vanished. Galen had no time to react as her reappearing fist struck his chest with a deafening boom, causing a noticeable indentation and sending him careening backward. He crashed against the wall with a resounding thud. The hall's walls shook violently, dust cascading down in a flurry, coating the two combatants as if they had been dusted with flour. The woman let out a cold laugh. Under my overwhelming might, you have held your ground for quite a while. Suddenly, the chandelier above cracked and plummeted toward her. The heavy, dark fixture, weighing over 100 pounds and composed entirely of metal, posed a lethal threat as it descended from the ceiling more than 10 meters high, capable of crushing a grown man with ease. The woman glanced upward at the chandelier, then raised her right fist to meet it. With a resounding explosion, she shattered it into two pieces, which crashed against the walls on either side. She flexed her right fist, the skin unblemished and unmarred. Seizing the moment, Galen rose to his feet, steadying himself. His expression darkened as he regarded the violet-eyed woman, his mind racing. What was initially a search for cursed artifacts in the tomb had unexpectedly led him to an equally determined adversary. This opponent was formidable indeed, yet the more cursed artifacts, the better. Having finally encountered one, he could not afford to let her escape. Though her strength was considerable, my explosive fist technique is no trifling matter. Feeling a lingering ache in his chest, he inhaled deeply and steadied himself. White Cloud's secret technique, he silently invoked. His muscles began to swell, transforming him into a human balloon, his height rapidly increasing from approximately 1.7 meters to nearly 1.9 meters. In contrast to his expanding physique, his head appeared somewhat diminished. Not your doing? The woman mocked. In these desolate mountains, do you expect another martial artist to emerge? Her gaze swept over Galen, and as a martial artist who had reached the limits of human potential, her discerning eyes quickly recognized that this man before her had also attained an extraordinary level of strength. I care not for your style, if you provoke me. The golden ring shall ensure your endless retribution. As her words faded, the woman let out a long, piercing cry, her form suddenly surging forward like a silent white python, tracing a delicate arc through the air. Her fists, akin to the fangs of a serpent, alternated in a relentless dance, aiming to strike at Galen. The python strike. As her fists intertwined, a faint hissing sound emerged from the friction of the air. This technique was her ultimate lethal move. While the seemingly biting fists appeared to be the points of attack, it was the hidden metallic serrations beneath her boots that constituted her true weapon. Despite her opponent and Appo's formidable mastery of hard qigong, she had incapacitated countless masters of the craft with her legs alone. Should she land this blow, even the toughest muscles and bones would succumb. She had once pierced through a thick wooden board with a width of over an inch using this very maneuver. One strike, I shall vanquish you. Her entire strength concentrated upon the tips of her toes. Silently, a glimmer of silver began to emerge from the soles of her black boots. Galen remained composed, observing the woman as she charged towards him. Although her speed was not remarkable, the immense, oppressive heat that rushed towards him felt as if a ferocious white python were lunging at him, its fangs hissing ominously. He slowly pivoted, positioning his right side to face her. Bang! The two collided forcefully, locking together without either yielding an inch. Their arms intertwined, their faces mere inches apart. They could even hear each other's breathing. Hiss! Hiss! The crisp sound of fabric tearing resonated, and a flicker of triumph crossed the woman's eyes. Her legs had ensnared Galen's waist with ferocious grip, her entire body seemingly coiled around him in a strikingly intimate posture. While her previous beauty might have sparked the imagination, now her muscular form appeared fierce and imposing, resembling two strong men engaged in a sumo struggle. The woman was bare from the waist up, her skin pale against Galen's bulk, who wore a loose black shirt that, despite his muscular expansion, remained predominantly dark. This rendered their silhouette strikingly distinct. At that moment, the blades on her boots sliced deeply into Galen's lower back, just above his kidneys, her body hanging on to him. Farewell, she whispered with a low chuckle. Suddenly, Galen grinned maliciously. That line belongs to me. In an instant, his right elbow thrust forward, akin to a dark cudgel crashing into the woman's face. Bang! They were instantly separated, droplets of crimson splattering to the ground. The woman staggered backward, struggling to maintain her balance, ultimately dropping to one knee. You're unharmed. She raised her head, staring incredulously at Galen, blood seeping from her mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, having taken a solid elbow strike. Her entire body trembled violently, as if she were trapped within a resounding bell, her ears ringing with a deafening buzz. This is shock. Damn it, he is a master of shock. She gazed at Galen in disbelief. Galen touched his lower back, where two shallow cuts from her blades had begun to ooze blood. It's a pity, had it been anyone else, your move might have cleaved them in two, but alas, you have encountered me. He slowly advanced towards the woman. Suddenly, she chuckled softly, her formidable martial prowess evident. Rising to her feet, her right hand swiftly reached behind her, and a silver handgun materialized in her grasp. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered me. After our recent close-quarters combat, her physique appeared significantly diminished, her muscles no longer as robust as before. Noticing this, the woman once more embraced a rounded stance. Tian Gangba Lai. With a ferocious inhalation, her form reverted to its original state. Mastering the art of combat gunplay, she charged forward with the swiftness of a white streak. Garen raised his right elbow, unleashing his most potent attack, but suddenly felt a numbing sensation in his lower back. Oh no, it's poison. His waist abruptly weakened, rendering him unable to maintain even the most basic stance. With no time to ponder, he summoned all his strength to raise his arms in defense. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and Garen violently collided with the wall behind him. His arms, right cheek, and abdomen were all pierced by 3 brass bullets. A metallic taste surged in his throat. This was dire. The handgun had been fired at too close a range, and the shockwave was overwhelming. Typically, bullets require time to inflict greater harm within the body. However, at such proximity, the penetrating force was immense. In contrast to an ordinary individual, Garen's hardened flesh absorbed the impact, allowing the bullets to breach his skin. The bullet aimed at his brow had narrowly missed due to his timely evasion, but the other 2 struck their marks. Simultaneously, his arms were struck by a powerful blow. While not particularly forceful, it was sufficient to disrupt his stance, redirecting the bullets toward the side of his face. Pressing against the wall, Garen barely had time to catch his breath before he saw a white figure charge at him fiercely, the silver metal blades on her feet carving a lethal arc toward his abdomen. The blades were poisoned. Another hit would surely spell his doom. Damn it, Garen growled. Acknowledging the opponent's incredible speed, though not as swift as Subject 101, she was still significantly faster than him. In that fleeting moment, he felt the chilling touch of the blade against his abdomen. Realizing evasion was futile, he decided to test whose endurance was greater. Ah, he bellowed. tensing his abdominal muscles to halt the blade's retreat, while his left hand seized her right leg to prevent her escape. He then unleashed a powerful right hook aimed at the purple-eyed woman's head. Bang! Ugh! The punch landed squarely on her skull, causing her to jerk backward violently. Blood splattering. Her right eye was obliterated by the force of the blow, leaving a gruesome mess of flesh and blood in the socket. The two combatants momentarily separated, both gasping for breath. Their brief skirmish had been exceptionally brutal, leaving them both on the brink of severe injury. The woman, with her right eye destroyed, trembled as blood flowed freely from her features. Garen, afflicted by poison, felt an increasing numbness in his lower back, while his abdomen began to tingle ominously. Had the woman's strength been even slightly greater or her blades longer, this attack might have pierced his belly directly. Against the wall, Galen found himself confronted by an opponent of equal caliber for the first time. Although the adversary's defense paled in comparison to his own and lacked mastery of the shock techniques, the raw power exhibited was formidable. The blades affixed to her feet could easily pierce his skin and muscle under the force of their impact. The formidable defense of his explosive fist technique proved to be a less daunting barrier for her. Coupled with the use of a pistol and toxins, Galen realized that his hopes of acquiring the mysterious cursed artifact today were dashed. This was a considerable loss, he murmured under his breath, lifting his gaze to see the woman across from him swaying as she struggled to rise, her silver pistol slowly aimed in his direction. Bang, bang, bang. Of the 3 bullets fired, only one struck Galen's left arm. The bullet failed to penetrate his skin, merely leaving a red mark on the surface before ricocheting off, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Your sight is finished, huh? If you had simply surrendered the item to me sooner, we wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Galen chuckled with malicious glee. Very well. The violet-eyed woman retreated a couple of steps before collapsing onto the ground. Unfortunately, you have been poisoned. You will die. Before I do. To perish at the hands of my 10th gold ring is not a fate unworthy of you. Her speech was halting, punctuated by heavy breaths, as if the blows she had received had clouded her consciousness. Chapter 56. Combat 2. Garen had been navigating his circumstances with relative ease, oblivious to the ferocity of his opponent. Armed with weapons, fists, and poison, they were relentless. He had to escape this place. Yet, the numbness in his lower back intensified. With a cold smirk, Garen ceased speaking, directing his focus toward his attributes. The potential bar had reached 233, allowing him to allocate points twice consecutively. His physique, which determined his resistance and self-healing abilities, could be augmented now to potentially counteract the poison. In desperation, he knew he must endure and leave immediately. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. The deaths of so many under the Golden Ring's command were not to be taken lightly. With unwavering attention, he allocated a point directly to his physique, elevating it from 157 to 187. In that fleeting moment of enhancement, Garen felt a surge of sensation throughout his body, only to return to normal within a second. The numbness in his lower back and abdomen alleviated significantly, and he regained enough strength to rise. Indeed, it was effective. A surge of joy filled him. He had suffered greatly for an unknown cursed artifact and had made an enemy of a formidable opponent from the Golden Ring. If he did not eliminate this threat, he would face relentless troubles in the future. Resolute, he stood and began to stride toward the violet-eyed woman before him. You can still move? The violet-eyed woman exclaimed, covering her right eye, her remaining left eye incredulously fixed on Garen. How could he still be mobile after being poisoned by the Roman Flower King? Though she was utterly weakened and bleeding profusely, leaving her body with a sense of heaviness, she could still move, even wield her weapon. Yet it was inconsequential at this distance. Reloading would be futile. It's over. A grim smile twisted Garen's face. He could feel his body rapidly recovering. The 0.3 increase in physique seemed to make a significant difference. The numbness in his waist lessened, and the pain from his abdominal wound gradually returned to a normal sensation. Hurry. The master has been waiting for a while. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Garen's expression shifted, casting one last glance at the woman. He decisively sprinted away, leaping through the window he had entered, veering into the curtain of rain. The woman bowed her head, and only after Garen's figure had completely vanished from the hall did she begin to breathe heavily. Blood dripped from the fingers of her hand that covered her eye, pooling onto the darkened floor. She retrieved the garment she had previously discarded and draped it over herself. Her body began to shrink gradually, akin to a deflating balloon, swiftly returning to her originally exquisite form. Suddenly, the doors to the hall were flung open with a loud bang, and two figures, one tall and one short, clad in black, rushed in. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the chaos that greeted them, including the violet-eyed woman slumped on the ground. "Master, are you all right?" the taller man exclaimed, hurrying to crouch beside her. "Get away," she shouted, her voice laced with urgency. A muffled thud echoed as the man staggered backward a few steps, his complexion paling slightly as he gazed apprehensively at the gash on his chest. His clothing had been neatly sliced open, leaving his skin perilously close to being cut. A petite woman clad in black stood nearby, reveling in his misfortune with a mocking smile. The violet-eyed woman sat on the ground, inquiring, "How have you fared with the task I entrusted to you?" The man in black adjusted his attire, observing the violet-eyed woman as she began to dress her wound, and he respectfully replied in a hushed tone, "I managed to corner the two little rascals." However, midway through, Bai Ying's ally, Heibao, intervened, allowing the two boys to escape. She instinctively glanced at the spot where Galen had originally stood, seething. "If it weren't for this unexpected expert who engaged me, we would have been ready for the Festival of Lilies tomorrow." The 10th leader, the petite woman, interjected, "Your plan was to encircle and eliminate Lily, yet each time Bai Ying, her most trusted disciple, has managed to evade Canali's grasp. This has significantly hindered our organization's efforts. I believe such coincidences cannot persist indefinitely. Perhaps. Are you suggesting?" The violet-eyed woman's expression darkened as she turned her gaze toward the earlier black-clad man. "Canali, do you have something to say? Do you truly think I intentionally let him escape?" The man exclaimed in disbelief. "I had no reason to do so. I will investigate thoroughly. Tali, Mercury, and Bai Ying are mere pawns. Any of you could handle them. Our primary objective remains: eliminate Lily, and everything else can be negotiated. This old hag has been opposing our organization for years. If it weren't for her, that little detective wouldn't dare to challenge us." The 10th golden ring declared coldly, "Enough. You two may leave. Have the others come in to remove the bodies of our brothers. We must retreat at once." The two did not dare to protest further, bowing their heads as they slowly exited the hall. Amidst the rain, the man named Canali surveyed the wound on his chest, his expression somber. He paid no heed to the earlier accusations made by the woman. "Lola, the 10th leader's hardened prowess has reached a level where even bullets struggle to penetrate. What sort of adversary did we encounter that could bring him to a standstill? Who knows?" The petite woman casually munched on something indifferent. "It has been years since the 10th sister has suffered such a setback. This will surely make for an interesting turn of events." A group of black-clad individuals swiftly approached through the curtain of rain, and the petite woman stepped forward to begin organizing their tasks. They entered the hall to remove the bodies from the cellar. Each black-clad figure adorned with a single gold earring, their movements synchronized and eerily silent. Galen jogged through the rain, the dreary downpour limiting his visibility to a mere few meters. He followed the path through the forest directly toward Kenu town, the numbness in his waist and abdomen gradually fading, yet still lingering in a persistent echo. The raindrops struck his face and body with a chilling touch, the air unusually frigid, slowly sapping the heat from his lungs. Galen's body was subtly enveloped in wisps of white vapor, a manifestation of elevated body temperature resulting in the evaporation of rainwater. He wiped his face, his hands smeared with the residue of makeup. He hoped that the people of the Golden Ring would also experience the taste of the Silver Veil Castle. A cold chuckle escaped him, only to be abruptly followed by a sharp tug at his abdominal wound, prompting a loud cough. Ever since he began his martial training, his physical strength had burgeoned. Yet the desires simmering within him had also intensified, resembling a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. The arduous training combined with the formidable power obtained through his abilities left him feeling as though he harbored a raging fire that could ignite at any time. This recent battle, though resulting in considerable injury, had, to some extent, released the pent-up impulses within Galen. He attempted to smile, but the pain from his wound halted his expression. Cursing under his breath, he struck a nearby tree with a fierce punch. With a resounding crack, the tree, robust enough to be embraced by a single person, suffered a gash that unveiled its yellowish-white inner bark. Drops of white sap trickled out, quickly washed away by the rain. Galen barely glanced at the damaged tree before hastening his pace towards the town of Kenu. Through this confrontation, he had begun to gauge the extent of his own abilities. His overall strength appeared to be on par with that of the violet-eyed woman, both equally matched, compared to his third senior brother. He would fare somewhat better in a life-and-death struggle, yet he was significantly weaker than his second senior brother and elder sister. As for his master, he could not ascertain. But it was unlikely that their strength merely matched that of the elder sister, given their age and declining physical prowess. A flicker of doubt lingered within Galen. He sensed that both his elder sister and master likely possessed abilities that transcended their apparent strengths, suggesting they should be at least one level higher. Chapter 57. The Bodyguard. Once again, it is you. In the pristine white medical chamber, Dr. Eshi of Kenu Town sat beside Galen, meticulously extracting a brass bullet lodged in his arm with a pair of tweezers. He then gently placed it onto a metallic tray on the side. Clink. The bullet rolled across the tray, producing a crisp sound. TSK, this bullet is quite deformed. Fortunately, it penetrated something else before striking you. Otherwise, you would have been in dire straits. Dr. Eshi chuckled, shaking his head. Last time it was a dislocated bone, and this time, a gunshot wound. Did you encounter some robbers? Indeed, Galen nodded. If it weren't for my fortunate survival this time, I'd surely be finished. Those bandits were golden earrings and made off with my treasures. Had I not practiced martial arts for a while, I would have truly met my end this time. He grunted as the bullet from his abdomen was finally removed, clinking as it was tossed into the metallic tray. Those detestable scoundrels. Our townsfolk frequently encounter them. And each time we must pay to avert disaster. Dr. Eshi lamented, shaking his head in resignation. I suggest you report this incident to the police station in Hwai City. Resolving this matter will likely take more than just a day or two. He began to clean Galen's wounds with an alcohol swab. The alcohol applied to the injuries, causing Galen to grit his teeth in pain. After cleansing the wounds, Dr. Eshi retrieved a small brown vial from his medical kit, uncapped it, and dipped a cotton swab inside. The white swab was instantly saturated with a purple liquid, emitting a pungent, antiseptic odor. Galen, gritting his teeth in discomfort, watched as Dr. Eshi methodically applied the medication to his wounds. His face bore patches of yellow and white, with one eye larger than the other, a result of makeup that had not been completely washed away, yet it served to somewhat conceal his true visage. By the way, Dr. Eshi, I heard that the Mercury detective from Tali has arrived in Kenu Town. I wonder if he is still here? Galen nodded, falling silent. After a quarter of an hour, the wounds were finally treated. After settling the medical fee, Galen donned his damp clothing, preparing to step outside. Wait, Doctor. Eshi called from behind. Are you really planning to go out like this? Although the rain has ceased, your clothes are still soaked. Was my painstaking treatment for naught? It's fine. I am robust enough to withstand it, Galen replied with a smile, brushing off the concern. He chuckled, shedding his wet attire and accepting a gray suit. Thank you. I will return your clothes in a few days. Hurry and leave. Don't let anyone spot you, Dr. Eshi urged impatiently, waving his hand. Remember to be cautious. Ensure your wounds do not get wet. Galen nodded, donning the dry clothing, grasping his damp outerwear, and strode out confidently. Outside, the night was pitch dark, and he could not discern the hour. Standing at the entrance of the doctor's courtyard, he gazed outward, finding the surroundings eerily silent. Woof woof. A faint dog bark echoed from a distance, adding to the desolate stillness. The surrounding houses were engulfed in darkness, devoid of any illumination. The sky was adorned with a faint moonlight, barely illuminating the paths of the town. Galen closed the courtyard gate behind him, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. After an intense battle and a prolonged sprint, tending to his wounds had consumed more than half an hour, and his body seemed to be on the brink of collapse. He donned his gray suit and strode purposefully down the main road leading out of the town. With a splash, he inadvertently stepped into a small puddle, dirty water splattering onto his trousers. Galen muttered a curse under his breath, proceeding cautiously along the wall. As he advanced slowly along the main road, he began to examine his current attributes. There remained a final point of attribute, which he could not afford to squander hastily. Careful consideration was imperative. He reached into his pocket to feel the black jade plate, a stream of cool energy continually flowing into the skin of his outer thigh. Though slow, the flow was unceasing. The enhancement of attributes required long-term accumulation to achieve a qualitative transformation, and the pivotal factor was the advancement of skills. His gaze shifted to the skill section above the attribute bar. Skimming past the trivial basic swordsmanship and archery, he focused intently on a few distinct special skills. The White Cloud secret technique had reached the pinnacle of mastery, level 4, while the explosive fist technique was at an intermediate level, and the White Cloud combat technique was at a novice level. One aspect of the White Cloud secret technique had turned completely gray, indicating that further enhancement was impossible. Galen had indeed cultivated the secret technique to an unprecedented level, and now only his exceptionally gifted second brother could rival him in strength within the martial arts school. The explosive fist technique, being at an intermediate level, was undeniably formidable. During his recent encounter with the violet-eyed woman, he had only landed 2 blows. Yet those strikes had severely injured her, completely disregarding her equally terrifying hard qigong. He had penetrated her defenses directly, showcasing the prowess of a skilled practitioner capable of delivering internal impacts. Such masters were indeed formidable, and he recognized that they could counter someone like him, a practitioner with seemingly overwhelming hard qigong. He would need to remain vigilant in the future. Galen attempted to enhance the explosive fist technique, but it was evidently contingent upon special conditions. Transitioning from novice to intermediate had required him to consume pills from the main hall daily, allowing for gradual improvement. As for the white cloud combat technique, had his physique not been sufficiently robust, engaging in a trade of injuries with his opponent would have led to genuine trouble. His combat stance had been easily disrupted by a mere punch from the woman. Had she been more cautious, he would have had no opportunity to injure her. If only his combat skills were stronger, he could have avoided such tactics altogether. His defense surpassed hers, and his fist techniques were superior. He could easily have vanquished her. Galen contemplated this thoughtfully. His white cloud secret technique had reached the apex of mastery, doubling his muscle enhancement and defense. He harbored no fear in a direct confrontation with his second brother, with his explosive fist technique now at the second tier. Only a handful of individuals in the main hall could match his level, and their physical prowess was exceptional. Given such conditions, he had still emerged in this state. If it were the senior sister, she would undoubtedly not act in such a manner. Galen's eyes sparkled with intensity. His mind swiftly conjured a vivid scenario. The violet-eyed woman danced around him with agility, occasionally dashing forth to leave a cut on his arm or thigh with her poisoned blade, effortlessly rendering him incapacitated. It seemed that while I possess great strength, I have failed to wield it effectively. He suppressed the urge to allocate his attribute points to physical prowess, his gaze finally settling upon the white cloud combat technique. With a clap, the technique surged from novice to intermediate. Galen felt a jolt coursing through his body, his limbs suddenly becoming agile, moving freely in all directions with a sense of lightness and ease. The intermediate level of the white cloud combat technique allowed for the limbs to execute the 4 forms with fluidity, integrating seamlessly into his stances without a hint of delay, reaching an almost instinctual level. Yet, he pondered, what mastery lies in the advanced level? As Galen exercised his limbs, he sensed that everything within a meter's radius was under his precise control. He raised his hand in a knife-like gesture and sliced forward. Swish! His right hand instinctively unleashed a slicing motion, the air crackling with a sharp sound reminiscent of firecrackers. It dawned on him that while he could only utilize the slicing form with his right elbow before, now he could effortlessly employ the 4 forms with all his limbs. Truly, the intermediate combat technique was extraordinary. A smile graced Galen's face. Testing the speed at which he could execute the 4 forms with his limbs, he realized he could easily defeat 2 versions of his former self. Even against speed-oriented opponents, he felt adequately prepared, barely deserving of this newfound strength. Upon returning to the city, it was past 2 in the morning. Galen headed straight to the martial arts hall, requesting a station student to inform his family before resting there for the night. Rising early the next morning, he applied his makeup and set off once more towards Town. "Kelly, you've arrived quite early," he remarked. The sky was still dim, shrouded in gray. At an outdoor CAF, Galen, clad in a silver suit, sat at a small round table, his crimson eyes gleaming with mirth. Grays, dressed in a black secretary ensemble, stood beside him, clutching a black leather notebook. They observed Tali Mercury, who approached while yawning, yet neither spoke a word. Galen lifted the steaming cup of coffee from the table and took a gentle sip. Tali plopped down across from Galen. "Just some scratches. But let us set that aside for now. What is the situation from yesterday? Any results?" Galen inquired softly. "We're going back today. White Eagle has already notified the Huai Mountain Police Station. They should dispatch personnel by noon. This is a significant case, with so many lives lost. Quite troublesome. Based on my analysis, it's likely that the Golden Ring Group believes we were responsible for the deaths of their subordinates. If all goes as I suspect, we may encounter difficulties at Silver Silk Castle today," Tali Mercury expressed, her brow furrowed with concern. Galen raised an eyebrow, recalling the events of the previous night. He felt a mixture of surprise and admiration for Tali Mercury's analytical prowess. She had accurately predicted the Golden Ring's response. Could it be that they would dare to confront the police? Tali chuckled at the thought. "Kelly, you are unaware that such occurrences are not infrequent." He retrieved the pipe he had forgotten to bring yesterday, delicately struck a match to ignite it, and savored a deep inhalation. "Do you require assistance in coordinating someone?" Grace suddenly interjected from her position nearby. Chapter 58. Bodyguard 2. That's not necessary. We have sufficient manpower this time. However, Kelly, it would be best if you refrained from joining us. Bai Ying and I, along with another friend, will be on the way. If any situation arises, it would be challenging to protect you, Tali said, frowning. Do not worry. I can defend myself. Do not forget when you gifted me the black jade plate. Galen winked at him. I can only assume you will not back down. So be it. We intend to explore that place thoroughly. By the way, take a look at this. Tali pulled a yellowed piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Galen. Galen accepted it and unfolded it. The paper displayed a colorful oil painting of a figure sprinting across a vast gray plain, with their back to the viewer. The figure was headless. And from the severed neck, a flock of black birds took flight. There is more on the back, Tali reminded. Galen turned it over. The other side revealed another illustration, a rough, large hand emerging from the ground, palm punctured with a hollow blood hole, within which stood a shadowy figure clad in black robes. Below the image was a line of text, which Galen could not decipher. The inscription was in an ancient universal tongue, Ikunta, meaning the beauty of the spirit granted to mankind. Tali's expression grew somber. I have conducted a little research on the material at hand. You must brace yourself. Galen nodded silently, sensing an ominous premonition that the matters surrounding the Silver Veil Castle were likely to be far from ordinary. Tali took a sip of coffee. Mysterious? Galen squinted. They have always concealed themselves in the shadows of the world. Their powers are enigmatic and uncanny. In legends, they often dwell between the realms of demons and bloodshed, with no one having witnessed their true existence. They are referred to as sorcerers. Sorcerers. This was the first time Galen had encountered this term. On the side, Garisi gasped. Are they the powerful humans from myth who wield magic? Indeed, Tali replied gravely, nodding. It is said that sorcerers learn their craft from demons and fears. The magic they acquire, derived from such dark teachings, is termed sorcery. In mythology, they are even known to consort with monsters, siring descendants with terrifying bloodlines. They command the sorcery of demons, and among ordinary humans, they may hold noble, mercantile, scholarly, or wandering identities. Of course, these are merely tales and myths. He concluded, nonetheless, there are many who revere sorcerers, especially in ancient times. I suspect that the entrance is likely a product of this group. Rituals, bloody sacrifices, and crafting flutes from the leg bones of corpses. All these are possibilities. It could very well be the work of a cult. In that case, I must see it for myself. Galen licked his lips, pondering that such sorcery should not genuinely exist. After all, they were likely mere creations of man. Tali nodded in agreement. I have encountered similar cases in the past, also concerning ancient cults. Just as you mentioned, these matters are merely human creations, devoid of any true mystique, characterized instead by sheer brutality and bloodshed. However, with the addition of the Golden Ring, the level of danger has significantly escalated. It is essential to recognize that remnants of cult rituals have always been plentiful, and selling them as antiques can yield considerable wealth. So when shall we proceed? We will depart together once White Eagle and his companions arrive. A substantial police force has been mobilized for this operation, so the risks should be minimal. Tari Mercury raised his wrist to glance at his watch. It was around 6:40, and they were expected to arrive before 10. Are we just going to wait here? Galen inquired, perplexed. Isn't it sensible to take a moment to rest? Tari Mercury replied with a smile, do not be anxious. He stood, patting Galen on the shoulder. We must wait for our ancient machinery expert to arrive before we can safely explore that cave. Until then, you should enjoy some time with your lovely secretary and relax. Galen chuckled helplessly, watching as Tari Mercury walked towards the exit. Leaning back against the chair, he suddenly felt something soft and warm press against the back of his head. Behind him, Goris blushed but did not retreat, allowing her chest to rest against Galen's nape. Currently, I am essentially your representative in the eyes of the company. A vital link between you and the organization. If you desire, I would not refuse, she whispered. I do not favor coercion. Galen laughed lightly, rising to his feet. After a brief wait, we shall head to the Silver Veil Castle. It is a perilous place, so be cautious. I may not be able to safeguard you. Rest assured. I have made ample preparations for this occasion. The company has dispatched personnel specifically to protect the two of us, and I must say, I am fortunate to have your support. Goris smiled, gently clapping her hands. Cynthia, aren't you coming out yet? From the shrubs outside the open-air restaurant emerged a graceful young woman. She resembled a charming, innocent neighbor, clad in a low-cut, form-fitting dress that contrasted starkly with her delicate, fair skin. Her lips were a soft pink, her complexion reminiscent of translucent jelly, and her shoulder-length brown hair had a slight curl. Galen was momentarily taken aback by the girl. "Cynthia, are you over 18? He asked in astonishment, glancing around the small restaurant, relieved that it was still early enough for it to be nearly empty, save for his table. The plump proprietor was dozing at the cash register inside. "I have been sent by the company to specifically protect both of you, along with a dedicated team for general surveillance. Rest assured, my Lord Kelly. I'm already 19 years old this year." The girl, Cynthia, maintained a gentle smile, exuding an aura of purity and vitality, her deep brown eyes resembling a cat's, slightly curved, giving the impression that she was perpetually smiling. Her long, shapely legs and well-rounded form were strikingly apparent, accentuated by knee-high black boots that nearly concealed her calves. The girl approached Galen's seat and stood beside him. "Lord Kelly, I have been specially selected by headquarters to be your personal bodyguard, capable of fulfilling any task you assign to me. Everything that Sister Grace can accomplish, I can as well, and what she cannot do, I can manage too." As she spoke, she slightly pushed out her ample chest and cast a challenging glance at Grace. Grace's expression darkened, instantly realizing that this was a maneuver by the company to replace her in Galen and Apos' affections, a consequence of their failure to forge a closer bond. Cynthia was the candidate sent to supplant her. This young and beautiful team leader was not only more formidable in skill, but also superior in appearance. More importantly, Cynthia was specifically trained as a tool to ingratiate herself with high-ranking individuals. "Do you think the relationship between men and women can only be of one kind?" she retorted coldly. "But that kind is indeed the closest, isn't it?" Cynthia feigned innocence, placing her finger on her lips with an endearing air. "I would do anything for you, my lord, no matter what you desire." She leaned against the back of the chair, gently moving closer to Galen. Galen chuckled wryly and stood up. "All right, enough of this. I understand the sincerity of Manradon Company. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Cynthia, how many personnel have you brought with you?" Upon mentioning business, Cynthia straightened and suppressed her smile. "There are 6 of us, making a total of 7. We are already dispersed around, conducting patrols. Rest assured, we are elite bodyguards trained by Wiseman Triangular Cone Company, and we will ensure your safety. Additionally, after this matter, Lord Adrian hopes to meet with you." Adrian? Galen recalled the name. During their time together, he learned from Grace that Adrian was the true master of Manradon Company. By enlisting Grace's assistance and sending the beautiful Cynthia as his personal bodyguard, he clearly aimed to ascend to the heights of the Bayun Martial Arts Academy. Crucially, there had been previous conflicts between Manradon Company and the influence of Garcia's family, the third senior brother, which belonged to another antique company in Hawaiian City. Manradon had been under pressure and at a disadvantage. Perhaps this meeting was intended to mediate the conflict with the third senior brother's family in hopes of averting disaster. Regarding the third senior brother, Galen was uncertain whether the third senior brother would grant him this favor, but he cautioned, "Do not have overly high expectations. Such decisions are not solely in the hands of the third senior brother." "That is understood," Cynthia nodded, though a flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. She had initially thought that this 16-year-old Galen was merely an ordinary high school student, rapidly rising due to his talent, and that his temperament would be easily swayed by her allure. To her surprise, their encounter revealed a persona entirely different from her expectations. Galen's demeanor and speech were far from those of a typical high schooler. He resembled a true 30-year-old adult, wholly unaffected by her physical charms. Galen nodded in satisfaction. He comprehended that all he possessed at present was derived from his affiliation with the Bayun Martial Arts School. Both Juris and Cynthia displayed their reverence solely due to his status as a disciple of the master, rather than his intrinsic prowess. Nevertheless, he had never placed significant importance on such external influences. Endowed with innate abilities, he was entirely capable of embarking on a continuous journey of self-empowerment. Chapter 59, The Exploration of the Entrance. Garen, accompanied by Juris and Cynthia, had been waiting in a quaint little restaurant for a short while when a procession of black sedans slowly approached along the path from the outskirts of the town. Each vehicle bore the emblem of a white eagle on its side. The convoy consisted of 4 cars, which came to a gentle halt at the roadside, and from them emerged a group of policemen clad in black attire, each wearing a white-brimmed, round hat and black leather gloves. Leading the group was a slender man with a scarf wrapped around his neck, his black overcoat accentuating his tall and lean figure. The trio made their way towards Tali and his companions. "The officers have arrived. We should join them," Tali Mercury remarked, a brown pipe clenched between his teeth, his voice deep and resonant. "This is Black Panther, a sworn brother of the White Eagle. He gestured toward the dark-skinned man dressed like a soldier. "Hello." Garen greeted him with a friendly smile, extending his hand. "Greetings," Black Panther replied, his mouth breaking into a grin that revealed a set of pearly white teeth. "Your women are quite impressive." You might be mistaken. They are my assistants and bodyguards," Garen explained, taken aback. As light laughter emanated from the two women behind him. "This is Cynthia, and this is Juris. Cynthia is the captain of my bodyguard team." He introduced them one by one. After a few polite exchanges, Miss Ceylon, Tali's assistant, had appeared in a two-seater carriage, parked on the road, beaming and waiting for everyone to board. "Hurry up, or we'll lose track of Sheriff Rio," Miss Ceylon called out. The 3 from Garen's side and the 4 from the detective's team filled the carriage comfortably. Unbeknownst to them, another black carriage had joined the rear, filled with young men clad in black overcoats, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats as they bowed their heads, making it difficult to discern their features. "Are those your people?" Garen inquired, glancing at Cynthia, who nodded with a smile. Tali merely cast a glance back and, from their attire, deduced their origin. "They are from Mandragon. Your company is indeed keeping a close watch over you." "Cynthia, are you not a bodyguard? Shouldn't you be vigilant about our surroundings?" Juris interjected with a huff. "All right, enough of this. Let us keep quiet and stay on the road," Garen said, shaking his head in exasperation, quickly halting any further banter. "I assure you, I am utterly diligent in my duty as a bodyguard," Cynthia replied, her adorable smile revealing her small, white canines. "Just wait and see the spectacle that awaits us." While the 3 conversed in the back row, Tali Mercury and the 4 men in front wore furrowed brows. "Does this mean the Golden Rings people have already arrived?" One of them posited. "Indeed, according to my mentor, it should be the 10th Golden Ring making their appearance. That woman is exceptionally formidable. Her mastery of the formidable Tiangang martial arts is nearly at the level of resisting bullets, and her movements are as swift as the wind, coupled with her precise marksmanship. She is an exceptionally ruthless assassin. In her presence, most individuals would scarcely measure up to an ant. It is clear she is pursuing my mentor. Is Master Lily going to be all right?" Black Panther expressed his concern. "No worries, rest assured. Originally, the teacher planned to lay low for a while. But unexpectedly that deranged woman was severely injured by a formidable opponent, and she is still recuperating. It will be months before she can take any action. For now, we are safe." Bying chuckled lightly, yet his expression soon turned slightly grave. "However, we must not let our guard down. The 10th Golden Ring has 2 formidable subordinates, number 11 and number 13, both of whom possess extraordinary strength, surpassing my own capabilities. Had it not been for the assistance of the Black Panther last time, I doubt I could have safely escaped with the 2 children. As long as we are unharmed, it is a relief that we have sufficient manpower this time. No matter how skilled they are in martial arts, they cannot confront so many firearms head-on. Thus, our safety is not a significant concern," the detective reassured. "Thankfully, I had the lady take the 2 children to their grandfather's house, alleviating my worries. By the way, sir, isn't it a bit risky to bring Mr. Kelly along this time? Our investigation may involve ancient cults, and it's uncertain what may unfold." Ceylon inquired softly. After all, it was the 3 of us, he, Bying, and I, who discovered the entrance together. I shall inquire further of him later, as we may indeed encounter unforeseen dangers within. The detective nodded in agreement. At that moment, a cool breeze swept by, and the morning sun gradually rose, casting its rays upon the carriage, with a portion illuminating the attire of the group, imparting a subtle warmth. The carriage rattled over a white stone bridge, with rippling waves on the clear green waters below, occasionally adorned by falling red maple leaves from the nearby forest. Gallon sat sideways in the carriage, gazing out at the lush grassy slopes lining the road, where trees flourished in vibrant reds, yellows, and dark greens, creating a dazzling spectacle. At the bank beside the stone bridge, a few does were seen dipping their heads to drink, accompanied by their fawns. Upon hearing the sound of the carriage, the animals merely lifted their heads to glance over, displaying a demeanor of indifference, before returning to their drinking. The nascent sunlight glimmered on the water's surface, casting a golden shimmer. Beyond the stone bridge, the path led to the sparsely populated domain of the Silvervale Castle. In the past, this bridge served as the boundary between the castle territory and the town of Kono, Detective Tali explained. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The Golden Ring will undoubtedly not relinquish the secrets of the castle so easily. They have suffered considerable losses." Bying furrowed his brow, suddenly hesitating to speak. "Sir, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose." "What is it?" "Speak freely." Bying hesitated briefly. "It is not a grave matter. During the last rescue of the two children, I encountered an individual, a master of formidable heart Shigo. He effortlessly killed the leader of the Golden Ring's Red Hand Fist. The most critical point is that I discerned he may have practiced the techniques of the demonic elephant sect. The demonic elephant sect? The detective frowned. Do they intend to interfere as well? Others might misinterpret the situation, but you, Bai Ying, would never be mistaken. You narrowly escaped death under the hands of a master from the demonic elephant sect, an experience that surely left a profound impression. I believe it is more likely to have been a chance encounter. The Black Panther murmured, noting that, after all, the individual harbored no ill intentions and had even assisted in eliminating the adversary. That is indeed a valid point, White Eagle conceded. Though he remained perplexed as to why this individual would act in such a manner. Do not dwell upon it. It is likely mere coincidence, the Black Panther reassured him. The carriage journeyed onward at a leisurely pace until it arrived at the mountain path where they must proceed on foot. The group disembarked and traversed the wooded slopes, ultimately reaching the grand entrance of the Silver Vale Castle. The castle was sparsely patrolled by officers, and at a window on the second floor, a tall, slender sheriff peered out, engaged in conversation with a female officer by his side. At the entrance, a police officer approached the group upon noticing their arrival. Sheriff Rio is awaiting you inside. The scene has been completely cordoned off, yet the body mentioned by the detective has not been located. Oh, Tari raised an eyebrow, sensing that someone had arrived before them. Let us proceed and investigate, he declared, leading the way toward the castle's entrance, followed closely by White Eagle, the Black Panther, and Miss Ceylon. Gallon trailed behind, encircled by a cadre of bodyguards brought by Cynthia. Cynthia, gripping a black shotgun, practiced her aim, intermittently checking the weapon with a series of clicks. Is the grenade launcher ready? What about the explosives I instructed you to bring? Her subordinate promptly handed her a sheet of paper detailing the armament they had brought along. Gallon and Juris exchanged glances, their expressions filled with trepidation. Grenade launcher. Explosives. Cynthia, are you here to serve as a bodyguard or to wage war? Juris whispered incredulously. What choice do we have? We are not martial arts masters. After all, in this day and age, it is the era of firearms. Even the most skilled martial artist is merely someone with a few more guns, Cynthia replied nonchalantly, glancing at the list and nodding in satisfaction. She then gestured towards a few of her smaller subordinates. This is ample to obliterate the entire territory. The man indicated. Number 3 chuckled nonchalantly. Everything is prepared, just be mindful of their placement. We must also be discreet to avoid detection by the police, although we possess proper firearm permits. It is prudent to evade any unnecessary complications. Understood, the others replied, grinning as they dispersed with various boxes. Gallon stood aside, feeling a sense of resignation. Should the 10th golden ring reappear, even with a level of mastery akin to his own, he could withstand bullets. However, against explosives or grenade launchers, he doubted his effectiveness. He pondered that even if confronted with a barrage of gunfire, he would struggle to defend himself, especially at close range. A direct hit to a vital area would inevitably lead to demise, be it the ears or eyes, which were inherently vulnerable. Shaking his head, he, as a martial artist, felt an unspoken sense of obsolescence in the face of modernity. He caught up with Detective Tari and the others, entering through the grand doors into a familiar room resembling a study on the first floor. Tari, Mercury, and Sheriff Rio had gathered around the underground entrance, engaged in a discussion that seemed to be of great significance. Upon seeing Gallon enter, Tali and White Eagle nodded in his direction before resuming their previous discussion. He noticed that Tali was engaged in a furrowed conversation with a bearded man beside the sheriff. Gallon stood aside, listening intently. Both Tali and the bearded man were communicating in a rather awkward dialect, seemingly engaging in a question-and-answer exchange that Gallon could not comprehend. Only the sheriff occasionally interjected a few remarks, and the expressions of the three men appeared rather tense. Gallon approached White Eagle and whispered, "What is the situation?" White Eagle shook his head. "It's somewhat troublesome. That ancient mechanism expert claims that the cavern below is likely riddled with traps. He believes it would be prudent to use explosives to dismantle the mechanisms below, rather than sending anyone down. He lacks confidence in managing all the traps. Furthermore, Chapter 60, the entrance of exploration to what is this? When we arrived, this cave was wide open. I distinctly remember it being restored to its original state upon our departure. Clearly, someone else has discovered this place." Gallon furrowed his brow. This indeed poses a predicament, likely involving the golden ring. Suddenly, he caught a faint whiff of a fragrance, reminiscent of sandalwood, albeit considerably more subdued. What scent is this? This aroma. Detective Tolly abruptly halted his conversation with the bearded man, his expression shifting as if a realization dawned upon him. In an instant, his countenance changed, and he shouted, "Everyone, get out. Do not linger here." Galen felt similarly compelled, yet after only a few steps, he was struck by a sudden disorientation. He heard a faint, mischievous laughter behind him, sending a chill down his spine, reminding him of the time he was pushed down the stairs, accompanied by the same unsettling laughter. "Run!" A vague voice urged from beside him, and Galen felt an invisible force tugging him forward, propelling him towards the castle's entrance. He was startled and, upon glancing around, realized that all the others who had been nearby had vanished. He found himself alone in the ancient castle, as if an unseen figure was racing ahead, pulling him along. Bang! The door crashed open, and Galen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, losing his balance and collapsing onto the damp, cold grass. The refreshing air surged into his nostrils, instantly clearing his mind. As his vision flickered, he noticed a throng of people had suddenly appeared on the lawn: the sheriff, experts, and several police officers, along with Tolly, Mercury, and others, including Cynthia and Grace, who lay beside him, still looking dazed. "What on earth is this?" The sheriff, Rio, gasped as he rose from the ground, breathless. The rest followed suit, their gazes fixed on the stern-faced Tolly. "I too heard laughter behind me just now." "Stay calm. Let us first hear what the detective has to say." The sheriff pressed his hands down, and the surroundings fell into a hushed silence, all eyes trained on the detective. Galen had intended to inquire, but, upon hearing the experiences of others, recognized that they mirrored his own, causing him to gasp in surprise, his gaze shifting to Tolly. "This is a potent hallucinogenic fragrance," Tolly stated gravely. "I once encountered a description of it in ancient texts. I never imagined I would witness such an almost extinct phenomenon in reality." He inhaled deeply, surveying the others, and spoke with deliberate clarity. "This is the vine known as the dreaming vine. This aroma is a hallucination-inducing toxin naturally emitted by the ripened flowers of the nearly extinct dreaming vine. It can evoke various illusions of loneliness and fear. The toxin released by this vine is typically very faint, imperceptible to humans, discernible only by certain animals with acute olfactory senses. In the midst of the vine's intoxicating aroma, Galen narrowed his eyes, recalling his initial visit to the Silver Vale Castle when he had been pushed from the second floor, sustaining injuries. It appeared that someone had cunningly utilized the fragrance of the vine to ensnare him, then forcefully propelled him from the window as he approached. At that time, Bying and Tolly must have also been entranced by the scent, leading the three of us to enter the room one after another, yet unable to see each other. Could it be that someone was deliberately obstructing our passage into that corridor? The sheriff inquired softly. Tolly Mercury nodded in agreement, beginning to discuss countermeasures with the sheriff and the expert in mechanisms. Meanwhile, Galen noticed that both Cynthia and Grace had regained their composure, with Cynthia being the one who had previously pulled Galen from the castle. "Had I not undergone resistance training against hallucinogenic poisons, I might not have been able to rescue you." She smiled at Galen, expressing her gratitude. "If it weren't for me, you would undoubtedly have encountered serious trouble." Indeed. "Thanks to you," Galen replied, somewhat speechless. It was true. Cynthia's timely intervention had proven invaluable. Without her, Galen might have ended up collapsing like the officers who had been unable to escape the castle in time. A group of individuals stood at the entrance, hesitant to enter, merely peering inside at the two officers lying within. None wished to recklessly venture in and share the same fate. "Look over there," one officer suddenly shouted, pointing towards the roof of the third floor. Following his gesture, the crowd turned their gaze to a window on the third floor, where a figure clad in black stood, a pale-faced woman with an eerie smile, her eyes a deep green, and drool trickling from the corners of her mouth. The moment they recognized her, she vanished into the shadows behind the window. "Cover your mouth and nose with a damp cloth. Water should absorb this hallucinogenic fragrance," Tolly Mercury exclaimed. The crowd quickly retrieved their water bottles, dampening their clothing to shield themselves. The sheriff was the first to draw his pistol and rush inside, kneeling beside the two officers sprawled on the floor to examine them. "There's no need to check. They're dead," the detective intoned gravely. The hallucinogen was administered in excess, especially at such a high concentration, compounded by a severe blow to the back of the head. "Let us apprehend that woman first." "I'm going," Bying declared coldly. "Black Panther, protect Mr. Galen and Miss Ceylon." "Leave it to me," Black Panther assured, patting his chest. Bying swiftly ascended the stairs, disappearing around the corner. Cynthia brandished a white pistol, positioning herself protectively in front of Gallon. The sheriff rose, his expression darkening. Everyone, search for that madwoman and eliminate her on sight. Clearly, the loss of his subordinates had ignited his fury. Yes, the officers gathered, drawing their firearms. Tension and indignation etched upon their faces. With heightened vigilance, they began to disperse throughout the castle, forming several teams to patrol every corner. Gallon, accompanied by Cynthia and Grace, cautiously ascended to the second floor. Hardly had they taken a few steps when they heard 2 gunshots echoing from above. Tom ran upstairs. Quickly, eliminate her. Damn it, this lunatic is too fast. I can't aim properly. She yes, heading for the staircase. At the corner of the staircase, Gallon and his companions beheld a shadow gracefully descending, as if a piece of black cloth floating down with an ethereal lightness. In an instant, Cynthia reacted, producing a white pistol in her right hand, aimed directly at the shadow, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. In that fleeting moment, her bullets struck the shadow with unerring accuracy. A shrill, mocking laughter escaped the shadow as it faltered momentarily, then lunged towards Cynthia once more. It appeared unaffected by the gunfire, exhibiting an even greater speed than before. Suddenly, a dark tendril shot forth from the shadow, reaching for Cynthia's neck with blinding speed, rendering it nearly impossible to discern its nature. Cynthia remained composed, her firearm steady. Bang! The shot struck the shadow's head, causing it to jerk backward. A piercing scream erupted from the shadow, which then abandoned its attack on Cynthia and fled down the stairs, vanishing in an instant. Gallon chose to remain passive, not wishing to reveal his own abilities, especially in the presence of so many witnesses, particularly the White Eagle. Despite the urge to intervene, he restrained himself. "Are you all right?" he asked as he steadied Cynthia's shoulder. She jolted, awakening from her heightened state of tension, gasping for breath. "Incredible! That woman's speed. She managed to evade all 4 of my shots." A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her brow. "But in the end, I still managed to hit her once." In close combat, a martial arts expert becomes a nightmare, no matter how skilled one is with a firearm. They cannot overcome the prowess of hand-to-hand combat unless distance is maintained. Gallon nodded in agreement. "Let us go. We must ascend." Gary stood aside, rendered speechless. Her marksmanship was commendable, yet faced with such an opponent, she would scarcely have had time to react, likely falling victim immediately. Initially, she had underestimated Cynthia's shooting skills, but the rapid response had starkly revealed her true capability. Now, with Gallon leading, the trio hastened down the stairs. In the lobby below, 5 or 6 police officers surrounded a woman lying on the ground, each holding their weapons at the ready, eyes fixed on her. The woman in the black cloak lay convulsing intermittently, a small blood wound evident on the left side of her forehead, deep enough to have likely penetrated her brain. Gallon and his companions joined the sheriff and others, including Tali and the Black Panther, encircling the woman. All eyes were fixed upon her. Struck in the head, she was on the brink of death. Cynthia twirled her pistol nonchalantly, remarking, "My bullets are specially crafted, possessing formidable penetrating power. They are designed specifically for dealing with martial arts masters." Indeed, moments later, the woman convulsed once more and then lay still, her black cloak falling away to reveal a head of white hair. How old could this woman possibly be? Gallon pondered, slightly taken aback. She must be at least 80 or 90 years old. One could only wonder how she had survived within this ancient castle. The detective inhaled from his pipe, offering a muted observation. The toxic smoke of the Tukazan vine can be tolerated by only a select few with unique constitutions. However, prolonged exposure to this hallucinogenic fume can lead them to lose their sanity, resulting in behavior akin to that of wild beasts. It is likely that this individual belongs to such a peculiar lineage. What shall we do now? The sheriff turned to the detective. "First, let us examine the corpse for any clues, then we shall proceed with our original plan to enter the passageway." The detective decisively removed his pipe. "Very well. I shall follow your lead." At that moment, Bai Ying, you will safeguard the expert while we descend together. The others shall remain above to protect the entrance. Tali began to organize the arrangements. "And what of me?" Heibao stepped forward with a question. "You will stay above to protect Ceylon and the entrance." "I too wish to descend," Gallon asserted, stepping forward. "Such a vast underground passage must harbor numerous treasures. I can unearth the most valuable items to bring back." This had always been his primary objective. Furthermore, with the detective and the expert leading the way, his safety concerns were considerably alleviated. Chapter 61. The exploration of the entrance. Moreover, his primary objective was to uncover as many cursed artifacts as possible. Among those present, Only I could accurately discern the value of these items, Gallon stated solemnly. There is no need, Tolly Mercury interjected softly. Kelly, you can descend after we have thoroughly examined the items below, ensuring that there are no safety hazards. Gallon furrowed his brow, a premonition stirring within him. He sensed that this might be the last opportunity to venture down. This feeling intensified after witnessing the mysterious woman with green eyes perish. I still believe I should go down personally. Following behind, I can surely safeguard myself. Can you truly? Tolly Mercury's gaze fixed upon him. Kelly, you are an expert. Your value does not lie in such perilous explorations. Professional matters should be entrusted to those more qualified. That is the essence of reason. Resigned, Gallon glanced at Goris and Cynthia beside him, both women subtly shaking their heads. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. He understood that it was unlikely he would be permitted to descend and shrugged, stepping aside. After discussing their plan for a while, Tolly and the sheriff stood together, preparing to enter the underground staircase. Gallon lingered at the room's entrance, leaning against the doorframe, uncertain of what to do. Frankly, encountering such a novel and enigmatic place, I yearned to personally unveil its mysteries, piece by piece. Unfortunately, Goris, standing nearby, spoke in low tones. If you could demonstrate your utility and contribute to their endeavor, I am certain no one would decline your participation. Nevertheless, I still advise against entering the exploration. Should that cavern prove to be a sealed, single-entry structure, it could be perilous. As she spoke, she lowered the damp cloth covering her mouth and nose. The odor had nearly dissipated, with most people discarding their coverings. Furrowing his brow, he approached the woman's body, slowly crouching beside her, gently grasping her lifeless form. He turned her over. Smack. What are you doing? Who permitted you to disturb the corpse? A deep male voice emerged from the side. The sheriff approached. His expression stern, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, significantly taller than Gallon. I merely sought to uncover any clues, Gallon replied nonchalantly. This is a matter for the police, not for an ordinary citizen like you to meddle in. Now be off. Do not hinder our investigation. Sheriff Rio gestured dismissively, impatience evident in his tone. Then may I observe from the side? Surely, I can offer some assistance, Gallon responded with a smile, unperturbed. I have stated. It is none of your concern. This is not the business of a private company. Stand aside and wait until they emerge. The sheriff's irritation grew. Moreover, what is that you are holding? Hand it over. Gallon, accompanied by Goris and Cynthia, stepped aside to rest. It appears this matter does not involve us, Goris remarked. Had we known it would be so uneventful, we need not have summoned so many people. That is uncertain, came the retort. Cynthia chuckled softly, glancing at her wristwatch. Her deep brown eyes turned towards the hillside outside, and a hint of perplexity crossed her face. What is the matter? Gallon inquired in a low voice. Someone is approaching. My subordinate has signaled me, she replied. Let us go take a look. With a slightly serious expression, Cynthia led the way out of the grand hall. As they stepped outside, a man clad in black approached them directly. Captain Cynthia, there are unfamiliar individuals approaching, and their numbers are considerable. They are armed, which poses a significant challenge, the man whispered. Have you discerned who they are? Can we deter them? Cynthia asked quietly. I'm not sure. But all of them are adorned with golden hoops in their ears. The leader is a man in a white trench coat. Golden hoop individuals, Gallon immediately recognized, his expression turning grave. Can you see their specific earring numbers? The man in black nodded. They appear to belong to the same organization. The leader is number 9. Gallon's expression shifted. Having just faced number 10 in a fierce contest, now we have number 9 appearing. It's likely that the golden hoops are ranked by strength, meaning number 9 is undoubtedly much stronger than number 10. What weapons are they carrying? Cynthia pressed further. Handguns, rifles, and they also possess daggers and thrusting swords. It's quite peculiar. Inform the 2 on the hill to remain vigilant and undetected. As long as we have a sniper in position, we should be fine. Cynthia replied calmly. With the police cooperating, I find it hard to believe they would dare confront us openly. The group shared a light laugh, yet Gallon remained contemplative. The Silver Lace Castle likely held significant importance for the Golden Hoop individuals. The arrival of number 10 was already troubling enough, and now number 9 had appeared as well. With his fighting skills having reached an intermediate level, Gallon felt confident he would not suffer such a severe defeat against number 10 again, provided the opponent did not underestimate him. However, the new arrival, number 9, was an unknown factor and certainly stronger than number 10, causing Gallon to feel uneasy and uncertain. Even with the police by their side, the presence of the golden hoops was daunting. Trouble. The signal has been lost on the hillside, Cynthia exclaimed. her expression suddenly turning cold. Shao-Chi, you must immediately inform the other brothers to regroup. This opponent may prove to be quite troublesome. Understood, the man in black replied. Hastily departing. Do we have a solid plan? Galen asked gravely. This could be problematic. Cynthia shook her head. Our adversaries are well-versed in long-range sniping. We will ensure your retreat is secure. We will promptly notify Sheriff Rio, Juris added, her anxiety palpable. Galen nodded and swiftly turned towards the center of the hall where Sheriff Rio, a tall and lean man, was discussing the situation regarding the corpses with his subordinates. Sheriff, there are individuals outside, and they appear to be rather troublesome enemies. Galen approached and spoke in hushed tones. My men have not detected anything. How do you know? Sheriff Rio furrowed his brow. It was my bodyguard who inadvertently discovered them, Galen replied, choosing his words carefully and hastening his speech. The Golden Hoop individuals are approaching with ill intent. I presume the detectives have entered the cave? We must immediately send someone to call them up. It is safer this way. There's no need. Our entire police force is mobilized this time. If someone truly approaches, handling minor troubles should pose no issue. The sheriff remarked casually, waving to a nearby officer. The officer jogged over. Sheriff, is there something amiss? What is the situation outside? Situation? What situation could there be? Everything is normal. The officer chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. Are you certain? The sheriff inquired once more. Absolutely. If you doubt it, see for yourself. Our lookout is still at the hilltop. The officer produced a pair of binoculars and handed them to the sheriff. The sheriff accepted them and stepped to the doorway, gazing toward the distant hillside. On the opposite slope, a police officer clad in black waved, indicating that there were no issues. Gowron peered through the binoculars, observing the sentry yawning in boredom atop the hill. Cynthia, are you sure someone is approaching? What shall we do now? Let us gather all our personnel at a spacious elevated location, such as the upper levels of Silvervale Castle. Fortifying the castle should not pose significant problems. I am already mobilizing my team. Cynthia whispered fiercely, emphasizing that they must not disperse their forces when confronting an adversary skilled in covert assassinations. We must evade our vulnerabilities and suppress their advantages. Otherwise, we shall be devoured without a trace. No sooner had she spoken than the trio heard Sheriff Rio's voice echoing from the hall. Damn! Gowron and Cynthia cursed in unison. That fool. Cynthia particularly seethed. I will give it a try. Gowron understood the urgency. The subordinates Cynthia brought appeared competent, and their equipment was formidable. Silently eliminating such capable subordinates would be effortless against officers unaccustomed to covert warfare. He himself had severely injured the 10th ring, and his wounds had yet to heal completely. If anything were to go awry with Sheriff Rio, his expression darkened as he turned back toward the sheriff. The 10th ring? The sheriff laughed heartily. Are you sure? Absolutely. I am certain to a high degree. Gowron nodded vigorously. Sheriff, you must just in time, brothers. Let us head out and take down that little brat from the 10th ring. I've long wanted to see what this arrogant 10th ring is about. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a top 50 marksman in the Federation. The sheriff did not finish his words, drawing his pistol, laughing as he exited the hall. He had evidently sensed something amiss. Dispersing the guards earlier was a precautionary measure. A chorus of officers echoed their agreement, following the sheriff out of the hall, leaving one to guard the underground entrance in the study. These fools, Cynthia fumed. Engaging directly may not be their forte against the 10th ring, but they are masters of assassination. My lord, let them be. We must leave this place immediately. The 10th ring's men are undoubtedly setting up an encirclement. Sheriff Rio is so confident. Perhaps he possesses some skill. Let us not rush bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a series of rapid gunshots erupted from outside, followed by the anguished cries of officers struck by bullets. Fall back. Where? Protect the sheriff. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. The voice of Sheriff Rio rang out in a frantic roar. Amidst the relentless gunfire, he stumbled backward, shielded by two officers, as they retreated into the castle's entrance. One of them hastily closing the door halfway. Two more officers dashed in from the outside. Return fire. Damn those gold-ring bastards. All they know is to cower in the sewers. Sheriff Rio shouted in fury as he loaded bullets into his handgun. Galen and his companions sought refuge, while a Black Panther from the study, having heard the commotion, emerged to witness the chaos, drawing its weapon and rushing to the door. The windows on the first floor of the castle were utterly shattered, bullets pouring in through the gaps, rendering the scene one of utter turmoil. The remaining four officers crouched beside the sheriff, peering out from the doorway to blindly fire their weapons intermittently. Galen concealed himself behind a white angel statue, flanked by two women, as Cynthia, gun in hand, nodded towards her two subordinates hiding across from her, poised to charge out. Bang! A bullet struck the edge of the statue, narrowly missing her and sending shards of white debris flying. Chapter 62. The exploration of the entrance for cursed be the formidable firepower. How many of them have arrived? Cynthia felt a shard slice across her cheek, blood seeping slowly from the wound. Stay hidden. Don't come out, she shouted, lunging forward, executing a roll as 3 bullets struck the ground behind her, sending up plumes of dust. Rising to her feet, she fired a shot. Bang! A gasp echoed from outside as a shadow fell, struck down. The gunfire momentarily eased, then ceased. Sheriff Rio bellowed in anger, blindly firing several rounds into the fray. Outside, 3 muffled groans indicated that more had been hit. Garen took cover behind a sculpture, listening as the gunfire gradually diminished. Cynthia and Sheriff Rio worked in tandem, providing cover for one another as they steadily suppressed the noise of the shooting. Time passed, 10 minutes, perhaps 15, before the gunfire finally ceased. Was it over? He cautiously peered out. The hall lay in disarray. Sheriff Rio and his men were all wounded. Once a group of over 10 officers, now only 2 remained alive, their fates unknown. The sheriff himself bore a gunshot wound to his shoulder, his outer garment torn. The white shirt beneath stained crimson as he gasped for breath, half sitting against the doorframe. Upon noticing Garen's gaze, the sheriff turned away in shame. Nearby, Black Panther tended to a gunshot wound on his left arm, biting down on a white bandage as he wrapped it around himself. Cynthia huddled with the remaining 2 subordinates, silently organizing their gear. Is Latin still alive? Cynthia inquired softly. The losses had been severe, but those young men would likely find a way to hide. Swiftly, Cynthia loaded her handgun with bullets and retrieved a black shotgun from a nearby backpack, the sound of the shell sliding into the chamber echoing ominously. Now it's our turn. I can go alone. You stay put. Understood. He was not afraid of the troublesome bullets that plagued the others, even yesterday. The 10th ring had fired upon him without inflicting significant harm. His primary concern lay with the 9th ring. He was certain that the reason for their overwhelming advantage, yet their reluctance to charge in, stemmed from their wariness of him. Cautiously, he crept along the wall towards the study. After traversing the corridor and entering the dimly lit room, Garen straightened up. On the floor near the entrance to the study, several fresh footprints suggested that someone had indeed followed them in. Bang! Bang! The hall erupted in gunfire once more. Garen gently pressed against the wound in his abdomen, feeling a twinge of pain. With his injuries not fully healed, he could only muster 80% of his strength, facing the greater threat posed by the 9th ring. He had no desire for a direct confrontation. At this moment, the cursed artifact was but a secondary concern. He needed to find a way to escape this place. He hadn't anticipated that the rings would possess the audacity to confront the police force head-on. A flicker of regret washed over him for choosing to explore the Silvervale Castle. Unlike Tally, Mercury, and the others, he had come solely for the cursed artifact, not to uncover the truth behind the case. He needed to devise a safe escape. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound reverberated from outside, and the violent explosion caused the entire ancient castle to tremble. To hell with you. Damn scoundrels. Cynthia's fierce voice echoed from the hall. It was evident that explosives placed by her men had detonated. Galen felt a slight sense of relief. With the threat of explosives, those outside would likely hesitate to approach, as they were unaware of the extent of the ordnance buried around the castle. Let us wait a bit longer. Once the detective emerges, we shall depart together. Perhaps we may stumble upon unexpected gains. After all, leaving now is not an option. It would be wiser to guard the entrance until the detective from Tali returns. We might acquire the cursed relic, and then safely depart at a later time. Galen was confident. Should he choose to retreat, neither firearms nor skilled fighters from the Golden Ring could impede him. As he approached the entrance, ready to take a seat and rest, he suddenly felt a chill wafting from the entrance. Could it be? His expression shifted with realization. Was there a draft? He extended his hand towards the entrance, carefully feeling the air. Indeed, he could faintly sense a gentle breeze emanating from within. There was, after all, a draft. This entrance must lead to another exit. A figure cloaked in black draped his shadowy form, adorned with a large golden ring on his left ear, engraved with the number 9. Judging by his physique, he was a robust and well-proportioned man, his face obscured by a black mask, revealing only a pair of clear blue eyes, reminiscent of sapphire jewels. Is this the underground entrance? The man inquired softly, his voice deep and his accent unmistakably standard federal. No doubt he was the detective from Tali, the very person they had been seeking for so long. How fortuitous. Galen turned to listen intently to the ongoing commotion in the hall, where gunfire continued to echo. Evidently, this man had stealthily infiltrated the area. Before Galen could utter a word, the man continued. Kelly, I have heard you are an expert in identifying cursed relics. Perfect. Join me below to take a look. If you can indeed prove your talents, I may spare your life. Galen's eyes widened in surprise. He had only informed the detective a short while ago. Yet the Golden Rings people were already aware. The man, sensing Galen's skepticism, pressed his hand against the left wall. Crack. Instantly, the wall was marked by fine fissures, akin to glass on the verge of shattering. Refusal will lead to your demise. Galen glanced at the wall. He could achieve that level of cracking himself. As the castle's walls were already ancient and in disrepair, the stones exceedingly fragile. What perplexed him was how this ninth ring member did not regard him as a martial arts expert, but rather perceived him merely as a robust specialist. Executing such a display on the wall might intimidate an average person, yet it held little sway over a true master, especially one renowned for their strength. You exhibit commendable courage, the man noted, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. He nodded and proceeded to the entrance, descending the staircase step by step. Come with me. Do not attempt any tricks. Even if you have practiced a modicum of martial arts, I could eliminate you within seconds. Galen nodded. Rest assured. I am well aware of the situation. He followed the man down the staircase leading to the underground entrance. The sound of footsteps echoed softly as they descended the stone steps, soon enveloped completely by the subterranean space. The area was cylindrical, with concentric black stone steps lining the walls, their edges adorned with a ring of white metallic handrails. Galen peered over the railing into the abyss below. There. The spiraling stairs extended infinitely into the darkness, resembling the helical grooves of a cylindrical wall, with a small black hole at the center that seemed to conceal an unfathomable depth. Looking upward, the entrance appeared merely as a tiny aperture. The spiral staircase turned in a clockwise fashion, layer upon layer. Strangely, the stairs, handrails, and surrounding walls exhibited an exquisite craftsmanship, with intricate vine patterns carved into the surfaces. The stone steps beneath their feet were remarkably solid and thick, as if composed of massive stones meticulously assembled. The two men proceeded, the cloaked figure leading the way, his cloak billowing slightly, releasing a subtle and elegant fragrance into the air. Galen followed closely, invigorated by the scent that wafted around him. Here, if one were not vigilant against the treacherous tendrils of the fragrant vines, even a multitude would meet their demise. The man ahead spoke in a low voice, warning Galen not to stray too far, lest he be unable to care for him. Galen nodded in agreement. They continued their descent in circles, the surroundings remaining monotonous. Were it not for Galen occasionally glancing upward at the diminishing entrance, he might have believed they had not traveled far, merely circling endlessly. Time slipped away. Perhaps more than half an hour passed. Galen looked up again, and the entrance had vanished from sight, leaving only a vast expanse of darkness above. The sole source of light was a small torch held by the ninth gold ring ahead, casting an orange glow that illuminated a couple of circles around them. The temperature in the stairwell continued to drop, and Galen noticed the white mist of his breath in the frigid air. How much longer must they walk? It was already quite cold. No wonder he wore such heavy clothing. With the detective and others ahead scouting the path, the risk of danger seemed minimal, especially with the ninth gold ring leading the way. He felt utterly unconcerned. He regarded this as an adventure, for he was still uncertain of the man's capabilities. In his current state, it was wise to remain hidden rather than confront any threats directly. Do you truly believe we cannot reach the end? Galen countered. The man fell silent. They continued onward in silence, surrounded by black walls and black stone steps, the only contrast being the white handrails, which glimmered ominously under the torchlight. As they descended in silence, time lost its meaning once again until the monotonous staircase finally revealed a deviation ahead. To the left, against the wall, stood a stone table atop which rested a square fish tank. Sealed tightly, the tank was half filled with water, and faintly, fish could be discerned within. The cloaked man set down the torch to examine it closely. The water inside the tank had turned a murky green, resembling thick, viscous sludge. And 3 or 4 dead goldfish floated on the surface, their once vibrant orange now transformed into a ghastly black-green hue, lifeless for an indeterminate period. To Galen's astonishment, he discovered the presence of goldfish in such a profound depth. This is unexpected, he mused. There are many more surprises yet to be unveiled, replied the ninth golden ring, raising the torch and continuing onward. As Galen passed the fish tank, he couldn't help but take a lingering glance before hastily following suit. If it is indeed a fish tank, intended for nurturing goldfish. Why then is it sealed? This is an ancient rudimentary ritual, the man explained. It involves encasing life, allowing it to gradually perish within, until it completely decomposes and merges with the other materials, indistinguishable from one another. Even the soul becomes intertwined. Only when this process is complete is the seal broken, and everything within consumed, blood, flesh, and soul alike. It is said that this method grants immortality. How revolting, Galen remarked. Rendered speechless. Chapter 63, Transformation in a Moment of Silence. The two continued their descent. The air grew increasingly frigid, a delicate layer of frost forming upon the white metal railings. Their exhaled breath manifested as two ephemeral white trails, gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. Be cautious. The ninth golden ring suddenly cautioned. Galen cast a puzzled glance at him before directing his gaze towards the stairway below. There, sprawled across the steps, lay a police officer clad in black, his throat pierced by a short black arrow. He leaned motionless against the wall, blood seeping from beneath him, trickling slowly into the abyss of darkness. The temperature was too low. His body temperature had plummeted rapidly. The ninth golden ring knelt to examine the corpse. The time of death appeared to be no more than 20 minutes ago, suggesting that the detectives were not far ahead. What do you intend to do if you encounter Detective Tolly? Galen inquired from behind. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the depths of darkness, accompanied by the faint sound of a scream. Run! Someone shouted. The ninth golden ring's expression shifted as he hastened down the stairs, prompting Galen to hesitate momentarily before following suit. In no time, Detective Tolly and his team appeared on the staircase, visibly shaken as they gazed below. They had to leap to advance. Otherwise, stepping onto the revolving steps would result in a perilous fall, their bodies ensnared and crushed by the turning stone stairway. One of Detective Tolly's leather shoes had already been caught and severed in two. Detective Tolly, White Eagle, and the mechanism expert stood at the rear, accompanied by a young police officer shielding Miss Ceylon. Evidently, the sheriff had refused to descend with them in order to mobilize his forces, while Ceylon had chosen to accompany the detectives voluntarily. At that moment, the 5 detectives heard footsteps approaching from behind. They looked up to find Galen and a man draped in a black cloak descending slowly, particularly noting the masked figure adorned with golden earrings engraved with the number 9. It is a member of the Golden Ring. White Eagle reacted swiftly, drawing his weapon and aiming it at the 9th golden ring. Do not be alarmed. The 9th golden ring replied, his expression unwavering as he regarded the assembled group. I believe our objectives align. We seek to uncover the mysteries concealed within this underground entrance. Do we not? And what do you imply by that? The detective inquired, his demeanor darkening. Naturally, cooperation. You assist me in exploring this passage, and I shall provide you with invaluable information. Rest assured, we shall reach the end swiftly. The 9th golden ring's gaze remained remarkably calm, devoid of any disturbance. Detective Tolly pondered for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Very well, I accept your proposal. His agreement elicited incredulous expressions from the others, including a moment of surprise from Galen. The 9th golden ring is renowned for his unwavering integrity. I trust your words. Tolly Mercury addressed the 9th golden ring, disregarding the astonishment of the others. You seem to know me well. That is only natural. Now, let us proceed. The 9th golden ring smiled, suddenly tapping lightly against the left wall. Thud. The abrupt cessation of the staircase's shifting motion left it completely still. Very well, onward we go. He guided Galen directly to the forefront, and as they passed through the group of 5, both Whitehawk and Ceylon exhibited unmistakable signs of tension, their faces darkening upon noticing Galen trailing behind. Galen offered them a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders in resignation, falling in step with the others. The 9th golden ring, however, seemed entirely unfazed, proceeding at a leisurely pace ahead, until he was merely a flickering orange-yellow torch in the distance. There was no escaping. The speed of the 9th golden ring was remarkable, silent and swift, leaving us no chance to flee. The detective remained composed, urging, let us follow. He was the first to pursue, and the others, after a brief exchange of glances, had no choice but to comply. As Galen walked alongside White Hawk, he quietly relayed the situation to the group, instantly weighing down the atmosphere with a palpable heaviness. The current predicament was indeed troublesome. Fortunately, we encountered the 9th golden ring, a rather unique figure within the Golden Ring organization. If the key had fallen to another, we would have been in dire straits, Miss Ceylon quietly assessed. Yet, one could only wonder what the gentleman was contemplating. Do not dwell on it. The gentleman is undoubtedly correct. Let us all proceed, White Hawk interjected with a furrowed brow. The mechanical expert was being supported by a young officer, trembling from the cold and utterly speechless. They huddled close to the torch for warmth, though it proved scarcely effective. Yet, under the duress of the golden ring, they dared not voice their discomfort, gritting their teeth and continuing downwards. The group descended for an indeterminate length of time. The ninth golden ring occasionally tapped against the walls, as if well acquainted with the surroundings, and remarkably, they encountered no further traps along the way. Before long, they arrived at the bottom. At the staircase's terminus lay a small circular clearing, where 3 grayish sofas formed a triangle, their surfaces dusted with a thin layer of white frost. Not far from the clearing stood a darkened fireplace, its coal also blanketed in frost. Additionally, there was a bookshelf, conspicuously bare. Upon reaching the final step, the ninth golden ring suddenly halted, standing on the stair without descending further. His brow furrowed deeply as his right hand slowly emerged from his cloak, pinching a dark object between his fingers, which he flicked gently. The object soared forward, landing in the blackened clearing. A cacophony of arrows erupted from both sides, raining down upon the dark object, shattering it into fragments. With countless black short arrows embedding themselves into the ground, the ninth golden ring produced another dark object, unleashing another volley of arrows. This sequence repeated thrice, until the wall apertures on either side finally sealed themselves, falling silent. The onlookers behind watched in astonishment. The arrows that had been fired must have numbered in the thousands, each tip glimmering with a hint of violet. The barrage ceased. "The arrows have expended," the ninth golden ring remarked nonchalantly, crouching down and lifting his cloak to reveal a small white mouse, which he gently placed onto the dark ground. The mouse squeaked a few times before swiftly scurrying towards the sofas. A slender black thread was conspicuously tied to the tail of the mouse, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. The ninth gold ring gently soothed the little white mouse before rising to his feet. Ahead lay the malevolent swamp, one of the ancient mechanisms designed to punish thieves. Only those harboring malicious intent or cowards would find themselves ensnared in its depths. "What is your true intention?" the detective inquired softly. Just then, the expert on mechanisms was about to interject, but was taken aback to see the ninth gold ring standing firmly on the dark ground. Having already taken several steps toward the 3 sofas, Gallon stood amidst the group, his expression shifting between uncertainty and trepidation. At the very moment the ninth gold ring approached the sofas, he suddenly felt a faint warmth seeping through his skin, a subtle power, minuscule yet palpable. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the center of the sofas as the ninth gold ring stood there, seemingly conjuring something from the earth. Before the fireplace, a grayish-white stone pedestal began to rise. The cylindrical pedestal was adorned with 4 intricately carved owl sculptures, upon which rested a black, brick-like tome. A flicker of emotion crossed the ninth gold ring's eyes as he strode purposefully toward the pedestal, reaching for the dark book. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a smoking bullet hole appeared beneath his feet. The ninth gold ring halted, turning to face the others. "What are you doing?" White Eagle stood before the Mercury detective, gun in hand, his demeanor grave. Yet, it was not he who spoke. The detective's gaze remained steady on the ninth gold ring. "If I am not mistaken, that book is your ultimate objective, is it not?" "Indeed," the ninth gold ring replied readily, nodding appreciatively. "I am grateful to you for guiding us to this underground entrance. However, my gratitude comes in the form of sparing you this time. Given our adversarial positions, I should have simply eliminated you to resolve this inconvenience for my organization. You understand this, don't you?" "You cannot kill us," the detective replied with a smile. "The mechanisms here are no trifling matter. If I am correct, that book is the fabled silent book. Bestowing such a treasure upon your gold ring is akin to giving wings to a lion. The consequences would be unimaginable. This book is not for the organization." The ninth gold ring chuckled, suddenly lunging forward, swaying to the sides, and seizing the book before leaping into the air. Like a black bat, he ascended and clung to the staircase above, flipping onto a stone ledge above the heads of the group. "Don't move," the detective commanded, abruptly blocking the advancing White Eagle. At that moment, the dark ground erupted with a mass of sharp, black spikes, resembling a forest of thorns, puncturing the sofas with countless holes, causing White Eagle to break out in a cold sweat. Only then did the detective turn to the mechanism expert beside him. Chapter 64. Change 2. There is no way. The expert's face turned pale, shaking his head. "My movements were too slow, and the force required to trigger this mechanism was rather substantial." He glanced down at the stone bricks beneath his feet. "Kelly is gone," Miss Ceylon suddenly exclaimed anxiously. "Do not worry. Regardless of who obtains that book, Mr. Kelly is unlikely to be in any peril. They all need Kelly to authenticate its authenticity, the detective replied, shaking his head. Which one? White Eagle lowered his gun. Behind us. The 9th gold ring has been tailing us the whole time, Detective Tolly whispered. Let us ascend. The temperature here is too low for us to endure for long. Was your previous conversation with the 9th gold ring deliberate? Of course. Unfortunately. The 9th has realized a bit too late. A faint smile appeared on the detective's face. On the spiral staircase, 2 shadowy figures raced up, one behind the other. The figure in front clutched a person tightly beneath their arm. It was Galen, dressed entirely in black. The individual hastily carrying him was none other than the previously departed 9th gold ring, their cloak billowing behind like a swiftly rising black cloud, almost completely enveloping Galen. Bang! A gun barrel suddenly emerged from the stone bricks ahead, and the shadow behind brandished 2 pistols, vaulting over the railing and landing directly in front of the 9th gold ring. I was not mistaken. You indeed wish to monopolize the silent book, the man sneered. Blocking their path, his sinister features slightly bowed as he fixated on the pair. It is you. The 9th gold ring slowly released Galen. The organization is so distrustful of me that they sent you to spy. Unfortunately, I had no intention of killing. We have worked together for many years, and I had no desire to eliminate you, but you chose to betray me. The man bore a golden ring in his left ear, marked with the number 8, a rank surpassing that of the 9th gold ring. Both men chuckled coldly in unison, ceasing further dialogue as they lunged at each other. With no discernible sound, they engaged in a fierce struggle, entwined like 2 pieces of black fabric swirling together, the only noise being the hissing of their cloth as it rubbed against itself. They rapidly moved and leaped across the staircase. Galen stood on the steps behind, his eyes unblinking as he observed the ferocious duel. His previous willingness to be taken hostage by the 9th gold ring was a calculated decision to closely experience the source of the potential energy. Indeed, he confirmed that the source was the black-covered book. Moreover, akin to the black jade plate, it released its power gradually rather than all at once. Should he wait for the victor to approach him with the book for authentication, or should he seize the opportunity to snatch it away immediately? Galen felt a wavering uncertainty within. If he opted to wait for one of them to come to him with the book, there was a chance the gold ring had other means of verification, rendering his plan futile. Conversely, if he chose to act and directly snatch the book, he was reluctant to become overly entangled in the affairs of the Golden Ring organization. Assuming the guise of Mr. Kelly was merely a means to seek out the cursed relics, engaging in a struggle for possession placed him in peril, especially now that the Golden Ring was aware of his true identity as Galen. This could potentially endanger his family. In a flurry, he hastily caught the book, feeling a gentle warmth flow into him from its pages as the potential points within his vision began to grow steadily. Place the book with you, regardless of who prevails. We must consult you for authentication, came the voice of the 9th golden ring. With that, both combatants disregarded Galen, their conflict intensifying as they descended further. Eventually reaching the lower 3 tiers, it appeared he would have to remain here for the time being. Cradling the book, Galen observed that the cover of the silent book was a deep black, adorned with a solitary white eye at its center. As he cautiously turned the pages, he discovered the cover was fashioned from stone. Upon opening the first page, his pupils contracted sharply. The black page revealed an astonishing illustration. A man, stark naked. Strangely, a worm and Apos' body extended from the back of his head, resembling a long, pale tube, merging the man and the creature into a singular entity. The worm and Apos' white body trailed down to the man and Apos' thighs, still writhing. Wriggling, Galen shut his eyes and shook his head, reopening them to find the previous sense of movement had vanished. The peculiar man's green, piercing eyes were fixed upon him, as if he were still alive, imparting a disorienting sensation. Galen managed to steady himself, poised to turn the page further when suddenly, a shadow flickered before him. Give it to me. A forceful grip seized the silent book, attempting to wrest it away. Abruptly, another shadow rushed in, grasping the book with equal strength. Taken aback, Galen instinctively tightened his hold. And with a sudden, tearing sound, the book was ripped apart. I won't allow you to take it if I cannot. The voice of the 9th golden ring rang out, weak yet defiant. In an instant, the book shattered under the combined strength of the 3, scattering countless pages into the air. Armed with a short sword, the 9th golden ring swiftly slashed through all the pages, raising his left hand to ignite a blaze that consumed the fragments. 9, have you lost your mind? The 8th golden ring attempted to intervene, but was a moment too late, delivering only a punch that sent the 9th crashing against the wall to slide down slowly. Galen, disinterested in becoming embroiled in the internal strife of the golden rings, felt a twinge of regret at the destruction of the silent book. Yet, since he had managed to locate it once, it was plausible he could find it again. Though saddened, he took a couple of steps back, observing the two resume their conflict before swiftly exiting this tier. What a chaotic situation, Galen mused silently. But he had at least made some progress by discovering the illustration from his initial crossing. If the contents of that book were indeed authentic, then he might consider himself fortunate to be among the surviving cases. Specific timing coupled with ample luck, with events having unfolded to this extent. The outcome was beyond anyone's expectations. Galen's original intentions had dissipated, and instead of collecting cursed relics, he had inadvertently incurred a grudge with the 10th golden ring. He cast another glance at the two figures of the 9th and 8th golden rings. The 8th stood on the steps, his countenance a disturbing shade of pallor. Below, the 9th held a black stone, which astonishingly bore the white eye from the cover of the Book of Silence. Hand it over, the 8th declared darkly, extending his hand. This is a rune of legendary mysterious power. Do you think I would relinquish it to you? The 9th scoffed. After all my scheming, it is finally within my grasp. Both individuals bore faint traces of blood. The 8th appeared relatively unscathed, while the 9th had blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering from internal injuries. Garen observed the epicenter of their contention, suddenly struck by a realization. He sensed that the potential energy in the air had not dissipated with the destruction of the book. Could it be that the stone was exerting its influence? His gaze gradually fell upon the white-eyed stone they were fighting over. That book merely chronicled some cult myths. The true value lies in this stone. Do you think I am unaware? The 9th retorted with a cold smile. Though I do not know its purpose. Once it is in my possession, you shall not take it away. Garen understood that remaining here any longer might embroil him in the internal strife of the golden rings. The more he knew, the more perilous his situation would become. Seizing the opportunity while the two were engaged in dialogue, he discreetly began to retreat up the staircase. Although the ancient artifacts were precious, becoming entangled in the golden rings conflict would spell trouble for him. Especially since he could no longer conceal his identity as he had during his battle with the 10th golden ring. However, just as he had taken a few steps back, the 9th sprang into action, transforming into a blur of darkness as he charged up the staircase. The 8th hastily followed, both of them brushing past Garen. The 9th and Appos, as complexion had turned ashen, clearly on the brink of collapse. Garen narrowed his eyes. Truth be told, he held a certain fondness for the 9th, who had never truly sought to harm him and had instead protected him since entering the cave. At that moment, as the 8th rushed past Garen, he slightly collided with him, his larger frame momentarily hindered, causing his speed to falter. Get out of the way. The 8th barked in fury, striking at Garen with an open hand. His fingers were tinged blue, indicative of some toxic martial art he had practiced, and as he swung, an acrid stench assaulted Garen's senses. Though Garen was not as swift as they, the close proximity afforded him the means to defend himself. He had been reluctant to engage, wishing to avoid entanglement in the golden ring's internal discord. However, it was evident that the 8th intended to eliminate him with that strike, igniting a spark of anger within him. You seek death, he growled, raising his right arm and reaching forward. In an instant, his arm swelled, doubling in size. Veins and muscles coiled and bulged, expanding to a diameter of 0.5 meter, resembling anything but a human limb. His hand shot forth, meeting the blue palm of the 8th with tremendous force, akin to a bear's paw against a child's. Bang! The two were instantly separated. The 8th golden ring, utilizing his other hand, fiercely grasped the 9th and hurled him backward for leverage, allowing him to regain his balance. The 9th was flung directly beside Garen. Here, take this. Hurry and go. As the 9th gold ring collided with Galen, he thrust his hand into Galen's embrace, mimicking the act of concealing something, before suddenly pushing him away while bellowing, only to tumble down the staircase himself. You! Galen exclaimed in shock. The 9th gold ring had not given him anything. This outcry was evidently an attempt to mislead the 8th gold ring. Upon glancing up, he found the 8th gold ring and Appos, S expression darkening, rushing towards him like a looming storm cloud. He gave me nothing, Galen shouted. I will know after I kill you. The 8th ring retorted with a cold sneer. Damn it. Galen was furious. He had always wished to avoid entanglement with the gold rings, yet now he found himself inexplicably embroiled in this chaos. You fool. There is still an exit below. That guy merely wanted to distract me while he escaped. Do you truly believe his injuries are that severe? The two collided violently. Producing two dull thuds, Galen remained steadfast, while the eighth gold ring staggered back a few steps, standing on the stairs. Indeed, as per the intelligence reports, the strength was considerable. The eighth gold ring's expression shifted slightly, his left hand trembling subtly behind his back, though he maintained an outwardly impassive demeanor. That wretched man has ensnared me. I harbor no personal enmity towards your gold rings. Let us first deal with him, and the location of the item will become evident. Galen suppressed the stinging pain in his palm and spoke in a low tone. He employed a localized technique from the White Cloud secret arts. His tough skin had shielded him from poisoning, but his palm throbbed with discomfort. Do you think I would trust you? The eighth ring replied coldly. What do you have to fear if I accompany you? Galen was now exceedingly enraged. I do not wish for the item. I can ascertain its authenticity later. After all, you are well aware of my identity. There is no escape for you. Even if I were to flee, my family and mentors remain. So what is there to worry about? The eighth ring scrutinized Galen for a moment before finally relenting. Very well. I shall trust you this once. We must hasten. That man undoubtedly knows of an exit below, which is why he fell. Galen declared fiercely, realizing this was the first time he had suffered such a significant setback since his journey began. He turned and dashed down the stairs. I am aware without your prompting. The eighth ring exclaimed, leaping down to follow closely behind. The two soon vanished into the shadows. Chapter 65, easing tensions in a bid to clear his name. He proactively requested the eighth to accompany him in the pursuit of the ninth golden ring, motivated by the latter's deliberate act of framing him, regardless of the outcome. It was imperative to locate the ninth golden ring to absolve himself of suspicion. However, he was acutely aware that even if he succeeded, the eighth might not let him off easily. Perhaps his identification served as a means of protection, yet it offered insufficient security. It would be best if both perished together in mutual destruction. Galloping downwards with urgency, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. The eighth golden ring closely trailed behind, wielding a diminutive torch, cautiously shielding the flame with his cloak to prevent it from extinguishing. The two maintained a mere meter apart, barely managing to discern their surroundings with the scant illumination. Before long, a half-open white stone door materialized on the wall of the staircase, revealing a pitch-black interior beyond the gap. A chilling breeze wafted forth. He halted abruptly at the threshold, taking a moment to steady his breath. It was a draft. They must have vacated through here. The eighth golden ring, now grasping the situation, understood he had been deceived. Without further prompting from the protagonist, he boldly ventured through the grand stone door. With a flicker of hesitation, he followed suit. Inside the stone door lay a desolate, cramped chamber, the floor coated in a thick layer of dust, which bore clear footprints leading forward, vanishing against the right wall. The eighth approached the wall, groping for any mechanism, but found none. Damn it, he exclaimed, delivering a forceful punch to the wall, which reverberated with a thud. There was still a draft. There must be an exit. He calmly assessed the source of the wind. A spark ignited in the eighth's eyes. His earlier impatience had clouded his judgment. Now prompted, he began to scour the area for the source of the breeze. The protagonist stood aside, motionless, observing his frantic search. What purpose did that stone hold? Did the golden rings possess any understanding of it? Huh. Are you not fearful that knowing too much may hasten your demise? The eighth chuckled ominously while probing. Suddenly, he seemed to discover a mechanism and pressed against the wall lightly. With a click, a small door rotated open. In that very instant, a short sword lunged silently towards the eighth golden ring. Clang! The sword collided brutally with the barrel of the eighth's firearm. He staggered back, taking a significant step before retaliating with a barrage of shots. Bang! 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 For shots echoed, yet the darkness beyond the small door remained eerily still. Run, pursue. The eighth growled, yet his body remained rooted in place. His gaze shifted to Galen, silently urging him to enter first. After all, the loss of the item did not concern him. Galen sneered coldly. His own strength was already inferior to that of the two, and coupled with his injuries, he could only exert 80% of his potential, making it even less likely for him to prevail. To recklessly charge into that inky abyss was clearly unwise. While the outside world was also shrouded in shadows, it paled in comparison to the utter darkness within that small door, devoid of even a glimmer of light. At least the eighth still clutched a torch flickering with embers. Thus, the two found themselves in a stalemate within the stone chamber. The eighth understood that no matter what, he could not compel Galen to act, yet he dared not charge in recklessly. Any further delay might result in losing their quarry. Galen spoke coldly. The eighth shot him a fierce glare, gritted his teeth, and hurled one of his two pistols into the small doorway. The firearm spun as it glided into the darkness, Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a small crimson fireball erupted in the shadows as the pistol unexpectedly detonated. Simultaneously, a muted groan echoed faintly, followed by the sound of unsteady footsteps. The eighth chuckled coldly, uttering no words, and dashed inside, his cloak shielding him as he surged through the flames. Galen did not follow. He had clearly seen that the eighth had aimed directly at the stock of the earlier pistol, which was packed with explosives and exploded upon impact, creating a miniature bomb. In such a confined space, although the blast was relatively weak, the concussive sound could easily render an ordinary person's ears deaf. The ninth must have sustained some shock. Standing still, Galen realized that his involvement was no longer necessary. He had intended to remain uninvolved. And now the two ahead were engaged in their own conflict. It was the perfect moment to depart. Just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly felt a familiar current of energy slowly penetrating his skin from the air. This is potential. He was astonished and scanned his surroundings. There were no flames, and the stone chamber was engulfed in darkness, obscuring his vision. Galen cautiously moved along the wall, soon reaching the area where the potential emanated most strongly. He slowly crouched in a corner where a small piece of black cloth was nailed to the ground, concealing something beneath. Due to the darkness and the corner's positioning, neither the eighth nor Galen had noticed it earlier, and the potential's faint emanation had eluded Galen's attention as well. Now, in the stillness, he finally perceived it. Besides the black jade disc, there was another source of potential gradually seeping into his being. Could it be? Galen and Appos. S. heart raced as he gently lifted the black cloth. Revealed beneath was a white stone, resembling a fish-shaped human eye, lying quietly on the dark floor. Galen picked it up and felt it, although visibility was poor. He instantly recognized it as the source of potential, its shape unmistakably that of the white eye stone. If it weren't for my potential assisting in the search, no one else would have been able to discover this hidden item. He hastily placed the white eye into his pocket, rising to his feet. He turned and exited through the entrance. The air still carried the faint, acrid scent of torch smoke, suggesting that the detectives had recently passed through. One attempted to frame me, while another sought to eliminate me. Neither were virtuous individuals. Alas, if only I were stronger, I could turn the tables on them. However, I cannot allow them to enjoy their victory unchallenged. He touched the white eye stone in his pocket, pondering thoughtfully, and hastened upward. Minutes later, a shadow suddenly darted from the small door of the stone chamber, making no use of any light source. It rushed to the corner, lifted the black cloth, and felt the ground beneath. Having failed to grasp anything, the shadow paused momentarily, then hurriedly groped around, finding only emptiness. That Kelly, he muttered through clenched teeth. From behind, the faint sound of footsteps resonated, prompting the shadow to spring up and dash toward the door. As he burst through the entrance, a sudden gust of wind swept from the right, and a figure lunged at him from the side. Bang! The two collided forcefully, the shadow being slammed against the door frame, causing the entire wall to tremble slightly. Damn it! He exclaimed, executing a roll to evade further harm. Just then, a second punch struck the stone door frame, producing a muffled thud, followed by the sound of debris cascading from the wall. Ninth gold ring. You brought this upon yourself. Galen's voice emerged from the darkness. How dare you frame me? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? The ninth gold ring, leaning against the staircase railing, managed to half kneel, propping himself up. His complexion was ashen, with blood seeping from his ears, mouth, and nostrils, tiny crimson threads adorning his features. He was not one to rely on brute strength, having already sustained injuries from the eighth gold ring, and now this sudden ambush further compromised him. A tumultuous sensation churned in his stomach, and a faint dizziness clouded his mind. Where is it? He asked through gritted teeth, suppressing his discomfort. Of course. It is with me, Galen sneered. I intend to hand it over to the gold ring's associates, which will conveniently alleviate the strained relations we have with them. It will also be passed to the eighth gold ring shortly. Fool, the ninth gold ring managed a strained smile, rising to speak further. Yet was suddenly overtaken by a violent urge to vomit, expelling a copious amount of blood. The pungent scent of iron filled the air as a shadow surged into the stone chamber, landing at the doorway, none other than the eighth gold ring. Clutching a small torch that still flickered with embers, he illuminated a small area around him. In the flickering red glow, the faces of the three men appeared ghostly and aglow. Is it truly in your possession? The eighth gold ring directed his gaze toward Galen. Hand it over, he commanded, extending his hand toward him. I can give it to you, but it hasn't been authenticated yet. I believe I am the only one capable of verifying its authenticity, and it will require some time. You are well aware of this, Galen replied without hesitation. understanding that he could no longer safeguard the item. Though irked by the other's tone, he tossed the white stone toward him. The 8th gold ring caught it and examined it, nodding in satisfaction. No worries. I misunderstood you earlier. This item holds no significance for you, and you have no reason to steal it. Authentication will likely require your assistance in the future. With the item secured, the 8th gold ring's demeanor softened. Perhaps there will be other matters for which I may require your expertise. The previous misunderstandings were indeed regrettable. I simply have a penchant for authenticating peculiar artifacts, and I genuinely hope that the treasures the gold ring receives can be assessed through my expertise, Galen stated candidly, revealing his intentions. The 8th gold ring's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The organization has always placed immense value on and protected those with talent. The previous actions of our subordinates were indeed misguided, causing you undue trouble. That was our fault. Nonetheless, you are well aware that you stand on the side of the Mercury in the tower, and many within the organization harbor discontent regarding this. However, if Kelly were to join our golden ring, I presume that all issues would be resolved. He just tested Galen's strength, which proved to be remarkable. With the recent defection of the 9th golden ring, the top 10 must replenish their ranks, and thus an idea emerged. In their dialogue, they temporarily set aside the severely injured 9th golden ring. The 9th was more than willing to take a brief respite, as his body was on the verge of collapse. What advantages would joining the golden ring bring me? Galen inquired softly. Although we are not a covert weapons organization, we are certainly not merely a force of brute strength. The 8th golden ring replied with a proud smile. The true essence of our golden ring is something that the tower detective is aware of, though he has refrained from disclosing it to you. He paused, then continued, Kelly, do you think we possess power and influence solely for the sake of it? Why then do we tirelessly seek to amass various jewels and antiquities? Galen narrowed his eyes. If we are collecting, there must be someone in need of them. What sort of individuals would take a liking to such stolen goods that are difficult to sell? These items, at their core, are merely antiquities with a touch of historical narrative. The 8th golden ring continued to hint. Galen felt a jolt within him. Nobility, he exclaimed. Correct. The 8th golden ring chuckled. The golden ring does not represent mere ordinary criminality. Our backing consists of lofty individuals. Strength is but our weakest aspect. What truly empowers us is our influence. Joining us would yield you only benefits, devoid of detriments. Galen felt a wave of relief, understanding that everything would be fine. His previous remarks were intended solely for the 8th golden ring's ears. He had family, relatives, and mentors. He was not a solitary being. Regardless of whether it was the man-laden company or the esteemed position of his mentor, Fei Baiyun, although the golden ring was unafraid. They would not recklessly provoke him unless there were conflicting interests. It is no wonder the detective has been at a loss with you. The influence of the golden ring is indeed formidable, he murmured. We are in need of an expert appraiser for ancient and rare artifacts. This is your opportunity. The 8th golden ring grew increasingly pleased with his proposition. Galen, with his strength, background, and inherent talents, was precisely what the organization required. As long as he could be brought into the fold, any prior minor conflicts could be easily resolved. After all, what were a few lives lost? They were not among the top 20 of the golden ring. The remaining rankings could accommodate as many as needed. In this day and age, specialized and rare talents are the most vital resources. Chapter 66. Easing, let us not rush. First, we must resolve the matter at hand. Galen glanced at the 9th golden ring, whose expression immediately tightened. The 8th golden ring let out a cold laugh and charged forward, pointing his finger decisively. With a swift motion, the 9th golden ring emitted a muffled grunt as a gaping wound appeared in his chest. With a resounding crash, he was sent tumbling backward over the railing, plummeting into the dark void of the staircase below. Let us go, the 8th golden ring stated without a backward glance. Ascending the stairs, once the items requested from above were secured and handed over, our involvement would cease, and the matter of identification could be addressed later. Galen peered down toward the direction where the 9th golden ring had fallen. It was an abyss of darkness, obscuring any view. He hastened to follow the 8th golden ring upward. Very well, Galen nodded, remaining still for a moment as he watched the 8th golden ring quicken his pace, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. What drove the 9th golden ring to act with such urgency in seizing the items? A lingering question occupied his mind, but alas, the 9th golden ring was now deceased. The height of the fall, compounded by his grave injuries, rendered survival nearly impossible. Shaking his head, Galen accelerated his ascent. At the base of the staircase, the 9th golden ring lay sprawled on the ground, his body impaled by countless sharp spikes from the mechanism. His eyes wide open, He had completely lost all breath. Blood slowly seeped into the dark earth beneath him, gradually congealing. In the afternoon, the Silver Veil Castle shimmered with a faint crimson glow under the gentle light of the setting sun. On the castle lawn, a few scattered officers held their firearms, inspecting the bodies of their fallen comrades, their faces pale and stricken. Some whispered curses, while others struggled to suppress their sobs. The police chief, with his arm wrapped in white bandages, wore a grim expression as he stood alongside Detective Tolly. The White Eagle and Black Panther group were also present, while Grays and Gallon stood with Xinxia. Xinxia appeared relatively unscathed. Her losses among her subordinates were manageable. Gallon observed the group of detectives engaged in quiet discussion, disinterested in their conversation. The most significant outcome of this endeavor was establishing a connection with the Golden Rings. If all proceeded smoothly, he need not worry about the safety of his family. I hardly played a role in this affair, Gallon murmured, reflecting on his initial intention to accompany the detectives in uncovering the secrets of Silver Veil Castle, hoping to procure some antiques. It seemed he had overestimated his own involvement. Next time you decide to run off, would you kindly inform me in advance? Xinxia remarked, her tone sharp. Despite being covered in grime, she astonishingly emerged unscathed from the fierce gunfight, showcasing an extraordinary combat prowess. He directly approached Detective Tolly and his group. After exchanging brief farewells, Gallon, accompanied by Grays and Xinxia, along with the others who had come together, set forth toward Kenu town. Upon returning to the city, life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Gallon completely set aside the events at Silver Veil Castle. Each day was spent either engrossed in books at the library or learning the intricacies of appraisal from the old man. He also awaited a potential meeting with the head of the Mandradon Company, who might find time to see him. Several weeks later, within the confines of the library, surrounded by shelves, Gallon sat in a small chamber, reclining against a crimson sofa, engrossed in a magazine-sized black hardcover book. Before him, on a dark table, rested a cup of black coffee, now devoid of warmth. Silent book? A beautiful girl with soft golden hair was perched on the adjacent red sofa, her long tresses adorned with a black headband. Her form-fitting black silk dress accentuated her slender waist, embellished with dark crimson flowers that exuded an air of elegance and tranquility. The hem of her dress gracefully brushed just above her knees, striking the perfect balance and length. You've indeed asked the right person about this, she replied, her eyes curving into a smile, revealing her cheerful demeanor. The silent book is said to be an ancient tome that chronicles esoteric knowledge, originating from the most mysterious and savage civilization, the ancient multicultural civilization. There are also a few volumes on mysticism that I wish to peruse. Let me take you along to explore, Finiston proposed, rising and brushing off her dress. Gallon hastily set aside his book and followed her out of the small room. Finiston exchanged a few hushed words with a maid by the door, who nodded and began to lead the way. The trio traversed several adjoining studies, soon entering through a small door on the left. Inside lay a dimly lit wooden staircase spiraling downward, the floor covered with a thick black carpet that muted their footsteps. Gallon followed Finiston and the maid down 3 flights of stairs, passing through several doors and unlocking a series of heavy locks. Finally, they arrived at a spacious yet desolate underground library. The room was a rectangular hall, shrouded in shadows, lined with over 10 rows of black wooden bookshelves, most of which were empty. Not a soul was present, lending an eerie stillness to the atmosphere. After dismissing the maid, Finiston eagerly guided Gallon towards the shelves at the far end. The books here are ancient texts, including some on mysticism, though you'll need to seek them out yourself, she mentioned. Gallon nodded in acknowledgement, sniffing the air, which carried a faint musty scent. Without further ado, the two rolled up their sleeves and commenced their search through the ancient tomes. The shelves bore few books, and those present were cloaked in layers of dust, releasing clouds of white powder that stung the nostrils upon removal. Finiston, undeterred, enthusiastically delved into the exploration of mystical literature alongside Gallon. Moving from the right shelf to the left, they uncovered a few volumes on mysticism, but upon inspection, the contents appeared fanciful and nonsensical, suitable only as storybooks for children. Many of these books are inherited from my friend's ancestors. He has organized a significant portion, yet much remains untouched due to familial circumstances, leaving these volumes to languish in obscurity. Had you not inquired about this place today, I might not have remembered it myself, Finiston whispered softly. As she pulled out a dusty gray book, she vigorously patted off the dust, causing a cloud of white powder to billow up, prompting the young girl to choke and cough repeatedly. No need to rush, take your time, Gallon chuckled, displaying no sign of impatience. The flickering flames on the wall danced slowly, and in the dimly lit hall, time passed with each fleeting second. After an indeterminate period, a sudden clattering noise resonated from the left corner of the wall. A thick plume of dust shot upward. Cough, cough, so suffocating. Why did it all come crashing down? Finiston complained as she emerged from the shelves, her entire form covered in dust. Her once pristine black silk dress was now marred by a layer of white powder, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. Ah, Gallon exclaimed softly, noticing a book in this place. Standing not far from the girl, he had spotted a volume rolling off the top of the toppled bookshelf. He hurried over to retrieve it. Gently brushing off the dust from its surface, he observed that the book was entirely black, adorned with a golden necklace on the cover, beneath which lay the author's name, Philip Jeffries. As Gallon delicately opened the book, he found the pages to be a pale yellow, indicating that they had once been white but had faded over time. The first page bore an inscription, dedicated to the scholar who has spent a lifetime in pursuit of mysterious knowledge. Flipping to the second page, he discovered a succinct table of contents, comprising only 3 sections: nightmares, white, and rituals. What is this? Finiston inquired, leaning in closer. A golden necklace? Why isn't there a title? No title? Gallon paused, realizing indeed that there was no title present. This could imply 2 possibilities. 1, it was a privately owned book, not catalogued by the National Bibliographic Authority, and the absence of a title served as a means of evasion, categorizing it as a personal journal or diary. Finiston, well-versed in such matters, explained. The second possibility, she continued, her expression turning serious, is that it is a so-called forbidden book. Such texts contain taboo content, and the omission of a title similarly aims to bypass bibliographic oversight, as these books are classified as prohibited literature. Typically, they bear only the author's name. Forbidden books? Gallon's interest was immediately piqued as he casually flipped through the pages. The entire volume was filled with incomprehensible intricate illustrations and bizarre characters. Let us go sit over there and read. This book must be forbidden. I've never encountered a genuine forbidden book before, Finiston exclaimed, her curiosity ignited. The two proceeded to a mahogany table in the library, pulling out chairs and cleaning the surfaces before taking their seats. The lamp on the table had already been lit by a maid, casting a dim glow that, while somewhat subdued, did not hinder their reading. Chapter 67. The Flux of Destiny. Placing the book upon the table, Gallon continued to turn the pages from where he had left off. The yellowed paper felt slightly coarse and rigid to the touch. As he gingerly flipped through the pages, one corner of the paper broke off, reminiscent of a fragile template. Be careful, this book is exceedingly old, surely dating back over a century, Finiston murmured from beside him. I understand, Gallon replied, adjusting his movements to be even more delicate. Upon reaching the 5th page, he discovered it was merely the table of contents and decided to skip ahead to the main text. I would like to express my gratitude to my friend, Lady Liana. Without her meticulous corrections and generous support, this book may never have been published. The words at the end of this line were somewhat blurred, appearing as though they had been water damaged. Gallon's brow furrowed as he turned further, only to find the text transformed into a jumble of distorted black letters resembling tiny tadpoles. Each character was familiar to him, yet their arrangement rendered them utterly nonsensical. Could this be a special code? Perhaps it requires decryption to unveil the true content? Gallon mused, his frown deepening as he continued to flip through the pages, finding the same confusion throughout. Indeed, for somewhat significant content, many choose to encrypt it with their own devised ciphers. Finiston nodded, leaning closer to examine the text. I recall that my friend's grandfather had once employed a certain encryption method. I remember it well. Allow me to attempt decoding it, Finiston said eagerly, seizing the book and producing paper and pen to begin her analysis. Gallon stood aside, bemused as she displaced him from his seat, feeling a sense of tranquility. Gallon quietly remarked to himself, stepping back a couple of paces to discreetly admire Finiston's graceful posture. After approximately 10 minutes, she exclaimed, Gallon, come here. I believe I have discerned the contents of this book. He hurried over, immediately engulfed by the fresh scent of her youthful presence, involuntarily deepening his breath. However, upon noticing Finiston's focused profile, he quickly redirected his gaze to the table. I have a general idea of what this book entails, Finiston said, her excitement palpable. She flipped back to the table of contents and pointed at the pages. This book is divided into 3 sections: nightmares, white, and rituals. These segments correspond to the author's initial encounters with peculiar events, the tedious and arduous search in between, and the faint clues he ultimately unearthed. An account of travel? Does it truly document the author and Apos' encounters with mysterious phenomena? Galen inquired, puzzled. That has not been mentioned. The author merely recorded that he had been trapped in a recurring nightmare for an indeterminate period. To unravel the source of this torment and liberate himself from suffering, he embarked upon a quest for answers. However, merely experiencing nightmares hardly qualifies as a mysterious event, she clarified, her brow slightly furrowed. What might be taboo? Galen squinted, pondering whether it would be possible to find the author's background. It cannot be, as the book mentions, once the author arrives at a certain location. The subsequent content becomes vague and shifts in meaning. Finiston elucidates, what is that place? The library of the Rovi Empire. Galen furrowed his brow and casually flipped through the book. At the end, it seemed there was something. Finiston exclaimed eagerly. Galen hurriedly turned to the last page. And suddenly a piece of white paper fell from the crevice of the cover. The paper had slipped from the compartment of the hardcover. Had it not been for the passage of time leading to its cracking, one might have needed a knife to extract it. Finiston quickly picked it up and unfolded it. There was a line inscribed, under the third tree at number 174, Novice Giant Wave Mountain, 6 meters deep. I have placed the item there. Charlie, this is a message. Clearly, it had not been discovered. Otherwise, such a note would not remain tucked within the book. Finiston was immediately exhilarated, suggesting, we can go and take a look. Perhaps we might find something valuable. Novice, where's that? Galen had never heard of this name. It is the provincial capital of the impoverished Yushan province at the edge of the Federation. Novice is its capital. Yushan is a destitute region with barren land and scant resources, possessing little advantage aside from its ample sunlight, although the grapes and melons are quite good. Finiston grew increasingly animated, asking, what do you think? Shall we go together? What is there to fear? We have plenty of time. She waved her hand dismissively. Very well. Galen responded with a nod of agreement. The two leaned together, eagerly studying the book's content until the wall clock chimed, signaling the hour. They reluctantly paused, realizing it was almost noon, and they needed to have lunch, as Galen had tasks to attend to in the afternoon. He stood up straight, exhaling lightly. Tasks? What tasks? It's a holiday, and you're still so busy. Don't you tire of it? Finiston descended from her chair, her legs seemingly numb from kneeling, and she stumbled back into a seated position. Damn it. Finiston kicked Galen on the calf, her cheeks flushed with irritation as she stormed off. Galen helplessly glanced at the white dust imprint on his trousers. The kick felt like a mere scratch to him, but for an average person, it would surely leave a bruise, especially given it was delivered with the tip of a boot. Forget it, I still have to see the old man this afternoon. Indeed. Ing and Apos. Treats me well. She doesn't even dare to kick hard. He brushed off the dust from his pant legs and, upon exiting the underground library, found Finiston's figure had vanished. After checking out with his card, he hailed a carriage to head home. Seated in the carriage, Galen slightly closed his eyes to rest, reviewing his current attributes, a daily routine of his. Strength, 2, 22, Agility, 1, 10, Constitution, 1, 87, Intelligence, 1, 50, Potential, 258. White Cloud Secret Method, Mastery, Level 4. Explosive Fist Technique, Intermediate. White Cloud Combat Skills, Intermediate. His strength had increased a slight bit, which was better than nothing. However, he pondered how to utilize the accumulated potential points. Galen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Previously, I had focused on enhancing my strength, successfully elevating my explosive fist technique to an intermediate level. With formidable defense and a significant single-strike power, I found myself momentarily invincible. However, I encountered difficulties when faced with opponents possessing superior speed. In terms of physical attributes and martial arts proficiency, I could be considered a somewhat competent fighter. While I undoubtedly lagged behind my second elder brother and senior sister, I still held an advantage over the average person and typical martial artists. Yet, it became increasingly unclear which aspect I should enhance next. My gaze settled upon agility, which had remained stagnant at 1:10. I recalled my senior sister mentioning 2 days prior that a true expert must not exhibit any glaring weaknesses, even if such flaws existed. One must know how to compensate for them. Currently, my speed was indeed a conspicuous shortcoming. It seemed imperative to prioritize enhancing agility. After a brief analysis, I focused intently on agility. Moments later, the number for agility unexpectedly surged, leaping from 1:10 to 1:20. Simultaneously, the strength column also experienced a sudden increase. Jumping from 2:22 to 2:42, Garen was momentarily taken aback. Upon checking the potential value, he found that the potential accumulated over several weeks had been completely expended, leaving him with 158 remaining. How could an increase in agility simultaneously enhance strength? He was left speechless. Could it be that Garen suddenly contemplated a possibility? If one were to enhance speed without altering strength, the instantaneous power generated would undoubtedly surpass previous levels. The combined effect of strength and speed would yield true explosive power and lethality. This attribute must be calculated in this manner. Thus, with a robust foundation of strength, even a slight increase in speed would result in a multiplicative effect, significantly amplifying the overall explosive power and lethality. He noticed that with the increase in agility, an additional symbol appeared behind it. Upon closer inspection, the meaning of the symbol naturally flowed into his mind. If the disparity between strength and agility was too great initially, a reactive effect would occur, gradually diminishing over time. Garen then turned his attention to the other attributes. If that were the case, perhaps a balanced allocation of points would be the wisest choice? Otherwise, an extreme imbalance in physical attributes would burden other aspects, ultimately leading to stagnation. With one attribute point remaining, Garen refrained from hastily utilizing it, for the potential within the black jade plate had gradually weakened. The points within it were fewer than he had anticipated, and the speed of potential release was slowing down. He estimated that with just 1 or 2 more points, it would be nearly fully absorbed. Sitting in the carriage, he slowly retrieved the black jade plate from his pocket. This antique, resembling an iron plate, now exuded a potential flow as fine as a hair. Gently caressing the unassuming rectangular piece, he felt the uneven engravings and inscriptions etched upon its surface. Once fully absorbed, he could sell it directly through the company or the golden ring, which would yield a substantial sum to fund his future endeavors in collecting cursed antiques. Sensing the subtle changes within his body due to the enhancement of attributes, Garen moved slightly, deciding against visiting the old man today. Instead, he planned to head to the martial arts hall in the afternoon to acclimate to his enhanced physical condition, lest he encounter difficulties when engaging in combat. After such a prolonged period of sporadic training at the martial arts school, I encountered my instructor this afternoon. I surmise I shall face a reprimand. A hint of resignation flickered across his face. Chapter 68. The Twists of Fate 2. In the afternoon, on Bennington Street, the sky was shrouded in clouds, casting a dim and shadowy ambience. Inside the Dolphin Antique Shop, the old man Gregor languidly sat behind a desk in front of a bookshelf, his head tilted as he drifted in and out of slumber. Suddenly, a familiar sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Galen? The old man opened one eye and lethargically inquired. What time is it? I thought you weren't coming. He gestured towards a white, double-handled vase on the edge of the desk. This is your task for this afternoon. Take a good look at it. Just provide me with an appraisal when you're done. Dressed in a red tracksuit, Galen entered and, upon observing the old man's lethargic demeanor, shook his head in silent disbelief. Without uttering a word, he approached the double-handled vase on the desk. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, releasing a thin black line. Swoosh! The black line, reminiscent of a flying insect, arced through the air and swiftly aimed for the old man's forehead. Ugh! The old man barely had time to react, merely tilting his head slightly, unaware that the black line would instead plunge into his left shoulder, bringing him to a halt. It was a slender black needle. Galen, what are you doing? The old man exclaimed as he rose from his chair, stepping back 2 paces. With a sharp pull, he extracted the needle, his face a blend of shock and fury. Galen, astonished, suddenly grimaced in pain, staggering backward and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. What is wrong with you? Gregor gasped, rushing around the desk to support Galen, his agility betraying his age. My head, it hurts. Galen murmured, his expression etched with agony. Damn it, it must be those fiends. How dare they? Gregor's words were abruptly cut off as he trembled slightly beside Galen, noticing the black short sword embedded in his abdomen. You. Galen smirked coldly, swiftly yanking out the short sword and spinning it in his hand before retreating, content to remain stationary without launching another attack. Had I not disguised myself as that boy, I doubt I could have deceived you. He pinched the skin on the left side of his face, gently peeling away a layer of his human mask to reveal a handsome yet sinister visage beneath. Gregor, long time no see. It's you. Sanfran. Gregor stepped back, clutching his abdomen, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Tell me where the item is, Sanfran intoned icily. The item? Huh. Gregor replied with a hint of a smile. You've not given up yet? Sanfran chuckled softly. I know you're formidable, but with my Intoa needle in you, Escape is no longer an option. Come now, hand over the item. He slowly advanced towards Gregor. Suddenly, Gregor let out a light laugh. You seem to have forgotten. No matter how many times you try, you will never be my match. Then let us see, Sanfran retorted with a cold smirk. As Galen emerged from his shower, his damp hair fell upon his solitary bed. He inhaled deeply, enveloped by the familiar scent of his blanket. The bedroom's warm. Muted orange light cast a gentle hue upon his white pajamas, transforming them into a soft shade of yellow. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, signaling the approach of night. His parents and Ing and Apos had just departed for a leisurely stroll, ostensibly to aid digestion after dinner, while Galen, fatigued, chose to remain home for rest. Lying on his bed, he retrieved a small black jade plate, running his fingers over its rough surface. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Brother, what are you doing locked in here all alone? You seem rather sneaky, Inga remarked, entering with a cup of warm water. Quickly, Galen concealed the jade plate. Could you kindly knock before entering? He retorted, sitting up with a hint of annoyance. Why knock? Would it catch you in some nefarious act? Inger, freshly bathed and her skin radiant, stood in a white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, her long, fair legs aligned perfectly with Galen's gaze. I wasn't actually going out. I merely feigned it to tease you. I didn't expect you to have a secret. She chuckled coldly. If you wish to keep your misdeeds hidden from our parents, you must agree to a condition. A condition? What could I possibly fear? Galen feigned bravado, as he had nothing to conceal, merely intending to provoke his sister. What is your condition? Ing and Apos approached, standing over him with her hands on her hips. The condition is quite simple. She smirked, and that is. A sudden, thunderous noise erupted, followed by a violent tremor. The entire building began to shake violently, a low, ominous hum resonating from afar, creeping into Galen's ears and sending a shiver down his spine. Luck seems to be on my side lately, he mused quietly, regaining his focus as he moved to sit at his desk, resuming his studies on assessment knowledge. In a grove on the outskirts of Hawaiian City, the old man Gugwa clutched his abdomen, standing before the burning woods, silently gazing into the crimson flames. The fiery glow illuminated his face in a brilliant red. If that book were still in my possession, perhaps I would hold some trepidation. But now, from the edge of the woods, a crimson figure emerged, none other than the earlier apparition, Cianfran. A deep gash marred his left cheek, oozing blood. Gugwa, you have been reduced to a mere mortal, relying solely on external objects. Even without such conduits, he began, but was interrupted by a cough, blood seeping through his fingers as he clutched his abdomen. Stripped of power and having lost that book, the once prominent genius now found himself in this lamentable state. Cianfran spread his arms wide, exclaiming, how utterly tragic. He spoke in a tone reminiscent of a mournful chant. Who do you intend to bestow your extracted power upon? That lad beside you? Useless. He lacks this talent. Destined to remain a mere mortal, time will easily extinguish him. Regardless of whom I bestow it upon, that is my concern. As for that book, I have sent it far, far away, to a place you shall never find. The old man Gregor gasped and chuckled softly. After all these years living together. Brother, did you truly believe I wouldn't know you gave it to that old woman? Cianfran smiled. Gregor's expression shifted slightly as he suddenly realized, but it was too late. Indeed. Aha. Cianfran laughed heartily. I merely intended to test you. Yet after all these years, you remained so slow to react. He gazed at Gregor, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes. You have entrusted your entire life and strength to others. Even in death, you will persist in this folly. Do you think I cannot see that your days are numbered? You pour everything into rituals. Such a thing could only be achieved by you. I have always been a failure. I merely wish to leave a trace of my existence in this world. Gregor revealed a smile more painful than sorrow itself. Bam! Suddenly, he seemed struck by an invisible force, soaring through the air and crashing against a tree stump. Ugh! The old man Gregor clutched his mouth tightly, blood seeping through his fingers and dripping onto the muddy ground. Why are you always so foolish? Why? Cianfran rushed over, delivering a fierce kick to Gregor's abdomen. Bam, bam, bam. Cianfran continued to kick, each blow heavier than the last. The sound echoed like blows against a leather sack, resonating clearly amidst the burning forest. A trace. He finally paused. Do you, such filth, still wish to leave a mark on this world? Dream on. He was unaware of when his expression had twisted into something grotesque. I have made my decision. I shall eradicate every trace you leave behind. All of it. He roared, a semblance of hysteria creeping into his voice, his face contorted, veins prominently visible. Crack. Suddenly, a hand grasped tightly around his boot. Gregor, bloodied and unable to speak, gazed upwards, his mouth agape, thick blood continuously spilling forth. He could only fixate on Stanfran. Breathing heavily, yet no sound escaped his lips. You wish for me to refrain from striking, do you? Stanfran halted, his expression instantly transforming to calm. A strange smile creeping upon his face. Are you begging me? Are you truly begging me? Gregor's pupils grew dim, his vision blurred, unable to discern anything. Yet he clung desperately to Stanfran's boot. Are you genuinely begging me? Stanfran's laughter grew increasingly manic. If you truly are begging, then lick my boot clean. Crack. He stepped on the old man's face. Lick it, once a genius, my dear brother. Lick it. His expression twisted once more into a savage visage. The boot pressed down forcefully upon the old man's face, again and again. Suddenly, his expression froze. The old man Gregor, beneath his feet, was indeed slowly extending his tongue to lick the sole of his boot. An inexplicable emotion surged within Stanfran's chest, and he tilted his head back, feeling a sudden pang of sorrow. It was my fault. The old man's voice echoed from below, intermittent and faint. Forgive me. The old man and Apo's head tilted to the side, the last glimmer of life fading from his eyes. Brother. He crouched down, remaining beside the lifeless body, and fell into silence. At the same moment, Galen sat at his desk at home, suddenly feeling a warmth in his chest. Curiously, he pulled out a necklace from his collar, which bore the book-shaped pendant that the old man Gregor had once gifted him. Without further contemplation, he tucked the necklace back into his shirt and resumed his study of the appraisal cases laid out before him. Ein Gregoria, Third Life Ritual Sanctuary. Chapter 69. The Whims of Fate knock. 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 Galen pounded fiercely on the door of the antique shop. Old man, open up. In the early morning, the streets were desolate, with only a handful of blue-uniformed workers passing by on their way to early shifts, casting curious glances at Galen's exaggerated door banging. Old man, are you still in bed? Galen shouted impatiently. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if the old man had ventured out. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced around and, seeing no one, decided to tiptoe and reach through the window bars beside the door. To his surprise, he retrieved a blue key. It's still here, he smiled, inserting the key into the lock. With a click, he turned it, and the door creaked open, revealing a tranquil interior. The floor was covered in black carpet, and the walls were adorned with an array of oil paintings and peculiar trinkets, vibrant hues predominating, particularly gold and silver, which occupied nearly half the wall space. Galen shut the door behind him and approached the wall, methodically examining the new acquisitions. Soon, disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. There was nothing of potential. He turned and made his way towards the inner sanctum of the shop. Lifting the black curtain, he was greeted by darkness, obscuring his vision. Cautiously, he lit the oil lamp affixed to the right wall. Old man? Surely he has fallen ill? He furrowed his brow as he glanced toward the bed in the inner room, meticulously arranged, the blankets folded into neat squares, betraying no signs of having been slept in. Approaching the bedside, he slipped his hand beneath the covers. They were icy to the touch, devoid of warmth. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a slender white-necked double-handled vase atop the table, remnants of a dark crimson substance clinging to its surface. Narrowing his eyes, he gently lifted the vase, dipping his fingers into the dried blood and bringing them to his nose. The metallic scent of blood wafted up to him. Rising slowly, his expression darkened. Hoping it was not the old man's blood, Galen began to meticulously search the shop, and within mere minutes, he discovered several drops of dried blood on the black carpet in the center of the room, near the table. Crouching beside the stains, he scanned the surroundings, finding no other traces of blood. He murmured, his attention drawn to a white rectangular envelope lying quietly in the shadows on the carpet to the left of the table. He walked over and picked it up. The envelope bore the inscription, "To the little rascal." The hasty black script exuded a casual, carefree air. It was unmistakably the old man's handwriting. Furrowing his brow, Galen tore open the envelope and gently shook out the letter, which unfurled with a rustle. The paper was filled with sparse, scattered handwriting. Ah, indeed. The appraisal knowledge I imparted to you is a rare experience. Most appraisers do not have such opportunities. You must delve deep into your studies and not let this old man misjudge your potential. Upon reading the letter, Galen's somber expression remained unchanged, deepening instead. Is this old man toying with me? He held the letter as he approached the table, retrieving a match from the drawer to ignite the oil lamp. With deliberation, he held the letter above the flame, allowing it to slowly scorch in the flickering light. Galen, if you possess the heart, you should be able to perceive the true essence of this letter. Perhaps by now, I have already departed. To be candid, you bear a striking resemblance to my youthful self. Though our talents differ vastly, your character mirrors my own from those days almost identically. Enough said. Please safeguard the necklace I entrusted to you. Do not misplace it, for it may prove invaluable in certain circumstances. Furthermore, if I emphasize if you sense anything amiss in the shop, you must vacate immediately. Should anyone find you, refrain from uttering my name or claiming any acquaintance with me. Remember this. Those individuals are not adversaries you can contend with, nor are they ones that an ordinary person could withstand. Do not alert the authorities, nor seek assistance from others. It will be futile and could endanger them. Aside from those individuals themselves, no one stands a chance against them. Alas, if only you possessed the requisite abilities. The letter's content abruptly ceased, suggesting it was left unfinished. Galen clutched the letter, his breath growing heavier. He instinctively sensed that the old man was likely in peril. Who are those people? What on earth are you referring to, old man? His thoughts became a tumult as he stood there with the letter and envelope, when suddenly, a faint sound emanated from within the shop. Who's there? Galen hastily concealed the letter and rushed inside. Indeed, the elder did not err. That little rascal has returned. The diminutive man exclaimed loudly. It seems our visit has not been in vain. Voices echoed from outside the door. Quickly eliminate him and depart. Understood. I shall handle it. The small man chuckled sinisterly and turned to approach Galen. Boy, encountering me is your misfortune. He extended his index finger and lightly pointed at Galen. Boom. An invisible force instantaneously crushed Galen's entire being, as if ensnared by a translucent adhesive, rendering him immobile. What is this? Galen's expression shifted as he attempted to raise his hand, yet found his arm utterly unresponsive, as if encased within solid walls, his entire form embedded in a cement barrier. Is this the ability the old man spoke of? Is this the power of those individuals? Galen struggled to move, but to no avail. He fixed his gaze upon the man across from him, noticing a faint black tattoo resembling a complex pentagram on the back of the man's right hand. Crack! The sound of shattering glass resonated. The man's impatience crystallized as he slowly lowered his head, only to find a fair arm firmly embedded in his chest. The previously immobilized youth now stood before him, his expression calm and frigid. Bang! The man was violently propelled backward, crashing through the door and collapsing to the ground. Sliding away, devoid of life, Galen gradually exited through the back door, revealing a small courtyard behind the shop. Silence. That old wretch is dead, slain by the master's own hand. The lead figure in black growled. Eliminate him, and we shall leave this place at once. I yearn solely for a tranquil existence. Why must you press me so? Galen's expression remained indifferent as he cast a fleeting glance at the few individuals before him. His physique began to swell gradually. Muscles bulging prominently, the upper half of his body expanding to twice its size, resembling a fearsome demon from myth. To assert that I lack the talent for such matters is utterly ludicrous. With a thunderous roar, he lunged forward, the ground quaking violently beneath him as if struck by lightning, creating a small crater. He resembled a predatory Tyrannosaurus Rex, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation as he charged towards the three individuals in the courtyard. Scatter! They shouted, but before they could react, the sound of two sharp cracks echoed as Galen seized two of them by the heads, applying a gentle squeeze, causing their craniums to explode with a shower of crimson fluid that splattered across much of the courtyard. The last individual leapt into the air, drawing two daggers in a desperate attempt to strike at Galen's neck. With a swat akin to swatting a fly, Galen delivered a powerful slap that sent both the person and the daggers soaring, crashing against the courtyard wall, resembling a human mural pressed against it. Unable to slide down for quite some time, Galen exhaled heavily through his nostrils, striding forward with determined steps. Seizing the individual by the hair, he lifted him, suspending him before him. With a resounding punch to the abdomen, blood erupted from the man's mouth, splattering Galen in the process. Truly, you are resilient. Without that translucent barrier of power, you are no stronger than an ordinary person. Ah, he chuckled, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, still managing to laugh. You are finished. Do you have a sister? Parents? The white horse has already passed, haha. If it weren't for the adult's orders, I would have relished that delightful young girl. However, the white horse is even more ruthless. He will ensure your sister meets her demise, to her very end. Ha 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 ha. With a chilling gaze, Galen snapped the man's neck, unwilling to accept his fate, attempting to drag his companion down with him. Fear not, I shall soon summon him to join you. With a powerful stomp, the ground once again erupted, creating another small crater as Galen surged through the back gate of the courtyard. each stride nearly covering 3 to 4 meters, swiftly vanishing into the morning mist. Chapter 70. The Twists of Fate. A pale, misty fog gradually enveloped the entirety of Hawaiian City, casting an ethereal veil over its streets and alleys. Along Blue Tree Street, amidst the pale yellow buildings, a man clad in a white suit strolled leisurely along the sidewalk, twirling a set of small keys around his finger. What a splendid assignment this is. A chance to relax away from those three imbeciles and to savor the delightful essence of youth. The man murmured to himself, a radiant smile gracing his face. His gaze fixated on a petite girl not far ahead. The girl, Inger, was on an errand. Dressed in a white t-shirt and low-rise jeans that perfectly accentuated her pert posterior, her long legs and slender waist exuding a vibrant youthful allure. Even if her face was not particularly striking, this embodiment of vivacious youth was precisely the type that the man, by Ma, favored. He trailed behind her, his eyes lingering on the slight sway of her hips as she walked, unable to suppress a quiet gulp of anticipation. If only there were fewer people ahead, he mused, his eagerness mounting. As they progressed, Inger hummed a tune and turned into a narrow alley. By Ma's heart leapt with joy, and he quickened his pace, his impatience growing. A white handkerchief, subtly altered, appeared in his grasp. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from around the corner as three tall men emerged from the alley, each adorned with gold earrings of varying sizes. They unwittingly obstructed by Ma's path at the alley's entrance. "Step aside," barked the leading handsome man, his head bowed and expression dark, clearly in a foul mood. Draped in a brown coat with a fur collar, his hands stuffed in his pockets, his striking red hair resembled flames flickering in the white mist, radiating a vivid intensity. A number, 6, was etched onto the gold hoop dangling from his ear. A mark of distinction. Insignificant mortal. By Ma's previously cheerful demeanor soured, his voice dripping with disdain. "How dare you address me in such a tone?" The red-haired man paused, taken aback by the audacity of the reply, a hint of astonished laughter escaping him. It had been ages since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He extended his right hand from his pocket, recognizing Bai Ma as one of the individuals stalking the specialist's families. A perfect opportunity to present him with a welcoming gift. Such bravado is amusing. Yet a mortal remains merely a mortal. Bai Ma scoffed, removing his black glove to reveal a black pentagram tattoo on the back of his hand. "I shall extract your eyes as my latest trophy." An inexplicable force began to swirl around him, resonating ominously. "You know not the peril you invite." The red-haired man raised his hand, signaling his companions to retreat. Strangely, a blood-red scar began to materialize beneath his right eye, reminiscent of makeup artfully applied. Both alluring and menacing. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring fallen leaves across the ground. Gallant raced through the streets, deftly weaving past pedestrians on the sidewalk. His clothing was stripped away, now clutched under his arm, stained crimson with blood. "Damn it, I must not falter." His expression was icy, yet his heart raced with mounting anxiety. As he sprinted, his mind frantically assessed the whereabouts of his sister. At this hour, she was likely at the vegetable market, or perhaps at the fruit shop. After a brief moment of hesitation, Gallant decisively veered towards the market and Amp, Oppos, S Street. The scenery on either side rushed past him, but the path ahead remained vividly clear. He turned a corner, veering right, and ran straight for several hundred meters before making another left turn. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the desolate street. In the misty haze, a shadowy figure flew backward, tumbling across the ground before colliding with Gallant's boot and coming to a halt. Gallant paused, glancing down at the man who had rolled to his feet. Clad in a grimy white suit, barely recognizable beneath layers of dark stains, his once stylish hair now disheveled. Most notably, the man's arms were grotesquely twisted, clearly indicating fractures. Gallant's attention was drawn to a black pentagram tattoo on the back of the man's right hand, identical to those he had seen on others before. He bent down and seized the man's collar, lifting him off the ground. "Are you the White Horse?" he inquired in a low voice. His rapid sprint had merely required a slight adjustment to his breathing to regain composure. "It is you." "Heh. I never imagined I would perish at the hands of a mere mortal." White Horse chuckled softly before his voice trailed off, his pupils dilating. And he breathed his last. Gallant, startled, shook him, but then noticed a black vein extending from White Horse's neck, connecting to the pentagram on his hand. With a sharp motion, he discarded the lifeless body and took a few steps forward, the scene ahead gradually materializing from the mist. At the entrance of a narrow alley, three tall men adorned with golden earrings sat dejectedly on the ground, one of whom, a red-haired man, had dark crimson blood oozing from his mouth and nose. As the footsteps approached, the red-haired man lifted his head. "It's you." He visibly relaxed, muttering curses under his breath. Damn, I thought another one of those monsters had arrived. With great effort, he leaned against the wall to rise. I must ask, expert, what kind of monstrous opponent have you entangled yourself with? You even unleashed your key, he exclaimed. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, your sister would have been in grave danger. The sixth golden ring owes you one. He turned to the other two men, inquiring, how are they faring? They're just temporary subordinates, practicing hard qigong, but it seems they won't last much longer, the red-haired man replied, shaking his head. I will ensure their families are taken care of. Suddenly, he fixed a fierce gaze on Gallant. You brought this upon us. Don't tell me you refused to join the golden ring. If so, don't blame me for turning against you. Gallant was left speechless, only able to manage a bitter smile. The red-haired man tossed a petite golden ring directly to him. Gallant caught it deftly and examined it. It was a golden earring engraved with the number 9. No larger than a fingernail, and exquisitely crafted. Was this a temporary substitute for the 9th golden ring? No, it couldn't be temporary. You nearly eliminated the 10th golden ring, after all. Such a ranking is only natural. The 6th one chuckled derisively. Is that common knowledge? Gallant was taken aback. Your martial arts characteristics are exceedingly obvious, as is your trail, the red-haired man remarked. Gallant shrugged in silence. Now, go check on your sister. I must call someone to deal with this mess. The red-haired man wiped the blood from his mouth and nose and walked towards the lifeless bodies. Gallant hastened along the alley, taking the path his sister Inger frequented. Not far along, he finally spotted her silhouette on the street outside the alley. He dashed out and enveloped his sister in a tight embrace. Inger suddenly felt a familiar scent enveloping her. She was holding the tomatoes and potatoes she had just purchased and nearly dropped everything in shock. Brother, what are you doing? Is this any way to behave on the street? She exclaimed, attempting to wriggle free, but soon realized the disparity in their strength. After a few futile twists, she resigned herself to Gallant's tight hold. Ingo, I'm so relieved you're safe, Gallant said, holding his sister, who was half a head shorter than him, close. What do you mean safe? I'm perfectly fine. Inger, feeling quite embarrassed by the unexpected embrace from behind, insisted, let go of me. Otherwise, I'll get angry. All right. I'll let go. Gallant, sensing the awkwardness, quickly released her and exhaled deeply. The few passers-by nearby merely cast ambiguous glances at them, clearly misunderstanding their relationship as romantic. Where are Mom and Dad? Gallant asked quietly, unconcerned with the scrutiny around them. They went to buy coal and firewood. Winter is approaching, and we must prepare. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when it gets cold, Inger replied, adjusting the vegetables and fruits in her hands. You should carry this. It's your punishment for startling me just now. She forcefully thrust the bag into Gallant's hands. Fine. Gallant felt a wave of relief wash over him. I still need to continue shopping. Stick with me. Don't get lost. Inger turned and resumed her walk towards the nearby sidewalk, where various vegetable stalls lined both sides of the street. Some early risers, a few elderly women and young mothers, were already browsing and selecting their goods. Gallant held the vegetables in one hand while gently pinching the golden earring in his pocket with the other. The debt owed to the golden ring had grown rather significant. However, if it ensured the safety of his family, it would be worth it. If the influence of the golden ring truly aligned with what the 8th had mentioned, if that were indeed the case, joining the golden ring would, in every sense, be beneficial for Gallant. He would simply need to be cautious around the detectives from the tower in the future, as a single misstep might reveal his true identity. From the appearance of those 3 individuals, it is evident that the old man was once an extraordinarily formidable figure. Merely uttering his name could instill fear in others. One can only wonder who the great person referred to by those 3 might be. However, a glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Gallant's eyes. Regardless of who caused you harm, I shall avenge you, without fail. Suddenly, a wave of metallic sweetness surged within his chest, prompting Gallant to swiftly cover his mouth, forcefully swallowing it down, as his throat was overwhelmed by the pungent scent of thick blood. This was the result of internal injuries sustained during the fierce confrontation with those 3 cloaked figures, compounded by his lack of recuperation before dashing out, enduring for over 10 minutes before finally finding respite. Had it not been for Gallant's robust constitution, another practitioner of the mystic arts would likely have succumbed to immobility on the ground. The nature of that power bore a striking resemblance to psychokinesis, exhibiting immense strength. Unless one could counter it with sheer force, it would be exceedingly challenging for other types of warriors to cope. Perhaps there are clues to be uncovered from the corpses. Chapter 71. Meeting and communication. With the wound pressing against his chest, Gallant endeavored to maintain a demeanor of normalcy. It appeared that a visit to the martial arts school to consult his master was imperative. You're going to the dojo again? It's rare for Mom and Dad to have some free time, Air pouted, expressing her discontent. Fear not. They mentioned that work has gradually become less demanding. And we shall have more time together in the future, Galen replied with a gentle smile, ruffling his sister's hair. He had discreetly arranged for his master to adjust his parents' work schedules, and it seemed the effects were beginning to manifest. However, he found it rather perplexing that his uncle, who could easily effect such changes, had yet to take any action. The city appeared to be undergoing significant renovations, with certain areas being dismantled and reconstructed, surrounded by workers and carts laden with building materials. The once pristine streets of the city center had become somewhat disheveled. If the talent the old man had once spoken of referred to an intangible force, then the crux lay within that book, the very book he had perused long ago. A glimmer of insight flashed in Galen's eyes. It was after he had read that book that the old man had expressed disappointment, claiming he lacked the requisite talent. And thereafter, the book had vanished from sight. Perhaps it held the key to unraveling the mystery. As Galen strolled along the street, he turned a corner and was met by a small pastry cart, which ambled toward him. The elderly vendor, with a jovial smile, discreetly slipped him a small note as they passed. Galen paused momentarily, glancing down at the note. It depicted an image of a golden ring, accompanied by a line of text, Number 28, Willow Street, Stone Bridge Number 3, Urgent Matter. After tucking the note away, Galen took a deep breath and veered toward the crosswalk in the middle of the street, on the eastern bank of the Huai River. A pale yellow stream meandered through the urban landscape, flowing gracefully. Within the vibrant yet chaotic city, it resembled a ribbon of yellow satin, sullied and seemingly neglected for some time. Lining the riverbanks were rows of pale yellow square houses, akin to unevenly stacked building blocks, varying heights, some weathered, with fleeting glimpses of figures moving past the windows. At the farthest point from the urban center stood a stone bridge featuring a silver-black half-length sculpture at its center. The sculpture, towering over 3 meters, depicted a mustachioed man surrounded by blossoms. Before the bronze plaque detailing the sculpture stood a man in a plaid sweater with fair skin. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with brown eyes, a hawkish nose, and short gray hair, exuding an aura of brooding silence. Not far to the left at the bridge's entrance, a robust young man with short, dark purple hair approached at a leisurely pace, clad in ordinary black athletic wear. The loose fabric could not conceal the contours of his muscular physique, which bulged the clothing outward. As gentle sunlight cascaded down, it illuminated his bare arms, revealing a faint luminescent sheen, as if dusted with a layer of white chalk. As the man passed by the black statue, he cast a glance at the hawk-nosed figure standing beside the plaque. The latter subtly waved his right hand, revealing a golden earring clasped within. The Ninth Lord? The Ninth? Galen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the hawk-nosed man before him. Suddenly, he recalled that he had just assumed the position of the ninth golden ring, and he felt a wave of understanding wash over him. What is it? A body? Take me there, Galen said, his expression darkening as he spoke in a low voice. Very well, please follow me, the hawk-nosed man replied, turning to stride towards the other end of the stone bridge, with Galen closely trailing behind. Once they crossed the bridge, the urban ambience diminished significantly. Vehicles became scarce, mostly replaced by ox-drawn carts, and the roadside was occasionally dotted with clusters of black cow dung. The two men hastened through 2 streets and entered a narrow path flanked by a green hill on one side, while a black wall separated this path from the surrounding residential buildings. This route had now transitioned into the outskirts of the city, where the chirping of crickets could still be faintly heard from the left hillside. Galen followed the hawk-nosed man briskly, frequently surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, a cacophony of quacking resonated ahead as they turned a corner, revealing a group of white ducks waddling towards them, quacking in a lively manner. An elderly farmer, donning a yellow straw hat, leisurely guided them with a branch in hand. The 2 men sidestepped to avoid the flock and continued onward, soon arriving at the end of the path where a spacious, flat expanse of yellow ground unfolded before them, reminiscent of a small playground. Behind this open area stood a pale yellow 2-story building, ensconced within a cluster of verdant trees. Sunlight streamed down, casting shadows that enveloped much of the building in cool shade. This is the place, the hawk-nosed man declared, halting at the entrance of the flat area. Here lies Huai Mountain, one of our provisional strongholds. Please, go in. The 6th Lord is awaiting you upstairs. Galen glanced at him without uttering a word and strode towards the small building. As he approached, a tall woman with black hair emerged from an upstairs room. She sported a ponytail and wore a form-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her curves. Most striking were her deep purple eyes, which exuded a chilling and icy demeanor. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, yet her gaze possessed an unsettling coldness. It seemed she had noticed Galen below. Her eyes narrowed momentarily before she huffed disdainfully and retreated into the room. Galen chuckled to himself. The 10th golden ring is here as well. She must have recognized me. Shaking his head, he lowered his gaze and confidently entered the building, ascending the stairs with purpose. He found a robust man with dark skin already stationed on the right side of the second floor. Please proceed this way. According to protocol, kindly don your representative ring, the muscular man advised in a hushed tone. Galen nodded, reaching into his pocket to retrieve the golden ring. He pinched his earlobe, hesitating briefly before decisively placing it on his left pinky finger. The ring fit perfectly, adjusting the earring to display the numerical side upwards. Galen then strode into the room on the right. The entire room on the second floor was spacious, furnished with a square table, 2 adjoining bookshelves, and several high-backed chairs, all crafted from a rich, dark wood that emanated a subtle, elegant fragrance. In front of the bookshelf stood 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The woman, adorned with black hair and violet eyes, was the 10th gold ring. The man, possessing golden hair and a single eye, was known as the Cyclops. The 2 leaned against the shelf, seemingly engaged in conversation. At the table, the 6th gold ring, with fiery red hair, was playing cards with a pallid man cloaked in black. Ah, everyone has arrived. Now that we are all here, the 6th gold ring remarked with a smile, casting aside his cards. 8th, my apologies, but I have one again. Damn it. The 8th gold ring cursed, rising to look towards Galen at the entrance. You're here? You're a bit late. Galen nodded. I'm not very familiar with the route. I apologize. The invitation to join the gold rings had come from the 8th, making their acquaintance somewhat familiar. He approached the 8th and pulled out a chair to lean against. What is the matter that you called me here so suddenly? All right, everyone. Now that we are all assembled, it's a rare occasion that we gather so many of us for the matter concerning the Silver Veil Castle. From myself to the 10th, 5 of the top 10 are present here. This is indeed a rare circumstance for us over the years. Let us cut to the chase. The 10th gold ring, the violet-eyed woman, interjected brusquely. We each have our respective areas of responsibility. We did not come here to waste time listening to your idle chatter. All right, the 6th replied, scratching his head. First, let me introduce our new member, the 9th. Clap, clap, clap. Sparse applause echoed through the room. Galen shrugged. I still don't know anything about it. Here you go. The 8th handed Galen a stack of white papers. You can't take this out. It will be burned if anyone sees you. Galen glanced at the materials. They contained a general introduction to the Gold Ring organization. As he casually flipped through the pages, he garnered a basic understanding of the group. The Gold Ring was a large-scale syndicate dealing in antiques, relics, and jewels, utilizing the network of the top 10 gold rings to gather various antique information. Once a buyer expressed interest, the members would spring into action, whether through theft or robbery, ensuring the acquisition of the items. Most of the leaders among the top 10 gold rings were not directly subordinate to one another. Rather, they operated as equals, each possessing their own networks and influences, united solely by mutual interests. Each of the top 10 gold rings was responsible for managing a specific area, which included sourcing information on antiques and liaising with sellers. The acquisition of antiques could be through personal endeavors or by obtaining them from other areas within the organization, forming a network of vested interests. While Galen reviewed the materials, the 6th gold ring continued. In recent years, the demand for cursed antiques has surged among clients, which is why the 9th has joined us as an appraisal expert. He possesses a unique talent for accurately identifying the authenticity of cursed antiques. This is my rationale for accepting him. Moreover, the 9th is also a master of the hidden arts. In terms of rank, he is roughly at an E-level standard. The 8th chimed in. Previously, we agreed to the 9th's inclusion with a majority vote of 3. Let us conclude this matter here. All right, let us get down to business. The 6th individual nodded and glanced at the disdainful 10th golden ring, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, our high-ranking officials in the golden rings occasionally experience changes, much like how the 7th has only recently joined us, merely 2 years ago. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. His expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness.